I originally thought that I had only awakened a small, insignificant flame. But who could have thought that the country would list me as the first of the 10 saints of China? Even, whenever I travel, millions of strong men follow me like a shadow, swearing to protect me to the death. All this is because the world is falling into a crazy invasion by alien creatures. In this era, everyone's destiny will change after the age of 18 awakening superpowers. People with special abilities are the real privileged class in this world. From the lowest F level to the supreme S level, the level of awakening not only determines status and future, but even life and death. At this time, in a senior high school classroom, I've finally waited for the day to awaken my superpowers. I'm so excited! I hope I can awaken S-level superpowers later, so that I can go to the top superpower university. Don't daydream. S-level abilities are so rare that our city may not even have one. I just hope I can awaken a B-level ability, and that will satisfy me. Alas, if I don't awaken my superpowers, I will have to give up my dream of attending a superpower university. The rich second generation are still the strongest. They grew up drinking genetic drugs, and the abilities they awaken can be at least C-level. Humph, last year our school had an A-level Earth elementalist, and he was a commoner, but he managed to beat all those rich second generations, didn't he? Yes, if we can awaken an A-level ability, wouldn't it be possible to give those rich second generations a good slap in the face? Listening to the discussion of my classmates, I woke up with a lot of questions in my mind. What the hell? What are they talking about? S-level superpowers? A-level superpowers? Genetic potions? Is this a setting from a movie? I shook my head, gradually came to my senses, and began to observe my surroundings. The spacious and clean classroom, students in school uniforms, a whiteboard on the wall in front, and a few slogans on the LCD screen above the whiteboard. 0 days to awaken superpowers. 10 days to the college entrance examination. Obviously, this is a high school classroom. I was celebrating my college graduation last night, but how come I woke up to find myself back on the eve of the college entrance examination? And what does the first slogan mean? Did I travel through time? I murmured to myself. This seemed to be the only reasonable explanation for everything I saw. Suddenly, a severe headache came over me, and countless memories flooded into my brain, almost making me unable to bear it. I couldn't help but groan and fell directly on the desk. Psychics, awakening, top psychic schools. These memories kept coming back and I took in a lot of information. After a long time, the headache gradually subsided. I finally recovered from my confusion and slowly raised my head. So I really did travel through time. Through the memories that just came in, I confirmed that I had traveled to another world. The civilization of this world is similar to that of Earth, but the level of technology is far superior to that of Earth. After traveling across time and space to this body, his name was also Luohan, and he was a senior high school student with mediocre grades and nothing special about him. I hope I can awaken a stronger superpower, preferably not too weak. I sighed, accepted this sudden reality, and began to think about my future. There is no doubt that in this world invaded by alien creatures, having superpowers is crucial. Although ordinary people can live well, they may encounter deadly threats from alien creatures at any time. Therefore, becoming a superpower is the safest choice. Fortunately, I will soon have the opportunity to become a superpower. Okay, everyone gather in the playground. The superpower awakening ceremony is about to begin. The voice of the head teacher interrupted my thoughts. Hearing this, the students in the class's eyes lit up like sharks smelling blood. They stood up one after another and rushed to the playground impatiently. I stood up as well, followed everyone and headed towards the playground. There was no point in thinking too much. I would make plans after I awakened my superpowers. Our school is Fengming City No. 3 High School. Although it is an ordinary public high school with a small campus, the number of students enrolled has continued to increase in recent years. At this moment, the playground was already crowded with people. Around the playground, soldiers with guns were on high alert, and among every 10 soldiers there was a supernatural being with a strong aura. In the center of the playground, 20 half-person high stone platforms are neatly arranged, with transparent spheres placed on soft pillows, emitting a mysterious light and exuding an extraordinary atmosphere. Principal Lee, do you think our school will have an S-level mutant this time? A thin and sturdy man asked the white-haired old man beside him at the front desk of the playground. Principal Lee stood up, glanced at the students below, and said slowly, Luohan, it is not so easy to awaken S-level superpowers. Do you know how many students with S-level superpowers have appeared in our city in the past 3 years? Principal, can you explain this to us? Alas, in the past 3 years, our city has not had even one S-level psychic. Fengming City is the 5th largest city in Jiangnan province. How could it be that there hasn't been even an S-level person in 3 years? Yes, you heard it right, there really is not a single one. Principal Lee paused for a moment, and continued. So, if our school can produce an S-level psychic during this awakening ceremony, then we will really become famous in Fengming City. Next year's financial allocation may have to double. And the enrollment capacity of our number 3 high school may also be greatly improved as a result. After saying this, Principal Lee seemed to not believe it himself, shook his head, and sat down. On the playground, the students in Class 7 of Grade 3 all had excited smiles on their faces, except for a few who looked calm, and I was one of them. How optimistic! Looking at the excitement of my classmates, I couldn't help but sigh. These people are all fantasizing that they can awaken superpowers above level B and become famous in one fell swoop. But according to the situation in previous years, among the 1,000 students in the entire senior year, less than 80 could awaken superpowers above B level. Therefore, the vast majority of people only awaken superpowers below B level. There are even some students who may not be able to awaken their superpowers at all. As for me, I expect myself to have C-level superpowers. The reason is simple, C-level superpowers are the minimum standard for entering superpower schools. Once you enter superpower schools and learn combat skills, you will have the confidence to survive in this world full of alien creatures. All senior high school students, please keep quiet. The annual Superpower Awakening ceremony will now begin. Please follow the teacher's arrangement and awaken in turn. The voice in the loudspeaker was not loud before he finished speaking, but the moment the words ended, the students immediately fell into an uproar. I am no exception and am full of curiosity about this awakening ceremony. Keep in formation and come forward in order according to the names I call. The head teacher obviously knew that the students' excitement was uncontrollable at this time, so he did not suppress them too much, but began to read out the list. Wang Ming, you are the first one, go up quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, an ordinary-looking senior high school student walked out of the team and walked towards the stage. Students from other classes also walked to their own stone platforms, placed their hands on the balls and closed their eyes. The entire playground suddenly became quiet, and everyone watched with bated breath, looking forward to the first round of awakening ceremony. The first batch of personnel has arrived. The awakening ceremony begins. A man in military uniform stood up on the stage. His voice was deep and powerful. Although there was no microphone, it was still clear to everyone's ears. As he finished speaking, complex formations instantly appeared around each stone platform, and the sphere was the core of the formation. The formation was activated, and the sphere instantly emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the awakened people standing in front. Energy was continuously injected into their bodies, as if they were exploring something. The awakened person's expression becomes calm and peaceful, as if entering the arms of his mother. A minute later, the sphere on the stone platform where Wang Ming was the first to react. The sphere burst into a dazzling light, and Wang Ming's figure changed accordingly. His height slowly increased from 1.7 meters, first to 1.8 meters, 1.9 meters, then exceeded 2 meters, and finally stopped at 2.1 meters. Is it an enhanced superpower? I couldn't help but whisper to myself as I watched Wang Ming's body shape change. There are 5 types of superpowers: elemental, enhancement, spiritual, natural, and special. The most common superpowers are enhancement, which usually have strong physical strength or resistance, and often serve as tanks in battle. As Wang Ming awakened, the other students on the stone platforms also awakened one after another. Some awakened natural abilities and transformed into another kind of creature. Some awakened enhanced mental abilities, and some students didn't seem to have any outward changes, perhaps they awakened spiritual abilities. After the first round of awakening ended, Wang Ming returned to his normal shape and walked off the stage. His return aroused the curiosity of his classmates. Wang Ming, what superpower did you awaken? Wang Ming, how did you feel just now? Was there any pain? Wang Ming, what does the awakening stone feel like? Hey, don't worry, I'll tell you one by one. It can be seen that Wang Ming is in a very good mood. Although his clothes are torn due to the enlargement just now, he still looks like nothing happened and smiles very happily. I have awakened a C-rank strengthening ability gigantism. It feels great. My whole body is warm and I don't feel any pain. As for other questions, you will know once you get up there. C-level supernatural power, amazing! Wang Ming, you are going to be rich now, remember not to forget us old classmates. TSK, it would be great if I could also awaken a C-level superpower. Wang Ming's successful awakening undoubtedly gave his classmates great confidence, and they were also looking forward to the awakening of their own superpowers even more. Next, Tang Xiaobo. Another group of students were called up. Although everyone was not as excited as before, they still watched the progress of the awakening ceremony with anticipation. As time passed, the awakening ceremonies were carried out one after another. During this period, some people were ecstatic, while others were lost and helpless. Those students who failed to awaken their superpowers were in great pain, while those who awakened B-level superpowers were extremely excited and wanted to let the whole world know how special they were. There are so many different kinds of people in the world. I sighed to myself, watching everything in front of me. Superpowers mean privilege and status, which is why they are so excited and even forget everything else. Next, Luohan. As my head teacher called me, I took a deep breath and walked onto the stone platform under the gaze of my classmates. The process of awakening superpowers is simple, just place your hands on the awakening stone. I pressed my hands on the transparent ball without hesitation. Unlike the expected coldness, the ball felt warm, like a soft hand warmer. The 30th batch of superpower awakening begins. A deep voice echoed in the air, and a mysterious formation quickly emerged around me. As the formation appeared, I felt a warm energy coming from the sphere and entering my body. The energy was warm and comfortable, and I couldn't help but smile. However, as the energy spread through my body, it seemed to be searching for something. It passed through my arms, legs, and even my pubic area, but it seemed to be unable to find its target. Finally, it stopped at the heart. When the energy invaded my heart, I suddenly felt a burst of heat and irritability, and the previous warm feeling disappeared without a trace. At that moment, it felt like my territory was invaded. Get out! I roared loudly involuntarily, and a powerful energy burst out from my heart. Boom! A deafening sound exploded inside my body, attracting the attention of all the teachers and students in the school. Then, they witnessed a scene that they would never forget: golden red flames, hot and dazzling, surrounding me. At this moment, I seemed to be crowned with a crown of fire, exuding unparalleled magnificence and dominance. My eyes hurt so much. I feel the sting, too. I'm blind, I can't see. Seeing the flames, many teachers and students fell into panic. Some felt severe pain in their eyes, and some even suffered temporary blindness. Turn on the shield. The man in military uniform in front of the stage obviously noticed the change. He fixed his eyes and gave the order calmly. As the order was issued, the stone platform where I was standing was covered by a transparent protective shield. The power of the flames was immediately isolated, and the pain in everyone's eyes returned to normal in an instant. Wow! What kind of superpower did that student awaken? It's so strong, just looking at it is unbearable. It looks like an elemental power, probably above level A, otherwise it wouldn't be so powerful. Could it be that an S-level psychic is going to appear in our school? This is incredible! The discussions around me kept coming, but I didn't pay much attention to them. At this moment, my attention was completely focused on the interface that appeared in my mind. Name, Luohan. Level, First Order Lower Level Psychic. Power, Sun True Fire, S Level. Power points 0, skills none. System? I was slightly shocked. As a time traveler, I naturally knew what the system was, but I didn't expect it to appear so late. Now that we have the system, where are the tasks? I looked blankly at the simple interface in my mind, wondering, system, have you forgotten something? However, I had no choice but to give up my exploration without finding the mission. The system might help me become stronger, but in this world full of strange beasts, blindly relying on the system might cost me my life. Therefore, even with the system, I still remained vigilant. Thinking of this, the excitement in my heart gradually subsided, and my eyes turned to the flames burning around me again. Is this the true fire of the sun? I whispered to myself. The golden red flames surrounding me gave me the first impression of being hot and gorgeous. What was even more surprising was that I could feel myself controlling these flames at will. With a thought, the flames immediately turned into a wall of fire. With another thought, the flames turned into a huge circle of fire. Although I don't dare to try more delicate operations, I realize that perhaps it is because I am not skilled enough to achieve more detailed control. Is it because I haven't fully mastered it yet? I lowered my head and thought, knowing clearly in my heart that even if I awakened a powerful S-level ability, it would not be easy to control. The powers that can be exerted by the same level of psychics vary due to their different levels of mastery. Although S-level psychics are extremely powerful, they are also the most difficult to control. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. At this moment, I am still just a newly awakened superpower. It is obviously not easy to master this power. Suddenly, I felt weak, and the dazzling golden red flames in front of my eyes began to dim. I am still too weak now. I smiled helplessly, and with a thought, the sun's true fire disappeared instantly. The energy after awakening the superpower is not long-lasting, and my feeling of weakness is also because the superpower has not yet been completely stabilized. As I retracted the flame, the protective shield around me slowly disappeared, and I could hear my classmates discussing. He's so handsome. Which class is he from? He's so handsome, and he's awakened such a powerful ability. Luohan from class 7. If you want his contact information, come to me. Is this true? I want it. I want one too. I want one too. Before I could react, a loud roar suddenly sounded in front of me, and a figure instantly appeared in front of me. The man was wearing a military green uniform, had a square face and a serious expression. He was the one who had shouted on the playground before. Luohan, right? You are pretty good. He looked me up and down, with a half-smile in his eyes. Looking at his somewhat forced smile, I felt helpless. Brother, you'd better stop smiling. It really makes me uncomfortable. Let's go, the principal is looking for you. He gave an order and grabbed me and lifted me up like a kitten. Before I finished speaking, we had already leaped 5 meters. I felt the world spinning, and then I leaped again, 5 meters above the ground. The students next to him were talking about it. Luohan was taken away? I wanted to ask him how it felt to awaken his S-level supernatural power. You are stupid, that is an S-level ability, the principal must know about it. So that's how it is. Doesn't that mean Luohan is going to be rich? Nonsense, if you awaken an S-level ability, you can also be rich. I was in no mood to listen to their discussion. I just knew that I was a little dizzy. After 5 jumps, I was finally brought to the front desk of the playground. Huff huff. I bent over and gasped heavily. Those jumps just now almost made me vomit. Student Luohan, are you okay? Principal Lee's gentle voice sounded, like a spring breeze, making people feel relaxed. Hanjun, I told you to be careful. How could you treat Luohan like this? There was a hint of blame in Principal Lee's voice. Sorry, I didn't expect his physical fitness to be so poor. Hanjun smiled awkwardly. How could he know that someone who awakened an S-level ability would be so weak? Principal Lee, I'm fine. I stood up straight, calmed myself down, and said to Principal Lee. Li Xiangyang, the principal of the 3rd high school, a 4th-level supernatural being, the absolute authority of the school. Today was the first time I had such close contact with him. That's good. Principal Lee smiled and nodded, then asked, Luohan, do you know what superpower you have awakened? I don't know. Please ask Principal Lee for an explanation, I responded. Without the system, I would have no idea what superpower I had awakened. In my previous life's memory, there was no record of the sun's true fire in any of the superpower books. What you have awakened is the S-level elemental power, the true fire of the sun. Li Xiangyang's voice was filled with excitement that could not be concealed. S-level supernatural power. Finally, such a talent appeared in the 3rd high school, and it was an elemental power. This was not only the glory of the school, but also the pride of Fengming City. Is it very strong? I asked doubtfully. I didn't know much about the sun's true fire, so I took the opportunity to ask. Of course it's strong. As the name suggests, the sun's true fire, in its extreme state, can even rival the temperature inside the sun, melting everything in an instant. Moreover, when you become a 4th-level psychic and your body is elementalized, you will become almost invincible. This kind of ability has only appeared once before, but that person was killed by an alien creature when he was at the 3rd level. What a pity! If he could survive, our country would have one more national-level strongman. Principal Lee shook his head, his eyes full of regret, and then looked at me with appreciation. But now we have new hope. Principal Lee. I couldn't help but remind him. Principal Lee's gaze was a little too eager, which made me a little uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Principal Lee realized that he had lost his composure, coughed dryly, and quickly regained his composure. In short, the S-level superpowers you possess are extremely rare. As long as you don't die, you will definitely become a powerful person in the future. But this is not what you should worry about now. What you should consider now is which superpower college to go to. Aren't you taking the college entrance exam? I was stunned. According to my memory, the Supernatural University has a minimum admission score. Haha, stop talking about the college entrance exam. Hanjun laughed and said, S-level superpowers are rare across the country. Those superpower universities will definitely take the initiative to admit you. I see. It suddenly dawned on me. I didn't expect that I would awaken such a rare S-level supernatural power. Looking across the country, I can choose any top supernatural college. But suddenly, I was a little confused. Which school should I go to? As if seeing my hesitation, Principal Lee said, If you haven't made a decision, you can consider my alma mater, Jiangnan University, which is located in Jiangnan City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. It is the 3rd-ranked supernatural university in the country. Although it is not as top-notch as the Supernatural University in Magic City, the students it trains are equally not to be underestimated. Principal Lee had a selfish motive for saying this. Jiangnan University of Special Abilities has been striving to improve its rankings, and this is an opportunity to attract more talented students. Moreover, for a genius like you, the school will provide generous admission rewards. I will seriously consider Principal Lee's suggestion. I nodded. Are you kidding me? How could I easily decide on my future university based on a few words from the president? For such an important matter, I must do my homework and look up information before making a decision. In that case, I asked you to come here this time mainly to see what a genius who awakens S-level superpowers looks like. Li Xiangyang said with a smile, revealing a hint of indifference in his eyes. He knew that a few words alone would not change my choice, but he still tried his best to show his concern for his alma mater. In the next few minutes, you will watch the entire awakening ceremony with us, he said, and motioned for me to sit next to him. I nodded and sat down. No one else present raised any objections. After all, this was Principal Lee's arrangement. The awakening ceremony lasted for about 2 hours. After my S-level ability awakened, no more S-level psychics appeared at the scene, but instead several A-level psychics awakened one after another. These A-level psychics were called forward by Principal Lee to watch the ceremony with us. After the ceremony, school was over. I blended into the crowd and tried to keep a low profile while leaving the campus. If my classmates recognized me, I would probably be stopped and questioned, which would be quite troublesome. It's finally over. I breathed a sigh of relief as I walked out of the school gate. Just now on the playground, I could feel my supernatural powers recovering, but because there were too many people around, I could only endure it and didn't use it. Now I can finally go home and study my sun fire, which makes me excited just thinking about it. My parents died in a car accident 2 years ago, and now I live alone in this city. Only my aunt comes to visit me occasionally, so I live quite comfortably. Humming and walking briskly, I was full of curiosity about the world. Although I knew a lot from memory, I could only truly appreciate the wonder of this city when I saw it with my own eyes. The suspended cars, flame-breathing skateboards, and aerial vehicles are full of technology. The weather is also very good, with bright sunshine and moderate temperatures. In the roadside park, the elderly, young people, and children live in harmony with the exotic animals, creating a warm scene. Suddenly, my eyes fixed on a strange beast. "Be careful!" I yelled and rushed to the little girl beside me. She was obviously stunned for a moment, but she instinctively lowered her head. The strange beast roared angrily after missing its attack. "Be careful!" A tiger-shaped beast appeared behind the little girl, scaring her so much that she froze and started crying. "Ah! There's a strange beast!" The people around screamed and fled in all directions. "Damn it, how could a strange beast appear in the city?" I gritted my teeth and cursed, immediately rushing towards the little girl. There was a distance of 6 meters between me and the little girl. Under normal circumstances, I would not be able to reach her in time. But I am not an ordinary person, I am an S-level psychic. With every step I take, a golden red flame will ignite under my feet, which instantly increases my speed, and each step can cover 2 meters. After just 2 steps, I was only 2 meters away from the beast. The bloody mouth was almost close to the little girl's neck, and the shadow of death was imminent. "Burn it for me!" I ordered in a low voice. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed the beast. It let out a miserable roar, its body stiffened, and it fell to the ground, trembling all over. The flame seemed to torture every inch of its flesh. Finally caught up! I breathed a sigh of relief and carried the little girl aside. "Xiao Ju!" A man ran over quickly and hugged the little girl tightly. "Are you okay?" After he confirmed that the little girl was not injured, he said to me gratefully, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the child's mother would never forgive me." The man hurriedly took out a card and handed it to me. "There's 100,000 yuan in this card. I really don't know how to thank you. Please accept it." "Huh!" I was stunned for a moment, looking at the card he handed over. Are people so rich nowadays? Any card is worth 100,000 yuan. Although I was somewhat tempted, I shook my head and said, "Uncle, don't say that. I didn't do this for money, but out of instinct. Any psychic would step forward if they saw this situation." Seeing my serious expression, the man knew he couldn't convince me, so he took back the card and handed me a business card instead. "In that case, then you can take my business card. If you need anything, just come to me. Tang Lei, Director of RD Department of Feng Jilei Technology." I glanced at the words on the business card and finally accepted it. Although I didn't plan to accept his reward, I could keep the business card. "Thank you, little brother. Are you a supernatural being?" The little girl looked at me curiously with her big eyes. I pinched her face and replied with a smile, "Haha, yes, that's right." Just then, I suddenly remembered that the strange beast had not been completely dealt with, so I quickly turned around to check. However, the strange beast had disappeared, leaving only a pile of black charred matter on the ground. "Is it dead?" I whispered to myself, looking at the unidentified wreckage. Ding! Destroy the first-order lower-level monster and gain 100 power points. A prompt sound rang out, and I hurriedly looked at the system panel, my heart beating faster. Name, Luohan. Level, first-order lower-level psychic plus. Power, Sun True Fire, S level. Power points, 100. Skills, none. My eyes stayed on the plus sign after, level, and I clicked it involuntarily. Instantly, a strange feeling of comfort spread, as if a powerful tonic instantly melted into my body. Not only that, I could clearly feel that my control over the sun's true fire had become stronger. Feeling this powerful change, I couldn't wait to check the system panel again. Name, Luohan. Level, First Order Intermediate Psychic. Power, Sun True Fire, S level. Power points 0, skills none. So, this is how the system works. I touched my chin, and everything suddenly became clear to me. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a low shout interrupted my thoughts. I looked up and saw a group of people in uniform walking towards me. I knew them, they were members of the city guard, and all of them were supernatural beings. "Hello, I'm Luohan from Fengming City No. 3 High School. I discovered and killed the strange beast just now." I handed over my student ID. For this kind of escort team, cooperating with law enforcement is the wisest choice. "Yes, it was this brother who saved me." The soft voice of the little girl sounded at this time. "Are you a superpower?" A sturdy man who looked like a captain asked in surprise after checking my student ID. It is rare for a superpower to be able to kill a superpower at this age. I nodded. Yes, is there anything I can do for you? It's okay, as long as I know your name, you can go now. After confirming his identity, the man's tone became more respectful. Everyone should give due respect to geniuses. Seeing that everything had been confirmed, I prepared to leave. After saying goodbye to Xiaoju and her daughter, I went straight home. Watching me leave, the remaining guards began to clean up the scene. However, in a remote corner of the park, a man quietly stared at the black substance on the ground. After a flash of his eyes, he followed it silently. Nannan Community is located in the southeast of Fengming City, not far from the 3rd High School, about a 20-minute walk away. After I left the park, I returned home in 10 minutes. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I sat down at the computer desk and started looking for information. Although I inherited the memory of my predecessor, many places were still vague, so I needed to understand the world in depth. The internet became my fastest way to obtain information. Open the browser, enter keywords, and start searching. In the room, except for the occasional sound of the keyboard and mouse, everything else is silent. An hour later, I finished my search, leaned back, and let my mind wander. After all the searching, I had a complete grasp of the world. There are 6 countries in this world: China, the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union, Africa, and Canada. Each country has a passage leading to another world, and these passages are guarded by teams of supernatural beings from each country. There is a passage in the south of the Yangtze River. The tiger-like beast I encountered today was called the tiger beast. It was the weakest among the beasts, almost like cannon fodder, so I killed it easily. It seems that I still have to go to Jiangnan High School of Supernatural Powers. I sat up straight, playing with the sunfire in my hand, thinking silently. I need power points to improve my strength, and power points come from killing alien beasts. Alien creatures invade this world through these channels, and if you want to find alien beasts, you must enter these channels. There is a passage for strange beasts near Jiangnan University of Special Powers, which is ranked among the top 3 universities of special power in the country. Therefore, going to Jiangnan University of Special Powers is my best choice. Improve your strength by killing? I like it. I licked my lips, and a dangerous light flashed in my eyes. Now that I have entered this dangerous world, the only thing I can do is to do my best to survive. Fortunately, it's not that difficult. For someone like me who has S-level abilities and systems, as long as I don't cause trouble for myself, staying alive is not a problem at all. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. I hurried out of the bedroom and saw a middle-aged man on the monitor outside the door. He was holding a certificate in his hand and said in a loud voice, "Hello, student Luohan. I am a teacher from the admissions office of Jiangnan Academy of Supernatural Powers. I have something to discuss with you." I glanced at the ID, confirmed it was correct, opened the door, and invited him into the living room. "Hello, I'm Li Bo from Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. I would like to invite you to join our school." As soon as Li Bo sat down, he went straight to the point. "Well, what are the advantages of your Jiangnan University of Special Abilities?" I nodded and asked calmly. I had expected that Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers would come knocking on my door, but I didn't expect someone to find my residence so quickly. After all, the news of awakening S-level supernatural powers spread too quickly, and it was impossible to hide it. However, I have no intention of hiding it. Since I have decided to choose Jiangnan University of Special Abilities, it doesn't hurt to learn about their advantages. Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers is the 3rd-ranked supernatural power university in China, and is also one of the top universities in the world. Li Bo began to introduce. We have a strong faculty, and all types of supernatural powers have dedicated mentors to train them. For your awakened S-level ability, True Sunfire, we will arrange for a 5th-level instructor who has awakened the A-level ability Purple Sun Blazing Fire to guide you. Moreover, for geniuses like you, we have a special training plan. Li Bo paused, took out a thick contract from his bag and handed it to me. This is our school's talent training program. I took the contract and glanced over the content. The overall framework was clear. Once enrolled, I would receive a scholarship of 600,000 yuan. In addition, there would be more rewards based on academic progress. For example, if you are promoted to a 2nd-level mutant in the 1st semester, you will receive a genetic medicine to strengthen your body. If you learn a fire skill in 1 semester, you will receive a cash reward of 200,000. I heard there is a passage for strange beasts near your school. I put down the contract and asked the question that concerned me most. The monster passage is about 10 kilometers away from our school. There are special troops and teams of superpowers guarding it. There will definitely be no monsters hurting people. You don't have to worry, Li Bo explained hurriedly. Because the school is close to the alien beast passage, many parents would choose to send their children to a farther and safer school for safety reasons. So, Li Bo mistakenly thought that I was also worried about this problem. If I join your school, will I have the opportunity to enter the alien beast passage? A gleam of light flashed in my eyes, and I asked, suppressing my excitement. Li Bo was a little confused, but still answered. Students of our school can enter the alien beast channel, but they must wait until they become second-level aliens before they can enter. That's good. I smiled slightly, secretly feeling lucky. As long as I can enter the alien beast channel, I can gain power points by killing alien beasts and quickly improve my strength. Looking at my smiling expression, Li Bo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this S-level psychic was actually a battle maniac. Student Luohan, can you let me see your special ability? Li Bo asked. Although he had confirmed my identity, for safety reasons, he still wanted to see my special ability with his own eyes. No problem. I nodded and my mind moved. In an instant, a ball of golden red flame emerged from my hand, emitting a scorching breath. Well, yes, it is indeed the S-level ability Sun True Fire. Li Bo nodded and looked at me with satisfaction. He didn't feel hot, because this temperature was not enough to threaten a 4th-level strongman. By the way, classmate Luohan, I heard that your physical fitness doesn't seem to be very good, Li Bo suddenly asked. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. I didn't expect that he had already known that I almost fainted in the afternoon. Well, I didn't exercise much before, so my body is a little weak. I sighed. Looking back on my previous life, I was just an ordinary high school student and never thought about exercising. In fact, due to excessive study, my body was in a sub-healthy state, which led to my weak performance in the afternoon. Then you have to start exercising properly. Li Bo took a sip of water, his tone calm but with a hint of concern. Don't superpowers enhance physical fitness? Do they require special training? I was a little confused. According to the information I have read, the physique of people with special abilities will be naturally strengthened during the promotion process. Even if they do not exercise, their physical fitness will be much stronger than that of ordinary people. Especially for high-level people with special abilities, they are simply supermen. The physical improvement brought about by non-enhancement abilities is not strong. Li Bo shook his head with a calm tone. These are common sense for families with a background of people with superpowers. Ordinary families like yours may not understand these and are more likely to neglect physical training. Moreover, the intensity of superpowers is also related to physical strength, and you need to improve in this aspect, Li Bo added. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Li, I said gratefully. Although this knowledge may be common sense to some people with special abilities, it is the first time for ordinary people like me to hear it. Li Bo is able to care about these things and remind me of them. He is obviously a good teacher. Li Bo nodded in approval. This kindness warmed my heart and gave me a higher opinion of him. Teacher Li, I will consider Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, I said. Since I have the opportunity to enter the exotic beast channel, I will not make a decision lightly. The people from Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers have already arrived, and the admissions officers of other schools should be here soon, so I plan to understand the conditions of all schools first before making a decision. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Okay, here is my contact information. Feel free to contact me after you have thought it over. I believe that Jiangnan University of Specialties is your best choice. Li Bo smiled and handed me a business card. Then I'll leave first, classmate Luohan. Li Bo stood up, shook hands with me, turned around and left with the documents. However, just as he reached the door, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted loudly. Who's there? Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared like a flash of lightning and appeared next to the elevator. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the white wall. I looked at him in confusion, wondering why was he scratching the wall? Soon my doubts were answered. The wall that Li Bo was holding on to began to ripple and gradually turned into a thin man. He looked at Li Bo in horror, obviously not expecting to be discovered. Damn it! I was just following a young man who had just awakened his superpowers. How could I run into a high-level superpowered person? A second-level psychic with special abilities. Li Bo glanced at the man coldly with an unhappy expression. As a fourth-level psychic, if Li Bo's enemies had any enemies, they would not send such a low-level psychic to deal with him. Since this psychic's target is not him, then the target can only be me. Have you made any enemies recently? Li Bo asked as he knocked the man unconscious without mercy. I'm just an ordinary high school student. How could I possibly offend a superpower? I was still confused. I just awakened my superpowers today, and except for the strange beast I encountered this afternoon, I'm just an ordinary student. Could it be that the strange beast in the park caused all these things? Teacher Lee, I killed a low-level monster in the park on my way home this afternoon. Could it be related to this incident? I asked tentatively. Park strange beast? Li Bo frowned, as if he had thought of something. He fell into deep thought, and after a long while he slowly said, This matter may be related to the Blood Ring organization. Blood Wheel organization? What kind of force is that? I was even more confused. The Blood Wheel organization is a small terrorist organization and a notorious underground force. Li Bo explained in a deep voice. There are still terrorist organizations in this city? I couldn't help but frown. I thought that in the face of the crisis of alien beast invasion, humans should unite and fight against the beasts together. How could there still be terrorist organizations? Yes, these things are unknown to ordinary citizens, and even low-level psychics may not understand them. Li Bo sighed and continued. Terrorist organizations have always existed, and it is very likely that external forces are secretly supporting them. They recruit corrupt psychics and attempt to undermine national security. Low-level monsters are their common means. These terrorists must not be let go, Li Bo said firmly, looking at the man on the ground with a cold light in his eyes. He had obviously decided that after the intelligence interrogation was completed, the man would have no chance of survival. Luohan, I'm worried about your safety. I will continue to protect you until the escort team arrives, Li Bo said, taking out his cell phone and making a call. Thank you, Mr. Li. Hearing this, I felt grateful. If Li Bo hadn't appeared in time, I wouldn't have known that there was such a dangerous person with special abilities secretly following me. If he launched a sneak attack while I was sleeping, the consequences would be disastrous. After hanging up the phone, Li Bo grabbed the unconscious man and returned to the living room with me. Teacher Li, how did you find that latent psychic just now? I asked curiously. As a high-level psychic, Li Bo must have mastered many skills that we ordinary people cannot understand, and I can't help but want to learn more. This is heart perception, an ability you will be exposed to after you enter school, Li Bo explained with a smile. Telepathy? What is that? Is it powerful? Can I learn it? My eyes lit up and I thought, if I could master this ability, wouldn't it be easier to deal with enemies in the future? Telepathy is not a rare skill. Everyone will learn it after entering the supernatural high school. In this case, I will tell you about its origin and how to use it, and let you try it out. Li Bo looked at my slightly bright eyes and instantly understood my thoughts. Although it is not uncommon to have feelings, if I can take this opportunity to teach others and gain some goodwill, why not do it? Heart sense, as the name suggests, is to feel with the heart, Li Bo said concisely. You need to close your eyes, concentrate, and try to sense the existence of the creatures around you with your heart instead of relying on your ears. If you can sense it, it means you have mastered the basics of heart sense. After listening to Li Bo's brief explanation, I immediately started practicing. After all, with a teacher to guide me, I can always ask questions when I encounter problems. After Li Bo left, I was afraid that I would not even have the opportunity to ask questions. I closed my eyes, relaxed my body, focused on my inner self, and blocked out all external sounds. I used my heart, and tried my best to feel it with my heart. However, no matter how hard I concentrated, I could not sense Li Bo's presence. He seemed to have completely disappeared from the room, as if he did not exist at all. On the contrary, the thin man tied to the ground clearly entered my perception range. After a while, I had to give up. Teacher Li, I failed. I can't sense you at all, I said frustratedly. Well, this is normal, Li Bo responded with a hint of interest. Generally speaking, it takes at least 10 days to get started with the practice of mind perception. As a genius who has awakened S-level supernatural powers, facing this little difficulty is nothing. Is that so? Then why can I sense him but not you? I pointed at the gangster on the ground and asked curiously. Li Bo was stunned and asked in surprise. Did you sense him? Yes. I nodded. Li Bo's shock was beyond words. The surprise on his face made me a little confused. How can he successfully sense others when his mind sense training failed? Haha, you are indeed a genius who has awakened an S-level supernatural power. You can actually cultivate the telepathy successfully in one go. Li Bo laughed even more happily. You can sense others, which means that you have successfully mastered the telepathy. But I am still a little confused. But I still can't sense you. Does the sense of the heart need to distinguish people's levels? Li Bo explained with a smile. Do you think that you can sense everyone after cultivating telepathy? That's impossible. I am a 4th-level psychic, and you are only a 1st-level one. The level difference is too big, so it's normal that you can't sense me. Moreover, your telepathy level is too low, and I have some concealment skills, which will prevent you from sensing me. I nodded. Although the cultivation of heart feeling was a bit complicated, at least it proved that I had successfully mastered this skill. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Li Bo went to open the door, and 2 men in casual clothes came in. Teacher Li, the security department has arrived. What do you want? Well, this student has attracted the attention of terrorist organizations. You are responsible for protecting him recently. After Li Bo briefly explained the task, he turned and left. I quickly greeted them. Hello, brothers. These 2 men exuded a strong aura and looked like experienced psychics. I felt very reassured that they could provide me with protection under Li Bo's instructions. Hello, little brother. The 2 nodded to me. Brother Tao, Brother Long, I'm sorry to trouble you in the coming days, I said sincerely. After the 2 confirmed their mission, they sat in the living room and began to do the protection work, while I continued to think about how to improve my ability. I didn't dare to try it in the bedroom, for fear of accidentally causing a fire, so I decided to practice in the living room. Just as I was concentrating on controlling my supernatural powers, a low roar suddenly sounded, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Ren Haitao and Ma Long turned their heads at the same time and saw golden-red flames rising around me. Even though they were standing 4 meters away, they still felt uncomfortable. The 2 looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They finally understood why Li Bo had allowed me to be protected. My ability was obviously far beyond the 1st level, and it must require careful care and training. In a corner of the living room, I continued to concentrate on controlling the sun true fire around me, feeling my control over this power. After the systematization, I was able to control it more skillfully and experience the power of supernatural powers. Superpowers need to be used constantly in order to master them more skillfully. But how can I train them more effectively? I thought silently in my heart. By constantly using my powers, I was able to improve my control, but without a dedicated training method, progress would be slow. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind and I looked at Ren Haitao and Ma Long who were sitting in the living room. 2 brothers, are you free now? I smiled and retracted my superpowers, sat on the sofa, and spoke easily. The 2 brothers in front of me are experienced superpowers. I have ready-made people to ask for advice, so why not? Little brother, what's the matter? Ren Haitao asked. Ever since he saw my special ability, he has been paying special attention to me. Whenever I need help, he always tries his best to help. Ahem, it's nothing serious. I just want to improve my control over my superpowers faster. Do you have any methods? I said a little awkwardly. Well, Ren Haitao hesitated a little. Seeing the hesitation on his face, I quickly added, if it's inconvenient, it's okay. Seeing me say this, Ren Haitao seemed to be relieved, and shook his head with a wry smile. Brother Luohan, I'm sorry, our methods of cultivating superpowers are state secrets and cannot be passed on to others. Malone next to him also nodded to show his understanding. However, I can share with you some common supernatural power training methods. Ren Haitao's tone was slightly relaxed, giving me a glimmer of hope. My eyes lit up instantly, and I looked at him expectantly. Haha, actually, it's just some basic training methods. Ren Haitao smiled. The power you used just now is from the elemental system, right? I nodded. Elemental powers have a characteristic that they tend to spread over a large area when released, resulting in a lot of energy being wasted. He continued. You can try to control the release range of the power to be more precise. Hearing this, I suddenly had an idea. Yes, controlling the range can not only reduce waste, but also allow precise strikes. I can even try to compress the power into a more powerful form. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel excited. The compressed solar fire is so powerful that it makes my heart beat faster just thinking about it. Thank you, Brother Tao, for your guidance. I bowed deeply. Then, I walked to the corner of the living room and began to concentrate on practicing to control the range of the sun's true fire. Control the range, I reminded myself over and over again in my mind, trying to concentrate and compress every bit of energy. However, it was much more difficult to put into practice than I imagined. Every time I tried my best, the range of the sun's true fire was always controlled at about 10 centimeters, and it was difficult to reduce it any further. Despite this, I did not lose heart and continued to practice with determination. The guards beside him saw this and nodded slightly, as if they were approving of me. After all, the training of superpowers is boring and repetitive, and only those who can persevere are qualified to become truly strong. As a genius, I seem to have the potential to surpass ordinary people. At dinner time, I didn't cook, but ordered takeout. With 2 more permanent members at home, I no longer need to worry about cooking. During the meal, I took the opportunity to ask Ren Haitao and Ma Long some knowledge related to superpowers to enhance my understanding of them. After dinner, I didn't slack off at all and immediately threw myself into training. If you want to become stronger, you have to keep working hard. Even if you have a system, if you don't put in the same effort, you're just a waste. In addition to supernatural training, I also insist on physical exercise to enhance my physical fitness. After all, a strong physical fitness is also indispensable. I didn't stop training until 10 o'clock in the evening. I washed up and went to bed. I know that even though high-level psychics can go without sleep for a long time, a psychic like me who has just awakened still needs to get enough sleep to maintain my condition. The next morning, I got up on time, had breakfast, and went to school under the escort of Ren Haitao and Ma Long. Although I tried to persuade them not to send it many times, they insisted and I finally had to accept it. When I walked into the classroom of grade 3 to 7, I noticed that the seats were already full of students, all waiting for class. My arrival attracted everyone's attention. Some were envious and admiring, while others were jealous. Student Luohan! Luohan! Student Luohan! Several classmates greeted me warmly. I responded with a smile, ignoring the jealous looks, and after chatting with the friendly classmates for a few words, I sat back in my seat. Hey, Ahang! At this time, a familiar voice came from behind, interrupting my thoughts. I turned around and saw that it was my junior high school classmate, Wan Dong. He put a hand on my shoulder and said with a smile, You really scared me yesterday. You actually awakened an S-level ability and sneaked away. Hey, Wan Dong, I haven't asked you yet, what superpowers have you awakened? I asked with a smile. Wan Dong smiled mysteriously. I can't compare to you. I have awakened to the B-level metallization. Although he seemed calm on the surface, I could sense his pride in his ability from his eyes. After all, for someone like him, it was great to be able to awaken a C-level ability, but it was unexpected to be able to awaken a B-level ability, which was a pleasant surprise. Congratulations. I congratulated him sincerely. At this time, the head teacher Zhang Jing walked in. She was always serious, but today the smile on her face was particularly warm, especially when she saw me. She smiled so hard that she couldn't stop. Our class performed very well in yesterday's awakening ceremony, she announced. A total of 20 students awakened their powers, including 2 F-level students, 4 E-level students, 6 D-level students, 4 C-level students, 2 B-level students, and 1 A-level student. After a pause, she suddenly raised her voice. In addition to these, our classmate Luohan has awakened an S-level supernatural power. There was a burst of warm applause in the classroom. Zhang Jing smiled and continued. Students who haven't awakened their special powers, don't be discouraged. Ordinary people are also valuable. Students who have awakened their special powers, remember, you will face dangerous beasts in the future. The students who had not yet awakened their special powers all looked at them with envy and sympathy. But I was extremely determined. The dangers brought by superpowers undoubtedly existed, but it also gave us power beyond that of ordinary people. The sublimation of that power far exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. At 3 p.m., the celebration of the awakening of superpowers will be held in the school auditorium. Please attend on time. At the same time, students who have awakened superpowers, please hand in your ID cards. The school will issue you superpower certificates. This sentence made my eyes light up. It turned out that I could finally officially become a member of the Superpower group. Chapter 10: The Arrival of 3 Major Universities. In this technologically advanced world, an ID card is one of the most important proofs of a person. It will be used whether you are taking public transportation or entering and leaving important places. After becoming a superpower, the information on the ID card will also be marked as a superpower. Only by possessing this mark can one obtain the privileges of a superpower. Not only can you get discounts when riding public transportation, but you can also enter places that are only open to people with special abilities. For example, the psychic equipment store, the special gene pharmacy store, etc. Moreover, only with this symbol can one enter the strange beast passage. After submitting his ID card, classes began as normal. Although Luohan had already been admitted to the University of Special Abilities, he still listened very carefully. The celebration for the superpowers started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After the last class, Luohan and Wang Dong came to the school auditorium. Wow, this is a great celebration. Looking at the layout of the auditorium, Wang Dong couldn't help but sigh. Luohan also nodded in agreement. The roof of the school auditorium is designed to be openable, and at this time, the roof is already open. Although the June sunshine was dazzling, there was no trace of heat in the auditorium. This should be due to the use of the latest indoor cooling technology. The walls around the auditorium are also covered with words of blessing, all written by the first and second year high school students. Luohan and Wang Dong found a seat at the back and sat there. To be honest, he wasn't too interested in this kind of show. Instead of spending his time on it, he would rather practice his special abilities. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the celebration officially began. It was nothing more than some dancing, singing and other performances. Wang Dong watched it with great interest, but Luohan felt drowsy. Just when Luohan was about to fall into a deep sleep, bursts of exclamations were heard from all around. Aham, aham, look, there is a tiger in the sky. What tiger? Are you crazy? Luohan said in confusion, subconsciously looking upwards in the auditorium. Surprisingly, there really is a tiger. Suddenly, a huge white tiger appeared above the auditorium, looking extremely powerful. The white tiger was filled with powerful lightning, like a divine beast from heaven descending to earth. Then, the white tiger transformed into a tall, brilliant platinum figure and landed on the stage. The platinum color on the figure gradually disappeared, and then a middle-aged man with a calm expression was revealed. He slowly said, "Who is Luohan?" The arrival of the middle-aged man instantly set off the whole place. He is a natural beast, and he must be a level 4 or higher mutant, otherwise he wouldn't be able to transform into a beast. Who is he? We don't seem to have such a strong person in Fengling City. He seems to be a teacher at the capital city University of Supernatural Powers. I've seen him in the previous recruitment promotional video. Luohan? Could he be the student who awakened the S-level supernatural power? Just as everyone was discussing, suddenly, a voice came from the side door of the auditorium. Brother Zhou Chong, you came quite quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a phantom appeared on the stage from the side door in the blink of an eye, revealing a sturdy man. Humph, Luohan, aren't you faster? Yesterday you were still in Sichuan province, thousands of miles away, but today you've already reached Jiangnan. Zhou Chong snorted coldly, looking dissatisfied. Luohan is the admissions officer of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, while he is the admissions officer of the Capital University of Supernatural Powers, so they have always been at odds with each other. After learning yesterday that an S-level psychic had appeared in Fengling City, he had tried his best to rush over. Unexpectedly, he still failed to be the first to accept this S-level psychic. "Who is the S-level psychic Luohan? Can you please ask him to come over?" After Luohan came on stage, he asked in the same gentle tone. "Looking for Luohan again, are S-level abilities so popular? This Luohan is really lucky to be favored by so many schools." Seeing another strong man coming for Luohan, many psychics in the seats were instantly jealous. On the other side, Luohan saw that there was no way to avoid it, so he had to walk up from his seat. Being so high profile is really not in line with his code of conduct. "He is Luohan, the one who awakened the S-level supernatural power? He's quite handsome. I've decided. I want to pursue him." As for this classmate who had awakened S-level superpowers, they had only heard the name, but had never seen him in person. Seeing this, the female classmates instantly became interested, while the male classmates were full of jealousy. "Not only has he awakened an S-level ability, but he's also so handsome. Is there any chance that we can still live?" Under the gaze of his classmates, Luohan walked onto the stage. At this time, the performers had already left when they realized that something was not right, leaving only Luohan, Lu Hang and Zhou Chong on the stage. "Why didn't you respond to me immediately?" There was some dissatisfaction in Zhou Chong's tone. If Luohan had been able to respond to him in time, with his strength, he would have been able to take Luohan away in an instant, and would not give other schools any chance. "I can respond whenever I want, why do you care?" Luohan raised his eyebrows and responded bluntly. "Old man, do you really think you can control everything at will?" "You!" Zhou Chong was furious. When had he ever been humiliated like this by a high school kid? A light flashed from his right hand, and a tiger claw vaguely emerged, ready to grab Luohan. "You are so young and have no respect for others. You deserve to be beaten." Just when Zhou Chong's claws were about to grab, suddenly, a luxurious purple flame appeared from somewhere, condensed into a long arm, and held Zhou Chong's claws. "What?" Zhou Chong's face showed horror. As a fourth-level psychic, he had encountered so many battles. The moment the long arms condensed, he knew that this was the performance of an elementalist after he had transformed into an element. But even a fourth-level elementalist couldn't take his tiger claws so easily. Could it be a fifth-levelist? Thinking of this, Zhou Chong's eyes fixed, and he said in a deep voice, "Who are you, and why are you trying to stop me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the purple fire in front of Zhou Chong began to condense from his long arms and transformed into a tall man in a black robe. "I'm Jiangnan, a teacher at Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. I will also be this little fellow's future mentor." Jiangnan, who was protecting Luohan behind him, said proudly. Last night, after listening to Li Bo's report, he was afraid that Luohan would be snatched away by other schools and he would no longer be able to be his teacher, so he decided to take action himself. "I rushed to Fengming City early this morning, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I arrived." "Zhou Chong, you are at least a fourth-level psychic. Aren't you ashamed to attack a first-level psychic? If you have the guts, why don't you wait until Luohan reaches the fourth level and then try to fight him?" Jiangnan already regarded Luohan as his own student, so, as he was always protective of his shortcomings, he spoke bluntly. Behind Jiangnan, Luohan felt warm in his heart when he heard these words. This is the first person besides his aunt who has cared about him since his parents died in a car accident 2 years ago. When Zhou Chong heard this, his face turned red, but he couldn't say anything to refute. Generally speaking, strengthening abilities are at a disadvantage when facing elemental abilities. If you compete with them at the same level, it would be a humiliation. Chapter 11 Respective Conditions. Sluggish. The plot suddenly took a turn, and everyone in the auditorium was stunned. Looking at Zhou Chong, whose face flushed and who was speechless. Looking at the tall man who was standing proudly and protecting Luohan behind him, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. He was wearing a black robe with mysterious patterns and his body was surrounded by purple-red flames. The aura of the man in front of him was much stronger than that of a fourth-level psychic. Obviously, this is definitely a strong man from a big city. At this moment, Luohan suddenly spoke up. "You said that Luohan has chosen Jiangnan University of Special Abilities?" Hearing this, Zhou Chong also frowned. Although the Capital University of Supernatural Powers recruits many S-level supernatural power holders every year, with each additional S-level supernatural power holder, the school's competitiveness will become stronger. Therefore, he would not complain that there are too few S-level psychics. No! Jiangnan didn't feel embarrassed at all, instead he continued. But I believe that he will definitely choose our Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. Oh? Why are you so sure he will choose your school? Your Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers is only ranked 3rd in the country, but our Modi University of Supernatural Powers is ranked 1st in the country. Luohan narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. Humph, that's nothing. Our Capital University of Supernatural Powers has the best teaching resources. Choosing our school is the best choice. Zhou Chong snorted coldly and joined the scramble. In the audience, many students felt jealous when they saw the top 3 schools in the country arguing over Luohan. Even if we try our best to take the college entrance examination, we may not be able to get into these schools. I didn't expect that you can choose at will. The 3 men confronted each other. Behind Zhou Chong, the phantom of a tiger appeared and disappeared. Luohan's whole body swelled up and he was ready for battle. As for Jiangnan, purple flames began to appear around him, and a powerful aura spread out. Looking at the tense atmosphere, Luohan swallowed. It looks like a fight is about to break out. If a fight breaks out later, should I go down and hide first? The fight between high-level psychics is no joke. Yesterday, when he was searching for information online, he watched some videos of high-level psychics fighting. A punch from an enhanced psychic can create a big hole in the ground. Elementalists are even more terrifying. They can randomly splash out flames, wind blades, and lightning. If you get hit by them, you will either die or be seriously injured. The people in the audience also realized something was wrong and started to get agitated. Some of them even started walking towards the auditorium door. They admired Luohan, who was still standing on the stage. As expected of an S-level psychic, he is calm and collected. Just as the battle was about to begin, a gentle voice rang out. Everyone, have you forgotten that this school belongs to me, Li Xiangyang? Although the voice was gentle, everyone present could hear the suppressed anger in the words. Luohan was the first to react. His expression changed and he said with a smile, Iron Fist Li Xiangyang, you are well known in Jiangnan province. We were just impulsive just now, it's nothing. Li Xiangyang, a 4th Order Enhancement Psychic, former captain of the 5th Team of the National Psychic Army. 10 years ago, he was seriously injured in the alien beast battlefield and returned to his hometown to recuperate. Now he is the principal of the 3rd High School. Luohan silently recalled the information he had found before coming here. He was so humble not because Li Xiangyang was so strong. On the contrary, the injured Li Xiangyang might not even be able to exert the power of the 3rd level. He bowed his head because of the power behind Li Xiangyang, the army. Even though Li Xiangyang is only the principal of a public high school now, he is not someone they can afford to offend. Principal Li. Seeing Li Xiangyang coming, Luohan breathed a sigh of relief. At least, there shouldn't be any more fighting later. Li Xiangyang nodded and said, Since everyone is here, let's sit down and have a good talk. The most important thing is Luohan's own thoughts. Can. Good. Jiangnan, Luohan and Zhou Chong responded one after another. They also understood that the final choice still lay with Luohan, and even if they fought it would be of no avail. After Luohan and his group left, the remaining students no longer had any interest in watching the performance, and began to discuss the matter. What do you think? Which university will Luohan choose in the end? It must be the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, which is ranked 1st in the country. It could also be the Capital University of Supernatural Powers. After all, that university has the best resources among these 3 universities. But he can't possibly choose Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. Of course not. Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers ranks last among these 3 schools. Besides, there is a passage for supernatural beasts nearby. Luohan will definitely not choose it. Student Luohan, I was wrong just now. I hope you don't mind it. In the principal's office, Zhou Chong was the first to apologize to Luohan. His mission in Fengming City was to recruit Luohan to the Beijing University of Supernatural Powers, so if he apologized decisively, he could also win some favor from the other party. After apologizing, Zhou Chong said again, "As long as you enter our Beijing University of Supernatural Powers, you will receive a 1 million admission reward, and there will be a special 5th-level elemental fire teacher to guide you and develop a professional training plan." Hearing this amount, Luohan couldn't help but smack his lips. As expected of the wealthy Beijing University of Supernatural Powers, they spent 1 million at once. "Humph, 1 million is nothing. Our Magic City University of Supernatural Powers can offer an admission bonus of 1.2 million. Moreover, your instructor will be a 6th-level instructor, 1 level higher than Jiangnan next to you." Luohan glanced at Jiangnan and then stated his conditions. Jiangnan did not refute this. The Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, which is ranked first in the country, does have higher teaching strength than schools like theirs, and can still produce a 6th-level elemental fire supernatural power user. "Luohan, you should have known the conditions of our Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers yesterday. However, after consideration, we decided to increase your admission bonus to 800,000. After Luohan finished speaking, Jiangnan said calmly. They had investigated Luohan's background very clearly. Both his parents had passed away and he survived by relying on pensions and the care of his aunt. So giving more admission bonus might be more tempting. "Then our school will give you 1.2 million. Seeing this, Zhou Chong immediately offered a higher price. "Our school offered 1.4 million. Luohan was not willing to be left behind and immediately added more money. After saying this, the three of them looked at Luohan, waiting for him to make a decision. At this time, Li Xiangyang also said, "Luohan, make a decision and choose a school. You have to think carefully. The admission fee is not everything. Once you succeed and become a high-level psychic, you can have as much money as you want." What he said was not wrong. For those with special abilities, they could earn tens of thousands of yuan by simply hunting a low-level exotic beast and selling the materials from it. If it is a high-level exotic beast, one can be sold for tens of millions. In his heart, although he had some preference towards his alma mater, he still felt that Luohan should go to the number 1 ranked Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. There, his S-level supernatural power can shine most brightly. Chapter 12 Selection. Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. "Well, I've decided." Luohan, who was being stared at by everyone, spoke slowly. Among them, Luohan looked as if he was sure of winning. Indeed, he possesses the strength of self-confidence. As the number 1 Magic City University of Supernatural Powers in the country, it enrolls the most S-level students among the 3 schools each year. Once he announces the name of the Magic City University of Superpowers, those S-level superpowers will choose him. Therefore, he believed that the young man in front of him was no exception. "I choose Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers." "Haha, that's right, choosing our Magic City University of Supernatural Powers is the right decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Luohan laughed, but then he realized something was wrong. "What? You chose Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers?" After Luohan realized what was happening, his face turned red. This time they were really embarrassed. They looked so confident, but the other party did not choose their school. "Haha, okay." Jiangnan obviously didn't expect Luohan to continue to choose their school. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Luohan, this is a major event in your life, you must think it through carefully." Li Xiangyang frowned and spoke with some annoyance. He thought it was his fault that Luohan chose Jiangnan University of Special Abilities, and now he felt regretful. "If I had known, I shouldn't have said that to him. Principally, choosing Jiangnan University of Special Abilities is a decision I made after careful consideration." After choosing the school, Luohan breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his whole body. It's really difficult to make such a choice among these big guys. The conditions at Beijing University of Supernatural Powers and Magic City University of Supernatural Powers are very good. But he understood that the key to improving his strength lay in the exotic beasts. Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, which has a passage for strange beasts nearby, is his best choice. Can you tell us why you chose Jiangnan University of Special Abilities? Zhou Chong was puzzled. In terms of the amount of admission bonus, their Beijing University of Supernatural Powers has the highest amount, and in terms of national ranking, the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers ranks first. Why did Luohan choose Jiangnan University of Special Powers, which has no advantages in any way? Jiangnan, Luohan and Li Xiangyang also looked at him curiously, wanting to hear his reasons. Because there is a strange beast passage near Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. Luohan grinned and revealed a bright smile. Everyone was stunned after hearing his words. Because of the strange beast? I never thought that in this age when most people with special abilities try to stay as far away from the beast channel as possible, there are still people who want to get closer to the beast channel so much. Is this his enlightenment? In order to eliminate the strange beast faster, stay as close to the strange beast passage as possible. I didn't expect that there are still such students nowadays. I'm glad you think this way. Li Xiangyang showed a relieved expression on his face. As a former member of the National Superpower team, he hates strange beasts. Now, seeing Luohan has this awareness, he is very happy. His students, Li Xiangyang, must have this spirit of not fearing death and fighting with monsters to the end. Principal Li, your student is very good. Since he has chosen a college, we will not keep him any longer. Zhou Chong said goodbye and left with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that his school would eventually fail because there was no passage for exotic beasts nearby. Haha, it's worth the trip to meet the young heroes of Jiangnan City today. Luohan was no longer embarrassed at this time, and there was only admiration in his eyes. Principal Li, I'll take my leave now. I still need to go to other schools to recruit students. After saying that, Luohan also turned and left. Haha, not bad, not bad. The more Jiangnan looked at his student, the more he liked him. He has good talent and is not afraid of fighting. He is a good candidate. Since you have chosen our school, let's sign the contract. As he spoke, Jiangnan took out a contract. Okay. Luohan nodded, then picked up the contract and began to read it. This contract is basically the same as the one Li Bo gave him yesterday, except that the tuition fee has increased from 600,000 to 800,000. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, Luohan signed it without hesitation. Haha, not bad. Seeing Luohan sign the contract, Jiangnan also breathed a sigh of relief, and then handed over a black card. There is 800,000 in this card, which is your admission fee. Luohan's heart beat faster as he took the black card. Originally he thought he didn't care too much about money, but after actually getting the 800,000, he found that he was still a little excited. Hold on, it's only 800,000. If you hunt a high-level beast in the future and sell the materials, you can get 10 million. This is nothing. After taking a few deep breaths, Luohan finally calmed down his excited mood. Ha. Looking at Luohan's performance, Jiangnan and Li Xiangyang couldn't help but smile. It seems that no matter how perverted a genius is, he will be tempted by money. After calming down, Luohan looked at Li Xiangyang standing beside him and said, Principal Li, since I have been admitted in advance, can I not come to class in the future? You little guy, what's wrong with our school? Don't you want to come? Li Xiangyang asked, pretending to be angry. Hey, of course the school is great. But I can't stand the enthusiasm of my classmates. Luohan blinked. He is a person who doesn't like to be disturbed by others. But ever since he awakened his S-level superpowers yesterday, his phone has never stopped ringing. Most of the calls were from girls at school. In the end, he had no choice but to set up a whitelist for incoming calls. The same thing happened at school. Although most of his classmates were well-intentioned, he still couldn't stand their enthusiasm. Now that he doesn't have to take the college entrance examination, he doesn't need to go to school anymore. He can simply take a leave of absence and exercise at home. Anyway, there is only more than a week left before the college entrance examination. Yes, sure. Li Xiangyang smiled and nodded. He also noticed Luohan's troubles, so in that case, he could just take a vacation. You can take a vacation, but you have to attend the graduation ceremony. Li Xiangyang changed the subject. Yeah, okay. Luohan nodded. It's just a graduation ceremony, no big deal. Luohan, do you have any plans for the summer vacation? Jiangnan next to him suddenly spoke. Teacher Jiang, is there anything I can do for you? Luohan asked. Nothing. If you have nothing to do during the summer vacation, you can report to me in advance and I can give you some advance instruction. Does this comply with regulations? Haha, don't worry, this is a common practice. For outstanding students, they will be taught in advance. Is that so? Then I will definitely arrive early. After thinking for a moment, Luohan responded. According to his plan, he should go to the exotic beast passage first during the summer vacation. But since Teacher Jiang said so, we can just report to school directly after going to the exotic beast passage. Chapter 13 Ant arrives. After asking for leave from Li Xiangyang, Luohan said goodbye to Jiangnan and returned to the classroom. At this time, there were not many people in the classroom, and most people had gone home after school. And Wang Dong was one of the few who stayed. What? You chose Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers? In the classroom, Wang Dong, who was next to Luohan, screamed in surprise. Keep your voice down. Feeling the gazes from the rest of the people in the classroom, Luohan felt helpless. This Wang Dong is still so unreliable. Why don't you choose the other two schools? Obviously the other two schools are better. Wang Dong was puzzled. If it were him, he would definitely choose the number 1 ranked Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. I have my own plans. Luohan responded. Have you decided which school you want to apply to? I don't know either. How about applying to Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers? Wang Dong's eyes lit up, and then he sighed. But if a B-level superpower wants to go to Jiangnan Superpower University, it's really risky. Although B-level superpowers are not common, there are still many people who have B-level and A-level superpowers in the college entrance examination. In this case, they can only compete based on their written test scores. Although he is confident in his academic performance, he is still a little nervous. Haha, good luck on the college entrance exam. I'll be waiting for you at Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. Patting Wang Dong on the shoulder, Luohan smiled. TSK, you are such a good guy, it's easy for you to talk without any pain in your waist. By the way, you've been admitted, so what are you going to do next? That's what I'm going to tell you next. I won't be coming to school until graduation. After Luohan finished speaking, Wang Dong fell silent. Hey, no way, a grown man, you can't be sad. Luohan said with a smile, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed that Wang Dong's eyes were a little red. Seeing this, Luohan was slightly stunned. Like him, Wang Dong lost both his parents, but his parents died one after another when he was a child. Therefore, he has been a bit withdrawn since he was young. It was only after he went to high school and got to know himself that he gradually became cheerful. Isn't it just Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers? Didn't I get in easily? Wang Dongxiang smiled, although the corners of his eyes were a little red, his eyes were full of determination. Haha, okay, then I'll wait for you at Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. At this point, the two teenagers agreed to meet at the same university. Let's go home after school. Luohan and Wang Dong's homes were in two different directions, so he and Wang Dong parted ways at the school gate. Ren Haitao and Ma Long had also been waiting here early. Under their protection, Luohan returned home safely. In the following period of time, Luohan lived an extremely regular life. Early in the morning, he got up early, washed, bought breakfast for himself and the two guards, and started physical training after eating. After the physical training, under the guidance of Ren Haitao and Ma Long, they carried out training of their special abilities. Since his physical fitness is still a little poor, he has to do physical training after lunch. In the evening, he had practical training, playing against Ren Haitao and Ma Long. In the first few days, he couldn't last more than a few moves against the slightly weaker Ma Long. Later on, he was able to suppress Ma Long a little, but it was still difficult to defeat him. In the last few days, with the help of the sun's true fire, he has been able to defeat Ma Long and bring some pressure to Ren Haitao. Just like that, a week passed quickly. Ren Haitao and Ma Long had left 2 days ago, So in the empty living room, only Luohan was performing physical training step by step. This is a common boxing technique that Ma Long taught him. It can strengthen his body while practicing boxing techniques. Every punch from Luohan was accompanied by a ball of golden red flame. With his hard training, the true sun fire has expanded from its original minimum range of 10 centimeters to the current 6 centimeters that covers the entire fist. It has to be said that his control over the sun's true fire has become even stronger. Call! After completing 10 sets of boxing, Luohan, sweating profusely, stopped. Physical training also requires alternating between relaxation and tension. Excessive training can cause physical injury. Holding some clean clothes, Luohan went into the bathroom. Hua la la! Hot water sprayed from the shower head, and Luohan looked at himself in the mirror. The body, which originally seemed a little thin, has become stronger with the addition of supernatural powers and physical training in recent times, and the lines of muscles are faintly visible. Well, not bad. The training during this period was not in vain. System. With a thought in his mind, the system panel appeared in his mind. Name, Luohan. Level, First Level Intermediate Psychic. Ability, Sun Fire, S Level. Power points 0. Skills, Heart Sense, Low Level, Ordinary Boxing, Intermediate Level. Although the level of the psychic and the skills he has mastered have not changed much, he is now confident that he can fight even if he is a second-level mid-level psychic. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Luohan, who had just finished taking a shower, looked at the surveillance camera in front of the door. Aunt? 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared on the surveillance screen. They were his Aunt Zhang Qingyu and his 8-year-old sister Su Siyu. Seeing the person coming, Luohan hurried to open the door. Auntie, why are you here? Why can't you come if you have nothing to do? The aunt rolled her eyes at him, then touched Su Siyu's head and said, Call me brother. Elder brother. Su Siyu grabbed the corner of her mother's clothes and called out timidly. Why? Listening to the little sister's soft voice, Luohan's heart was almost melted. Come in quickly. Taking the things from his aunt's hands, Luohan brought them to the living room. Xiaoheng, you haven't eaten yet, right? Auntie bought some food for you. I'll go cook it now. After saying that, Aunt Zhang Qingyu carried the bag and went to the kitchen. Looking at his Aunt Zhang Qingyu's actions, Luohan felt a warm feeling flowing through his heart. In the days after his parents died in a car accident, only his Aunt Zhang Qingyu had been caring about him. When it's cold, he reminds me to put on more clothes. Occasionally, like today, he'll come over to cook me a dish and we'll sit down and have a meal together. During the Chinese New Year and other festivals, he would also be invited home for reunion. Except for my aunt, no other relatives even called me. Luohan had already felt the ups and downs of life. Brother, can I watch TV? At this time, the younger sister Su Siyu blinked her big shiny black eyes and asked timidly. Forehead. Hearing this, Luohan felt a little embarrassed. Normally when he is at home he plays with his phone or computer and rarely turns on the TV. Therefore, he hasn't paid the TV bill for a long time and can't watch TV at all. Little sister, we can't watch TV anymore, let's do something else interesting. Luohan changed the subject stiffly. Well, I'll listen to my brother. Su Siyu nodded, and then looked at Luohan expectantly. Chapter 14 Shocked Aunt. Look, what is this? Luohan waved his right hand, and a small bird made of golden red flames appeared in his hand. The little bird was jumping around and looked very lively. Wow, little bird! Su Siyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly moved over. Brother, can I touch this little bird? Yes, sure. Luohan nodded. Under his control, the sun's true fire has reached the point where he can control it at will, and he can also control its power. The ball of real sun fire in his hand now has a temperature of only about 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, and will definitely not burn the child. So warm! Su Siyu shouted excitedly. As if she had discovered a new world, she carefully touched the little bird made of fire. Haha, this can also turn into other animals. Luohan smiled, and the bird in his hand turned into a shrunken cicada deer. Wow, my brother is so awesome! He's even better than my sister! Su Siyu's eyes were full of admiration, and she began to caress the fist-sized Sika deer lovingly. Hee hee. Seeing this innocent scene, Luohan couldn't help but feel happy. The discomfort caused by the time travel completely dissipated at this moment. I will protect you, Luohan said silently in his heart. Since you have come to this world, you should protect everything that your predecessor wanted to protect. What are you playing? The meal is ready, come and eat. After a while, Jiang Qingyu shouted in the kitchen. Okay. Luohan called out, and then helped to serve the rice. Mom's cooking smells so good. Little Su Siyu approached the dining table with chopsticks in hand. The family of three is very happy. After dinner, Aunt Jiang Qingyu left her younger sister Su Siyu aside to play, while she started chatting with Luohan. Xiaoheng, I haven't asked you this question before. The college entrance examination is over today. How do you feel? Aunt Jiang Qingyu smiled slightly. Some time ago, the college entrance examination was approaching, so she didn't come to disturb Luohan. But today, after the college entrance examination, she came here immediately to ask about the situation. Her sister died so suddenly, leaving behind only this one child, whom she had already cared for as if he were her own. Did you finish the college entrance exam today? Luohan was surprised. During this period of time, he was completely immersed in training and had no idea that the college entrance examination was today. Xiaoheng, what are you talking about? Didn't you go to take the college entrance examination these days? Aunt Jiang Qingyu was instantly shocked. Aunt, it's okay. Luohan gave his aunt a reassuring look, then took out his contract from the room. I didn't take the college entrance examination because I was already admitted. What do you mean you were admitted? Were you deceived by some fake university? Aunt Jiang Qingyu was panicked. She had heard that those fake universities would cheat students on the eve of the college entrance examination, but she didn't expect that even her own nephew would be deceived. While thinking, Jiang Qingyu opened the contract angrily. Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers? Genius Training Program? Looking at the lines of words on the contract, and the exclusive mark of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, Jiang Qingyu was stunned for a moment. Are the fake universities nowadays so realistic in their fraudulent acts? Looking at his aunt Jiang Qingyu's expression, Luohan knew that she absolutely did not believe it. Luohan was helpless, and then said, Aunt, look! Boom! With a thought in his mind, the true fire of the sun appeared around him. Hot and mysterious, Luohan looked so gorgeous when surrounded by the true fire of the sun. This. Aunt Jiang Qingyu was so shocked that she was speechless. After a while, she finally responded. Xiaoheng, have you really entered Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers? Luohan nodded, then took back his son true fire. Haha, sister, your son has great potential. He can even go to Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. Aunt Jiang Qingyu cried with joy and seemed extremely excited. Auntie, don't get excited. Luohan quickly supported his Aunt Jiang Qingyu. Mom, don't cry, let's see you hug you. Su Siyu also ran over, stood on tiptoe, and hugged her mother in her arms. Even though her little arms couldn't even hold her mother, he still seemed to be trying hard. Mom, don't cry. Mom is just too happy. Aunt Jiang Qingyu wiped her tears and said angrily, Why didn't you tell me that you have awakened such a powerful ability? She knew about the annual Superpower awakening ceremony, but Luohan did not call her that day. So, she subconsciously thought that Luohan had failed to awaken, and did not call to inquire. Now it seems that the awakening was not a failure, but a very successful one. It looked stronger than the superpowers awakened by her eldest daughter. Aunt, I was so excited that I forgot. Luohan scratched his head and lied. In the memory of my previous life, I had a deep impression of this aunt. But he had just traveled through time and didn't know how to face this aunt, so he didn't call. Later, I became so absorbed in spiritual practice that I forgot about this matter. Don't hide this from me again. Aunt Jiang Qingyu gave a warning and then said, Your sister Su Sili also awakened an elemental ability, but hers is a wind ability, called the Fierce Wind. I'm not sure what level it is. Hee, I will never hide it from my aunt again. Luohan chuckled, but the information in the Encyclopedia of Superpowers emerged in his mind. A fierce wind. A-level wind ability. When practiced to the highest level, the wind blades blown out can even tear through space. The fierce wind is considered a relatively powerful elemental power. It is indeed amazing that my sister can awaken such a power. Okay, it's getting late. I should go back. If I'm any later, your Uncle Su will be worried. What Zhang Qingyu was most worried about was that Luo Heng's college entrance examination results were not ideal. Now that Luo Heng's situation had been confirmed, she finally put her mind at ease. Then Auntie, let me take you there. It's okay, I drove here, no need to send me off. Oh well. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, little sister. At the door, after seeing his aunt Zhang Qingyu and younger sister Su Siyu take the elevator down, Luohan also returned to the room. The room is so empty, I feel a little uncomfortable. With the departure of his aunt, the whole house became less lively, which made Luohan a little uncomfortable. Well, let's continue training. A strong person must be able to endure loneliness. Apparently, the idol Luohan already possesses some of these qualities. Boom! The golden red sun true fire appeared again. Since he had already undergone training in supernatural powers, he now only needed to concentrate on practicing his supernatural powers. Release, retract, shrink, enlarge, compress, expand. Luohan trained his supernatural powers in various ways to deepen his mastery of them. Chapter 15. Arriving in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City, the capital of Jiangnan Province, has a permanent population of more than 20 million. Moreover, it is the place with the largest number of people with special abilities in the entire Jiangnan Province. It is also the city where Jiangnan Special Power University is located. We have arrived at Jiangnan City. Passengers who wish to get off, please pack your luggage and prepare to get off. Sitting on the seat, a handsome young man with messy hair and wearing casual clothes stood up, dragging his suitcase and preparing to get off the high-speed train. That's right, this person is Luohan, who came to Jiangnan City from Fengming City. The graduation ceremony was held the day after the college entrance examination. He attended as scheduled and received his new ID card with the Superpower certification. At the graduation ceremony, Principal Li Xiangyang called him to the stage and praised him a lot. The number one person in Fengming City in the past 3 years, the one with the strongest superpowers, all the titles that could be given to him were attributed to him. After the graduation ceremony, he also witnessed what admiring eyes looked like. Countless female classmates stared at Luohan like hungry wolves seeing meat. If he didn't have the S-level ability to deter them, he suspected that these people would keep him there forever. Sniff. With the sound of a door opening, Luohan ended his reminiscence and got off the high-speed train. Fengming City is 100 kilometers away from Jiangnan City, but it only takes half an hour to get there by high-speed rail. Luohan set out at around 9:30 in the morning, and now it was only around 10 o'clock. After getting off the high-speed train, Luohan saw more than one psychic who made him feel threatened. It's worthy of being the capital of Jiangnan Province. I just got off the car and I felt so many powerful psychics. Luohan's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is more interesting to fight against the strong. Hello, are you a superpower? Suddenly, a crisp voice came from the side. Following the direction of the voice, I saw a girl in a blue uniform with a good figure. She looked like a staff member of Jiangnan High-Speed Railway Station. How do you know? We have the most advanced detection system here, which can detect whether every passenger getting on and off the high-speed train has supernatural powers. So powerful? Can it detect the level of a mutant? Luohan said in surprise that if it was possible to detect the level of a psychic, he would buy one in the future so that he could know the level of others in advance. That's not possible. Is this your first time coming to Jiangnan City as a superpower? Yes. Then please register here. The staff smiled sweetly, which made people feel no disgust at all. How do I register? Luohan asked. It's different in big cities, even people with special abilities need to register. Just give me your ID card. Hearing this, Luohan took out his ID card from his backpack and handed it over. Ding! With a slight sound, his identity as a superpower was revealed. You should be a student of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, right? The staff member was operating the inspection machine while speaking. How did you know that? Luohan raised his eyebrows. This time he was really surprised. It wasn't the start of the school year yet, and there were so many people with special abilities coming and going. How did she figure it out? Every year at this time, students from Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers will report in advance. You don't look very old, and I can sense that you have a dangerous aura. The staff member blinked and smiled mysteriously. A special ability? At this time, Luohan also reacted. The one who can check the psychics coming and going here must have something special. Maybe it is a special perception type psychic ability. It is normal for him to be able to feel his own specialness. It's great to be able to enter Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. Students at Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers can usually advance to the second-level supernatural power in their first academic year. By the time of graduation, the lowest level of psychics is level 3. The female worker couldn't hide her envy in her tone, and then she handed the ID card back. A genius student like you who arrives early will probably soon become a second-level or even third-level psychic. I'll lend you my good words. Luohan laughed, then took back his ID card and turned to leave. After leaving the high-speed rail station, Luohan did not report to the school as Jiangnan requested, but boarded the high-speed rail to Biting Base. Biting Base is the location for suppressing the alien beast passage. It is located in the north of Jiangnan City, only 30 kilometers away from the high-speed rail station and about 10 kilometers away from Jiangnan University of Special Powers. The fast subway can directly reach the Biting Base 30 kilometers away. Quanzi quanzi. The sound of the subway running at high speed echoed in Luohan's ears. While sitting in his seat, he looked at the people around him vigilantly. There were only 3 stops left to Biting Base. The remaining people in the carriage were all strong and imposing figures, and most of them were carrying weapons. Swords, spears, maces. Luohan even looked at a tall and thin man in black carrying a large box. Judging from the length and width of the box, what's inside is most likely a sniper rifle. Hey young man, is this your first time visiting the Biting Base? Just as Luohan was observing the surrounding situation, a rough voice sounded beside him. Turning around, he saw a burly man sitting next to him, holding a big sword with a scabbard in his hand. Looking at the sturdy man's sword, Luohan's eyes jumped. Brother, how did you know? Haha, with your immature look and without even a weapon, everyone would know that this is your first time going to the Biting Base. The sturdy man laughed, and the people around him also laughed. Do I need to bring weapons when I go to kill strange beasts? Luohan raised his eyebrows. He possesses the true fire of the sun and can burn everything. Does he need any other weapons? Haha, I can tell from the looks of it that you're just a novice. As if he saw through Luohan's thoughts, the sturdy man laughed again. Everyone has superpowers, why do you think they still carry weapons? How long do you think your supernatural power can last among the monsters? I'm afraid I can't even last half an hour. Then I'll still have to rely on the weapons in my hands. The sturdy man tightened his grip and swung his sword with great force. After the sturdy man said this, Luohan also reacted. Indeed, no matter how powerful his supernatural powers are, they will be exhausted, so he should try to reduce the frequency of using his supernatural powers as much as possible. Carrying weapons is a very good way. Big brother, my name is Luohan. May I ask what your name is? Luohan's eyes lit up and asked. My name is Wu Tao, a level 2 psychic. Just call me Brother Tao. Wu Tao said generously. Chapter 16 Biting Base. Perhaps because of his warm personality, Wu Tao and Luohan talked a lot about the Biting Base and the strange beasts in the following time. For example, in the Biting Base, there is a points ranking. The more exotic beasts you hunt, the higher the points you will get, and the higher the points, the higher your ranking. Those with higher rankings will receive various benefits. For example, you can get discounts when purchasing weapons and equipment in the Biting Base, or you can sell exotic animal materials at a higher price. Anyway, having more points is very beneficial. We have arrived at the final stop of this train, Biting Base. Passengers, please line up to get off the train in order. First off, first then on. Please pay attention to your feet. We're here, let's go. As soon as Wu Tao said this, he took Luohan off the subway. The moment he exited the subway, he could feel a murderous aura approaching. Looking around, many of the people standing outside waiting for the subway to arrive had a strong murderous aura. It was as if he had just returned from the battlefield. It's shocking. Wu Tao chuckled and said, I was also shocked by this scene when I first came here. A little bit. By the way, Brother Tao, why do I feel like these people's levels aren't very high? Luohan said doubtfully. Although he was shocked by the murderous aura of these people just now, but now looking carefully, the aura of most people is comparable to his. There are even some who are weaker than him, and the strongest one is only slightly stronger than Ren Haitao, the second-level mid-level mutant. Hey, who do you think are the people who can take the subway? Wu Tao curled his lips. 2. Luohan thought about it and understood. High-level psychics all drive directly to the biting base. Why would they take the subway? Only low-level psychics like them would take the subway. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to biting base. Having said that, Wu Tao turned and left. Seeing this, Luohan hurriedly followed. When you are at the high-speed rail station, you can take the subway directly after exiting the station, which is very convenient. When we arrived at the biting base subway station, we twisted and turned and walked for more than 10 minutes before we finally got out of the underground passage. Welcome to biting base. Wu Tao smiled and then made way for Luohan behind him. As soon as Luohan came out of the passage, he saw the magnificent scene. 500 meters ahead, an extremely huge building appeared, covering an area of about 400 acres, as high as 20 or 30 stories. The exterior was coated with silver black, like a crawling giant beast. Just watching from a distance, he felt a sense of suffocation. There is a circle of iron fences outside the building, and around the fences, there are thousands of soldiers with real guns and live ammunition patrolling, exuding a solemn atmosphere and strictly prohibiting anyone from outside from stepping in. On the road leading to the building, there were many powerful psychics, all carrying their own weapons, walking in groups of 3 or 2 towards the gate of the base. Others drove armored vehicles and sped towards the base gate. There were few ordinary pedestrians passing by, but most of them looked at this majestic building with curiosity. In the entire Jiangnan city, most people have never been there. Is this the biting base? Luohan murmured as he looked at the scene in front of him. Before coming, he also searched for some information about the biting base on the internet and looked at many related pictures. However, compared with the actual biting base, these materials and pictures are like one is on the ground and the other is in the sky. It is completely unable to reflect the majesty of the base. Let's go. There will be plenty of time to watch it later. Wu Tao patted Luohan on the shoulder and led him forward. As he got closer to the base, Luohan was shocked to find that there was a mysterious dark energy flowing on the surface of the base building. He looked at it a few more times and actually felt a little dazed. Don't look at it anymore! Wu Tao shouted, and Luohan woke up from his trance. Brother Tao, what is that dark energy? Luohan was puzzled. Even as a first-level mid-level psychic, he could be dazed by this energy, which meant that this energy was definitely extraordinary. Master Yifan, the 8th-level superpower, you know, right? Luohan nodded. Yifan, an 8th-level psychic, is a well-known figure. Even his predecessor, who was not very fond of superpowers, had heard of him. I heard that his abilities are very special. Do you know what Lord Yifan's special ability is? Have no idea. Luohan shook his head. Although there is a lot of information about Yifan on the internet, all that is mentioned about his special abilities is that they are very special. Then I'll tell you, Lord Yifan possesses an A-level special ability, the power of sealing. The power of the seal? That's right, Lord Yifan used his sealing power to impose a layer of seal on each base of Mai. And this seal is our last barrier. Even if the strange beast rushes out, with this seal blocking it, we can still buy some time to gather our forces. Wu Tao and Luohan walked forward while explaining. At this moment, suddenly, a low humming sound was heard. Following the sound, a black aircraft appeared in the sky. The low humming sound gradually became louder as it came closer and closer. Skywalker Flyer! Even though the aircraft was still thousands of meters away, Luohan had already recognized the brand of the aircraft. There is no way, Skywalker's unique spherical shape is really too special. The aircraft flew directly to the top floor of the base without stopping. A low-end Skywalker aircraft costs 100 million renminbi on the official website. I don't know what kind of person is able to fly this kind of aircraft. But I will definitely reach that level. The majestic base and the murderous psychics made Luo Heng's heart surge for a moment. He wished he could rush into the monster passage right now to upgrade his psychic level. Luo Heng, what are you thinking about? Come here quickly. Wu Tao couldn't help but shout. Luo Heng finally recovered from his surging thoughts, and looked up at the gate of the base in front of him. Those who did not come by car could only enter through the pedestrian passage next to it. And Wu Tao was already on the other side of the gate. Please step forward and receive inspection. An electronic synthesized sound rang out next to him, and Luo Heng stepped forward. The moment he entered the door, a red light flashed quickly, scanning his entire body. At the same time, the electronic voice sounded again. First level mutant Luo Heng, welcome to the biting base. After entering, please register at the lobby as soon as possible and receive the exotic animal hunting permit. Chapter 17 Blood Knife Squad. What is a hunting license for exotic animals? Luo Heng walked into the gate and asked Wu Tao puzzledly. Remember what I told you about the points and rankings within the base on the subway? Well, you can get points by hunting exotic beasts. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. That's right. The exotic beast hunting permit is the proof of entry into the exotic beast channel, and the points you earn will also be tied to it. Okay, I understand. Luo Heng nodded. Come on, I'll take you to get an exotic animal hunting permit, and then I'll take you to meet some friends later. Obviously, Wu Tao was very familiar with this place. He took Luo Heng and walked towards the front desk. During this process, Luo Heng was also observing the base carefully. As the only guarding location for the exotic beast passage in Jiangnan province, the biting base involves extremely complex forces, including the military, financial groups, and major families. As their main source of exotic beast materials in Jiangnan province, the entire base appears extremely luxurious. The floor of the hall is bright enough to see people, and the decorations placed randomly on the walls look extremely extraordinary. The staff walking in the hall, handsome men and beautiful women, are extremely pleasing to the eye. Come, help my new little brother get a license to hunt exotic animals. Front desk, Wu Tao said to a staff member wearing a light-colored uniform at the front desk. Okay, please follow me. The staff took Luo Heng to a machine. The machine is hemispherical in shape and has room for one person. Please stand inside for a moment and use your special abilities briefly. Luo Heng walked straight in as requested. The sun is so hot. Boom! With a low hum, the golden-red sun fire appeared in Luo Heng's hand. It changed into different forms according to his thoughts and appeared extremely flexible. The staff also began to look at the information displayed on the machine screen. A first-order intermediate psychic with elemental fire powers, whose strength reaches the level of an ordinary second-order psychic. Looking at the information displayed on the screen, the staff were surprised. Judging from the information displayed on the screen, the ability of this psychic should be above level B. But he has B-level abilities and doesn't look very old, so why would he come here? Generally speaking, such talents should go to the University of Supernatural Powers and only come here when they reach a higher level. Although he was surprised, the staff member did not show it. Sir, the test is over. You can go to the front desk to get the exotic animal hunting license. So soon? Luo Heng retracted his supernatural powers, came to the front desk, and received a brand new exotic animal hunting license from another staff member. The above is pretty concise. Name, Luo Heng. No 0521205213. Power, Elemental Fire. Birthplace, Room 1101, Unit 2, Building 3, Nannan Community, Fengming City, Jiangnan Province. Level, First Order. Brother Tao, what does this number mean? Luo Heng looked at the number on the hunting license and felt that the first few numbers looked familiar. The first 4 digits are the number of our Jiangnan city, and the following digits represent your number as a registered psychic at the biting base. There are already more than 250,000 psychics in the base now. I didn't expect that in just 2 years, the number of people with special abilities would increase by tens of thousands. Wu Tao couldn't help but sigh after taking a look at his exotic beast hunting certificate. Hey, is this an elemental ability? After expressing his emotion, Wu Tao noticed the special ability on Luohan's exotic beast hunting certificate, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You should know that elemental abilities above level C can transform the entire body into elements after the 4th level. In this state, the safety of entering the alien beast channel will be greatly increased. Therefore, most elemental ability users will choose to enter the monster channel after reaching the 4th level. Only elementalists who have no hope of advancement will come to the base before reaching the 4th level. But seeing how young Luohan is, he doesn't look like he has lost hope of advancement. Yes, the elemental system that was awakened by chance. Luohan did not deny it. Your special abilities will be exposed anyway, so it's better to admit it as soon as possible. Haha, not bad, what level is it? Wu Tao smiled heartily. B level. In this place, Luohan didn't want to be too high profile, so he concealed it a little. B level! Wu Tao opened his eyes wide, looking very surprised. It seems like I have found a treasure. Patting Luohan on the shoulder, Wu Tao lowered his voice and said, Brother Luohan, are you interested in joining our blood knife team? Originally, he just wanted to bring this newcomer whom he met on the street to meet his teammates, and tell him some of his senior experiences, so he let him go. Now, after discovering that Luohan possessed B-level fire ability, he instantly changed his mind. You know, elemental abilities are extremely rare, and they are fire-related abilities with extremely strong attack power. If Luohan could join his team, the team's efficiency in killing monsters would be greatly improved. Team? Do we need to enter the alien beast passage as a team? Luohan was puzzled. According to the information he had found, one could enter alone. Ahem. Wu Tao coughed dryly, then said, A powerful high-level psychic would certainly have the confidence to go in and out alone. For low-level psychics like us, forming a team is the best way to save our lives. Yes, sure. After thinking for a moment, Luohan agreed. His knowledge of exotic beasts was limited to textbooks, and his current strength was very low. For safety reasons, it would be better for him to join a hunting team. Haha, great, I'll take you to meet my teammates now. After saying that, Wu Tao took Luohan to the leisure area in the lobby. There are many sofas in the leisure area, and beautiful waiters are walking around. After a while, Wu Tao brought Luohan to a large sofa. There were 3 people sitting on the sofa. Among them, one was carrying a shield and had a scimitar beside him. The other person was holding a half-meter-long sniper rifle and wiping it carefully. The last person is a woman with a hot body and a pretty face. Every move she makes is very eye-catching. Luohan, these 3 are my teammates, Tang Tian, Li Hong, and Zhou Yu. Brother Tian, Brother Hong, Sister Yu. Luohan greeted with a smile. The other members of the Blood Knife team are much older than him, at least 10 years older. Compared with the other 3, Luohan is indeed a little brother. Brother Tao, who is this? At this time, Li Hong, holding a sniper rifle, looked at Luohan in confusion. Chapter 18 Join. This is Brother Luohan, a first-level elementalist. I want him to join our Blood Knife squad. A newcomer who has never been to the exotic beast passage. Looking at Luohan's young face, Li Hong frowned. Among the low-level psychic teams, the Blood Knife squad is considered to be a relatively well-known one. The team has been established for 2 years, and the last time new members joined the team was a year ago. The person who joined at that time was Zhou Yu, who was also a veteran who had worked in the exotic beast channel for a year or 2. If someone like Luohan, who has never entered the alien beast passage, directly joins their team, he will definitely hold them back in a short period of time. Hey, isn't our team lacking a psychic with range attack capabilities? Wu Tao scratched his head and continued. And Brother Luohan is a fire elementalist, and his ability is B-level. With his joining, next time even if we are surrounded by a group of strange beasts, we can break out of the siege with the help of Brother Luohan's fire ability without any means of saving our lives. Oh? If you're really that powerful, you can try joining our team first. Tang Tian, who was sitting nearby, showed an interested look. In the alien beast passage, there is a risk of being surrounded by a large group of alien beasts. At this time, you either use the stun bombs purchased in the base specifically for low-level alien beasts to disperse the alien beasts, or you can only wait to die. Compared with stun bombs and lives, life is of course more important, but for them, using a stun bomb that costs 100,000 is very painful. Up to now, their team only has 3 stun grenades on hand. It will never be used unless it is a life-threatening moment. Now, if someone with fire elemental abilities could join in, maybe this problem could really be solved. Zhou Yu, what's your opinion? Wu Tao looked at the last member of the team. Zhou Yu stretched his waist, and his clothes on his chest were stretched into an amazing arc. Then he said lazily, I have no objection to this little brother joining our team. But let me be frank. If you still can't adapt to our rhythm after a period of time, then unfortunately, you can't join our team. Yes, I understand that. Luohan expressed his understanding. Originally, for these mature teams that have been honing their skills for many years, they are familiar with each other and have tacit tactical coordination. If I join now and cannot adapt well to their pace, there is really no need for me to stay any longer. By the way, Brother Tao, there is something I haven't told you yet. After agreeing, Luohan changed the subject. I am a freshman of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. I will need to report to the school in 2 months, and I will also withdraw from the team at that time. Regarding this matter, Luohan was better off making it clear. After all, if I just left at that time, I would be letting Brother Tao down for taking care of me. This is a new student at the University of Supernatural Powers? Hearing this, Wu Tao was shocked and then hesitated. Originally, he invited Luohan in because he wanted to train him into an important offensive force for his team. It would indeed be troublesome if the other party only stayed for 2 months and then left. Forget it, we'll see when the time comes. You should adapt to our team first. With a grit of teeth, Wu Tao agreed. Luohan may not necessarily join their team yet, but if the other party can adapt to the rhythm of his team, then he can try to go deeper into the area where the exotic beasts live. The more exotic beasts they hunt, the more money they can earn. Even if it's only for 2 months, it's better than nothing for low-level psychics like them. After all, elemental psychics are very coveted, and now that I've finally met one, I can't let him go. Today we will first get to know each other, and tomorrow we will officially enter the alien beast passage. Wu Tao clapped his hands and everyone became serious. Let me tell you about my own situation first. I am a second-level mid-level mutant with enhanced C-level mutant powers. My skin is metallized. When I use my mutant powers, I can even fight against a third-level monster. As the tank of the team, my main role is to absorb the damage caused by the monsters. After Wu Tao finished speaking, the next one came was Tang Tian, who was carrying a shield. Tang Tian is not very tall, but he is very strong, only slightly taller than Wu Tao. The most obvious thing is his arms, which are a whole circle larger than the arms of the stronger Wu Tao. He slowly spoke in a deep voice. I am a low-level second-level psychic with enhanced B-level psychic powers. My arms are enhanced. When I use my psychic powers, the strength of my arms can be multiplied tenfold. Haha, Tang Tian is the main output of our team. He can also resist some damage when necessary. Wu Tao patted Tang Tian on the shoulder and said, His swordsmanship is much better than mine. If you want to use a knife as a weapon in the future, you can ask your brother Tian for advice. Luohan nodded. Although he has not yet chosen a weapon, the broadsword is indeed a good choice. I'm a second-level mid-level psychic with a special C-level psychic ability, Eagle Eyes. No matter how far away the beast is, I can hit it wherever I want. Li Hong narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. Li Hong is responsible for the long-range fire support of our team and is responsible for investigating the situation of the alien beasts ahead. Wu Tao on the side explained again. Finally, it was the hot Zhou Yu who said, Little brother, I am a second-level mid-level psychic with a C-level psychic ability. I can increase your concentration state. At most, I can increase your combat effectiveness by 20%. Since you are so handsome, I can secretly give you some more. Zhou Yu's every frown and smile showed her charming demeanor, especially the last wink she gave Luohan, which was so seductive that even the Captain Wu Tao beside her blushed. However, Luohan did not react at all to Zhou Yu's teasing. That's it. It's not as good as the study materials I read in my previous life. Tis boring. Seeing that Luohan was unmoved, Zhou Yu lost interest and turned to look away. Ahem, now it's brother Luohan's turn to introduce himself. After a dry cough, Wu Tao's complexion returned to normal. I am a first-level intermediate psychic, mastering the elemental fire power, level B. In my strongest state, my flames can fill a 2-meter radius around me. When we are surrounded by strange beasts, it won't be a problem for us to fight our way out. Luohan grinned, revealing a confident smile. Although he had only killed one alien beast, he believed that the role he could play was definitely stronger than that of a second-level alien. Chapter 19 Expensive Equipment. Haha, it's good as long as you have confidence, little brother Luohan. Then let's plan the area we're going to tomorrow. Wu Tao took out his laptop and opened a map. Luohan, you are now a member of our team. We spent 50,000 yuan to buy this map of the outer area of the exotic beasts. You can share it now. Don't the authorities distribute maps? Luohan took out his mobile phone, logged into the official website of Biting Base, and pointed to a map on it and said, That map only roughly marks the range of exotic beasts, but this one of mine marks the activity range of high-level exotic beasts, as well as which places have more low-level exotic beasts. Wu Tao explained. There are 3 places where our team often operates: Yuanfang Supermarket, the Municipal Swimming Pool, and Yonghui Building. Wu Tao pointed out the 3 locations one by one. Luohan also silently memorized the locations of these 3 places on the map. Hundreds of years ago, a strange beast passage appeared, swallowing up the surrounding area within a radius of hundreds of miles. Therefore, after entering the strange beast passage and reaching the world where strange beasts live, the first thing you will encounter is the ruins of the original city. After crossing the city ruins, you will find the real territory of the alien beasts. The faraway supermarket is located on the underground floor. The passage is narrow and not convenient for escaping, but there are many low-level first-level exotic beasts there. The city swimming pool is home to many high-ranking first-level exotic beasts, and it's also a place we often go to. Yonghui Building is the most dangerous place because there are groups of level 2 alien beasts. We only go there once in a while. Decide where to go tomorrow. After Wu Tao finished speaking, he looked at Luohan and the other 3. Let's go to the city swimming pool. We are familiar with that place. Besides, there are many low-level first-level exotic beasts on the way to the city swimming pool. Luohan can practice with them. After Tang Tian finished speaking, the others nodded. Indeed, that place was most suitable for them to go there with a burden. Well, that's fine, let's go there tomorrow. Wu Tao made the final decision. Finally, we need to pick out a set of equipment for our little brother Luohan. Using his own account, Wu Tao logged into the official website of Biting Base and clicked on the equipment interface of the mall. Luohan, my points can be used to get a 95% discount in the base. If you need to buy any equipment, you can purchase it through my account and then transfer the money to me. Luohan nodded, then looked at the equipment on the computer interface. First level wind-breaking sword, features, light and agile, price, 20,000. Second level blood shadow saber, features, sharp, price, 100,000. First level white rainbow sword, features, light and swift, price, 20,000. Second level cold shadow sword, features, sharp, price, 100,000. Level 1 battle suit, price, 200,000. Level 2 battle suit, price, 400,000. Looking at the equipment in the mall, Luohan couldn't help but be amazed. This is too expensive. This is standard equipment, and it's so expensive. If it's customized, wouldn't the price be skyrocketing? But he also understood that it was expensive for a reason. The defense of the alien beasts is extremely strong. Except for using supernatural powers to kill them, ordinary equipment is useless against them. Only equipment using lead-ink alloy can break through the defense, and the raw material required for lead-ink alloy comes from the moon and is very rare. Therefore, the equipment of psychics is very expensive. If Luohan wanted to customize equipment that could conduct his own solar fire in the future, the price would be an astronomical figure. Brother Tao, can the equipment be delivered tonight after it is purchased? Luohan asked. If it can't be delivered tonight, it would be a waste of money to buy it, and I will enter the exotic beast passage tomorrow. Don't worry, after you buy it, it will be delivered directly to your room tonight. That's good. Brother Tao, then I will buy these pieces of equipment, the wind-breaking saber and the level 1 battle suit. Luohan pointed at the 2 pieces of equipment on the screen and said. Fortunately, he still had 800,000 yuan in tuition fees, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford the equipment. In the alien beast passage, there are not only large alien beasts, but also small poisonous alien beasts. Therefore, it is necessary to buy a battle suit that can cover the whole body, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. As for the sword, it was the result of his careful consideration. He had no experience in using weapons, while the strongest members of the team, Wu Tao and Tang Tian, both used swords. If he also uses a sword, I can learn from him then. After saying that, Luohan directly transferred 220,000 yuan to Wu Tao. Although Wu Tao said there was a discount, it would be better to pay the full amount since the 2 parties were not very familiar with each other. Luohan, how can you do this? If you say 95% off, it means 95% off. Wu Tao frowned and pretended to be angry, then transferred the discounted 11,000 yuan back to Luohan. Seeing this, Luohan did not refuse. For someone with Wu Tao's personality, refusing would seem awkward. We have booked your room. It's room 506 on the 5th floor. We have a room near yours. Your equipment will be delivered around 7 p.m. I still have to meet some friends. You can arrange the rest of the time as you wish. After saying that, Wu Tao left, and the rest of his teammates also left one after another. Before leaving, Zhou Yu did not forget to tease Luohan. Little brother, I will stay in the room next to you tonight. If you encounter any questions you don't understand, you can come and ask me. After saying that, Zhou Yu chuckled and left. For a moment, Luohan was the only one left on the sofa. Looking at everyone leaving, Luohan shook his head, took the room card given by Wu Tao, and went directly to the room on the 5th floor. He didn't know anyone here, so he might as well go back to his room and prepare to enter the monster passage tomorrow. Room 506 is very large, about 50 square meters, with a luxurious king-size bed and a holographic TV hanging on the wall opposite the bed. In front of the TV is a table with a computer on it. Sitting at the table, Luohan turned on the computer, skillfully logged into the official website of the biting base, and then clicked into the special area for people with special abilities. He had tried to enter the special area for people with special abilities when he was still in Fengming City. He thought he could log in after entering his ID card, but after trying several times and finding that it didn't work, he gave up. Now it seems that I need to enter the number on the exotic animal hunting license. 0521205213. Luohan entered them one by one, and then logged in using the initial password. After entering, a window popped up. Welcome the Superpower Luohan to join the big family of biting base. Please change your name and password in time to prevent others from stealing your account. After the pop-up window disappeared, a brand new page appeared on the computer screen, among which the most prominent one was a ranking list. Biting base monster killing points ranking. First place, Sword in the Clouds, 12.5 million points. Second place, King Kong, 11.8 million points. Third place, Man, 11.2 million points. Chapter 20 Underground. Is this the strongest person in biting base? Looking at the terrifying scores of the top few people on the leaderboard, Luohan couldn't help but think of the Skywalker aircraft he saw at the gate of the base today. The characters in it should also be on the list. Apart from the rankings, the entire interface is similar to a forum. And posts are constantly being refreshed. Second level exotic beast shadow cap materials. If you need them, please chat privately. The Asuka squad is recruiting second level psychics, and they need sea level or higher strengthening abilities. Brothers, take a look at my method of killing the tiger with a sword. There should be no one in the entire forum who is more efficient than me. The content of each post is different. After browsing casually, Luohan clicked into his personal center. His nickname and password are both default, so they need to be changed. Nickname? Just call me Chiang. Luohan randomly came up with a name based on his own ability of Sun True Fire, and then posted his first post in the area for people with special abilities. Your Lord Xiang is here, strange beasts, just wait and submit to me. After writing it, Luohan couldn't help but smile. Only at this time did he show a bit of youthfulness. After posting the message, Luohan began to browse the information about strange beasts in the special area for people with special abilities. We will enter the strange beast passage tomorrow, so it is better to know more about it. An hour later, after collecting all the information, Luohan turned off the computer and began his physical and supernatural training. A strong person will never miss any opportunity to improve himself. The next morning, in the lobby on the first floor of Biting Base, Luohan, wearing a black combat suit and combat boots, with a ferocious broadsword about half a meter long on his back, was already waiting here. Last night, after receiving the equipment, he used it immediately. The equipment manufactured at the Biting Base is indeed good. The battle suits are both tough and elastic. Even with the enhanced transformation abilities, Luohan estimated that it would be unlikely to be torn apart. As for the wind-breaking blade, he chopped it several times according to the ordinary sword techniques he learned in the special zone for power users. It felt very good, and the weight was just right. It doesn't seem too heavy nor too limp when wielded. Hey, little brother Luohan, you're here already. Why didn't you come to the next room to look for your sister last night? The first to arrive was Zhou Yu. When she saw Luohan's outfit, her eyes lit up and she started making jokes. This little brother was a handsome boy yesterday, but after changing his equipment today, he turned into a tough guy. I like it. Luohan also looked up. Unlike yesterday's casual outfit, Zhou Yu also changed into a battle suit today. Women's battle suits are different from men's, and require stronger mobility. So, when Zhou Yu wore the tight battle suit, it outlined her seductive figure, and even Luohan couldn't resist it. Ahem, Sister Yu, I didn't have anything to ask you last night, so I didn't come over. After a dry cough, Luohan regained his composure. He knew that what Zhou Yu said to him was just teasing, and if he really took it seriously, then he would have a mental problem. A while after Zhou Yu arrived, the others followed suit. Tang Tian, carrying a shield and a blood shadow sword, and Li Hong, carrying a large iron box. The most exaggerated one was the captain who arrived last. He also took a shield and a knife. The knife was the same one from yesterday, but he didn't know where he got the shield from. It was half a man's height. As expected of the team's tank, this shield makes me feel safe. Looking at Captain Wu Tao, who was carrying his equipment easily, Luohan said silently in his heart. Everyone is here, let's go. Without much conversation, the group began to head towards the Strange Beast Passage. The Strange Beast Passage is not on the ground, but is located underground in the Biting Base. Bite. A large elevator reached underground, and a large number of psychics wearing equipment and holding weapons poured out. Among them, the Blood Knife Squad is also included. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Luohan felt a murderous aura coming towards him. Looking around, the entire underground scene is in full view. The entire underground area is about thousands of square meters and is hemispherical in shape. The hemispherical top is made of the strongest Genji alloy. The elevator is on one side of the hemispherical underground, and 1,000 meters opposite the elevator is a huge dark green portal embedded in the wall. Next to the dark green portal, there are a large number of instruments. Researchers in white scientific research suits are busy analyzing the data on the instruments. In the hundreds of years since the Beast Passage appeared, countless scientific researchers have tried to figure out how it appeared. Unfortunately, they have not achieved any results, but they have not given up. Researching the secret of the alien Beast Passage has become the lifelong pursuit of every scientific researcher. Next to the scientific research equipment is a psychic wearing a black battle suit with a wolf's fawn mark on his chest and carrying different weapons. They are the country's team of superpowers, Langia. Judging from the aura they exude, they are all extremely dangerous people. Blood Blade Squad, Captain Wu Tao, for team members, Tang Tian, Li Hong, Zhou Yu, Luohan, a total of 5 people who entered the Alien Beast Passage. This is our exotic animal hunting license. To enter the Strange Beast Passage, one needs to go through multiple inspections. Wu Tao was familiar with this and quickly completed the inspection with Luohan and 3 other team members. Just as they passed the inspection and were about to enter the alien beast passage, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Hey Wu Tao, have you added new members to your team? Why don't you introduce us old friends to him?" Along with the sound, a team of 4 appeared, each carrying a different weapon. The leader, who looked like the captain, looked at Zhou Yu with a lewd expression. The desire in his eyes could not be concealed at all. Zhou Yu also showed a look of disgust, and it was obvious that he also hated this person very much. Lu Jie. Looking at the person coming, Wu Tao frowned. Ever since a dispute with the Silver Fox team led by the other party over the ownership of a strange beast half a year ago, the other party has been trying every means to disgust his team in the past 6 months. The Silver Fox team is a team of comparable strength to theirs, so he really has no way to do anything to them. Let's go. Shaking his head, Wu Tao decided not to cause trouble. But just because Wu Tao doesn't want to cause trouble doesn't mean Lu Jie wants to let them go. Lu Jie's obscene voice sounded again. "Wu Tao, your team dares to take a child who hasn't even grown all his hair to the alien beast area. Are you looking for death?" Ha 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 ha. After saying this, Lu Jie and his teammates burst into laughter. Chapter 21 Conflict. "What did you say?" Wu Tao turned around suddenly, holding his shield, and prepared to take action. However, someone is faster than him. Suddenly, a golden red flame appeared in the air and shot towards Lu Jie, who was 1 meter away. Ah! The flame spread extremely fast and instantly burned Lu Jie's head. Immediately, a scream rang out. The hair on his head instantly started to burn. "Quick, put out the fire!" Lu Jie and his team tried to put out the fire in a hurry, but found that there was no way to put out the fire above his head. "Oh, it hurts so much, it's burning my scalp!" Finally, after all the hair on Lu Jie's head was burned, the flame stopped. There was a little ashes left on Lu Jie's face from the burned hair, and he looked as miserable as could be. "Boy, you pissed me off." He was fully aware of the special abilities of each member of the Blood Knife Squad. The sudden appearance of fire could only have been released by the new team member. After saying that, the members of the Silver Fox team took their weapons and prepared to rush forward. Luohan felt very satisfied with the effect of his Sun True Fire. He now has a very good control over his supernatural powers. If you want to burn only your hair, then burn only your hair. If he had unleashed his full power, Lu Jie would have suffered more than just the burns on his scalp. In this underground base, Luohan didn't want to make a big deal out of things, so he only gave a slight punishment. Seeing that the opponent was getting anxious, Luohan took out his wind-breaking sword from behind and entered combat state. The captain and other teammates, like him, entered the battle state with caution. Drip! 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 Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded, and a team of 10 people rushed over from not far away. The leader shouted, "Fighting is prohibited in the underground base, otherwise our guard team has the right to kill you." The noise and alarm instantly attracted the attention of many psychics nearby. "Aren't these the Blood Knife Squad and the Silver Fox Squad? Why are they fighting? Hey, this has happened more than once in the past 6 months. It's normal. The psychics around were talking about it. The Blood Knife team and the Silver Fox team were also well known in the biting base, which was mostly populated by low-level psychics. Under the scolding of the base guards, the Silver Fox team had no choice but to give up. After all, the dignity of the base was inviolable. "Haha, Lu Jie, if you don't have anything else to do, we'll leave first." Seeing Lu Jie's embarrassed appearance, Wu Tao felt relieved and immediately led his team into the monster passage. "Boss, are we just going to let them go like this?" After the Blood Knife Squad left, a member of the Silver Fox Squad asked Lu Jie. "Let them go? Impossible! Half a year ago, they stole a level 3 exotic beast from us. We haven't settled the score yet, and now, the new guys on their team dare to shit on my head. I must find an opportunity to teach them a lesson." Looking at the dark green monster passage, a dangerous light flashed in Lu Jie's eyes. The feeling of passing through the strange beast channel is indeed unpleasant, especially for Luohan, who is passing through the strange beast channel for the first time. He took 2 deep breaths before he calmed down the churning feeling in his stomach. Haha, Luohan, you did a great job just now. I've been looking for an opportunity to teach them a lesson. After standing firm, Wu Tao patted Luohan's shoulder with his big hand. Nothing, I just feel that the other party is too arrogant. Luohan smiled. Cursing me to death when I first entered the alien beast passage? Isn't this asking for trouble? Little brother Luohan, there's no need to hide it. If you want to stand up for me, just say it. There will be a reward. Zhou Yu blinked at Luohan. If before she just wanted to tease Luohan. Now, after Luohan taught Lu Jia a lesson without hesitation, she really admired Luohan. Hey. Luohan didn't know how to deal with this woman Zhou Yu and could only smile awkwardly. Luohan, as far as I know, Lu Jia is a vindictive guy. It's okay when you're with us, but I'm afraid he'll retaliate against you when you're alone. You have to be careful. At this time, the calm Tang Tian suddenly spoke. Luohan nodded. However, he was full of confidence in his heart. If Lu Jia dared to come to him, he would let Lu Jia see how terrifying the most powerful Sun True Fire was. Captain, what kind of conflict did our team have with the other team before? Luohan asked the captain Wu Tao behind him. Judging from the appearance of the other team just now, it seems that there is some deep hatred between them. Half a year ago, our team finally killed the third-level alien beast. The Silver Fox team insisted that they were the first to injure the beast and wanted to take the entire beast away. How could we possibly agree to this? So we didn't leave them anything and directly took away all the valuable materials from the strange beast. Thinking about what happened half a year ago, Wu Tao is still a little angry. Is that so? Then the Silver Fox team really deserved it. Luohan expressed his understanding. Even if the third-level alien beast was really injured by their team, the materials of the alien beast should be divided equally. How could they take all of it? Therefore, Luohan expressed his support for Wu Tao's approach. If it were him, it would not be excessive to snatch all the exotic animal materials from the Silver Fox team. Want to rob other thieves? Sorry, you are the ones being robbed. After understanding the situation, Luohan began to observe the surrounding situation. There is no difference between here and Earth. In fact, the air here is fresher. But the sun above our heads is obviously different from the sun on Earth and is much larger. Although the sun was very strong, it didn't feel hot and I didn't know why. And where they are now is in front of a huge fortress. In front of them, there are the previous group of psychics who came over and are walking towards the fortress 100 meters away. Is this the world of strange beasts? I didn't expect that such a large fortress had been built here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luohan said silently in his heart. According to online information, there are a total of 40 or 50 passages to strange beasts in this world, distributed in different countries. There are more than 10 passages for strange beasts in the vast territory of. The biting base in Jiangnan city suppressed one of the smaller alien beast passages. But even so, the fortress here is still so huge. Let's go. This is our biting supply center. After we go in, take the necessary supplies and we will go directly to the exotic beast area. Wu Tao gave the order and the group headed towards the supply center 100 meters away. Chapter 22 Arm Blade Tiger. On the road, the Blood Knife Squad, who had just purchased supplies from the supply center, was walking towards the city swimming pool. Li Hong's special ability can detect strange beasts and dangers in time, so he walked in front, followed by Wu Tao holding a shield. In the middle are Luohan and Zhou Yu, and at the back is Tang Tian. Everyone was carrying a black backpack, and Luohan's backpack was the largest. In Wu Tao's words, "Young man, you should exercise more. Luohan will carry the supplies during this period." The supplies in the backpack were just water and compressed biscuits, nothing else particularly heavy, so it wasn't particularly difficult for Luohan to carry it. I didn't expect that the technological level of this world hundreds of years ago was comparable to that of my previous life. On the road, Luohan said silently in his heart as he looked at the surrounding scenery. Hundreds of years ago, a strange beast passage appeared and swallowed up the surrounding cities. Now, in Luohan's opinion, these cities have become very modern. The tall concrete buildings and abandoned cars on the roadside all demonstrate the advanced technology of this world hundreds of years ago. Roar! Ouch! In the distance, the roars of strange beasts continued to be heard, and even in the fields beside the road and in the ruined villages, the figures of some strange beasts could be vaguely seen. The other 4 members of the Blood Knife team were all very relaxed, except Luohan, who did not dare to relax at all and nervously observed everything around him. "Captain, there is a first-level mid-level armed saber tiger ahead. How about letting brother Luohan have a try?" At the front, Li Hong's voice sounded. "Well, a first-order mid-level exotic beast is just right. Luohan, you go." Captain Wu Tao's deep voice sounded. "Luohan, this is your first battle, don't be careless, these beasts are not as ferocious as you think," Tang Tian reminded solemnly. "Well, I'll be careful." Luohan nodded. Having received more than 10 years of quality education, he understood clearly the dangers of strange beasts. Therefore, even if he was confident that he could kill the beast, he would still be very careful. Zhang! He pulled out the broken wind blade and held it in his right hand. "Captain, brother Tian, just watch me get this arm blade tiger's arm blade." As he spoke, Luohan quickly moved forward. The others watched him go away. "Captain, aren't you asking too much of Luohan to fight a mid-level first-order monster in his first battle?" Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask. "Although our Blood Knife team needs to test Luohan, we have to do it step by step. It is better to let him deal with the first-level low-level monsters first." Generally speaking, newcomers who enter the exotic beast area for the first time need to kill exotic beasts that are 1 level lower than the psychic. Only in this way can they ensure complete safety. Once you become familiar with the attack patterns of exotic beasts, you will gradually hunt exotic beasts of the same level. "The captain's arrangement is fine," Li Hong said in a deep voice. "How come a first-level mid-level mutant can't kill a first-level mid-level monster? But this is his first time facing a strange beast." Zhou Yu was somewhat dissatisfied. She already had some admiration for this little brother, and of course she didn't want him to be in danger. What's wrong with facing a monster for the first time? If he really wants to do it step by step, he will arrive at the city swimming pool 2 days later and face a group of first-level high-level monsters. With his strength, can he still survive? It will be better for him to let him understand the fighting style of the alien beasts in advance. Tang Tian next to him also spoke. After hearing this, Zhou Yu said nothing more. Indeed, they will arrive at the city swimming pool in 2 days. If Luohan cannot grow up quickly, he will become a burden by then. Okay, stop arguing and wait until you finish watching this battle. Wu Tao spoke. Although he thought highly of Luohan, if the other party couldn't even deal with a first-order mid-level alien beast, there would be no need to go to the city swimming pool. Luohan's speed was not that fast, but he knew how to conceal himself. On the way forward, he tried to hide behind overturned cars on the roadside. When he was still 20 meters away from the armed knife tiger, Luohan stopped behind a car and looked at the armed knife tiger. This armed knife tiger has yellow and black stripes all over its body, and looks extremely similar to a tiger, except that it has bone spurs on both sides of its forearms, like 2 long knives. In the afterglow of the setting sun, it reflects a cold light. The armed knife tiger has great strength and agility, especially the bone knife on its forearm, which is sharper than an alloy knife. Luohan silently thought about the information about the exotic beasts he had found before coming here. Compared to Wu Tao and Tang Tian, who have enhanced superpowers, his physical fitness is not that high, so if he wants to kill this armed knife tiger without using superpowers, he must find the weakness of this armed knife tiger. This is my first fight, I must fight beautifully. If I enter the alien beast passage alone, even with the sun's true fire, I will be in great danger. I was able to join the Blood Knife team and reduce the risk this time, all thanks to Brother Tao's help, so I must prove my strength. Luohan stared at the armed knife tiger in front of him, looking for its flaw. Roar! The arm blade tiger's cold eyes kept scanning the surroundings. It found me! Luohan's heartbeat quickened, and he unconsciously clenched the wind-breaking blade in his hand. Although his sun-true fire could kill the strange beast in seconds, he was still a little nervous when facing a strange beast as big as a car. Boom! The arm blade tiger suddenly ran forward, as if it had transformed into a high-speed armored vehicle, and crashed directly into the dilapidated car in front of Luohan. Luohan rolled over and moved to the side. The small car used as a shelter was not so lucky. It was knocked away and rolled several times on the highway. The car had been exposed to wind and sun for hundreds of years and could no longer bear the weight, so it broke into pieces. The wheels also rolled off and rolled on the highway for a long time before stopping. The moment Luohan dodged, he immediately rushed towards the arm-knife tiger. "Monster, die!" Luohan roared, and the wind-breaking blade seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, slashing directly at the neck of the arm-blazed tiger. The tiger with the arm knife that knocked over the car reacted very quickly, turning around in an instant, and holding the bone knife in front of its body at an incredible angle. Dang! The wind-breaking knife and the arm knife came into contact, making a crisp sound. Luohan's hands were also numb from the shock. At this moment, the tiger with the arm knife pounced over fiercely. Not good! Luohan thought to himself that it was not good. He was now completely exhausted and had no way of avoiding the attack. "Hey, I wanted to play with you without using my powers, but I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with." With a sigh, a golden red flame rose from behind Luohan. It directly covered the body of the arm-blade tiger. Roar! The sun's true fire burned extremely fiercely, and the arm-saber tiger only had time to let out a scream before it turned into charcoal, leaving only the two hardest-boned sabers. Chapter 23: The Incredible Flame. What? Is this flame so strong? In the distance, Li Hong, who had already taken out a sniper rifle and was ready to kill the strange beast, was shocked when he saw this scene. The others were just like him, with their eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Is this really just a B-level fire ability? Although there have never been any elemental psychics joining their team. But in this area of strange beasts, they have also seen elemental fire-type mutants take action. The flames of a B-class fire-type mutant of the same level would definitely not be able to directly burn the monster into charcoal. At most, the burns will cause serious injuries. Luohan's flames actually burned the strange beast into charcoal. This must be a fire-related ability close to level A. This time I really found a treasure, Captain Wu Tao muttered to himself. For newcomers who enter the exotic beast area for the first time, they will experience varying degrees of fear when fighting against the exotic beasts for the first time. Under this kind of emotion, it is very common to be unable to draw the sword or concentrate on using supernatural powers. However, after being discovered by the strange beast, Luohan was able to dodge it flexibly. He can also swing his sword and attack actively, and when the alien beast finds an opportunity to attack, he can quickly call upon his supernatural powers. This shows that Luohan is not only a genius in supernatural powers, but also has an extremely strong combat awareness. What a pity, there are still a lot of valuable materials on the arm-blade tiger. In the distance, Luohan bent down, picked up two bone knives on the ground, and casually put them into the backpack behind him. The higher the level of the exotic beast, the more valuable the materials on its body are. The skin of this first-level middle-level armed saber tiger is a favorite of some wealthy people, so if it is cut off, it can be sold for a lot of money. Bite. Kill a first-level mid-level monster, and get 100 ability points as a reward. Suddenly, a voice sounded in my mind. It's been a long time. Hearing this voice, Luohan smiled. The last time I killed a strange beast and received a prompt was in a park in Fengming City more than 20 days ago. System. A glowing interface appeared in Luohan's mind. Name, Luohan. Level, first level intermediate psychic. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 100. Skills, Heart Sense, low level, ordinary boxing, intermediate level, ordinary sword skills, low level plus. Huh! Why is it still only 100 power points? Looking at the column of ability points, Luohan was confused. Last time, he killed a first-order lower-level alien beast and gained 100 power points. How come he still gained 100 points after killing a first-order middle-level alien beast now? Could it be that the power points are based on levels? Luohan frowned. This is the only explanation for the current situation. The higher the level, the fewer power points you can get from low-level monsters. Only by obtaining more exotic beast points from exotic beasts of the same level can you obtain more exotic beast points. He expected that there would be no plus sign after the psychic's level. If you can directly level up by killing a strange beast, that would be too abnormal. The plus sign that appeared after the skill also verified Luohan's previous thoughts. Power points can not only be used to increase the level of the psychic, but also to improve the proficiency of skills. Improve your swordsmanship. Without hesitation, Luohan directly allocated 100 power points to his swordsmanship. At this moment, the sword skills he had only learned for one day seemed as if he had learned them for a year. Chop/sweep. All the basic sword techniques were integrated into his mind, as if he had practiced them thousands of times. At this moment, he also understood what went wrong when he was fighting with the arm knife tiger just now. In terms of strength, he was no match for arm blade tiger, and he even resorted to a head-on swordsmanship. If you hit the bone knife with all your strength like this, your hand will definitely go numb. Therefore, the correct approach should be to restrain some force when drawing the sword, so that you will not be frozen in a state when counterattacked by the arm blade tiger. Drink! Picking up the wind-breaking knife, Luohan chopped it down with ease. Then, he instantly adjusted the direction and changed to a horizontal sweep. Yeah, not bad. Feeling the texture, Luohan nodded with satisfaction. Now I can use the knife much more smoothly than before. After taking back the wind-breaking blade and confirming that there were no other strange beasts around, Luohan trotted back to the team. Haha, Luohan, good job. After walking back to the team, Wu Tao was the first to laugh. Luohan, your combat awareness is very good, but your swordsmanship is still very crude. I will train you well in the next period of time, Tang Tian said from the side. Although he is not a master in swordsmanship, his swordsmanship is pretty good among the low-level psychics. It is more than enough to guide Luohan, who has just started. Well, thank you, Brother Tian. Nodding, Luohan smiled and then looked at Li Hong, who was holding a sniper rifle next to him. Brother Hong, thank you for your concern for my safety just now. When he went to kill the strange beast, he found that Li Hong had raised his sniper rifle. He knew that this was to prevent him from being injured by the strange beast. It's okay. Your first fight was great. I'm optimistic about you, Li Hong also said with a smile. Why don't you thank me, your sister? At this time, Zhou Yu's pretended angry voice came. Well, thank you, sister Yu, for cheering me on with your eyes? Touching his hair, Luohan said uncertainly. Sister Yu didn't do anything, so I can only express my gratitude in this way. Ha 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 ha! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. It can be seen that after Luohan's strength was recognized, everyone became closer to him. Okay, let's not talk too much. Everyone has just seen how Brother Luohan performed. Is it okay for him to join our Blood Saber squad? Captain Wu Tao said. No problem. No problem. No problem. Tang Tian, Li Hong, and Zhou Yu said at the same time. Are you kidding? With such a strong fire ability and combat awareness, I will definitely add him to my team. Although Luohan only stayed for 2 months, these 2 months were enough for them to kill many strange beasts. Luohan, welcome to join our blood knife team. After the vote, Captain Wu Tao's deep voice rang out. Then please take care of me for the next 2 months. Luohan curled his lips and revealed a bright smile. Monsters, wash your necks and prepare to welcome me. Chapter 24, Fighting Methods. For ordinary people, swordsmanship requires long-term training to achieve even a little bit of results. But for us psychics, every level increase will also lead to improvements in physical fitness. So, even if it's just ordinary swordsmanship, in our hands, as long as we master the basic moves, the power we can unleash is extremely strong. Among the city ruins, the Blood Knife Squad walked cautiously, and in the middle of the team, Tang Tian taught Luohan some key points of the swordsmanship. The 6 combinations and 12 swords that I practiced were purchased from the martial arts library at the Biding Base 3 years ago at a cost of nearly 100,000 yuan. This sword technique is divided into the upper 4 swords, the middle 4 swords, and the lower 4 swords, a total of 12 swords, which can be used in a single action or in a continuous manner. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities and can be changed at will. In the past few years, I have been in danger many times and I survived by relying on the special ability of my arms and this 6-in-1 12 swords. As he spoke, Tang Tian swung his sword with great force. Now Luohan is no longer a novice in using a knife. He has indeed discovered many subtleties in Tang Tian's knife skills. I got this sword technique from biting base. It cannot be taught to others at will, so I cannot teach it to you. But I can teach you some tips on how to use a sword. Well, thank you, Brother Tian. Luohan smiled. At the Superpower forum at Biting Base yesterday, he had already understood some basic rules. The relevant information and skills purchased at the Biting Base cannot be taught at will. Once discovered, there will be extremely severe punishment. Roar. Suddenly, a familiar roar was heard in the ruins of the city, and then a one-armed sword tiger appeared in front of their path. Looking at this armed saber tiger, Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Looking at the development of the bone knife on its forearm, this should be a high-level first-level armed saber tiger. Luohan, take a closer look at how I got rid of it without using any supernatural powers. After saying that, Tang Tian sprinted forward and came in front of the armed knife tiger. Roar! When the armed knife tiger saw the figure that suddenly appeared, it was stunned for a moment, then it roared, accelerated its forelegs, and rushed straight towards Tang Tian. Not far away, Luohan carefully observed Tang Tian's movements. Without using his superpowers, Tang Tian's strength was greater than his, but not by much. If Tang Tian could kill a high-level first-level monster without using his superpowers, he believed that he would be able to do it after practicing for a period of time. Therefore, we must observe Tang Tian's movements carefully. When it was still a few meters away from Tang Tian, the armed knife tiger exerted force on its hind legs and pounced directly, opening its bloody mouth and biting him. Seeing the tiger with the armed knife flying towards him, Tang Tian did not panic at all. Holding the shield in his hand, he moved his feet and shifted his body position, just in a position where the tiger with the armed knife could not reach him. At this moment, the bone knife on the arm of the armed knife tiger suddenly popped out, emitting a cold light, and chopped towards him. Snort! With a cold snort, the bone knife of the armed knife tiger was blocked by the shield in Tang Tian's hand. With a strong push, the armed knife tiger flying in the air had nowhere to gain leverage, lost control of its center of gravity, and shook its body. 6 combined 12 swords, 4 swords on top! Tang Tian let out a low shout, and the big knife in his right hand swung out instantly. Like a flash of lightning, it lightly passed across the belly of the armed knife tiger that had lost its balance. Bang! The tiger with the armed knife fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Puff! A wound about 1 meter long appeared on its belly with yellow and black stripes. The internal organs were exposed, and blood was gushing out from them. It seems that he is dead and cannot die anymore. That's it? So simple? Looking at Tang Tian's actions, Luohan exclaimed in surprise. This was too fast. Compared with his previous embarrassment, this was a completely crushing operation. Haha, it looks simple, but if it were you, would you dare to do this? Beside him, Captain Wu Tao laughed. After listening to the captain's words, Luohan thought about it for a moment, and immediately understood. Yes, if it were him, if he could not estimate the movements of the armed knife tiger correctly, or if he did not block the armed knife tiger's knife the moment it swung out, then he would definitely be the one to die. Tang Tian dared to do this because, firstly, he had confidence in himself, and secondly, he knew the weaknesses of the armed blade tiger too well. The soft abdomen is the weak point of the armed knife tiger. Tang Tian made good use of this weakness, and his first move was a fatal blow, directly ripping open the belly of the knife-armed tiger. Luohan, did you see anything from the battle just now? Tang Tian, who had packed the materials obtained from the armed blade tiger, walked over with a smile on his face. Well, Brother Tian, your Luohan 12 swords are very powerful. I only saw an illusion. Moreover, you cleverly shifted the center of gravity of this armed saber tiger, so you were able to kill it so quickly. Luohan said. Yeah, not bad. Tang Tian nodded. Every beast has its weaknesses. As long as we take advantage of the weaknesses, we can kill them even without using our powers. Come, I'll teach you how to use a knife better. The Blood Knife Squad obviously regarded Luohan as an important fighting force to be trained. Along the way, in addition to Zhou Yu, who assisted with supernatural powers, and Luohan, who performed long-range attacks. The Captain Wu Tao and Tang Tian all gave serious instructions to Luohan. Wu Tao and Tang Tian took turns to deal with some strange beasts, and sometimes let Luohan deal with them by himself. Through words and deeds, Luohan gained some practical experience, and Luohan also made rapid progress. He gradually understood that to kill strange beasts, he had to maximize the effect of each of his attacks. Even if it is the true fire of the sun, it must be unleashed on the tip of a knife. Before, his sun true fire directly burned the arm-blade tiger into charcoal, which was unscientific. He directly burned the head of the arm-knife tiger, so that the strange beast would die faster. It can also save some supernatural powers. Under the guidance of this idea, Luohan's attacks gradually became sharp, direct, crisp and efficient. In the process of hunting exotic beasts, he rarely used the true fire of the sun. Every time, if you don't use it, it's fine. But once you use it, it's a one-hit kill. When the flames light up, that is the moment when the beast dies. Chapter 25 Amazing Progress. The city swimming pool in the monster area is about 30 kilometers away from the supply location. According to the speed of the psychic, it can be reached in 3 hours. However, in order to avoid high-level exotic beasts and groups of exotic beasts that might exist along the way, the Blood Knife Squad walked very slowly. It was not until the 3rd day that we finally reached the city swimming pool. In the early morning, the Blood Knife Squad was walking on the dilapidated road. Luohan, there's a first-level upper-level armed saber tiger beast and a first-level middle-level shadow cat beast ahead. Go up and take care of them both. Okay. After saying this, Luohan's figure moved forward quickly like a ghost. Roar! Ouch! Seeing someone approaching, Arm-Blade Tiger and Shadow Cat roared at the same time. Scarlet bloodthirsty light shone in the eyes of the two strange beasts, emitting an uncomfortable madness, as if they did not take the human in front of them seriously at all. The arm-knife tiger is good at using the bone knives on its arms, and also has the advantage of its huge body. So it attacked in its usual manner, rushing over like a small tank. The shadow cat is only half a meter long and is a very agile beast. It moved quickly and hid in the ruins nearby, obviously preparing to wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. It's still the same trick. Looking at the arm-knife tiger rushing over, Luohan smiled slightly. In the past 2 days he had killed at least 5 arm-knife tigers. Therefore, he has already figured out the attack method of this strange beast. Boom! 2 balls of golden red flames exploded from under his feet, and his position shifted in an instant. His physical fitness is still too poor, so if he wants to avoid this attack instantly, he must rely on his own sun true fire. The figures of both parties staggered, and the bone knife of the arm-knife tiger could not hit Luohan. At this moment, Luohan slightly tilted his body and stabbed out with the wind-breaking blade insidiously. Puff! It pierced directly into the vital part of the neck. Bang! The tiger with the arm knife fell to the ground instantly, blood gushed out, and it lost its life. At this moment, the shadow cat hiding in the dark appeared behind Luohan. The claws emitting cold light slashed towards his neck. Suddenly, a ball of hot golden red flame appeared silently on Shadowcat's route. Ouch! Shadowcat obviously realized the danger of the fire and roared miserably, trying to stay away from the scorching flames. However, Shadowcat had nowhere to gain leverage in the air. So, like a moth to a flame, Shadowcat dove headfirst into the flames. In an instant, the front half of the shadow cat's body that plunged into the sun's true fire turned into a ball of black charcoal, and the back half of its body fell powerlessly from the air. Tisk, why do you have to launch a sneak attack? Turning around and looking at the shadow cat with only half of its body left, Luohan shook his head and smiled. For him who possesses telepathy, it is very easy to deal with these low-level monsters that are good at sneak attacks. He was originally able to deal with a second-level mid-level mutant. Now that he is familiar with the methods of fighting against strange beasts, he is confident that he can kill even a second-level strange beast. Therefore, it is so easy to deal with 2 strange beasts at the same time. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Bite. Kill a high-level first-level monster and gain 150 power points. Kill a first-level mid-level monster and gain 100 power points. Hearing this prompt, Luohan let out a low cry in his heart. System. Then, a glowing interface appeared in his mind. Name, Luohan. Level, first level intermediate psychic. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 850. Skills, Heart Sense, low level, ordinary boxing, intermediate plus, ordinary sword skills, intermediate plus. I have 850 ability points, but I still can't advance to the next level. Luohan was very disappointed that there was no plus sign after the level as he had imagined. Over the past few days, he has figured out the rules of this system. If he kills a first-level alien beast of the same level as him alone, he can get 100 power points. If it is a first-level alien beast of a higher level, he can get 150 power points. When you kill together, you gain ability points according to your contribution to the battle. For example, against the first-level high-level armed saber tiger yesterday, Captain Wu Tao first engaged in a maneuvering battle, while Luohan waited for an opportunity to deliver the final blow, and only obtained 50 power points. I don't know when I can advance to the first level. With a sigh, Luohan began to collect materials from the exotic beasts. Although there are not many psychics who can reach the first-order middle level at this age, they are definitely everywhere in the Jiangnan University of Psychics, which is full of geniuses. If you want to stand out in Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, S-level supernatural powers alone are not enough, you must also keep up with the level. But Luohan's mentality is also very good. Not enough power points, right? Then just kill them slowly. There are so many strange beasts, there will always be a day when you have killed enough. In the distance, the members of the Blood Knife Squad exclaimed in amazement as they watched Luohan kill the two strange beasts so quickly and efficiently. Abnormal! Fear! He's not even a human being! Sister, I like it. Except for the frivolous Zhou Yu, Wu Tao, Tang Tian and Li Hong all complained. They had only been teaching Luohan for 2 days, but he was already able to kill the strange beasts so easily. This speed of progress is much faster than they did back then. It took them several years to gradually master the rhythm of the alien beasts' attacks and start targeted attacks. Chapter 26: The Ruined City Swimming Pool. Your fire ability should not be B-level, but A-level, right? Looking at Luohan, who was walking back slowly after easily killing 2 strange beasts, Wu Tao asked with a look of doubt. During the 3 days in this strange beast area, Luohan did not take action many times, but he did take action 5 or 6 times. Every time his golden red color appeared, a first-order high-level exotic beast would be burned into a bloody mess and slightly carbonized. The first-order intermediate-level alien beast was directly burned into charcoal. And every time he fought, as soon as his flame appeared, even if they were far away, they could feel the high temperature of the golden red flame. Therefore, even the burly Wu Tao noticed that something was wrong. It seems that nothing can be hidden from the captain. Luohan scratched his head and smiled innocently. S-level superpowers are too eye-catching, so he won't say it out loud until the critical moment, even if it is misunderstood as A-level superpowers. Captain, since Luohan has an A-level fire ability and is so powerful, should we let him serve as the main output together with me? On the side, Tang Tian suggested. He is only a first-level mid-level mutant. Will his output be insufficient? Wu Tao was a little hesitant. Fighting with strange beasts is no joke. If his output cannot keep up while resisting the attacks of the strange beasts, even if he had the ability to turn into metal, he would still be exhausted to death. That's enough. You saw him fighting with the 2 beasts just now. And this time we are mainly dealing with first-order high-level alien beasts. Well, all right then. Wu Tao thought about it for a while and felt that this was a good idea. It's just a first-level high-level alien beast. Even if Luohan's output can't keep up, it won't be a problem for him to withstand the damage of more than 10 alien beasts. Luohan, for the next half-day, you must cooperate with us and learn how to work as a team and be a qualified output. Patting Luohan on the shoulder, Wu Tao said generously. Okay. Luohan nodded. This is a good thing. The more damage he deals, the more power points he will gain after the monster dies, which is exactly what he wants. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Blood Knife Squad, who had been moving forward cautiously all the way, finally arrived at the city swimming pool. As the largest swimming pool in Jiangnan City hundreds of years ago, the city swimming pool covers an area about the size of a high school. Of the 4 big characters, municipal swimming pool, on the building, 3 of them had long disappeared, leaving only the character, municipal, and only half of it, swaying in the wind. The city swimming pool consists of 3 buildings. The one on the left sells swimming equipment, and the one on the right is a building specifically for changing rooms. The building in the middle is where the swimming pool is located, and it is also the place where the most exotic beasts are concentrated. Roar! Roar! Ouch! The dense and violent roars of strange beasts came from the building in the middle, making people's scalps tingle. If an ordinary person passed by this place, he would probably be scared to death. Fortunately, there were signs of the advent of the alien beast passage hundreds of years ago, and most citizens evacuated. Otherwise, this place would be a horrific scene with piles of bones. Looking at the dilapidated city swimming pool, Luohan said silently in his heart, "Li Hong, go to the old place to set up your guns first. Tang Tian, Luohan, and Zhou Yu, follow our previous fighting style and prepare for battle here. After Li Hong sets up his gun, I'll go in and attract the strange beast," Captain Wu Tao said, holding a half-man-high shield. Li Hong, Tang Tian, Luohan and Zhou Yu nodded at the same time. To deal with first-level monsters that were lower than their own level, they adopted a very simple and crude method. The captain, as a meat shield, will go to the front to attract the attention of the monsters, then lure some of them out, and then others will hunt them. This is just a first-level group of alien beasts. If they were in Yonghui Building, a second-level group of alien beasts, they would be torn to pieces by the beasts in minutes if they dared to do this. After Li Hong successfully reached the rooftop of the building opposite the city swimming pool, team leader Wu Tao also received the news from the dedicated communication equipment. "Zhou Yu, give me some status." "Okay." Zhou Yu had no intention of teasing Luohan at this time, and his expression was serious. "Absolutely focus." Immediately, invisible ripples emanated from Zhou Yu, sweeping across Luohan, Tang Tian, and Wu Tao's bodies. Although he couldn't see Zhou Yu's special abilities, Luohan still felt like he was being swept by a wave of energy. Under the influence of this energy, all the fatigue caused by the long journey and mental tension in the past few days was swept away. He even became more focused and had a stronger control over the sun's true fire. Compared to before, his strength has increased by at least 20%. Is this the spiritual power that tends to assist? The effect is really overwhelming. With Zhou Yu's enhancement, Luohan is not afraid even if he encounters a second-order mid-level monster. "Captain, the status I'm giving you can only last for 3 minutes. If you don't return to within 5 meters of me within 3 minutes, my enhancement effect will disappear." Although they have been working together for so many years, Zhou Yu still reminded his captain. "Don't worry, I'll be back in less than 3 minutes. Besides, even if I let the strange beast inside gnaw at me, they can't do anything." Superpower, metallization. When Wu Tao activated his supernatural powers, all of his exposed skin turned black and emitted a metallic luster. Wu Tao grinned, and the muscles on his face seemed to be 2 pieces of metal that were slightly closer together. "Get ready for battle, protect Zhou Yu, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Wu Tao quickly ran to the city swimming pool, and the half-man-high shield was easily held in his hand like a toy. Chapter 27 Cooperation to Kill Beasts. "Luohan, when the monsters come, we will deal with half of them each. During the battle, you must protect Zhou Yu and do not leave her more than 5 meters away, otherwise you will not be able to benefit from the amplification. Li Hong on the rooftop next to us will provide us with fire support when the opportunity arises, so don't be too nervous and just use all your strength." Seeing Wu Tao entering the city swimming pool, Tang Tian gave him instructions. Although, during these 3 days, they have provided professional guidance to Luohan, and Luohan has performed very well. However, he was afraid that there would be too many strange beasts, and Luohan would panic. "Yes, Brother Tian, I understand." Luohan nodded. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of strange beasts running was heard, coming from far away and getting closer. Looking forward, they saw Wu Tao, whose whole body was made of metal, running quickly towards the direction where they were standing. Behind him, there were dozens of strange beasts. Shadow cat, arm-blade tiger, bloodthirsty dog. These strange beasts stared closely at Wu Tao, who was running in front of them, their eyes emitting bloodthirsty light, and they couldn't wait to catch up with him, kill this human and feast on him. Among them, there were some strange beasts with faster speed, which pounced directly on them. But these strange beasts that pounced on him were blocked by Wu Tao's half-man-high shield, and his body did not even shake a little. "Here I come." Luohan's right hand holding the wind-breaking knife trembled slightly. This was not a sign of fear, but excitement. These strange beasts all have special power points. Be careful, most of these strange beasts are high-level first-level strange beasts. Wu Tao led the group of strange beasts over and shouted while using his shield to block the attacks of the strange beasts. "New superpower, strengthen both arms." Tang Tian responded and then used his supernatural power. His arms suddenly expanded, and the dimensions were a whole circle larger than their normal arms. He took a step and rushed to the side of Captain Wu Tao. He raised his left hand to block the attack with his shield. The sword in his right hand turned into a phantom and chopped at the nearest strange beast. "Sister Yu, be careful and don't leave the 2-meter range of me." "Why 2 meters? Before Zhou Yu finished speaking, a golden-red flame appeared around her and turned into a golden-red flame barrier around her, protecting her. How thoughtful! Although the surrounding flames were extremely hot, in Zhou Yu's view, this action was so warm. After seeing that Zhou Yu was protected by the sun's true fire, Luohan rushed forward quickly with the wind-breaking blade in his hand. Phew! The wind-breaking blade turned into a stream of light and directly killed a first-level mid-level monster next to it. Boom! With the blessing of Zhou Yu's special ability, the golden-red sun fire emitted a despairingly high temperature and appeared within a 2-meter range around him. As if it was a game of death, he immediately picked a strange beast and shot it in the head with flames. Bang! 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 On the rooftop of the building next to him, the special bullets fired by Li Hong's sniper rifle hit the target in the head every time. In less than half an hour, dozens of strange beasts were killed under the tacit cooperation of each member of the Blood Knife team. The corpses of strange beasts were scattered around them. Some of these strange beast corpses were burned into charcoal, some were chopped into several pieces, and some seemed to be intact but had a big hole on their heads. Hoo! Luohan stood among the corpses of the strange beasts, breathing heavily. The meat of these beasts is really hard to chop. I have no strength left to chop just a few dozen of them. Luohan complained in his heart. Although his body had been strengthened by superpowers and he had been exercising diligently, he was still too young compared to these strong men who had been training for more than 10 years. Do you smell the aroma of barbecue? Wu Tao asked puzzledly as he smelled the aroma. Captain, that might be the smell of exotic beast meat. Do you want to eat it? Luohan pointed at the bloody corpse of the strange beast on the ground that was burned by the sun's true fire and said, You know what, this scent smells a bit like grilled steak. Never mind. I'm just curious where the smell comes from. Looking at the half-burnt corpse of the strange beast on the ground, Wu Tao felt a chill. The flesh and blood of low-level exotic beasts tasted good after being processed, but he had no appetite for flesh and blood like this that had been burned by flames. Everyone performed well this time, especially Luohan, who relieved me of a lot of pressure. Wu Tao felt happy when he saw that all the strange beasts were killed while his team was unharmed. In the past, although their team was able to achieve this level, it was definitely not as easy as it is now. All these changes were due to Luohan's arrival, his elusive wind-breaking blade, and his fire power, which made him extremely efficient in hunting exotic beasts. Especially the fire power, every time it appeared next to him, it gave him goosebumps, for fear of being swept by the fire. Collect the exotic beast materials and take a rest. I will go and attract some more exotic beasts later. After saying that, Wu Tao began to collect materials from the corpses of the strange beasts, and the others did the same. Since the capacity of each person's backpack is limited, when collecting materials, everyone chooses the most valuable parts of the exotic beasts. After collecting everything, Luohan and his group headed to the nearest building, entered a room, and rested. Chapter 28 Promotion. Inside the room of the building, Captain Wu Tao was guarding the door to prevent sudden attacks from strange beasts, while the others were resting. Tang Tian wiped his sword with a towel. Without using his superpowers, his arm had returned to normal. Zhou Yu sat cross-legged on a tattered bed, meditating with his eyes closed to restore his spirit. The spiritual power consumed too much mental energy. Luohan found a clean place to sit down and opened his system panel. Name, Luohan. Level, First Level Intermediate Psychic Plus. Ability, Sun Fire, S Level. Power Points, 2050. Skills, Heart Sense, Low Level Plus, Ordinary Boxing, Intermediate Plus, Ordinary Sword Skills, Intermediate Plus. Finally I can upgrade. Looking at the plus sign behind the level, Luohan smiled and clicked it without hesitation. The moment he was promoted, his physical fitness and supernatural powers were improved at the same time. Boom! The golden red Sun True Fire appeared around him. It could be seen that compared with before, the Sun True Fire had more gold and less red. After the breakthrough, the Sun's True Fire appears more gorgeous and mysterious. The sudden appearance of the Sun's True Fire instantly attracted the attention of other members of the team. This is a promotion? Looking at the golden red Sun Fire, Zhou Yu opened his eyes and said in surprise and doubt. As a psychic, her perception is inherently stronger than others. Moreover, during the previous half hour of fighting, Luohan's fire ability had been protecting her, so she had enough time to observe the flames. It can be said that apart from Luohan, she is the one who knows this flame best. The flame that now appeared in the room was obviously stronger than before. There is only one situation that can explain this method, and that is promotion. Listening to Zhou Yu's words, Wu Tao and Tang Tian were full of question marks. This Luohan has advanced already? We spend 1 or 2 years training our superpowers to get a chance to advance. Now you tell me that you have advanced after only 3 days in the world of strange beasts? In an instant, Tang Tian and Wu Tao felt like they had been living like dogs for the past decade. Luohan had no time to pay attention to the shock of everyone in the room. He was now feeling the changes in his own Sun True Fire. Fireball, Fire Knife, Fire Barrier. Under Luohan's control, the Sun's True Fire could change its form at will. The burning sensation is stronger than before, and the range has expanded from 2 meters to 3 meters. Moreover, my control over the Sun's True Fire has become stronger. For example, the Fire Knife is something I couldn't condense before. Feeling the changes in the Sun's True Fire after the promotion, Luohan said silently in his heart. System. Name, Luohan. Level, First Level High Level Psychic. Ability, Sun Fire, S Level. Power Points 50. Skills, Heart Sense, Low Level, Ordinary Boxing, Intermediate Level, Ordinary Sword Skills, Intermediate Level. With a thought in his mind, the system panel appeared in his mind again. Looking at the 50 ability points left, Luohan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that it would take 2,000 ability points to advance to the first level high-level psychic, and this was even though he was training his abilities. If he had not trained his superpowers during this period, he might have needed more superpower points to advance. But it's not bad. I've only been in the world of alien beasts for 3 days and I've already advanced a small level. This efficiency is already very good. Thinking of this, Luohan's brows relaxed, he retracted his supernatural powers, and saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. What's up, guys? After staring for about 30 seconds, Luohan couldn't help it and asked first. Brother Luo, seeing you advance so quickly, I am envious. Back then, it took me nearly 3 years to awaken my superpowers and advance to a first-level high-level superpower user. As he spoke, Zhou Yu stared at Luohan with resentment. Sister Yu, don't look at me like that. I can't stand it. Luohan felt frightened by Zhou Yu's resentful look. This look was as if he was the unfaithful man who abandoned his wife and children. The geniuses who can enter Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers are different. On the opposite side, Tang Tian looked at Luohan with a complicated expression. Back then, when he awakened his superpowers, he thought he could create a new world with them, so he didn't even take the college entrance examination. Without admission to a supernatural academy and without a teacher to guide him, he could only explore the supernatural training methods and combat skills on his own, or exchange them and learn them in the biting base. But is such core knowledge so easy to exchange? It took him 4 years just to exchange for the method to train his supernatural powers. By the time he had correctly mastered the method of training his supernatural powers, he had missed the golden period when his strength could improve the fastest. After more than 10 years of this, he is still just a second-level mid-level psychic. Therefore, he was very envious of geniuses like Luohan who were able to enter Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. Haha, Luohan, you've actually leveled up. This way we'll be able to kill even more monsters later. Wu Tao at the door laughed. Unlike Tang Tian, Wu Tao was not very talented. After graduating from an ordinary supernatural university, he ended up being just a second-level supernatural user. Therefore, he had already accepted his fate. It was fine if he was only at level 2. It was better than those at level 1 anyway. Chapter 29, Rage. In the following time, the Blood Knife Squad continued to hunt exotic beasts. It was still the same method as before, with Captain Wu Tao going to attract the strange beast, while the rest of the people waited outside for the strange beast to arrive and kill it. Arm-blade tiger, shadow cat, bloodthirsty dog. Wave after wave of strange beasts came, and Luohan brandished his wind-breaking sword, continuously killing the strange beasts. The true fire of the sun continued to appear within a 3-meter range around him, burning the monster's head into charcoal. Swing, chop, flame, burn. His sword became faster and faster, and his flames became more and more fierce. In the process of constantly hunting exotic beasts, Luohan's swordsmanship and his mastery of the sun's true fire have improved a lot. As time passed, more and more corpses of strange beasts piled up around them, and the dark red blood accumulated together to form a small stream. As the hunt progressed, a hint of blood red faintly appeared in Luohan's eyes. Once everyone has collected the exotic beast materials, please come over here. After killing the monster for the 4th time, Wu Tao put away his shield, clapped his hands, called everyone together, and notified Li Hong on the roof through the communication equipment. After Li Hong came down from the roof, Wu Tao said, "Well, including the last wave, we have killed nearly 100 monsters. There are so many exotic beast materials that our backpacks can hardly hold them all. Moreover, with the disappearance of so many exotic beasts, the high-level exotic beasts in the city's swimming pool have also become alert. If we continue to hunt them, we will be at great risk. So, let's rest tonight and return to Biting Base tomorrow." "Leaving now?" Luohan exclaimed in surprise. It was only half a day before they arrived at the city swimming pool. How could he just leave now? He hasn't earned enough ability points yet. "Captain, how about we kill another wave? I'm not willing to leave like this." Luohan's voice sounded a little anxious, and with a hint of rage. It seemed as if he would take action if Wu Tao didn't agree. "Luohan!" Suddenly, Wu Tao shouted loudly. After hearing this loud shout, Luohan also came to his senses and stood there in a daze. He had clearly just wanted to make a suggestion, so why did he feel irritated unconsciously, and even have a desire to kill someone? "Luohan, you can't go on. You have been affected by the strange beast." After looking at Luohan, Wu Tao said meaningfully, "Captain, what happened to me just now?" After taking a few deep breaths and calming down a little, Luohan began to ask. "Look at your eyes yourself." Captain Wu Tao handed over a mirror. In this mirror, Luohan discovered that there was a hint of red in his eyes. That red was filled with the bloody madness that only strange beasts could have. And his originally handsome face also looked a little hideous and terrifying. "Captain, what is this?" Luohan was frightened by himself in the mirror. His current state was definitely not normal. "The world of alien beasts is not our world. As long as you are in this world, your sanity will be affected." Glancing at the huge sun that was about to set in the sky, Wu Tao continued, "If we don't kill the monsters, it's fine. We can stay here for a month or 2. If you kill a strange beast, you will inevitably fight with it. The bloodthirstiness, madness, and violence of the alien beasts will be passed on to humans during the fight. So, in this situation, rationality will disappear faster. If you keep fighting, you will eventually become a wanderer who only knows how to kill, and stay in the world of strange beasts forever, associating with the strange beasts. We have killed hundreds of alien beasts, and our sanity has been affected to some extent, especially you. The impact is even more serious. Therefore, we must return to Biting Base and wait until the impact disappears before entering the alien beast world. After Wu Tao finished his explanation, Luohan fell into deep thought. So, there is such a restriction. Then I can't keep hunting monsters and gaining power points. Yes, if one could keep gaining power points, this system would be too powerful. Thinking of this, Luohan opened his system panel. Name, Luohan. Level, first level high level psychic. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 4600. Skills, Heart Sense, low level, ordinary boxing, intermediate level, ordinary sword skills, intermediate level. I can't advance even with 4,600 points. It seems that it takes a lot of points to advance from level 1 to level 2. Luohan said secretly. Among the hundreds of exotic beasts hunted, most were high-level first-level exotic beasts, and there were also some middle-level and low-level first-level exotic beasts. During the hunting process, he discovered that the power points obtained from a first-level high-level alien beast were only 100 points, while those from a first-level middle-level alien beast were 50 points. The lowest level, first-order low-level exotic beast can only obtain 1 ability point. In addition, many of the strange beasts were killed through cooperation, so the total number of power points he obtained in the end was only 4,600 points. Captain, how many days will it take for this effect to return to normal? After calming down his irritable emotions caused by the strange beasts, Luohan asked. Well, once we return to our world, it will probably take about 10 days to get back to normal. Captain Wu Tao responded. Usually, we only enter the exotic beast channel once every 10 days. 10 days is not bad. Luohan nodded slightly. Although, he still lacks some ability points to enter the second level. But if I go back and train my abilities for a while, maybe I can advance directly without having to accumulate enough ability points. Chapter 30. Sharing the Money. In the underground base on the second floor of Biting Base, a large number of people with special abilities lined up to enter the dark green alien beast passage. At the same time, there were also people coming out of the alien beast passage on the other side. Next to the passage, in addition to the scientific researchers in white clothes, there is the country's Wolfang psychic team, as well as other soldiers guarding the passage. Wow! The dark green beast passage shook, and immediately, the soldiers on duty nearby quickly made way. I saw a team of 5 people walking out of the passage. Leading the group was a sturdy man holding a shield half a man's height, followed by a strong-armed man holding a knife and carrying a shield, and a cold-blooded man carrying an iron box. After that, there was a hot beauty, and finally, there was a handsome young man with a ferocious-looking sword in his hand. Although the 5 men were different from each other, they had one thing in common: their uniforms and weapons were covered in blood, each of them exuded a terrifying murderous aura, and the tactical backpacks behind them were all bulging with blood. Wu Tao, you got a good harvest this time? Next to the strange beast passage, there was an acquaintance of Wu Tao among the Wolfang Superpower team guarding the passage. Haha, not bad. Wu Tao smiled and said, I won't say any more to you for now. We need to go back upstairs. I'll treat you to a drink next time. Haha, go ahead. At Biting Base, Captain Wu Tao's luxurious room 501 temporarily became a resting place for everyone. Captain, how much money can we make this time? Luohan spoke. After returning to the ground world, his emotions have calmed down a lot, and now he only cares about how much money he can make. After all, this was his first pot of gold in the true sense. Haha, Luohan, I didn't expect you to have an anxious side. Captain Wu Tao laughed. In the world of strange beasts, Luohan has always been calm and composed, his sword strikes are steady and his flames are accurate. At one point Wu Tao wondered if he was the latest intelligent robot. Now, he finally saw a side of Luohan that was in line with the nature of a young man. I don't know the exact amount now. I'll know after it's sold, but if I estimate conservatively, it should be more than 1 million. After a quick calculation, Wu Tao said, 1 million! Luohan opened his eyes wide. If the total amount is 1 million, then everyone can get 200,000. This is too much. In just 6 or 7 days, you can earn 200,000 yuan. What an amazing speed of making money! Oh, little brother Luohan, you have seen too little of the world. Zhou Yu showed a charming smile. It's only 1 million, and each person only gets 200,000. Buy some equipment and sheets, and go out for fun. It will be spent soon. Listening to Zhou Yu's words, Luohan instantly thought of the expensive equipment. Yes, this money won't be enough to buy some better equipment. Haha, everyone, have a meal and rest first, and then we'll go to the 10th floor to sell all these materials. Wu Tao smiled slightly. After dinner, the 5 members of the Blood Knife team went to the 10th floor of the Biting Base, a place that specialized in selling exotic beast materials, and sold all the exotic beast materials. In room 501, a group of members of the Blood Knife squad, who had changed into casual clothes, were gathering in front of a computer and dividing the money. Most of the animals we hunted this time were high-level first-level exotic beasts. The materials from a high-level first-level exotic beast can be sold for about 14,000 yuan. Among the more than 100 exotic beasts we hunted this time, there were nearly 60 first-order high-level exotic beasts, which is about 840,000. Together with the other first-order middle-level and first-order low-level exotic beasts, the total is 1.2 million. I will be the main bearer, Tang Tian and Luohan will be the main output. The 3 of us will get 70%, and then we will divide it equally, which means 280,000 each. In front of the computer, Wu Tao was calculating money. Li Hong and Zhou Yu, each of you will get 15%, which is 180,000. I think everyone has no objection. Wu Tao asked. No objection. Luohan nodded. The rest of the people nodded as well. The rules of the Superpower team are that whoever contributes the most will get more money after killing the Superpower beast. The people who contributed the most at the city swimming pool this time were Wu Tao, Tang Tian and Luohan, while Li Hong and Zhou Yu were more of a supporting role, so it's not surprising that they received less money. Okay, the money has been transferred to your account. Bite. 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 The sound of money arriving was heard one after another, and everyone took out their mobile phones to check. The same goes for Luohan. Hey, there are a few missed calls. Taking out his cell phone, Luohan first saw several missed calls. 3 from my aunt, 2 from teacher Jiangnan, and 2 from Wang Dong. Forget it, I'll call them later. The beast world cannot receive any telephone signals at all, so it is normal that I can't get their calls. I clicked on the bank message and saw the balance of my bank card, 1,004,320 yuan. Seeing his balance, Luohan was excited. 1 million. A full million. He used 210,000 yuan of the previous 800,000 yuan scholarship to buy equipment, and he originally had more than 130,000 yuan. With the current 280,000 yuan, he already has 1 million yuan in his bank account. Chapter 31 Family and Friends. The money has been allocated, let's plan the arrangements for the next operation. In this operation, Brother Luohan not only did not hold us back, but also greatly enhanced the combat power of our team. So I think next time our team should go to Yonghui Supermarket where there are more second-level monsters. What do you all think? After dividing the money, Wu Tao was in a very good mood. He took out an apple from somewhere and talked while eating it. Yeah, I'm fine, Luohan said immediately. He is now a first-level high-level psychic. For killing a first-level high-level monster of the same level, he only gains 100 power points, which is too slow. If you hunt a second-level monster, you can gain power points much faster. Although it is a little dangerous, I believe that as long as I have my own true sun fire, I will not be afraid of any danger. Luohan is fine, so are we. After looking around at the reactions of the people around him, Tang Tian spoke. There was no resistance on anyone's face, which showed that everyone still wanted to go to Yonghui Supermarket. After all, there's more money to be made there. Well, then we'll all see each other in 10 days. Your room will not expire until tomorrow, you can rest here for a night before leaving. After saying that, Wu Tao, who had already changed into casual clothes, threw the apple core into the trash can and walked out quickly. Tisk, it's different having a family. I'm going back now. Zhou Yu teased Wu Tao as he left, then looked at Luohan. Little brother, do you want to go with me? Forget it. Looking at Luohan's embarrassed look, Zhou Yu chuckled and then left the room. Brother Tian, Brother Hong, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Luohan returned to his room 506. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Aunt? Looking at the name on the phone, Luohan answered the call. Hello, Auntie. I was busy these days and my phone was turned off, so I didn't receive the call. What? You said Sister Li was also admitted to Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers? She arrived at the school 3 days ago? Haha, that's good. Yeah, I'll go find Sister Li when we get to school, don't worry. Okay, I know. I will take good care of myself. Well, I'm hanging up now. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Luohan felt a warm feeling in his heart. In this world, the person who cared about him the most was his Aunt Zhang Qingyu. I just didn't expect Sister Li to be admitted to Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. It seems I have to look for her when I return to school tomorrow. Sister Li's figure emerged in Luohan's mind. When his parents died in a car accident, the person who was with him, besides his aunt, was Sister Li, who was like an older sister to him. It gave me warmth when I was most lonely and helpless. By the way, Teacher Jiang and Wang Dong haven't returned their calls yet. Luohan thought of the several missed calls he had made before. So he picked up his phone again and called Wang Dong first. Hello, Wang Dong. TSK, what do you mean I'm missing from the world? I just turned off my phone temporarily, is that not okay? Did you get into Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers? Tell me about it. TSK, he didn't even get in. He got into the nearby Songhai University of Special Abilities. Wang Dong, you are weak too. Okay, then we'll meet at the university town when school starts. After hanging up the phone, Luohan unconsciously smiled. In Jiangnan City, there are 3 supernatural universities that are ranked high in the country. One is Jiangnan Supernatural University, which is ranked 3rd, one is Qinghai Supernatural University, which is ranked 20th, and the other is Yughan Supernatural University, which is ranked 50th. Among them, Jiangnan University of Specialties and Xiangui University of Specialties are located in the same university town. Although Wang Dong failed to get into Jiangnan University of Special Abilities, it is also very good that he was admitted to Qinghai University of Special Abilities. It will be very convenient when we meet and brag to each other in the future. Clicking on the dialing interface, this time, Luohan dialed Teacher Jiang Yan's number. Hello, is this Teacher Jiang? Yes, I am Luohan. I've been delayed by something recently. I'll be able to get to school tomorrow. Yes, okay. I'll report directly to your place tomorrow. The villa area south of the campus? Number 029? Okay, I'll make a note of it. I didn't expect there is a villa area inside Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. That's amazing. After hanging up the phone, Luohan couldn't help but sigh. Yes, as a 5th-level psychic, Jiang Yan's wealth is unimaginable, and a villa is just a piece of cake. After hanging up the phone, Luohan went to take a shower. After taking a shower, he did not exercise as usual, but lay down directly on the bed. In the practice of spiritual cultivation, one must also pay attention to alternating between relaxation and tension. During the 7 or 8 days in the world of strange beasts, I remained in a state of high tension every day, and used my supernatural powers and swordsmanship every day. So, now he needs to rest. Perhaps he was too tired these days. Luohan fell into a deep sleep after lying down for a while. Chapter 32 Yamushi. Day 2, early morning. When Luohan woke up from his sleep, he felt full of energy, and all the fatigue from the past few days was swept away. With a jump, Luohan stood up from the bed, and then began to get dressed and wash. 10 minutes later, after washing up, Luohan packed his wind-breaking knife and combat suit into a half-meter-long wooden box. Then he left room 506, carrying his bag, dragging his suitcase, holding a wooden box, and humming a little tune. walk out of the biting base hall and goes straight out of the base. Coming to the human-shaped road outside, looking at the normal-sized sun in the sky, the vehicles driving in the middle of the road, and ordinary people walking with their children on the sidewalk, for a moment, Luohan felt as if he was in another world. The desolate city ruins and the brutal and bloodthirsty beasts seemed to not exist in this world. It is precisely because of such a beautiful world that we have to work hard to resist the monsters, isn't it? Luohan muttered to himself. If the alien beasts broke through the alien beast channel and came to this world, I believe this world would soon become like the alien beast world. Desolate, bloody and violent. It is precisely because of the existence of so many people with special abilities that the strange beasts are blocked outside the strange beasts passage. Hey bro, why don't you take a taxi? A taxi came up to him, and the driver spoke with a strong Jiangnan accent. Sit down. I'm going to Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. Listening to this energetic voice, Luohan smiled a big, bright smile, like the sunshine in winter, and just seeing it made him feel happy. Jiangnan University of Special Abilities was only 10 kilometers away from Biting Base. It would only take him 10 minutes by taxi to arrive. Thank you, master. After saying thank you, Luohan got out of the car and looked at the school in front of him. Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers is located in a university town. Passers-by nearby look at this best university of supernatural powers in Jiangnan City with envy from time to time. The passage at the school gate was very large. Luo Hengmo estimated that it was more than enough for 20 cars to pass side by side. Most of the people entering and exiting the gate were beautiful young students. Some of them even carried weapons, and there were also school teachers who looked very imposing. On the gate above the road, 6 characters were written in a flamboyant style. Jiangnan University of Special Abilities. The font was also very large, which made Luohan, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, feel like he was in a country of giants, and he was just a dwarf. Excuse me, are you a student of this school? Suddenly, a clear voice appeared beside him. His heart sensed someone approaching him, but he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment there were quite a few people in front of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. Many people would regret not visiting Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers after coming to Jiangnan City. Turning around, he saw a pretty girl standing next to him. It is now late June, the hottest time of the summer. Most pedestrians on the street are wearing cooler clothes, and the same is true for the girl next to me. She was wearing a floral dress, carrying a small school bag, dragging a suitcase, and wearing a pair of small sandals, revealing her cute toes. Unlike other girls, she didn't wear nail polish on her toenails, but even so, her crystal-clear toes were extremely eye-catching. Looking up, there is a pair of long, beautiful legs, and looking up again. Cough cough. Luohan was stunned. Such proud breasts were definitely not inferior to Zhou Yu's. Even this most innocent floral dress can make her look charming. Hey, what are you looking at? A voice that was 3 parts shy and 7 parts angry brought Luohan back to reality. When I looked up, I saw a stunning oval face. It would be more perfect if the big eyes on her face were not full of anger. Oh, sorry, I was distracted just now. Luohan lied without blushing or beating his heart. Actually, it wasn't really a lie, he was just distracted just now. I am indeed a student of this school. Is there anything I can help you with? Luohan curled his lips, revealing his extremely contagious smile. The tall girl hesitated, but after seeing Luohan's sunny smile, she subconsciously believed what he said. I am a freshman admitted this year and I want to register. Can you help me, senior? Although the other person was dragging a suitcase like her, Yao Mushi felt that since he knew the location of the registration office, he must be a senior who had returned to school early. Well, freshman, come with me then, I'll take you to register. Luohan nodded, looking like he was very familiar with this school. He had already looked at the map of Jiangnan University on the internet, while in the car. Although he didn't remember it very clearly, he still had some impression of the approximate location of the registration office. Really? That's great! The girl's voice was full of surprise, and the anger in her eyes disappeared. It was her first time to travel far away to Jiangnan City, and her parents were unable to accompany her due to something. Therefore, she could only report to Jiangnan University of Special Abilities alone. She was just worried about what to do if she couldn't find the reporting office. Now it's okay, with the help of enthusiastic seniors. I haven't asked your name yet. My name is Luohan. What's yours? Luohan asked while holding the wooden box. Hello, Senior Luohan. My name is Yaomushi. I am a freshman this year. My instructor asked me to register early this time. Yaomushi's voice is very nice and crisp. Are you a freshman who has reported in advance? It seems that you have extraordinary talents, junior sister. As Luohan spoke, he led her into the school gate. Students who can report in advance like him all have at least A-level superpowers, so although the girl next to him looks innocent and harmless, who knows what will happen when she uses her superpowers? Hey, it's okay. The girl smiled slightly, a hint of pride appearing on her face, making her look extremely cute. Luohan couldn't help but smile when he saw this. This girl is quite interesting. Chapter 33 See-Through. After handing over their identity cards proving they were people with special abilities to the security guard for inspection, Luohan and Yaomushi were able to enter the school smoothly. Wow, so beautiful! Luohan and Yaomushi exclaimed at the same time when they entered the campus. When he was outside the door, he couldn't see clearly, but now after entering, Luohan discovered that Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers was so beautiful. Yes, it is beautiful. There are many maple trees planted neatly on both sides of the pedestrian road at the main entrance of the campus. It is summer now and the leaves of the maple trees are still dark green, but one can already imagine what a beautiful scene it will be here in late autumn. Next to the road, in the center behind the gate, there is a huge artificial fountain that is constantly spraying water, adding a touch of coolness to the hot summer. Surrounding the fountain are many colorful flowers, which look extremely beautiful. Luohan had seen some of these flowers in the world of strange beasts, but he didn't expect to see them here as well. Senior Luohan, why are you so amazed? Don't you watch it every day? Yaomushi looked at Luohan with suspicion. She always felt that this senior was a little weird. Ahem. Luohan coughed dryly, then said, Our school is so beautiful, it's understandable to praise it more. Come on, senior will take you to the registration place. Having said that, Luohan immediately walked ahead. Seeing this, Yaomushi hurriedly followed. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, relying on his memory of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, Luohan brought Yaomushi to the registration office. Jiangnan University of Special Abilities is an old university that existed before the advent of the Strange Beast Channel. It has hundreds of years of history. Although most of the buildings on the campus are bright and beautiful and very modern, there are also some buildings that are filled with the breath of history. For example, this 3-story registration office looks much more shabby compared to the surrounding buildings. Although it is shabby, the place is still quite spacious. Like the biting base, the first floor of the registration office is also laid out as a service hall, but it is very quiet inside at the moment, with only a middle-aged woman behind the counter. Come on, this is the registration place. Looking at the hall in front of him, Luohan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he has a good memory, otherwise he would not be able to find this remote registration place. Thank you, Senior Luohan. Seeing that he had really arrived at the registration office, Yaomushi's last bit of doubt disappeared, and he skipped to the counter in the lobby. Auntie, I'm here to report. Students who report early must have been notified by their supervisors, right? Who is your supervisor? Wang Wei. Oh, Mr. Wang from the Element Academy, please take out your admission letter and ID card. I will help you register. Hey, why can't I find my admission letter? Don't worry, take your time to look for it. You are the only one reporting here now. Auntie has plenty of time to wait for you. Watching Yaomushi frantically searching her bag for her admission letter and ID card, Luohan smiled slightly and prepared to turn around and leave. Although Yaomushi has a good figure and her appearance is in line with his aesthetic standards, he is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. I brought her here to report just on a whim, just for the sake of convenience. Now that we have arrived at the place, it is time for me to report to Teacher Jiang. After such a long delay, Teacher Jiang must be getting anxious. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Just as Luohan was about to leave, his cell phone suddenly rang. Teacher Jiang? It seems that I really can't keep talking. I was just thinking about Teacher Jiang just now, and I didn't expect Teacher Jiang to call me. Shaking his head, Luohan answered the phone. Hello, Teacher Jiang. Well, Luohan, have you arrived at school? Yeah, just arrived. That's right. I forgot to tell you yesterday that you should go to the school registration office to register first. Huh? Why do you have to report so early? Nonsense, if you don't report, where are you staying tonight? Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Luohan smiled helplessly. Okay, Teacher Jiang, I'll come find you after I finish registering. This Teacher Jiang is really unreliable. After saying that, Luohan hung up the phone and walked towards the counter. At this time, Yao Mushi finally found her admission letter. Auntie, I found it. This is my admission letter. Yao Mushi's little face had turned a little red due to anxiety, making her look extremely cute. It makes people want to pinch it. Well, Auntie, please help me with some registration procedures. As he spoke, Luohan took out his admission letter and ID card from his bag. Hey, this voice is so familiar. Yao Mushi turned around and saw Luohan and the admission letter he handed over. Senior Luohan? No, that's not right, you and I are both freshmen. At this time, Yao Mushi also noticed something was wrong and immediately cried out. I didn't expect that this guy, who looks handsome and sunny, would dare to pretend to be a senior and cheat me. Thinking of this, Yao Mushi pouted, obviously a little angry. Chapter 34 Report. Hello, nice to meet you again. I'm a freshman like you, Luohan. Looking at Yao Mushi, who turned around, Luohan introduced himself again. Humph, you liar Luo, you actually lied to me and made me call you senior several times for nothing. Yao Mushi pouted, looking a little angry. Although I'm not a senior, I still brought you to the registration office. If you're still angry, how about I call you senior a few times? Then we're even? Resisting the urge to pinch Yao Mushi's cute face, Luohan said sincerely. That's right. Since you brought me here, I will forgive you. Yao Mushi blinked her big watery eyes, thought for a moment, and then readily forgave Luohan. After all, it's not a serious matter. Others have brought themselves here, and if they are still angry, it would seem a bit petty. Auntie, I'm also from the Elemental Academy. My name is Luohan and my instructor is Jiangnan. Please help me register. Luohan said to the aunt behind the counter. Ordinary students will be assigned a tutor after school starts. Only students like them who report early and participate in guidance will have a tutor before school starts. Right away, wait till I finish registering this little girl, then I'll register yours. Okay. Hey, are you from the Elemental Academy as well? What a coincidence. At this time, Yao Mushi had forgotten the unpleasantness just now and regained her lively and cheerful appearance. Yes, please give me more advice in the future, Yao Xiueme. Luohan nodded and said the three words, Xiueme Yao, jokingly. Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers has a total of 5 major departments, which are divided into Elemental Department, Strengthening Department, Spiritual Department, Natural Department, and Special Department according to the types of supernatural powers. Yao Mushi is also an elementalist like him, so maybe they will have classes together in the future. Humph, you liar Luo, you dared to call me your schoolmate. Ahem, sorry, I just said that casually. You must have done it on purpose. Now I regret it, Luo Xuedi, please call me senior sister. I'm sorry, the time has passed, and the promise just now no longer counts. Ah, you are so abominable. No, call senior sister. Behind the counter, the middle-aged woman looked at the couple in front of her with a smile on her face. It's great to be young. Student, you have successfully registered. Your assigned dormitory is room 301, building 2, female dormitory. The middle-aged woman handed over Yao Mushi's admission letter, ID card and dormitory key. Brother Luo, it's your turn. After taking her things, Yao Mushi frowned and said viciously. Obviously, she didn't gain much advantage in the verbal confrontation just now. Hee hee. Luohan smiled and didn't argue with her anymore. He handed over his admission letter and ID card. This time the woman handled it very quickly. In less than 3 minutes, Luohan had finished reporting. Brother Luo, it's your turn. After taking her things, Yao Mushi frowned and said viciously. Obviously, she didn't gain much advantage in the verbal confrontation just now. Hee hee. Luohan smiled and didn't argue with her anymore. He handed over his admission letter and ID card. This time the woman handled it very quickly. In less than 3 minutes, Luohan had finished reporting. Student Luohan, your dormitory is number 201 in the men's dormitory. Here is your key. Since not many students arrive early to register, you may be the only one living in your dormitory. The woman said as she handed over the keys, admission letter, and ID card. What about me? What about me? Yao Mushi next to him asked anxiously. She felt a little scared at the thought that she might live alone in the dormitory. After all, although she sleeps alone at home, she has her parents and family at home, and roommates in high school, so she doesn't feel lonely. 3 people can live in one dormitory. There are already 2 people living in your dormitory, so you don't have to be afraid. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. A bright smile like a flower bloomed on Yamushi's face, which made Luohan beside her a little dazed. The registration procedures have been completed. Daily necessities such as bedding are sold next to your dormitory. If you need anything, you can go downstairs to buy it. Okay. Luohan and Yao Mushi answered at the same time. Luohan, do you know where the girls' dormitory is? After walking out of the registration office, Yao Mushi suddenly turned around and asked Luohan who was behind him. Even though this guy had cheated him before, he seemed pretty reliable. So, fearing that she would not be able to find the girls' dormitory, Yao Mushi subconsciously asked Luohan. The girls' dormitory seems to be right next to the boys' dormitory. After thinking for a while, Luohan responded. His memory became much better after awakening his special powers, so after looking at the map, he had already memorized the approximate locations of various places in the school. The girls' dormitory is right next to the boys' dormitory, and the boys' dormitory is not very far from here. It only takes more than 10 minutes to walk there. Well, can you take me there? Yao Mushi blinked her eyes and used her best cute tricks. Hee hee. Luohan admitted that Yao Mushi was indeed adorable when he acted cute, but was he someone who would give in so easily? Senior Luo. Ahem, let's go. Well, it smells good. Chapter 35 Yao Mushi's Thoughts. On the school road, Luohan and Yao Mushi walking side by side attracted the attention of many passing students. Most of the eyes were focused on Yao Mushi, while Luohan seemed to be just glanced over. Yao Mushi was obviously used to this kind of gaze, his face was extremely calm, and he looked as if he didn't want anyone to come near him. She graduated from Jiangnan No. 2 High School. Whether in terms of study, supernatural powers or appearance, she was the undisputed number 1 in the high school. Normally, she would not show her lively and cheerful face unless it was someone she was particularly familiar with. And Luohan was the accident. Perhaps it's because of his smile. While thinking, Yao Mushi secretly looked at Luohan beside him. Luohan is not particularly handsome, but he has a special aura, just like the rising sun. Full of energy and hope. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun shone obliquely onto Luohan's face, which, combined with his not bad-looking facial features, made him look extremely sacred. For a moment, Yao Mushi was actually stunned. What are you looking at? A voice pulled Yao Mushi back to reality. Yao Mushi's face instantly turned red when she was caught peeking. Nothing, I was just distracted. This conversation seems familiar. Before Yao Mushi had time to think about why, she was interrupted by what was about to happen. A student walked quickly across from Luohan and just happened to knock the wooden box in his hand off his shoulder. Excuse me, classmate. I have something urgent to do. The student's figure quickly disappeared from their sight. The knocked-over wooden box fell to the ground, and the contents inside rolled out. The blood-stained battle suit and the hideous wind-breaking sword were exposed to the air, filling the air with a bloody smell. This? Looking at these things on the ground, Yao Mushi was stunned. Is he a murderer? Did I accidentally discover his identity? Will I be killed to silence him? At this moment, Yao Mushi thought of a lot. Ahem. As a psychic, it's not too much to bring some equipment. As for the blood on it, it's just for decoration. Luohan hurriedly explained, and even he himself believed it. according to the regulations of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, students will only be allowed to enter the world of supernatural beasts after they become second-level supernatural powers. If his mentor Jiangnan knew that he had entered the world of strange beasts, he would probably be scolded. So, to be on the safe side, he would not tell anyone else that he had entered the world of strange beasts. Although Yao Mushi is unlikely to tell others, it is still better to be cautious. Really? Then the blood is so realistic. At this time, Yao Mushi also came back to his senses. Indeed, there is nothing strange about a psychic carrying equipment. In the short time they were walking on the road, several students carrying equipment had passed by. It's just that the dried blood on his equipment is too realistic, it looks like the real thing. Hey. Luohan, who had gotten away with it, just smiled and didn't bring up the topic again. Jiangnan University of Specialties enrolls no more than 1,000 students every year, and the total number of students in the entire school is only about 5,000 to 6,000, but the school covers a large area. According to the information Luohan found, Jiangnan University covers an area of nearly 2,000 acres, which is as large as 6 high schools. It is the school with the largest area in the university town. Even if a large area is provided to the school teachers, the area for the remaining students to live is still very large. Therefore, there are only 3 students living in each dormitory of the school. And each dormitory building has many such dormitories. At this time, all the students coming in and out of the boys' dormitory were looking at a certain place with amazement. A man and a woman were standing there. The man looked handsome and elegant, wearing a gray shirt and black casual pants, holding a wooden box in his right hand. Although he was just standing there, everyone who saw him would feel a vague sense of oppression. The girl next to the boy was in her early 16s, tall and good-looking, but she looked a little cold. These 2 people are naturally Luohan and Yao Mushi. Yes, your girl's dormitory is across the street. You can buy daily necessities such as bedding at the supermarket next door. After Luohan finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to enter the boys' dormitory building to put his luggage in his dormitory. Hello? Seeing Luohan turning away without mercy, Yao Mushi subconsciously called out to him. Anything else? Luohan stopped and turned around. Thank you for today. Originally, Yao Mushi wanted to leave Luohan's contact information, but she was still a reserved girl after all, so the first words she spoke turned into thanks. Haha, you're welcome, Yao sister. See you in class when school starts. After waving his hand, Luohan walked into the boys' dormitory without looking back. He was lying when he said he had no feelings for the lively and lovely Yao Mushi, but he really didn't think of leaving her contact information. During the 6 or 7 days in the alien world, he had long forgotten the existence of his mobile phone, so it was understandable that he failed to make the switch for a while. Looking at Luohan disappearing at the door of the boys' dormitory, Yao Mushi felt inexplicably depressed. I should have left my contact information earlier. Forget it. We are from the same college anyway. Let's talk about it next time we meet. There was some regret on Yao Mushi's face. She shook her head and walked into the girls' dormitory with her long, beautiful legs. From childhood to adulthood, she has never lacked suitors, and the people who like her can line up from here to the school gate. She did have some special feelings for Luohan, but she couldn't be the first to speak without caring about her reserve, so she just let it go. Chapter 36 Dormitory. There are 4 male dormitories in Jiangnan University, and the male freshman dormitory is the closest to the female freshman dormitory. Luohan walked in and went straight to dormitory number 201 on the 2nd floor. Click! Luohan took out the key, inserted it, and turned it gently, and the door of dormitory number 201 opened. With just a glance, the entire dormitory situation is in sight. I roughly estimated that the entire house is about 100 square meters, with 3 rooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The 3 rooms are in different directions, and the living room is in the center. There is a sofa in the living room, and opposite the sofa is a virtual player that can project TV programs directly into the air, allowing you to experience the naked eye 3D effect. When he walked into the living room, suddenly a voice sounded. Welcome Luohan, the 3031st student, to live in this dormitory. I am the intelligent system of this room. I hope that I can get along well with Luohan in the next 4 years. I also hope that Luohan can learn more knowledge in this school and become a stronger psychic. Wow, there's also an intelligent system. Hearing this voice, Luohan couldn't help but admire. The technology in this world was much more advanced than in his previous life. Whether it was the suspended cars, flame-breathing skateboards, or other novel products that he saw when he first traveled through time, they were all full of science fiction. But the predecessor was born in an ordinary family, so he had no chance to own such a science fiction product. If Luohan guessed correctly, this should be a house that has a smart home system installed. All the equipment in the room can be connected to the room's smart system, which is very convenient. Which room is mine? Luohan tried to shout. Since you are the first student to arrive, you can choose any room you want. Mihi's gentle voice sounded above the roof. Then I'll take this. Luohan pointed to a room at random. Okay, Luohan, please select room 3. Please record your iris scan before checking in to prevent others from entering your room. It can actually bind to the iris. This is too advanced. Luohan was like a country bumpkin who came to the city for the first time, and he kept exclaiming in admiration. Then he walked to room 3, put his eyes close to it, and recorded his iris. Click. Iris entry, the room door opens automatically. Luohan walked in dragging the suitcase and holding the wooden box. The furniture is quite complete. When you enter the room, the first thing that catches your eye is a desk. Next to the desk is a wardrobe, and at the other end of the wardrobe is a large bed. The big bed was spotless and looked extremely tidy. The school did not prepare any fitting quilts or sheets, so the big bed was empty. Hey, luckily I brought it. Luohan has always been cautious about personal belongings, so he even brought bedding and sheets from home. While humming a song, he happily began to make the bed and tidy up the dormitory. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Yaomushi also came to her dormitory. Number 301, this is it. The dormitory door was open, so Yaomushi didn't use the key. He just walked in dragging his suitcase. A new roommate is here? Hello? As soon as I entered the dormitory, a voice came from the living room. Following the direction of the voice, a tall girl appeared in Yaomushi's sight. Yaomushi herself is nearly 170 centimeters tall, and in front of her, she is even 1 centimeter shorter. Hello, I'm Yaomushi. Yaomushi greeted with a smile. Hello, I'm Susili, nice to meet you. Holding Yaomushi's hand, Susili said excitedly. 6 days ago, after she was admitted to Jiangnan University of Specialties, a man who claimed to be the school's tutor approached her and asked her to report to the school early. After confirming the other party's identity, Susili came here. But what she didn't expect was that what awaited her was hell. The instructor formulated a strict training plan for her, including physical training, supernatural power training, and strengthening supernatural powers. Wait, it's a bit too much for her to cope with. Fortunately, her tutor gave her a day off today, so she had a chance to catch her breath. However, the first feeling she had when she had free time was boredom. There were only her and another freshman in the entire dormitory. The other freshman was also receiving training from the teacher, so she was the only one in the dormitory for the entire morning. Now that someone else had finally moved in, how could she not be happy? Sisterly, which room is mine? Yaomushi asked. Perhaps Susili's emotions infected her, and she couldn't help but smile. This girl is so beautiful. When Yaomushi smiled, Susili realized that the girl in front of her was so outstanding in appearance. Come on, girl, chat with me first, and we'll talk about other things later. After saying that, regardless of Yaomushi's response, he pulled her to sit on the sofa. Girls always get familiar with each other quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the laughter of Yaomushi and Susili could be heard from the sofa. Yaomushi also regained her lively and cheerful appearance, pulling Susili and chattering about something. Chapter 37 Wind Man. The teachers at Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers are generally 4th or 5th level supernatural powers. They are not only very powerful, but also have strong earning power. Why do you have to stay in a university as a teacher? Isn't it better to go somewhere else to make money? Therefore, in order to retain these teachers, Jiangnan University of Specialties has also put a lot of thought into it, and the villa area specially built for them is part of it. Villa number 029. In front of the villa area, Luohan, who had left the dormitory, came here. When he finished cleaning the dormitory, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. He ate something at a restaurant on campus and then hurried over. Student, which teacher are you looking for? A middle-aged man walked out of the villa area. Based on the aura on him, Luohan judged that he should be an extremely powerful psychic. Hello, teacher. I'm looking for Mr. Jiangnan from room 029. Luohan said respectfully. Oh? You're the one looking for Jiangnan, are you Luohan? The man's eyes lit up and he began to look at Luohan carefully. His muscles are solid and powerful, his eyes are bright and sharp, and his aura is very strong. There is a sense of oppression. He must have seen blood. Well, you are indeed a student that crazy Jiang values. The man looked at it and nodded frequently, as if he was appreciating some work of art. Who are you? Luohan was puzzled. In Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, there were only 2 teachers who knew him. One was Li Bo, who came to recruit students, and the other was Jiangnan. The person in front of him was someone he had never seen before. Suddenly, he clenched his right fist, turned into a phantom, and attacked him. The speed of this punch was so fast that it even made a sound of breaking through the air. Luohan didn't expect this man to attack suddenly, so in desperation, he had to use his own Sun True Fire. True Fire Barrier! Boom! A golden-red flame rose around Luohan, enveloping him. The True Fire Barrier is a method of using the sun's true fire that he learned in the world of alien beasts. Ordinary solar fire has a wide coverage but is also scattered. But if you control it with your mind, it can be condensed a little. The True Fire Barrier is a means of gathering the condensed true fire of the sun around oneself to prevent the enemy from breaking through. He was able to achieve this level only after he broke through to become a first-level high-level psychic and further improved his control over the sun's true fire. At the moment the True Fire Barrier rose, the right fist that turned into a phantom also stopped in front of the True Fire Barrier. It is indeed the true fire of the sun, and it seems that he has mastered it very well. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and withdrew his right hand, looking calm, as if nothing had happened. What do you want to do? Retracting the True Fire Barrier, Luohan looked at the man with an annoyed expression. He also realized that this person suddenly attacked just to confirm his special ability. But Luohan is not a soft persimmon. Even if the other party is a teacher at Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, he will definitely ask for an explanation if there is no special reason. Well, I'm still angry. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, and his eyes looked as if he was looking at an ant. Flame Blade. Seeing the undisguised contempt in the middle-aged man's eyes, Luohan couldn't bear it any longer. The sun's true fire transformed into a wind-breaking blade and appeared in his hand. Gripping the flaming knife tightly in his right hand and stepping forward, Luohan's figure flashed, and he rushed towards the middle-aged man like a bullet out of a gun. The flaming sword transformed from the sun's true fire cut through the air, bringing up a golden-red glow that was clearly visible even in the daytime. What? The middle-aged man's expression changed. He didn't expect Luohan to be so decisive and actually dared to attack him. Just as the flaming sword was about to touch him, he shouted, "Body of wind!" In an instant, the middle-aged man's chest turned into a ball of light blue gas, and Luohan's flaming knife passed through his body without causing him any harm. A 4th-level mutant! Looking at the middle-aged man whose chest turned into light blue gas, Luohan's face changed slightly. Among the 5 types of superpowers, namely, enhancement, elemental, spiritual, special, and natural, the enhancement type is recognized as the easiest type of superpower to awaken and advance, while the elemental type is the most difficult type to awaken and advance. The elemental system is the most difficult to advance, but it is also recognized as the most powerful system. A 2nd-level elementalist can even cross levels and kill a 3rd-level enhancementist. It is precisely because of this difference that there is an influx of high-level enhancement-type psychics, while high-level elemental-type psychics are scarce. The biggest difference between high-level elementalists and ordinary elementalists is the elementalization of their bodies. As long as the body is elementalized, most attacks can be avoided. Precisely because of the rarity of high-level elementalists, the only elementalist above the 4th level that Luohan had seen was Jiangnan. Unexpectedly, just after arriving at the mentor area, I met another 4th level elementalist. Haha, don't be angry, I'm your teacher Zhang's friend, I was just joking with you just now. The middle-aged man laughed, and the light blue gas in his chest quickly turned back into a solid body. Chapter 38 Jiangnan's Villa. Luohan listened to the man's words without saying a word. The flaming knife in his hand did not disappear and his eyes were still cold, as if he was going to attack again in the next moment. Are you kidding? Can it be called a joke when a high-level psychic attacks a low-level psychic? If he hadn't reacted in time, would that punch have hit his chest? If a high-level psychic's punch hit him solidly, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Thinking of this, Luohan gripped the flaming knife in his right hand even tighter, and a murderous aura emanated from him. Is this momentum? The middle-aged man was confused and uncertain. He only came into contact with the application of momentum when he reached the 3rd level. I didn't expect to see it on a 1st-level psychic. The young are really to be feared. But you're still a little too young in front of me. The man's eyes focused, and an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. This? At the moment when the man's momentum burst out, Luohan felt as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence, and did not dare to move at all. Fear, terror, tension. All kinds of negative emotions came flooding in. Luohan got goosebumps all over his body and cold sweat ran down his back. Even the flaming sword in his hand began to flicker due to his unstable emotions, as if it could go out at any time. No, I can't do that. I have to overcome my fear. Luohan shouted in his heart. The experiences in the world of strange beasts appeared in his mind one by one, like a slideshow. Strange beasts, roars, howls, blood. During the 6 or 7 days in the alien beast world, Luohan's will had already been tempered like steel. Roar! Luohan shouted loudly and broke free from the intimidation of the man's imposing manner. The flaming knife in his hand regained its brightness. Hoo! Luohan stood there, breathing heavily. Breaking free from the intimidation took too much of his energy, and being able to barely maintain the flaming sword was already his limit. Oh? He actually broke free. How interesting. The middle-aged man was also a little surprised. Even if he only used 50% of his aura, it was still something that a 1st-level psychic could not withstand. Under this kind of momentum, an average 1st-level psychic would either faint or suffer internal injuries. This was the first time he had seen a 1st-level mutant like Luohan who broke free directly. Luohan, you are quite good. You are barely qualified to be my student's opponent. The middle-aged man laughed, and his body turned into a green phantom, and disappeared in an instant. Seeing the man leave, the flaming knife in Luohan's hand immediately went out in the air. Hoo! Luohan slowly stood up straight, and his breathing gradually became steady. It's really inexplicable. After recovering from his shock, Luohan looked at the direction the man left, somewhat confused. This man attacked him right from the start, and now he was talking about being his student's opponent. He was completely confused. However, when I become a 4th-level mutant, I won't let you have it so easy. With a gleam in his eyes, Luohan muttered to himself. The other party relied on the fact that he was a 4th-level mutant in the school and attacked him at will. It can only be said that he had chosen the wrong person. It took him only 20 days to awaken his superpowers and become a 1st-level high-level superpower user. If you give him enough time, I will beat you even if you are a 5th-level mutant. The location of Jiangnan's villa was not that difficult to find. After asking other teachers who had walked out of the villa area, he also found Jiangnan's residence. Luxury, really luxurious. Luohan, standing in front of villa number 029, was amazed. In front of him was an enormous 3-story building. He roughly estimated that it was about 1,000 square meters. In front of the villa was a lawn, and the flowers dotted on the lawn were mostly flowers that Luohan had never seen before. Anyway, it looks very pleasing to the eye. In the middle of the lawn is a gravel path leading directly to the entrance of the villa. After sighing for a moment, Luohan didn't stop and walked straight forward. Ding dong. Press the doorbell. Luohan, just come in, I'm right inside. A voice came from inside the door, and the door of the villa opened. After taking a look at the camera in front of the villa, Luohan knew that teacher Jiang knew of his arrival through this. Entering the villa, what comes into view is a huge skeleton about 6 meters long and 4 meters wide. The shape of this skeleton is like a mutant Tyrannosaurus rex, with huge leg bones, slightly inferior forelimbs, and the whole body is about 5 meters tall. Luohan was like a dwarf in front of this skeleton. He was sure that this must be the skeleton of a strange beast. Because only exotic beasts could be so huge and worthy of being placed in teacher Jiang's living room. Following the soles of the skeleton, slowly looking upwards, you will see the body, forelimbs, and finally the skull. Luohan discovered that there were 2 beautiful black eyes in the eye sockets of the skull. Looking closely, he seemed to have come to a world of strange beasts, and a huge sun appeared before his eyes. The roar of the strange beast kept ringing in his ears, tempting his negative emotions. Luohan seemed to be in the midst of the crazy killing that day again. The violent emotions surged from the bottom of his heart, making him feel the urge to destroy the world. Chapter 39 Testing. This is a 5th-order mid-level alien beast that I killed back then. I sold all the materials from its body, but I kept its eyeball and placed it on this skeleton. The eyeball retains a trace of the beast's majesty. A low-level psychic would not be able to bear it if they stared at it. A low voice was heard. Although the voice was very plain, when it reached Luohan's ears, it was like a thunderclap in summer, instantly waking Luohan up from his negative emotions. Teacher Jiang. Luohan came back to his senses and hurriedly greeted Jiangnan respectfully as he walked over. If Jiangnan's voice hadn't been heard, he would probably have fallen into a frenzy again. Luohan, what happened to you just now? Even if the pressure from this strange beast is a little stronger, it shouldn't be enough to make you lose control of your emotions, right? Jiangnan, who was wearing casual clothes, was very confused. Although a 5th-level alien beast is terrifying, a dead 5th-level alien beast does not even have 1% of its momentum when it was alive. How could it cause Luohan's emotions to fluctuate so greatly? According to his previous understanding, Luohan was not the kind of person with weak will. Teacher Jiang, I was distracted just now and got caught, so my emotions are a little out of control. Luohan explained. It had been less than a day since he left the world of alien beasts, and the negative emotions in him were still lurking in him. Therefore, influenced by such an illusion, the negative emotions in the body erupted again. It seems that I will have to deal with this latent negative emotion for some time to come. I don't know if there is a quicker way. Luohan thought to himself. According to Wu Tao, the negative emotions caused by the influence of the alien beast world can only be digested and calmed down with time. If there was a quicker method, he wouldn't have to worry about negative emotions erupting again, and the time interval between entering the alien beast world would also be shortened. Teacher Jiang, I heard that after entering the alien beast world, one will also be affected in this way and lose control of his emotions. Is that true? Luohan asked. Oh? You know a lot. It seems you have done a lot of homework to prepare for your trip to the beast world. Jiangnan looked at Luohan in surprise. This kind of knowledge could not be found on the internet. It had to be learned from those who had entered the world of strange beasts. The fact that Luohan understood this showed that he was indeed preparing to enter the world of strange beasts. The alien beast world does have such a negative impact, so our school requires students to wait until they reach the 2nd level ability before entering the alien beast world. Luohan, you are not a level 2 psychic yet, so you must not enter the world of monsters. Jiangnan warned. Luohan is a genius, and he doesn't want Luohan to die because of entering the world of alien beasts too early. It's too late, I've already been there. Luohan thought so in his heart, but asked, will 2nd level mutants not be affected by this? Haha, how is that possible? The negative emotions in the alien world will affect me even if I enter it now. It's just that 2nd level psychics have stronger resistance and higher safety than 1st level psychics. Jiangnan shook his head. Is that so? Luohan was a little disappointed. If the 2nd level psychics could not be affected, then he could gain power points at will. It seems that I am still too naive. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Come with me to the training room and let me see how much you have improved. After saying that, Jiangnan took Luohan to the training room. Like Jiangnan's big villa, his training room is also huge. The ground is made of smooth alloy material, and various weapons are placed on the side. Right in front of the training room, there is a huge electronic board, and no one knows what it is used for. Luohan, use your solar fire to strike the electronic board in front of you with all your strength. You can read your attack strength from it. In front of the electronic board, Jiangnan looked at Luohan expectantly. The first time Jiangnan saw Luohan, he knew that Luohan's strength had definitely undergone a drastic change. This can be seen from Luohan's eyes, aura, and his stronger body. I just don't know how strong Luohan is and whether he can give him a surprise. Okay. Luohan nodded. Boom! The golden-red sun fire appeared out of nowhere and lingered around him. It makes him look so luxurious and mysterious. Well, it should be promoted. The sun true fire is much stronger than before. Looking at the sun's true fire surrounding Luohan, Jiangnan nodded secretly. However, it has only been more than 20 days since I awakened, and being able to be promoted to the next level is already very good. Flame blade! The golden-red true fire of the sun gathered on Luohan's right hand and gradually turned into the shape of a wind-breaking sword. The wind-breaking blade was the sword he was most familiar with, so the flaming blade that he condensed would naturally look like this. The flaming sword was condensed from the true fire of the sun, and its entire body was filled with golden red, or even more golden. The condensed true sun fire is much stronger than ordinary true sun fire. This is why he chose the flame knife as a test of his attack strength. This? Flames condensed into something? Jiangnan's eyes were full of surprise. As a user of elemental fire abilities, he knew the difficulty of this move. It is very difficult not only to control the shape of the flame, but also to keep it condensed. Even he only mastered it when he was a second-level mid-level psychic. Chapter 40 Luohan's Strength. Ignoring Jiangnan's surprise, Luohan held the flaming knife tightly in his right hand and rushed towards the huge electronic board in front of him. Bang! The flaming knife drew a graceful angle in the air and hit the electronic board, producing a loud noise. Boom! Then, the flaming knife exploded suddenly, causing secondary damage in an instant. Attack strength, 1,600 cards, the strength of a second-level mid-level psychic. An electronic synthesized sound rang out from the electronic board, echoing in the empty training room. This? Hearing the sound coming from the test board, Jiangnan was stunned. Although when he heard the second sound, he knew that Luohan might be stronger than he thought. But he thought that the attack strength was limited to that of a first-order high-level psychic, but he didn't expect that it could reach the attack strength of a second-order middle-level psychic. It's a leap forward of a whole level. Luohan, are you already a second-level mutant? Jiangnan's voice trembled a little. With an attack of this intensity, he could only assume that Luohan had entered the second level. Teacher Jiang, I am only a first-level high-level psychic. Luohan replied. He was also very satisfied with his previous attack. It was almost the most perfect attack he could have made. The flaming sword condensed from the sun's true fire can not only be used as an enhanced version of a sword. Moreover, at critical moments, you can also control the true sun fire and the flame sword to burst out and cause secondary damage. Although doing so consumes a lot of supernatural powers, in the world of strange beasts, in order to save the use of supernatural powers, he has never used such a method. This was his first time actually using it, and it seemed to work pretty well. A first-level high-level psychic. Phew, not bad. Jiangnan had a smile on his face. He said that it has only been more than 20 days since awakening, and he has entered the second level. Isn't this nonsense? Although there are some psychics who have reached the second level among the freshmen of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. But those people grew up drinking genetic drugs, and they are either rich or noble. Starting from the time their superpowers are awakened, the potion energy accumulated in their bodies will help them advance more smoothly. Therefore, it is not surprising that they were able to become second-level psychics in just over 20 days. If Luohan, who had no resources at all, could become a second-level psychic in just over 20 days, then he couldn't be described as a genius, he was a monster. As a high-level first-level psychic, you can perform a second-level mid-level attack. You are pretty good. As soon as the words came out, Jiangnan felt something was wrong. Luohan Sai is a first-level high-level psychic, but he can produce an attack with the strength of a second-level mid-level psychic. If Luohan really reaches the level of a second-level psychic, how terrifying will the attack he launches be? You know, the gap between first-level and second-level psychics is huge. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. A smile appeared on Luohan's lips. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't stay in the supernatural world for a long time, he would have reached the second level long ago. Ahem. Jiangnan coughed dryly to hide his surprise. I saw that you were very skilled in attacking with the knife just now. Have you practiced it during this period of time? Yes, I practiced according to some knife techniques I found on the internet. Luohan nodded. Indeed, his swordsmanship was originally ordinary, but after being taught by Tang Tian for a period of time, it became somewhat sharper. Yes, that's right. In addition to their superpowers, psychics need to master some of these attack methods and use them together to achieve the strongest effect. Jiangnan nodded with appreciation on his face. However, don't overfocus on these methods. You must understand that your greatest reliance is still your supernatural powers. After a pause, Jiangnan continued, It just so happens that you are here this time. As your mentor, I will give you some books first. Come with me. After saying that, Jiangnan turned and left, and Luohan hurriedly followed. The training room is located on the first floor of the villa, and Jiangnan took Luohan to the second floor. The area of the second floor is smaller than that of the first floor, but the style is obviously warmer. You can tell at a glance that this is where Teacher Jiang usually rests. Jiangnan brought Luohan to a study room. It's called a study, but looking at the rows of bookshelves filled with books, Luohan feels that it's more like a library. The bookshelves filled with books are protected by a transparent glass wall. These are the books that your mentor has collected over the years. It's no exaggeration to say that they are treasures. These books cover a very wide range of topics, including all 5 major supernatural power categories, and even information related to the world of supernatural beasts. There is a lot of information in here. In order to protect these books, I spent a lot of money to hire a 5th-level special ability user to construct a protective layer. Although the material of this transparent wall looks like glass, it is actually an extremely strong protective layer. I am the only one who can enter this protective layer. Apart from me, even if you are a level 6 psychic, it would take a lot of effort to force your way in. Jiangnan introduced it with a little complacency. The development of the internet has led to information insecurity, so basically all important information is still stored in books. Back then, he spent a lot of effort collecting these books. The protective layer he built to protect these books is his masterpiece. Chapter 41, Anode Fireworks. After listening to Jiangnan's words, Luohan also began to carefully observe this protective layer that was similar to transparent glass. Sure enough, I saw some differences. Ordinary glass is extremely hard and smooth. The protective layer next to it, although also extremely smooth, ripples gently occasionally, just like the surface of water. If you don't look carefully, you really can't see it. Luohan, wait here. I'll get you some books. After saying that, Jiangnan walked towards the bookshelf that was protected by a protective layer, and the protective layer was torn in the middle like a zipper. Then, he took a step and entered. Luohan, I have 2 books in my hand. One is the top training method of fire-type supernatural powers, Yangji Flame, and the other is the top swordsmanship that integrates fire supernatural powers, Jidao Flame Sword. Now, I will give these 2 secret books to you. Jiangnan walked out of the bookshelf area with 2 books in his hands, and on the 2 books were printed with gold-plated words, Yan Yang Fire and Extreme Flame Sword, respectively. This? Looking at the book in Jiangnan's hand, Luohan was a little hesitant to take it. He had seen Anode Fire, a top-level method of training fire-related abilities, in the exchange system of Biding Base. To redeem the entire secret book, 500 million would be required. Although I have never heard of Extreme Flame Blade. But since Jiangnan took it out together with Anode Fireworks, it must not be an ordinary sword technique. its value should at least be comparable to that of anode fireworks. Such a valuable thing, even if Jiangnan is his mentor, he would not give it away so easily. Haha, Luohan, feel free to accept it. Jiangnan saw through Luohan's concerns at a glance and laughed. I only have the first 3 levels of these 2 books. They are not very valuable. Jiangnan said casually. Even if it's just a part of it, the value is very high. I dare not accept it. Luohan shook his head and refused. Even if it is only a part of it, its value must be over 10 million. There is absolutely no way he would accept it. Luohan, do you know why I gave you these 2 secret books? Seeing that Luohan refused to accept it, Jiangnan narrowed his eyes and asked. I don't know. Luohan was puzzled. This was also the reason why he refused to accept the secret book. He felt uneasy about getting 2 secret books for no reason. Haha, Luohan, sometimes you are really immature. Changing the subject, Jiangnan laughed and said, This is just an unspoken rule between a mentor and a student. A secret manual worth tens of millions, just because you are my student, I will give it to you. That's impossible. However, if you are a formal disciple, it may not be the case. You mean? Luohan also reacted at this time. Yes, it's an ordinary mentor-student relationship, and just helping to develop a training plan is enough. And giving out the secret manual obviously means establishing a formal master-disciple relationship. A formal master-apprentice relationship is very different from an ordinary mentor-student relationship. In a formal master-disciple relationship, the relationship between the disciple and the teacher is more harmonious, and the intensity with which the teacher trains the disciple is also completely different. For example, this method of training supernatural powers, I will definitely be able to obtain it after school starts. But you will definitely not get the top-level supernatural power training method like the one given by Teacher Jiang. I was so stupid that I didn't understand Teacher Jiang's intention of taking out the secret book. Thinking of this, Luohan immediately said respectfully, Disciple Luohan, meet Teacher Jiang. Haha, good. Jiangnan's face was full of smiles. When Luohan rejected him, he was a little angry, but then he thought maybe Luohan didn't know the secret. So I asked one more question, but I didn't expect that he really didn't know. Luohan, in the past 20 years, I have accepted 32 disciples in total, and you are the 33rd. These 2 secret books are your apprenticeship gifts. After a pause, Jiangnan said seriously, There are 9 levels in Yangji Fire, and 12 levels in Jidai Blade. I only gave you the first 3 floors. Although I have higher level secrets here, I hope you can obtain the later levels on your own. Of course, if you asked me for it, I will give it to you. Jiangnan handed over 2 secret books. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Taking the 2 slightly larger books, Luohan nodded and thanked him. Perhaps for powerful people, even buying the entire secret book is nothing. But for Luohan, who had no background at all, being able to obtain the first few levels of these 2 secret books was already a great fortune for him. Well, you can't take the secret book out of the villa. If you want to learn it, you can only practice and study in the villa. It's best to memorize it during this period of time. That way, you can still practice after you leave here. Jiangnan warned. Okay. Luohan's mind was now completely on the secret book, and he couldn't wait to speak. Haha, go to my training room and practice. If you have any questions during this period, please save them and I will answer them for you at 5 p.m. Looking at Luohan's appearance, Jiangnan smiled slightly. The method of training superpowers is as important to a superpower user as the level of awakening superpowers. Therefore, he also understood Luohan's mood at the moment. After all, that's how he went through it all back then. There were no tables or chairs in the training room made of special alloy, so Luohan sat directly on the floor. In front of him were anode fire and extreme flame sword. Luohan first opened the book on the supernatural power training method that interested him the most, anode fireworks. The supernatural power is originally hidden in the body of the supernatural person, but it is only awakened by the awakening ceremony. This power from within the body will grow, but it grows very slowly. Therefore, in order to speed up the development of the superpowers and improve their superpower levels as quickly as possible, the superpower training method came into being. This ability training method is only suitable for elemental fire ability users, and those with positive flame attributes. People with heart flame, cold flame, and other abilities are not allowed to practice. The beginning of Anode Fire explains the origin of superpowers and the types of superpowers who are suitable for practicing this training method. Luohan continued reading. Anode Fireworks, as the name suggests, is to develop your fire ability to the extreme. Extreme brilliance. Extreme temperature. Extreme form. The upper limit of this development depends on the strongest state your fire ability can reach. The content of the book was very concise, but Luohan was very excited to read it. He could sense that a new world of fire-related abilities was about to be opened to him. Chapter 42 Crystal Core. Call. An hour later, after finishing reading Anode Fireworks, Luohan closed the book and let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that supernatural powers could be trained like this, Luohan muttered to himself. Just like his previous idea, the method of training superpowers in Anode Fireworks is also based on controlling the range, compression, and flexibility of superpowers. But there are specific training methods in it, and the difficulty gradually increases from the first level to the third level. It seems now that his previous method of training his supernatural powers couldn't be simpler. No wonder the growth and power of the psychics with and without the psychic training method is so huge. Luohan couldn't help but sigh. The growth of a psychic strength, in addition to relying on his own talent, also depends on the training of his psychic abilities. The better you train your supernatural powers, the faster your rank will improve. For example, Tang Tian from the Blood Knife team did not obtain the method to train his superpowers during the golden opportunity to improve his strength, which resulted in him only being able to train his superpowers in a rough way. Finally, it ends when you reach the second level of psychic ability. Then let me try the first level of Anode Fireworks. Luohan's eyes flashed, and he sat cross-legged. Calming his mind and concentrating his attention, he followed the instructions in the book, slowly closed his eyes, and entered a state of concentration. The sun is so hot! Suddenly, Luohan opened his eyes abruptly, and the golden-red sun fire appeared around him. But this time, there were not just one group, but two groups. Form change! Under Luohan's control, the two balls of true sun fire slowly began to change their shapes. A ball of fire spread out, and straight lines of fire spread out from it, until finally 6 straight lines of fire spread out. Another ball of fire spread out into 12 straight lines of flames. The flames appeared in a straight line and then slowly tried to connect together. It can be seen that one group wants to connect into the shape of a triangular pyramid, and the other group wants to connect into the shape of a cube. The 6 lines were quickly connected and turned into a triangular cone burning with golden red flames. On the other hand, it was obviously more difficult to connect the 12 straight lines of fire. 1, 2, 3, the straight lines of flames slowly connected. After a minute, most of the flame lines had connected together. As long as the last 3 lines are connected together, the flame cube can be formed. Boom! At this moment, Luohan failed to control the line properly and all his efforts failed. All the lines merged together and turned into a ball of golden red flame emitting high temperature. The flame triangle that was successfully connected on the other side also turned into a ball of flame. It's really difficult. Looking at the sun's true fire that had merged into one ball, Luohan sighed. His previous method of using the sun's true fire to transform the supernatural powers of different creatures was indeed too crude. The difficulty has suddenly increased and it is a bit difficult to cope with. The first level is to manipulate 3 triangular pyramids and 3 cubes at the same time. To manipulate 8 triangular pyramids and 8 cubes at the same time is considered a great achievement. I'm afraid I haven't even gotten started yet, Luohan said silently in his heart, and then checked his system interface in his mind. Name, Luohan. Level, first level high level psychic. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 4600. Skills, Heart Sense, low level, ordinary boxing, intermediate level, ordinary sword skills, intermediate level. The fact that Anode Fireworks doesn't appear in my skills means I haven't even started yet. Looking at the data behind the skill column, Luohan shook his head. If anode fireworks appeared in the skill column, he could directly use power points to upgrade it. Come again! Luohan is not someone who gives up easily. If he fails once, he will try a few more times. Boom! The golden-red sun fire appeared again in the empty training room. One after another, golden-red flames spread out, constantly trying to combine into triangular pyramids and cubes. An hour later, Luohan was still the only one in the training space. But around him, there was already a triangle cone and a cube burning with golden-red sun fire. One more. Luohan tried hard to maintain the triangular pyramid and the cube, and then used another ball of fire to try to construct a new triangular pyramid. Boom! He still failed and the second triangle was not constructed. Luohan, it's time to eat. Let's train again in the afternoon. Suddenly, Teacher Jiangnan's voice was heard at the door of the training room. Okay. Luohan answered and walked outside. Luohan, this is your senior brother Mao Minquan. He happened to be here today, so you two can get acquainted. In the living room, besides Jiangnan, there was another burly man. He looks to be in his 20s. Just by looking at him, Luohan felt a sense of oppression. Hello, senior brother Mao. Luohan said quickly. Mao Minquan nodded, obviously a serious person. I came here in a hurry this time, and I didn't bring you anything. I'll just give you this beast crystal core with a hint of fire essence. As he spoke, Mao Minquan handed over a red crystal. The crystal was about the size of a baby's fist and emitted a fiery breath. This? Luohan looked at his teacher Jiangnan, not knowing whether he should accept it or not. The crystal core of an alien beast is something that can only appear in the body of an alien beast of the second level, or above. The alien beasts at this level are different from ordinary alien beasts. They also have various abilities, just like those with special powers. Their abilities come from the crystal cores in their bodies. After being killed, there is a certain probability that they can be found in their bodies. Just a fire essence core like this would probably cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Please accept it. This is also a token of your senior brother's kindness, Jiangnan said with a smile. Hearing this, Luohan no longer hesitated and took it. The crystal core of the alien beast feels very smooth, warm and comfortable. Luohan, this beast crystal core can only be used after you reach level 2. Senior brother Mao Minquan reminded. Although he is serious, you can see that he is an enthusiastic person. Yeah, okay. Luohan nodded and put the crystal core away. The crystal core of the exotic beast can be used to enhance one's own supernatural powers. But this high-level second-order fire beast crystal core is obviously not something I can use now. Once you advance to the second level, this crystal core will come into play. Chapter 43 Introduction to Exercise. After dinner, Jiangnan went out for something, while Luohan and Mao Minquan stayed in the villa. Brother Mao, what is your fire ability? After Teacher Jiang left, Luohan asked curiously. Among the people with superpowers he knew, besides Jiangnan, Mao Minquan was the first one he had seen who had the same fire-related superpower as him. B-level supernatural power, Qingyulihua. As Mao Minquan spoke, a green flame appeared out of nowhere beside him. Although the name Qingyulihua sounds very beautiful, Luohan, who has personally felt the scorching breath, understands how terrifying it would be if this fire power hit the human body. Brother Mao, are you also practicing the anode flame? Luohan asked tentatively. Teacher Jiang left just now, and there was no one to answer his questions about cultivation. If Mao Minquan was also practicing beyond level fireworks, he could ask him for advice. Yes, among the remaining students of Teacher Jiang, those with positive fire-type abilities all learned this ability training method. Mao Minquan nodded and said, The remaining students? Luohan was confused and didn't know what this meant. Including you, Teacher Jiang has a total of 33 students, and among them, only 15 are still alive. There was a hint of heaviness in Mao Minquan's voice. Did he die in the alien world? Luohan could only think of this reason. In the world of alien beasts, danger is everywhere, and if you are not careful, you will be killed by the alien beasts. Yes, they all died in the alien world. Mao Minquan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. It was obvious that he hated the strange beast to the core. Listening to his senior brother Mao Mingquan's words, Luohan fell silent. For senior brother Mao Mingquan, among those deceased senior brothers and sisters, there might be someone with whom he had a good relationship, so he was so excited. Luohan had just become teacher Zhang's disciple, so he couldn't understand this feeling yet. Sorry, I lost control of myself. You asked me about the method of training supernatural powers. I guess you have some questions about cultivation. Come on, let's go to the training room and I'll give you the answer. Mao Mingquan recovered quickly and became the calm senior brother again. Well, thank you, brother. Luohan stood up and walked to the training room with Mao Mingquan. It is indeed difficult for beginners to get started with the first level of anode flame. But you can master it quickly with more practice. Come and see how I do it, and then follow my steps to learn some of my techniques. In the training room, blue flames and golden red flames appeared at the same time, and the temperature rose sharply. But Luohan and Mao Mingquan are both fire-type ability users, so this temperature is nothing to them. It's worthy of being an S-level ability. It's only at the first level, but its power is already so strong. Feeling the true fire of the sun around him, Mao Mingquan couldn't help but exclaim. As a user of fire-type abilities, he is also considered an expert in playing with fire, and he has a clear understanding of the power and characteristics of flames. This true fire of the sun was the hottest flame he had ever seen in the first level, and it also had a sacred feeling that he had never felt before. After praising him, Mao Mingquan's eyes narrowed. To control supernatural powers, you not only need to use your will to control them, but you also need to be familiar with the characteristics of your own flame. Now follow me and build your first triangular pyramid. Under Mao Mingquan's guidance, Luohan's control over the sun true fire increased rapidly. Finally, 2 hours later, he successfully practiced the first level of anode fireworks. 3 golden red flame triangles and 3 flame cubes slowly rotated around Luohan. The golden red trail created by the flames looked extremely beautiful in this training room. Luohan, your progress is really too fast. Looking at the scorching sun in the sky, Mao Mingquan was full of envy. Back then, it took him 10 days to successfully get started. And Luohan actually only took an hour. He had to say that he was jealous of such a fast progress. It's all thanks to my senior brother's good teaching. Taking back the sun's true fire, Luohan smiled slightly. This is not a compliment. Having no teacher to teach and having a teacher to teach are two different things. If he were to practice on his own, it would probably take him a day or 2 to get started. With the guidance of senior brother Mao Mingquan, it only took him 2 hours to get started. By the way, senior brother Mao, I met a middle-aged man who uses wind power today. He said he is a friend of our teacher. Do you know him? Luohan asked with some confusion. Originally he wanted to ask teacher Jiang directly, but because of the secret manual and cultivation, he forgot about it for a moment, and only remembered it now. If this person is really teacher Jiang's friend, senior brother Mao Mingquan should also know about it. Teacher's friend? Wind-related abilities? Could it be him? Mao Mingquan frowned, obviously thinking of something. Luohan, that man didn't do anything to you, right? No, he just suddenly tried to test me and said that I was a match for his disciple. What? He actually dared to attack you? Are you not hurt? No, I hid quickly. Brother Mao, who is that person? That person's name is Higua, a 5th-level wind-type mutant. He had some conflicts with teacher Jiang because of something many years ago. Sighing, Mao Mingquan continued. And he can't do anything to teacher Jiang, so he often compares his students with us and lets his students defeat us. This is his evil taste. This time he must have known that you would be accepted as a disciple by teacher Jiang, so he tested you in advance. Is that so? Luohan's eyes flashed, and the coldness in his eyes was clearly revealed. Defeat me? They must be overthinking. Don't worry, you are very strong. If they dare to come after you, they will definitely be asking for trouble. Mao Mingquan patted Luohan on the shoulder and said confidently. He had just witnessed Luohan's abilities and talents, so he didn't think that the students from the He Kingdom would be able to defeat Luohan. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back. Mao Mingquan said after glancing at the clock on the wall. Okay. After nodding, Luohan and Mao Minquan walked out of the villa together. At this time, it was already around 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was already dark outside. Luohan, I'm a senior in school now, but I don't live in the dormitory. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Okay. Luohan nodded. Senior brother Mao Minquan's phone number was already in his cell phone, so it would be convenient to contact him if anything happened. See you next time then. Well, bye. After saying that, the two of them left in different directions. Chapter 44 Encounter. The Gale Canyon is one of the few canyons in Jiangnan City. It is filled with strong winds all year round and no living creature can survive here. I heard that in places where the winds are the strongest, even a 6th-level psychic would not be able to pass through. At this time, near the entrance of the Gale Canyon, a shirtless young man was sitting cross-legged on a rock. The wind was raging, blowing his not-so-short hair wildly. Wind blade! The young man opened his eyes, and a gray crescent-shaped wind blade appeared out of thin air next to him, and then shot forward. The trajectory of the gray wind blade was opposite to that of the raging wind. After being released 5 meters, the wind blade was blown away by the strong wind. But this situation seemed to be within his expectations. He did not stop at all and continued to send out one gray wind blade after another. This continued for 5 minutes, and suddenly, a light blue breeze appeared beside him. Teacher, he. The boy flipped over and jumped off the stone. Well, Li Hua, how do you feel about the mood of the wind? The light blue breeze gathered together and turned into a middle-aged man, who was He Nian whom Luohan met at noon. Well, I have already felt a hint of the artistic conception of the wind. With this blessing, I have the confidence to defeat even a high-level 2nd-level psychic. Li Hua showed a defiant smile on his face and appeared extremely confident. Haha, you are worthy of being the most talented student I have accepted in these years. He Nian laughed and said, The S-level supernatural disciple that crazy Jiang accepted has already arrived at the school. His name is Luohan, and he is only a 1st-level high-level supernatural person. Stop practicing here, go back to school tomorrow and teach him a lesson. No, I'm going to go back when school starts. Li Hua grinned and did not agree. Why? He Nian frowned, obviously not expecting Li Hua to refuse. School hasn't started yet, and the new students haven't arrived yet. If we go back like this, it will be meaningless to defeat him later. I will wait until the new students arrive and then I can defeat him face to face. That will be the most interesting thing. Li Hua had a cold look on his face, and a gray wind blade appeared in his hand, changing direction flexibly under his control. That's good too. It can also help me vent my anger. He Nian's brows relaxed and he agreed to this approach. Jiangnan, I can't do anything to you, but your students will suffer. After parting with his senior brother Mao Minquan, Luohan did not return to his dormitory immediately, but prepared to look for his aunt's daughter. My aunt's eldest daughter, Susili, agreed with my aunt yesterday to contact Sister Li today, but she didn't expect that she has been so busy that she only has time now. Taking out his cell phone, Luohan made a call. Hello, Miss Li? Yes, I'm Luohan. Just finished eating? At the school snack street? Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Luohan walked towards the school's snack street. The snack street of Jiangnan University of Special Powers is called a snack street, but its area is quite large and its location on the map is very conspicuous, so Luohan can remember the direction clearly. At the entrance of Jiangnan University's snack street, 2 beautiful young girls were standing there. Among them, the one wearing a floral dress had a more outstanding appearance, and attracted the attention of most passers-by. Sister Li, who wants to come over? My cousin, Luohan. Luohan? Yao Mushi opened her eyes wide in surprise. Is it such a coincidence? I just encountered it this morning, and now I encounter it again. Why, you know my brother? Susili raised her eyebrows when she sensed Yao Mushi's mood change. It might be a coincidence. I met an interesting boy named Luohan when I was registering today. He's about 1.80 meters tall, and he has a special temperament and a very sunny vibe. Yao Mushi's face turned red as she thought of the time she was caught peeking at Luohan this morning. Haha, it looks like our little Mu is in love. Su Silly said jokingly. But what she was thinking about was the Luohan mentioned by Yao Mushi, who should just be her brother Luohan with the same name. Although her brother Luohan was also about 1.80 meters tall, he was completely different from what Yao Mushi described. Before awakening his S-level supernatural powers, Luohan was a very ordinary high school student with not very good grades. Therefore, even if he awakened an S-level superpower, Su Silly felt that Luohan's changes would not be particularly great. Oh, it would be great if she was really my brother. It would be nice to have a beautiful and lovely girl like Yao Mushi as my brother's sister. Su Silly was fantasizing in her heart. But she also knew that the probability that the two were the same person was extremely small. Sisterly, is that your brother? Suddenly, Yao Mushi asked, with a look of surprise on his face. Su Silly followed Yao Mushi's gaze and looked forward. Not far in front of them, a young man about 1.8 meters tall and wearing casual clothes walked over. The young man has a delicate appearance, and can only be described as a little handsome, but the calm expression on his face and his unique temperament make him recognizable at a glance even in a crowd. Sisterly. Luohan walked forward and grinned, revealing a bright smile. After saying that, he looked at Yao Mushi, who was next to Su Silly, and said, "Nice to meet you again, Yao Xiume." Luohan didn't expect to meet Yao Mushi here by chance, but seeing how familiar she was with Sisterly, they should be roommates in the same dormitory. Who is your schoolmate? Yao Mushi turned her head and looked aside, but from her tone one could tell that there was some joy in her voice. Are you really Xiaohing? At the side, Su Silly looked at Luohan again with disbelief in her eyes. The last time she saw Luohan was 2 months ago. At that time, although Luohan was quite handsome, he was still the kind of person who was hard to recognize in a crowd. Later, she was busy with the college entrance examination and did not go to Luohan's house. The next time she heard news about Luohan from her mother, he had awakened S-level superpowers and was admitted to Jiangnan University of Superpowers in advance. Do superpowers have such a big impact on a person? Su Silly was confused. Sisterly, who else could it be if not me? Luohan said, pretending to be angry. Haha, don't be angry, I'm just a little surprised. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's go and find a place to sit and have a good chat. Su Silly reacted quickly. No matter how Luohan changes, he will always be my brother, and as his sister I must take good care of him. Yao Mushi, let's go together? Luohan turned his head and looked at Yao Mushi, who was standing next to him. For Sisterly's sake, let's go together. Yao Mushi said with some pride. Haha, let's go. Su Silly covered her mouth and smiled, then took Luohan and Yao Mushi to the nearest milk tea shop. Chapter 45 Battle Power Ranking. In the milk tea shop, Luohan, who was drinking a cup of coconut milk tea, was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the milk tea in this world would be so much better than that in his previous life. Xiaoheng, have you met with your mentor? Opposite Luohan, Su Silly, who was holding a glass of lemonade, asked. Yes, I have. My mentor was very good to me and taught me a method to train my supernatural powers and a sword technique. Luohan responded while chewing coconut. Well, you have to train hard then. In Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, the stronger you are, the more resources you can obtain. Put down the lemonade, Su Silly reminded. Oh? Why do you say that? Luohan asked. Yao Mushi next to her was also looking at Su Silly with a silly look on her face, obviously waiting for her answer. Haha, today I will tell you about some of the things I have learned about the school during this period. Su Silly smiled complacently and then said, After entering Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, all new students will receive a student ID card. This student ID card not only records everyone's personal information, but also has a combat value. Combat value? Luohan was puzzled, obviously not knowing what this thing was. Combat value is the most intuitive way to express the combat power of each student in Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers. It is also a model used by many universities of supernatural power. Corresponding to the combat power value is the combat power ranking. The higher the combat power value, the higher the ranking. You can increase your combat power through the school's virtual space for exotic beasts, the Tower of Superpowers, and the spiritual bridge. You can also directly challenge the strong ones on the combat power list. If you succeed, you can replace them. Su Sili spoke slowly. Wait, what are these places? Luohan seemed to have seen these places somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Next to him, Yao Mushi also had a confused look on her face, which looked extremely cute. The Alien Beast virtual space uses the latest virtual reality technology to simulate the environment of the Alien Beast world. After entering, your supernatural powers will also be simulated. The more monsters you kill, the higher your score will be. The Tower of Superpowers is a tower located in the north of Jiangnan Superpower University. I don't know the specific situation, but it is said that the higher the number of floors you pass, the higher the score you get. The mental bridge is where your willpower is tested. Similarly, the longer you persist, the higher the score you get. Su Sili explained slowly. She learned all this knowledge from her tutor seniors. What are the benefits of ranking high on the battle power list? It was Yamushi who spoke. You will get a lot of good things, including genetic medicines that improve your strength, high-level equipment, exotic beast crystal cores, etc. Luohan next to him spoke with a serious expression. He remembered why he felt familiar with these places. It was because he saw them in the contract of his genius plan. The contract specifies the rewards you will receive based on how many levels you pass within a certain time frame. Since these are the rewards for the genius plan, the final rewards for the battle power ranking should also be these. Right. Su Sili nodded in agreement. After hearing Luohan's explanation, Yao Mushi nodded thoughtfully, not knowing what he was thinking about. So when school starts and you get your student ID, you must gain as much combat power as possible to improve your ranking on the combat power list. In this way, the more resources you obtain, the stronger you will be. The stronger you are, the higher your ranking on the battle power list will be, forming a positive cycle. Su Sili concluded. Luohan and Yao Mushi nodded at the same time. Can we freshmen compete with seniors? They have a few more years of improvement than us. After thinking for a while, Luohan asked. The senior students are generally stronger than the freshmen. Does that mean the freshmen will never be able to make a name for themselves? Indeed, those at the top of the battle power rankings are all seniors, but we freshmen may not be without a chance. As long as you are in the top 200 of the rankings, you can get some resources. Su Sili said after taking a sip of lemonade. Top 200? I should be able to get in. Luohan clenched his fists and said silently in his heart. As the third-ranked Jiangnan University of special abilities in the country, all the students enrolled are gifted talents. Even Luohan, who possesses S-level supernatural powers and systems, does not dare to underestimate those seniors. After all, they have a few more years than Luohan to improve their strength. Although he couldn't say that he could get into the front position in one go, Luohan was still quite confident that he could get into the top 200. Xiaoheng, you have S-level abilities. Don't worry even if you can't get into the top 200 at the beginning of the school year. You will definitely be able to get in the future. Su Sili thought Luohan was worried about his ranking after school started, so she comforted him. A warm feeling surged through Luohan's heart. It was such a good feeling to be cared for by family members. Okay, we've talked about the serious stuff, let's play something else. Boss, bring us a deck of cards. In the following time, Luohan played poker with Su Sili and Yao Mushi. During this rare entertainment time, Luohan completely relaxed and had a lot of fun, while Su Sili and Yao Mushi also frequently laughed like silver bells. An hour later, 2 girls and 1 boy walked out of the milk tea shop. The 2 girls had outstanding figures and looks, and the boy was also handsome. This combination attracted the attention of many passing students, but most of them left after marveling at it in their hearts. After all, they are all supernatural people in the school and have their own things to do. Sisterly, why are there still so many students in school during the holidays? Looking at the students coming and going around, Luohan asked curiously. He had noticed this situation a long time ago. Could it be that the University of Superpowers never has holidays? Although the University of Superpowers is still a university, do you think we Superpower students still have holidays? Su Sili asked back. Luohan was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. Yes, a psychic with aspirations will not slack off during the golden period of improving his strength. Take himself, for example. Even if he is given a holiday now, he will use the holiday time to improve his abilities. After all, strength is what the superpowers always pursue. Chapter 46 Momentum. Since the freshman dormitories for boys and girls were just opposite, Luohan went back with Su Sili and Yao Mushi. The nights in Jiangnan in June were much cooler than during the day, but still a bit hot. So many students who had been practicing for a day went outside to drink cold beer. At this time, some boys who had been drinking, like Luohan and his friends, were walking towards the dormitory. Hey, look, those two girls over there are so pretty. Wow, it's true, especially the one in the dress. Her figure and appearance are simply amazing. If she can be my girlfriend, I'd do anything for her. The other one is not bad either, taller and good-looking too. Didn't you see? There's a boy next to them. He might be the boyfriend of one of them. That means there is only one guy, which means there is another girl who is single. The group of drunk students didn't speak loudly, but Luohan, Su Sili and Yao Mushi were all psychics whose bodies had been strengthened by their superpowers. Therefore, these words still reached their ears. The three of them frowned at the same time. No one would be in a good mood if being criticized. Suddenly, one person walked out from the group and headed towards Luohan and the others. Two beauties, would you please do us a favor and play with us? The man who came over was a handsome man in white casual clothes. If he hadn't smelled of alcohol, he might have been able to attract some girls. Su Sili and Yao Mushi showed disgusted expressions on their faces at the same time. They didn't even have the interest to talk to such a person. The handsome man obviously didn't expect that he couldn't even talk to the other girl, so he felt a little embarrassed. However, he quickly looked at Luohan, who was standing next to the two girls, and said, "Boy, if you know what's best for you, just leave by yourself." Luohan frowned, and his aura suddenly burst out. "What did you say? Say it again?" Luohan's voice was extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. Nothing, I just said the wrong thing." The man who was stared at by Luohan felt as if he was locked by a giant beast. Goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he didn't even dare to move. "You will die. If you provoke him, you will definitely die." Every cell in the man's body is sending out warnings. "Well, you can go now." Luohan retracted his aura and spoke like a sunny boy next door. The man who heard this felt as if he had been pardoned. He turned around and fled. Feeling the explosive aura coming from Luohan, Yao Mushi's eyes lit up. "That's the feeling. This special aura is exactly what attracts me about Luohan." "What are you looking at, little girl?" Looking at Yao Mushi, who was staring at Luohan intently, Su Sili next to him couldn't help but tease. "Sisterly," Yao Mushi shouted shyly, and her little face turned red. When had she, Yao Mushi, ever looked at a boy like this? Moreover, it was actually discovered by others. It was so embarrassing. Luohan didn't care about the flirting between Su Sili and Yao Mushi. His mind was now completely focused on the man's reaction. That person's reaction just now was the same as when I was locked in by Heinyan's aura. What on earth is this aura? Can it really be used against the enemy? If you have a chance tomorrow, please ask Teacher Jiang. Before, Luohan always felt that momentum was an illusory thing that could play some role in fighting the enemy, but the effect should be minimal. However, judging from the fact that he was oppressed by Heinyan's aura, and the man just now was oppressed by his aura, this momentum should have a strong effect against the enemy, but now I don't know how to use it. Just as Luohan was thinking, he heard Yao Mushi's voice. "Hey, that group of people seems to be coming towards us." Luohan came to his senses and looked forward, only to see the group of drunk students walking towards him together. The leader was the man in white casual clothes. "Humph, you actually dared to come to my door again. It seems that the lesson just now was not enough." Luohan's eyes flashed, and a flaming knife condensed from the sun's true fire emerged from his right hand. It looked extremely dazzling in the night lighted by the lights. Is this an elemental power? No way, I'm so unlucky to meet an elementalist. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. We can hold them back if we delay. The appearance of the golden-red flaming knife caused a commotion among the crowd in front, but they seemed to stabilize again quickly. Superpower. Enormous. Superpower. Leg enhancement. Superpower. Leopard form. These drunken students used their special abilities one after another, and a group of strange-looking people appeared in front of Luohan. Some are giant human bodies, about 4 times the size of normal people, and some have huge legs that contain explosive power at first glance. The leading man in white casual clothes had his upper body, except for his head, turned into a leopard, looking extremely scary. Chapter 47 Yao Mushi's Superpowers. Someone is using supernatural powers in school. Quickly notify the campus security team. First-level psychics, stay away. Be careful not to get hurt. TSK, so many psychics attacking at the same time, it looks like the people on the other side are going to be in trouble before the school guards arrive. All of a sudden, all the people with special powers used their special powers, which naturally caused a commotion among the passers-by around them. But they did not leave, but stood in the distance and watched. Such things are extremely common in the University of Supernatural Powers. Since there is something exciting to watch, they naturally don't want to leave. Before the school security team arrives, help me teach that guy a lesson. The man in leopard form licked his tongue and rushed forward, followed by 5 or 6 psychics using different superpowers. Haha, pretty boy, I was careless just now. Now I'm going to teach you a lesson. After using his supernatural powers, the man in leopard form seemed to become a little violent, and even the expression on his face looked extremely ferocious. Whoosh! The leopard-formed right hand was as fast as lightning, and with a single hand knife, it attacked directly towards Luohan's face. Clang! The knife was blocked by Luohan's flaming knife. Chi! When the right hand touched the flaming knife, a white smoke came out, and the smell of barbecue could be faintly smelled. Oh, my hand! The man in leopard form quickly retracted his right hand as if he had been electrocuted. Humph, you actually dared to touch the flaming sword with your hands. You are really courting death. Looking at the leopard-shaped man covering his hands, Luohan sneered. This was when he reduced the power of the sun's true fire. If he had used it at full strength, the man's right hand would have been burned off. At this moment, an extremely huge fist smashed down towards Luohan. It was the giant mutant. Whoosh! A black wind blade shot out from behind, and the fist had to be retracted to avoid the sharp edge. Why, you still dare to bully the minority with your numbers? Behind Luohan, Susili, who was surrounded by black wind blades, seemed very difficult to deal with. Damn it, how come there is another elementalist? The man in leopard form frowned, looking extremely annoyed. And me? Yao Mushi's voice sounded, followed by a delicate shout. I said, let there be light. Immediately, bright rays of light emanated from Yao Mushi. Against the backdrop of this light, Yao Mushi looked like a goddess in heaven, extremely dazzling. This? Light-related abilities? Looking at Yao Mushi, who was emitting dazzling light, Luohan was shocked. There are 7 types of elemental powers: fire, wind, water, earth, light, dark, and electricity, among which the first 4 are the most common. The electric type is slightly less common, and the most difficult to see are the light and dark types. Unexpectedly, Yao Mushi is actually a light-type psychic. Moreover, this light seems to have an auxiliary effect. Under the illumination of this light, Luohan felt that his strength had increased by about 30%, which was even stronger than the increase of Zhou Yu, a second-level psychic from the Blood Knife team. Moreover, unlike Zhou Yu, who improved his strength by focusing on his state, Luohan could feel that his own solar fire had actually improved by about 30% under the shining light. Wow, it's quite lively today. I actually saw 3 elementalists in one go, and one of them is from the light system. There shouldn't be any light-related students in our school's elemental academy, right? Who is she? You are stupid. Didn't the college entrance examination just end recently? She should be a freshman who reported in advance. Let's not talk about whether it's a light system or not. Don't you think this girl is very beautiful? Brother, you really understand me. I feel the same way. Besides, her figure is so amazing. I would like to call her the new campus beauty of our school. Didn't you see that there was a boy with fire powers next to her? He might be her boyfriend. Tisk, Looking at the might of that man's golden red flame, I'm afraid he is not simple. This year's freshmen seem to be very strong. The students standing in the distance watching were talking about it. Most of them were talking about Yao Mushi from the light department, but there were also a few strong ones who noticed something different about Luohan. Fire type! Wind type! Light type! There are 3 elementalists on the other side, and we don't have any. How can we defeat them? Even if we use all of them, we still can't win. Let's run! The school guards should be here soon. We must not fall into the hands of those perverts. This group of drunken students sobered up instantly after seeing that they were 3 elementalists. After realizing their dangerous situation, they all ran back in unison. The man in leopard form did the same and fled again. Ha ha! Looking at these people's funny escape postures, Yao Mushi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The sudden smile made Luohan, who was standing beside her, feel pleasing to the eye. It looks really good. Chapter 48 Advanced. After the incident was over, Luohan, Su Sili and Yao Mushi did not stay for long and went straight back to the dormitory building. Xiaohun, I will start training tomorrow, so I probably won't have much time to see you. If you have anything, just call me. In front of the girls' dormitory, Su Sili reminded. Okay. Luohan nodded, then looked at Yao Mushi, who wanted to speak but was a little hesitant. Yao Mushi, are you going to start training tomorrow too? Well, yes. Yao Mushi's face turned bitter. She had already learned from Su Sili the horror of cultivation, and she was not ready for the upcoming hellish training. Well, should we leave a contact? Luohan blinked and smiled. He forgot to ask for the contact information at noon, and when he met it again in the evening, of course he was unwilling to give up again. Yeah, sure. Yao Mushi was a little shy, but she was very surprised in her heart. At noon, Luohan didn't ask for her contact information, and she almost thought that her charm had lost its effect. Now it seems that she is still quite charming. Bye, see you next time. After exchanging contact information, Yao Mushi showed a sweet smile on her face. After saying goodbye, she returned to the girls' dormitory with Su Sili. Watching Yao Mushi and Su Sili disappear in the girls' dormitory, Luohan walked straight back to the boys' dormitory. In dormitory 201 on the 2nd floor, Luohan, who came up from downstairs, saw that the door of the dormitory was wide open. A new roommate? With doubts, Luohan walked in. In the living room, the TV had been turned on and a huge projection was projected on the wall. On the sofa there was a thin-looking boy, who looked to be the same age as Luohan, about 17 or 18 years old, and was watching TV with great interest. Seeing someone coming in, the boy quickly stood up. Hello, I'm Wei Qing, a freshman in the Earth Department of the Elemental Academy. Wei Qing greeted him while looking at Luohan. He has a strong body, a determined look in his eyes, and a faint dangerous aura. He should be stronger than me. I just don't know what department it is. Strengthening? Spiritual? Natural? Special? Or the elemental one like me? Hello, I'm Luohan, a freshman in the fire department of the Elemental Academy. Luohan responded in the same way. Dormitories are not divided according to the type of superpowers, so it is quite rare to meet a roommate who is also an elementalist in the same dormitory. Come on, brother, let's watch TV together. After hearing that they were classmates from the same college, Wei Qing became active and pulled Luohan to lie down on the sofa. Originally, Luohan wanted to go back to his room directly, but due to Wei Qing's enthusiasm, he sat on the sofa. You know what, this sofa is really soft, and the TV with 3D effect is really nice. Brother Luohan, who is your mentor? Wei Qing asked as he took out a bag of snacks from somewhere. Jiangnan. Luohan replied. A 5th-level fire-type mutant who possesses the A-level superpower, Jiangnan, the purple sun blazing flame? Wei Qing seemed so surprised that he didn't even eat his snacks. It's him, what's wrong? Luohan was puzzled and didn't know why he reacted so strongly. TSK, Jiangnan is the strongest instructor in the fire department. In our Element Academy, most of the teachers are at the 4th level, but Jiangnan, a 5th-level psychic, is indeed quite impressive. To have him as your mentor, it seems that you have quite a talent. Wei Qing said, shaking his head, with envy in his tone. Luohan smiled slightly and said nothing. It is normal for him to have the strongest fire-type supernatural power as his teacher since he possesses S-level supernatural power. After chatting with Wei Qing for half an hour, Luohan returned to his room. System. When Luohan returned to the room, his heart moved and the system interface appeared in his mind. Name, Luohan. Level, first level high level psychic plus. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 4600. Skills, Anode Fireworks level 1, Entry plus, Heart Sense, low level, Ordinary Boxing, Intermediate level, Ordinary Sword Skills, Intermediate level. I have finally gotten started with Anode Flame. Luohan was excited when he saw the new Anode Fire in his skill bar. As long as he appears in the system interface, he can use ability points to upgrade. But the most important thing now is the improvement of rank. With his eyes fixed, Luohan looked at the plus sign behind the level. His guess was correct. After he trained his supernatural powers, the supernatural points required to upgrade his rank were indeed reduced. Superpower training and superpower points complement each other. My strength will improve faster. Luohan was delighted, and immediately chose to advance to a higher rank without hesitation. The moment his rank was promoted, he could feel a more powerful force surging from his heart, and then began to flow throughout his body. Muscles, bones, meridians. Every part of the body is strengthened a lot under the influence of this energy. Most importantly, his sun fire is more than twice as strong as before. Chapter 49, Changes in Superpowers. System. The system interface appeared in Luohan's mind again. Name, Luohan. Level, second level lower level mutant. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 150. Skills, Anode Fireworks level 1, Entry level, Heart Sense, low level, Ordinary Boxing, Intermediate level, Ordinary Sword Skills, Intermediate level. A level 2 mutant. Ha! Without using any genetic medicine, in just over 20 days, I have become a level 2 mutant. Luohan was slightly excited. Yes, without power or resources, he was able to advance to the second level mutant in just over 20 days, which was indeed exciting enough for him. True Fire Barrier! Golden red flames suddenly appeared around Luohan, and the temperature in the room rose sharply. The range in which it can appear has been increased from 3 meters to 6 meters. The heat sensation and brightness have been greatly improved compared to before. Moreover, the gold color in the flames occupies 1/4. Luohan carefully felt and observed his own sun true fire. He discovered that compared to before, the power of the sun's true fire had increased a lot, and it was even more gorgeous. The gold color that originally accounted for only 1/5 of the flame now accounts for 1/4. If his strength continues to improve, one day his sun fire will turn completely golden. Flame Blade. Since the room was not very big and there were many things inside, Luohan could only experiment with his abilities carefully. In the living room, feeling the sudden increase in temperature in the air, Wei Qing felt a little confused. Thinking of Luohan in the next room, he felt relieved again. As expected of teacher Jiangnan's student, this fire ability can still change the temperature of the living room even after being blocked by the wall. It's horrible. I'd better turn on the air conditioner. Although it is the hottest time of summer, Jiangnan City is not very hot yet. Therefore, Wei Qing didn't turn on the air conditioner before, but now that Luohan's special ability has appeared, he can't stand it anymore. Turn on the air conditioner. Okay. The intelligence system quickly lowered the temperature in the living room. Wei Qing felt comfortable with the cool breeze on his face, so he lay down on the sofa again and watched TV leisurely. Ding dong! In the room, Luohan's cell phone suddenly rang. Feixin's voice? Feixin is an online social tool in this world, similar to QQ and WeChat in the previous life. Many people nowadays use it to exchange information. After taking back the Sun True Fire, Luohan turned on his cell phone. A friend request message appeared on it, and the attached message was simple. Yao Mushi. Looking at the cute little cat on Yao Mushi's avatar, Luohan smiled and immediately clicked to accept the friend request. Ding! When the message alert sounded, Yao Mushi sent a message. Go to bed early, good night. There is also a cute emoticon behind the message. Well, good night. After giving a brief reply, Luohan put down his phone and continued his training. It was impossible for him to go to bed early when he had just broken through to the second level. He still had to continue to familiarize himself with his special abilities. The training lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. After eliminating the feeling of expanded power caused by advancement, Luohan washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Luohan got up early and went to Teacher Jiang's villa. Yesterday, his information had been entered into the intelligence system of Teacher Jiang's villa, so he could walk in directly. Luohan is here? In the living room, Jiangnan nodded when he saw Luohan coming. His requirements for his disciples were different from others. Training? Plans? None of them existed. He will only make suggestions based on each disciple's foundation, and whether they can persist depends on each person's patience. Therefore, he was very pleased that Luohan could come so early. Teacher Jiang. Luohan greeted respectfully. Well, I was out yesterday for something, so I couldn't answer your questions. But your senior brother is here, so he should be able to answer some of your questions, right? Yes, Brother Mao answered many of my questions about cultivation. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me now. Jiangnan, who was standing next to the skeleton of the strange beast, asked with a chuckle. There is no problem now. I will come to see you after practicing. Luohan replied, and then thought of what happened last night. By the way, Teacher Jiang, do you know what momentum is? Momentum? Jiangnan smiled slightly, then his expression suddenly changed. Is this what you are talking about? The originally gentle Teacher Jiang's aura suddenly changed, as if he was a prehistoric beast, emitting a violent and crazy aura. Luohan, who was bearing the aura of Jiangnan, felt just like when he was locked in by the aura of Hinian. He had goosebumps all over his body and couldn't move at all. This feeling of oppression is even stronger than that of Hinian. This momentum appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Luohan only felt it for a moment, and in an instant, the momentum disappeared. Jiangnan also returned to his gentle appearance, as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. Chapter 50 Tao and Momentum. Teacher Jiang, what is this? Luohan asked doubtfully. From the changes in Jiangnan's momentum just now, we can know that he really knows how to use his momentum. You didn't faint even when I used 50% of my power, Luohan. You're really good. Jiangnan did not answer the question immediately, but instead exclaimed in admiration. According to his past experience, a first-level psychic would not be able to resist his aura, unless the other party had also begun to come into contact with his aura. Since Luohan asked this, maybe he has already come into contact with it. It is not too early to tell him now. Thinking of this, Jiangnan immediately said, Momentum is the embodiment of humanity. Road? Luohan was confused and didn't understand what this meant. Yes, it is the Tao. Everyone has his or her own path to follow. Jiangnan explained slowly. For example, a supernatural being who likes conspiracy and secrets, his way is the way of secrets. As a result, his aura will be filled with coldness and mystery, making people uncomfortable. Also, for example, your teacher, when I am fighting an enemy, I am violent and crazy, so my aura is violent and crazy. That's where my nickname Crazy Jiang comes from. Then what use is this momentum when fighting the enemy? Luohan asked the question that concerned him most. That would be very useful. Jiangnan smiled and said, Just like just now, for people whose rank is lower than mine, the aura can directly cause strong negative emotions to the other party, causing the other party to perform abnormally. Moreover, momentum has another very important function. Jiangnan kept the answer in suspense. Unexpectedly, Teacher Jiang would also keep people on edge. Luohan quickly asked, What's the function? That is the restraint on elemental mutants. A fourth-level elementalist can transform his entire body into an element. This is not impossible to control. Momentum is one of them. When the enemy's momentum explodes, elementalists simply cannot enter the elemental state. After saying that, Jiangnan picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip of water. Luohan, on the other hand, was silently digesting the huge amount of information in Jiangnan's words. The momentum will have an impact on both the alien beasts and other people with special abilities. It also involves the important ability of restraining elementalization. In this case, I must master the ability of momentum. Luohan's eyes flashed, and he looked at Jiangnan. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Haha, there's not much I can teach you about momentum, and there aren't many books on the subject. All I can say is, find your own path and stick to it. That's your momentum. Jiangnan saw what Luohan wanted at a glance. But he really couldn't do anything about momentum. He could only rely on himself for this. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Luohan's eyes. But he also understood that there are some things that cannot be learned through teaching and can only be understood by oneself. So Luohan had no choice but to say, "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I understand. I will go to the training room to practice first." "Well, go ahead." In the training room, Luohan was still thinking about momentum. Based on the performance of the man in casual clothes yesterday, I should have gained some momentum by now. But I still have no idea how to strengthen myself and find my own path. But there's no point in being anxious, let's just let it go. Luohan muttered to himself, then looked at the two books placed in front of him. In order to facilitate his practice, Jiangnan placed both secret books in the training room so that he could check them at any time. He had memorized the entire book, Anode Fireworks, yesterday and had already gotten the hang of it. So, what we are going to watch today is The Ultimate Flame Blade. When he opened the book, a picture came into his eyes. The cold knife was surrounded by red flames, and the person holding it was in a posture of swinging the knife. The first time Luohan saw the picture in the book, he felt cold and hot at the same time, two very contradictory feelings. This? Luohan was shocked. It is worthy of being a top-notch knife skill. Just a picture can be so artistic. Turning to the second page, lines of words appeared before his eyes. Preface. The fire-type ability is extremely strong and fierce, and the sword has great power opening and closing. The two have the same properties, and using them together will definitely produce an effect where the sum of the two is greater than the sum of the two. When using this sword technique, you must have an indomitable momentum and the determination to sweep away all obstacles. Only in this way can you unleash the full power of this sword technique. Written by Yang Tao. The preface is very simple, with less than 100 words in total, but every word in it appears to be graceful and powerful. After reading the preface, Luohan continued reading. There wasn't much content in the book, and he finished reading the entire Extreme Flame Blade in just half an hour. After closing the book, Luohan stood up. The sword techniques in Extreme Flame Blade need to be practiced in conjunction with actual combat. Walking to the weapons rack in the training room, Luohan picked up a sword at random. Chapter 51, Absolute Shadow. It's twice as heavy as the wind-breaking blade. You're the one. After weighing it, Luohan took the sword in his hand. He is now a second-level mutant, and his physical fitness is much stronger than before. If he uses a sword as heavy as the wind-breaking blade again, he will definitely not be able to adapt. So, he picked out a sword that felt the best. Flame Blade. With a low roar, the true fire of the sun wrapped around the alloy sword in a special way. Finally, the alloy sword turned into a flaming sword emitting scorching heat. Flame Blade is the first level move of Extreme Flame Blade, and is also the basis of all subsequent moves. Therefore, only by mastering the Flame Blade can one be considered to have entered the realm of Extreme Flame Blade. Fortunately, it succeeded in one go this time. Looking at the golden-red sun fire wrapped around the alloy sword, Luohan nodded with satisfaction. He is now a second-level psychic, and his control over the sun's true fire is much stronger than before, so he was able to successfully master the first level of Extreme Flame Blade in one go. Directly using the flame sword condensed by the sun's true fire would consume too much energy. This method of using the flame sword feels quite good. Looking at the flaming sword in his hand, Luohan said silently in his heart. After the flaming sword was successfully condensed, Luohan began to train with the sword techniques according to the ultimate flaming sword. As soon as he retracted his right hand, the flaming sword was put on his back, held in his right hand alone. Juying! With a loud shout, Luohan grasped the knife with both hands, pulled out the flaming knife from behind him, and slashed forward fiercely. The flaming sword was very fast, and it chopped out in the blink of an eye. Feeling the speed of the flaming sword, Luohan was somewhat dissatisfied. Juying is a move from the second level of Extreme Flame Blade, which mainly uses the flaming blade to perform extremely fast slashing attacks. According to the description in Extreme Flame Blade, to use the Juying move one needs to hold the back of the blade behind one's back, then hold the blade with both hands and chop it out with all one's strength. Since the sword is coming out from behind, the acceleration distance of the slash is longer, and the damage is also higher when it hits the enemy. Although this is what was written in the book, Luohan did not feel that this attack was particularly powerful. Is there something I didn't practice correctly? Shaking his head, the extremely patient Luohan started practicing with the sword again. Although he can use power points to improve his proficiency in Extreme Flame Blade, in the future, it is better to practice more in the case of a lack of power points. Juying! Juying! For a moment, the only sounds in the entire training room were Luohan's voice and the sound of the sword waving. 2 hours later, Luohan, exhausted and out of breath, still hadn't found the key to this move. In desperation, he had to find teacher Jiangnan. Show me how to use your Juying. After listening to Luohan's description, Jiangnan decided to watch it again. Flame Blade! The true fire of the sun quickly wrapped around the alloy sword. Just when Luohan was about to use Juying, Jiangnan suddenly stopped him. Luohan, if I'm not mistaken, the power of your sun true fire seems to have become stronger. As a 5th level psychic, Jiangnan is extremely sensitive to changes in superpowers. Therefore, the moment Luohan used the true sun fire, he keenly sensed that something was wrong. I advanced to the 2nd level superpower yesterday, so the strength of my superpower has increased. Scratching his head, Luohan answered honestly. So fast? Jiangnan looked strange as he listened to Luohan's words. It took more than 20 days to go from just awakening to a 2nd level mutant, and it was completed without any external funding. This is too perverted. Fortunately, he is my own student. Thinking of this, the weird look on Jiangnan's face quickly turned into a smile. Well done, come on, let me see your Juying. Okay. This time Luohan was not interrupted again. He successfully used the flame blade and carried it on his back. Juying! With a loud shout, Luohan held the flaming sword in both hands and slashed out like a dragon emerging from a cave. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air. However, Jiangnan frowned when he saw the whole process of Luohan drawing the knife. Your basic skills are too poor. Your hands are not steady enough, and your speed is not fast enough. Even your Juying move is completely deformed. Jiangnan also knew the sword technique called Extreme Flame Blade, so he could see Luohan's shortcomings at a glance. He originally thought that Luohan's swordsmanship should be quite good, but now it seems that it still lacks some perfection. Is that so? Luohan suddenly understood. It is true that those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. He had only practiced his swordsmanship for more than 20 days at most. With Tang Tian's guidance and the help of the system, his swordsmanship had indeed improved. This kind of swordsmanship may be stronger than that of ordinary psychics, but if one wants to practice top-level swordsmanship like Extreme Flame Blade, one is indeed still lacking a lot of basic skills. Give me the sword and I'll show you how to do it. After saying that, Jiangnan took the sword handed to him by Luohan. Chapter 52 9 Days. Look carefully. Flame Blade. The moment Jiangnan used the flame blade, a purple flame wrapped around the sword, followed by a terrifying high temperature. This forced Luohan to use his own solar true fire to isolate himself from the high temperature, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed to watch Jiangnan's moves. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Luohan roughly counted and found that there were more than 10 layers of purple flames wrapped around the sword. Juying! Jiangnan put the sword behind his back, then held the sword with both hands and slashed out. Unlike Luohan, Jiangnan's sword is faster, steadier, and more powerful. Buzz. The sword with purple flames suddenly stopped, but it seemed that the sword could not withstand such a speed, and the tip of the sword was still vibrating at high speed. This knife is still too light. It can't bear the force. Looking at the still trembling blade tip, Jiangnan said casually, then looked at Luohan. Have you noticed any difference between my moves and yours? Well, teacher, your hands were very steady when you drew your sword, and your posture was very standard. It was a textbook demonstration. And when I draw my sword, there are many differences from what is in the book. After thinking for a while, Luohan replied. This is why the foundation of swordsmanship is weak. Chopping, slashing, stabbing, slashing, blocking, sweeping, these basic sword techniques must be practiced to a very proficient level before Juying can use them normally. First, you should improve your sword skills, and then practice Juying. Okay, thank you teacher for answering my question. After saying that, Luohan took back the sword and returned to the training room. Having intermediate swordsmanship skills, he knew quite a lot about the basic swordsmanship, but he just hadn't practiced enough. The true fire of the sun once again wrapped around the sword, and the flaming sword was used. Hack 1,000 times, start! With his eyes fixed, Luohan began to practice his swordsmanship. Once, twice, 3 times. Luohan was like a robot, repeating the chopping action over and over again. During this process, his movements did not change in the slightest. During the chopping process, Luohan discovered that he had to use the true fire of the sun to maintain the flaming sword. Therefore, his supernatural powers are also slowly improving in the process of practicing swordsmanship. Although the progress is slow, it is better than no progress at all. For the next period of time, Luohan lived an extremely regular life. In the morning, we set out from the boys' dormitory and headed to teacher Jiangnan's villa. After entering the training room, we started training. In the morning, he practiced his supernatural power, anode flame. According to the method recorded in the book, Luohan continuously condensed triangular cones and cubes to enhance his control over the sun's true fire. Although the process was rather boring and there were some bottlenecks during the training, Luohan overcame them one by one. After lunch, we started training on Extreme Flame Blade in the afternoon. Since Luohan's swordsmanship foundation is too weak, he is still constantly practicing basic moves. Every day, I practice chopping movements tens of thousands of times. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, after asking teacher Jiang questions and having dinner, we started training again. At night, he began to study the use of momentum, and this process would last until 10 o'clock in the evening. Afterwards, Luohan would leave the villa and return to his dormitory. After chatting with Yamushi for a while, he would wash up and go to bed. This regular life lasted for 9 days. Inside the training room of Jiangnan Villa. Flame blade! Boom! A golden red flame suddenly appeared in the training room, and then wrapped around an alloy sword in a special way. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. It wrapped around 3 layers before stopping. The sword wrapped in golden red flames emitted a dazzling light. The one holding this sword is Luohan. With a flash of his eyes, the sword in his hand turned into a golden red phantom. Chopping, slashing, stabbing, lifting, blocking and sweeping, these 6 basic moves of swordsmanship were used by him with great skill and coherence, which even gave people a pleasing feeling. After practicing a set of basic sword techniques, Luohan put the flaming sword behind his back and then held it with both hands. Juying! With a loud shout, Luohan pulled out the flaming sword behind him and chopped it forward with force. The flaming sword turned into a golden red lightning and struck the electronic board in front of him. Attack strength 6,000 cards, the attack of an ordinary second-level high-level psychic. An electronic synthesizer sounded. The strength of a second-level lower-level psychic combined with an S-level psychic can unleash the attack of a second-level high-level psychic. You have almost learned this move, Juying. A gentle voice came from the door of the training room. Teacher Jiang. Taking back the flaming sword, Luohan greeted respectfully. Jiangnan nodded as he walked in, and then said, Luohan, your swordsmanship has been honed to a high level. Juying is almost at the peak of his powers. As long as you continue to train like this, it won't be a problem for you to learn the 3rd level of Extreme Flame Blade. by the time school starts. Chapter 53 Assessment. Teacher Jiang, I have some things to deal with in the next 10 days, so I may not be able to come for training. Listening to Jiangnan's words, Luohan said hesitantly. His negative emotions have been completely eliminated, so he is ready to enter the world of strange beasts again. And tomorrow is July 8th, the time he and the Blood Knife team agreed to enter the world of alien beasts. What could take 10 days? Jiangnan asked in surprise. From graduating from high school to starting college is an excellent time to improve your abilities. 10 days may not have much impact on the strength of ordinary psychics, but it is different for a talented student like Luohan. There are 8 S-level psychics like Luohan that he knows of, not to mention other dark horses who are A-level psychics but are no less powerful than S-level psychics. If he wasted these 10 days, Luohan would fall far behind others. Go to the world of strange beasts. Luohan put down the alloy sword and told the truth. The negative impact of the alien beast world can be eliminated in 10 days, so he will definitely go to the alien beast world many times within these 2 months. Instead of making excuses, just tell the truth. After all, he is now a second-level psychic, and according to the requirements of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, he can go to the world of exotic beasts. Go to the world of strange beasts. Listening to Luohan's words, Jiangnan frowned. Back then, when he was in Fengming City No. 3 High School, Luohan chose Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers because it was closest to the Monster Passage and was convenient to enter. Jiangnan appreciates this point. But now Luohan is really going to the world of strange beasts, and he is still a little reluctant. Of his 33 disciples, only 15 are still alive, and including Luohan, there are only 4 left in school. If Luohan went there, he would really feel a little uncomfortable. Level 2 psychics can indeed enter the Beast Passage, but students in our school usually enter when they are at the high level of Level 2. Are you sure you want to enter now? Jiangnan dissuaded him. Although he hated the strange beasts that invaded his world, he was still worried about Luohan's safety. After all, Luohan had just entered the second level not long ago. Teacher Jiang, it's okay. Hearing the deep concern in Jiangnan's voice, Luohan's heart warmed. With my current strength, as long as I don't encounter a monster above the 3rd level, I can escape. Luohan was not exaggerating his strength, but he could indeed do this. Although he was only a lower-level second-order psychic, his Juying had already reached the attack strength of a high-level second-order psychic. Therefore, as long as he doesn't encounter any perverted 3rd-level monsters, he is still very confident that he can survive in the monster world. Even if he encountered one, he would have no problem escaping if he used the sun's true fire at all his strength. Well, all right then. Jiangnan pondered for a while, then agreed. During the time he spent with Luohan, he had come to understand Luohan's character somewhat. He is patient, perseverant, and goal-oriented. Moreover, once Luohan makes a decision, he rarely fails to accomplish it. So, even if he refused, Luohan would find a way out. In that case, you might as well just agree to it. Luohan didn't have time to be happy when Jiangnan's voice came again. However, I have a test. What kind of assessment? Luohan said impatiently. Now he just wants to go to the alien beast world as soon as possible to harvest superpower points. Even if Teacher Jiang has any special tests, he will definitely complete them. Don't worry. Jiangnan laughed and asked, do you know the virtual space of alien beasts? Yes, I know. It's a place that simulates the world of alien beasts through virtual reality technology. Luohan nodded. This was what Sisterly told him some time ago. That's easy. Jiangnan showed a gentle smile on his face, but no matter how Luohan looked at it, he felt that the smile seemed to have some ill intentions. In the alien beast virtual space, different levels correspond to different levels of difficulty, and each time you complete a trial in it, you will get a corresponding score. There are 7 levels of points in total, from F to S from low to high. I want you to get an S-level score in the trial of a second-level low-level psychic. Is that too much? Jiangnan asked. Well, not too much. Luohan nodded. Although he is only a low-level second-order psychic, he possesses S-level superpowers, top-level superpower training methods and top-level swordsmanship, and his true strength is comparable to that of a high-level second-order psychic. In Luohan's opinion, an S-level score was just a piece of cake. Well, as long as you get an S-level score, I will no longer stop you from entering the world of strange beasts. I have the equipment to enter the virtual alien beast space, but it has been bound to my personal information, so I can't let you use it. So, I can only take you to the public trial area of the school. Okay. Luohan nodded, and then walked out of the villa under the guidance of Jiangnan. Chapter 54 Songxialan. If you want to enter the virtual space of exotic beasts, in addition to having your own virtual reality stealth cabin, the school's exotic beast trial building can also meet this need. In order to house the stealth cabin for entering the virtual space of alien beasts, Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers has a special 4-story building for storage. This building was named the Exotic Beast Trial Building. Many students who want to enter the world of exotic beasts will simulate the feeling of fighting with exotic beasts here in advance. Others are students who test their own abilities and improve their combat power. The lobby on the first floor of the Exotic Beast Trial Building is a place for students to rest and communicate. At this time, many students who came out of the Alien Beast virtual space gathered together and exchanged experiences. Wow, a first-level mid-level armed saber tiger is too powerful. Who can withstand such a big guy? That's right, are the beasts in the beast world really that strong? Could it be that the school has deliberately increased the difficulty in order to hone us? Humph, no matter how realistic the alien beasts simulated by the program are, they are still not as good as the real ones. The alien beasts simulated here are considered weak. The real alien beasts are much stronger than this. Senior, have you really entered the world of strange beasts? Of course. I went in there once with my senior brother's team. Wow, it's really not a place for humans to stay. The environment is extremely desolate, and the roars of strange beasts are heard one after another. People are needed to keep watch at night. Is it so scary? Then let's train more here before going to the world of strange beasts. Ever since the alien beasts that invaded the Blue Star 100 years ago were driven back to the alien beast world by the world's top strongmen, alien beasts have become a strange existence to most students of Jiangnan University of Special Powers. Although we have been taught since childhood and have often seen the existence of exotic beasts in the news, there are still very few students in school who have actually entered the world of exotic beasts and seen them. These students have no pressure to survive, so they don't need to force themselves to enter the world of alien beasts. Therefore, many students of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers will enter the world of supernatural beasts only after graduation. It is understandable that we know less about exotic beasts. Just as the students in the hall were having a heated discussion, suddenly, a person walked in at the door. The black tight-fitting battlesuit outlined her perfect curves, with the right curves and the right concave parts. Her perfect figure, coupled with her beautiful face like a fairy, instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Wow, this person is so beautiful. I really want to get her contact information. If you are not afraid of death, go ahead. She is Song Xiaolan, the daughter of teacher Song Yang. 6th level reinforcement instructor Song Yang? Yes, that's him. But I haven't heard that his daughter is studying in our school. You are stupid. His daughter is a freshman this year. She registered early. Recently, she seems to have been coming to our exotic beast trial building for training. Huh! Her family is so rich, why doesn't she use her own virtual stealth cabin? Who knows? But it's good for her to come over. We can feast our eyes on her. Hey, that's right. Listening to the whispers of the people around her, a hint of displeasure flashed across Song Xiaolan's pretty face. Some time ago, her family's virtual stealth cabin broke down, and it took several days to repair it or buy a new one. But she was about to go to the world of alien beasts and needed training urgently, so she had to come to the school's public alien beast trial building. Fortunately, we will enter the world of alien beasts tomorrow and won't have to train here anymore. As the daughter of a schoolteacher, her every move could become an excuse for others to attack her father. So Song Xiaolan suppressed the urge to lose her temper and went straight to the second floor where the virtual stealth cabin was placed. On the second floor, there is the virtual stealth cabin management room, which is surrounded by screens, and in the middle is the largest screen. These screens are used to monitor the students' trial conditions in the virtual stealth cabin. At this moment, Jiangnan and Luohan have already arrived here. Teacher Jiang, Luohan has obtained temporary login permissions. He can log into the alien beast virtual space at any time. Well, that's troublesome. Nodding, Jiangnan said to Luohan beside him. The temporary permission has been granted. Just go over there and find an empty virtual stealth cabin to log in. I'll be watching your trial progress in real time right here. Yeah, okay. Nodding, Luohan was about to turn around and leave the management office. At this moment, a tall woman walked in from outside. After seeing Jiangnan, she was obviously a little surprised and immediately greeted him. Uncle Jiang. Well, Xiaolan, how come you have time to come here? Jiangnan responded with a smile, obviously knowing the girl. Don't mention it. The virtual stealth cabin at home is broken. I can only come here for training. Song Xiaolan replied depressedly. Chapter 55, Alien Beast Virtual Space. Well, don't waste any training time. Song Yang is so lucky to have a daughter like you. Jiangnan praised. Children like Song Xiaolan, who are born into a family with supernatural powers, have had a relatively rich life since childhood and have never experienced any hardship. It is really difficult for them to train and practice hard. Therefore, in Jiangnan's opinion, Song Xiaolan's ability to achieve this level is indeed worthy of praise. Song Xiaolan smiled slightly, as a response to Jiangnan's compliment. Haha, I brought my disciples here to exercise. Jiangnan patted Luohan on the shoulder and said with a smile. Is this Uncle Zhang's new disciple? Song Xiaolan's face was full of surprise. She had just noticed Luohan next to her, but she thought he was just Uncle Zhang's student. She didn't expect he was actually his disciple. You know, student and disciple are two different names. Student only refers to students arranged by the school. And being a disciple means that one is truly treated as a successor. Jiangnan has accepted very few disciples in recent years, and this seems to be the first one in recent years. It is definitely not easy to be accepted as a disciple by teacher Jiangnan. Thinking of this, Song Xiaolan began to look at Luohan standing beside her. He looks good, handsome, and has a strong physique, but there is a faint sense of oppression and danger around him that is quite interesting. Among his peers, he is the first one who gives me this feeling. Song Xiaolan said silently in her heart. As the daughter of a 6th-level psychic, she has seen quite a few psychics since she was a child, and she has also seen many of their descendants. Among them, there are many who are the same age as her, but during the period after these people awaken their superpowers, no one has ever given her this sense of danger. This guy is very strong. This is the conclusion drawn by Song Xiaolan. While Song Xiaolan was looking at Luohan, Luohan was also looking at her. Although her figure and appearance are not as good as Yaomushi's, they are still top-notch. Judging from her aura, she should also be a 2nd-level psychic, but I don't know what type she is. Judging from the way she addressed teacher Jiang, he should be someone she is familiar with. Thinking of this, Luohan greeted. Hello, I am teacher Jiang's new disciple, Luohan. Hello, I'm Song Xiaolan, nice to meet you. Song Xiaolan responded quickly. Okay, now that you guys have met each other, Luohan, you can go take the test first. Jiangnan said to Luohan. Okay. Luohan nodded and left the management office. The layout of the 2nd floor of the exotic beast trial building is very simple. Next to the management office are the elevator and stairwell, and opposite the management office is the area where the virtual stealth cabin is placed. In this area, there are half-human height oval machines placed one after another. Judging from the length, even a person with a height of 2.5 meters can enter. The cabin as a whole looks very technological, with a streamlined surface that appears very smooth. After finding an empty virtual stealth cabin, Luohan lay down and entered it. For most people, the biggest use of the virtual stealth cabin is playing immersive games. But for Luohan, his family was not wealthy, so he had never used a virtual stealth cabin, let alone a virtual helmet. Where is the button? Lying in the virtual immersion cabin, Luohan looked around for the start button. But the interior of the submarine cabin was very smooth and he couldn't find a button. Shh. With a slight sound, the lid of the stealth cabin closed automatically, and at the same time, a prompt sound began to sound. Temporary use permission detected passed. Please close your eyes and relax so that you can better enter the virtual space of the alien beast. Listening to the electronic prompt sound, Luohan closed his eyes and relaxed his mind, as if he was beginning to fall asleep. Start entering the alien beast virtual space. Along with the prompt sound, Luohan was in a trance. The darkness in front of him disappeared, and then he stood on solid ground. After standing firmly, Luohan began to observe the surrounding environment. He is now in the ruins of a city. Above his head is a huge sun. In the distance, he can faintly hear the roar of strange beasts. It really is the environment of a strange beast world. This realistic environment was so realistic that if Luohan didn't know it was virtual, he would have really thought he had entered a world of strange beasts. Suddenly, a rising sound rang out in the sky. It is detected that the level of the trial participant is a second-level lower-level psychic. Do you want to challenge the trial of a second-level lower-level psychic? Yes. Okay, there is 3 minutes of preparation time before the trial begins. Do you need it? Yes. Okay, the trial will begin in 3 minutes. Please get ready and choose your weapon. After the last prompt sounded, Luohan began to get familiar with his virtual body. Well, his physical fitness is a bit poor, but it is also the physical fitness of an ordinary second-level lower-level psychic. After moving his body casually, Luohan felt that this virtual body was somewhat inferior to the original one. His body has been trained continuously, and is much stronger than that of ordinary elementalists. Although his physical fitness is a bit poor, it shouldn't affect his performance. The most important thing is his ability. Chapter 56 Jiangnan's Thoughts. The sun is so hot. With a low shout, the golden-red sun fire appeared beside Luohan. Yes, it can appear within a 6-meter range, and its heat and power are the same as in reality. Feeling the intensity of the sun's true fire, Luohan nodded. I don't know how this program is made, it can simulate superpowers so accurately. System. Luohan's eyes flashed, and he tried to call out the system, but nothing happened. After all, it's virtual. It's unlikely that a system interface will appear in it. Luohan shook his head, then walked to the weapon rack and picked up a sword. After picking up the sword, he began to practice his sword skills and supernatural powers to familiarize himself with this virtual world of strange beasts. 3 minutes later, the electronic reminder sounded again. The trial is about to begin, students, please be ready. Here I come. Luohan, holding the sword, licked his lips, his eyes full of anticipation. As long as he gets an S-level score, he can go to the world of strange beasts. In reality, Song Xiaolan, who obtained temporary login permission, entered the virtual space of the alien beast with ease. The test takers have 3 minutes to prepare. Do you need it? Unnecessary. Okay, the trial will begin in 3 minutes. Please get ready and choose your weapon. I don't know if I can get an S score this time. If I can get one before going to the beast world, I will be more confident about this trip. Standing in the middle of the city ruins, Song Xiaolan, holding 2 swords, thought eagerly. Her special ability is the S-level special ability of the strengthening system, the Phoenix Jade Body. This ability will greatly enhance her physical fitness every time she advances to a higher level. Moreover, after she uses this ability, her entire body will be strengthened, and her physical strength will be terrifying. Even a high-level second-level exotic beast can't do anything to her. However, the score of this virtual space of alien beasts is not determined by who can hold on longer, but the more alien beasts you kill, the higher the score will be. During this period, her best score was only A-level, which is far from S-level. Boom! The sound of a large group of strange beasts approaching was heard. Here it comes! Facing the strange beasts rushing towards her from afar, Song Xiaolan did not retreat but instead advanced and rushed towards the group of strange beasts. On the other side, in Luohan's virtual space of exotic beasts, a large group of exotic beasts also attacked from a distance. Flame Blade! With a flash of his eyes, 3 layers of true sun fire quickly wrapped around the sword. The sword, which originally emitted a silver metallic luster, turned into a golden red color surrounded by flames. The air around the sword was distorted due to the terrifying high temperature. I have to say that this virtual monster space is so realistic that even the distortion of the air can be simulated. First level high-ranking Arm Blade Tiger, first level high-ranking Shadow Cat. There are 15 first level high-level exotic beasts in total. Is this considered a warm-up? Luohan muttered to himself as he counted the oncoming group of strange beasts. At first, he was only a high-level first-level monster, but he could move freely among the high-level first-level monsters. Now that he is a second-level monster, isn't it a piece of cake for him to deal with these monsters? No other moves were used, not even the sun's true fire. Luohan rushed forward, casually using basic sword techniques. Chop, hack, stab, poke, block, and sweep. His sword skills were precise and steady, and each stroke accurately cut through the vital parts of the strange beast. This kind of operation gives people a feeling that the beast is crashing into the tip of the knife, which seems extremely easy and carefree. The golden red curve brought by the flaming sword looks extremely beautiful among the group of strange beasts, but to the strange beasts, it is the scythe of the god of death. In the management room, the teacher in charge of monitoring was amazed. Teacher Jiang, your students are really amazing. This is the first time I've seen a student deal with 15 first-level high-level alien beasts so easily. Haha, indeed, he has great talent. Jiangnan felt proud to hear someone praising his students, but then he became confused. In the early stages of trials within the virtual space of alien beasts, all trials are conducted in the form of groups of alien beasts. For newcomers who face alien beasts for the first time, they will be in a state of panic. Luohan's relaxed and carefree attitude, with every blow of his sword being fatal, didn't seem like it was his first time facing a strange beast. However, this is just an appetizer. It will become increasingly difficult later on. Moreover, the final beast is not so easy to defeat. Luohan, don't blame me. I just don't want you to enter the world of strange beasts so early. Looking at the figure of Luohan killing people on the surveillance screen, Jiangnan said silently in his heart. He didn't want Luohan to enter the world of strange beasts so early, so the request he put forward was actually very harsh. In the past few decades, only a handful of people have obtained S-level scores in the second-order lower-level trial of the virtual space of exotic beasts. Jiangnan admitted that although Luohan had great talent, it was extremely difficult for him to obtain an S-level score. Chapter 57 Giant Horned Rhino. It's the third wave. Finally, something interesting has arrived. In the virtual space of alien beasts, Luohan, who had already killed 2 waves of alien beasts, grinned. The first wave is the first-order high-level monsters, the second wave is the second-order low-level monsters, and the third wave is the second-order middle-level monsters. Boom! The footsteps of attacking beasts could be heard, along with the roars of different kinds of beasts. Roar! Ouch! Ho ho ho! The strange beast approached quickly and soon appeared in Luohan's sight. Compared with the previous 2 waves, this wave of monsters seemed much more violent, with bloodthirstiness and madness in their eyes. The red eyes looked extremely terrifying. If it was really the first time for a psychic to face a strange beast, he might really be scared to the ground. True Fire Barrier! Faced with so many second-order mid-level monsters, Luohan did not dare to be careless and first used the True Fire Barrier. Boom! After the golden red sun fire was condensed, it lingered around Luohan, appearing extremely gorgeous and mysterious. Juying! Facing the strange beast rushing towards him, Luohan did not hesitate at all and used the Juying sword technique instantly. The golden red sword turned into a golden lightning and chopped forward. Roar! Ouch! There were 5 strange beasts that were chopped by the sword, and these strange beasts were directly chopped into 2 halves. The wound on the body that was split into 2 halves had turned into charcoal. There are 10 left! Luohan rushed forward like a nimble cheetah. Holding the flaming sword in his hand and surrounded by the true fire of the sun, he started killing people as if he was in an empty space. 1, 2, 3, 4. He killed the strange beasts one after another like chopping cabbages. Call! After killing 10 strange beasts in one breath, Luohan stopped and let out a long sigh. Although he was in a virtual space, his every move was as if it were a real person and required physical energy. After a long period of fighting, he already felt a little tired. It's a simulated body after all. It's far inferior to my original body. Luohan, standing in the middle of the ruins with a flaming sword in hand, frowned. In real life, the body would not feel tired even if it hunted 50 exotic beasts in a row. But here, it was just killing dozens of beasts in a row, but it actually made one feel a little tired. This wave is a second-order middle-level monster, so the next wave should be a second-order high-level monster. After killing this wave, I should be able to get an S score. Looking at the corpses of strange beasts scattered around, Luohan muttered to himself. In the last 3 waves, the strength of the monsters has gradually increased, and the same should be true for the next wave. In the trial of a second-order lower-level psychic, the appearance of a second-order high-level monster is already outrageous enough, and the appearance of a third-order monster will definitely not occur. So, according to Luohan's estimation, the remaining wave should be the last wave. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a burst of neat voices came, sounding a little dull. Luohan was puzzled, because when the last few waves of strange beasts attacked, there were also sounds of footsteps. But the sound was very chaotic, not at all as neat as it is now. Boom! Boom! The dull footsteps approached, and the roars of strange beasts followed. Roar! The sound was dull and regular. Luohan was startled and looked quickly in the direction where the sound came from. At the end of the city ruins, 20 strange beasts as big as tanks were neatly lined up there. Unlike the previous messy group of strange beasts, this group of strange beasts were arranged neatly, with 10 in the front and 10 in the back. The array of strange beasts looked extremely shocking, as if they were a huge city wall. A second-level intermediate beast, the giant horned rhinoceros? Looking at the strange beast at the end of the city ruins, Luohan's pupils shrank and his face was full of disbelief. This is trouble. Among all the strange beasts, except for the mutated strange beasts and special species of strange beasts, if you had to choose one strange beast from the ordinary strange beasts that the psychics are most reluctant to face, it would definitely be the giant horned rhinoceros. This strange beast looks very similar to the rhinoceros on the blue planet, but its size is very different. A giant horned rhino is as big as 5 rhinos and is like a tank. The most troublesome thing is that the giant horned rhinoceros has no obvious weaknesses at all. It has thick skin and strong muscles, and can also use its huge horns and tail to attack. Besides, when a giant horned rhino charges, that's no joke. Even a scratch could result in serious injury. And now, appearing in front of Luohan were 20 giant horned rhinos. Haha, you can be surprised sometimes. In the monitoring room, Jiangnan laughed out loud as he watched Luohan's expression change drastically on the screen. In dealing with the previous few waves of strange beasts, Luohan looked very relaxed and at ease, so Jiangnan found Luohan's current expression very interesting. Luohan, after you kill all 20 giant horned rhinos, you will find that there are even more terrifying beings behind them. Jiangnan showed a malicious smile. Chapter 58 Sunfall. Hoo! Song Xiaolan, holding 2 swords, was breathing heavily. She can easily kill a second-level mid-level monster, and the same goes for 2, 3, or 4. But once the number reaches 10, it will be difficult for her to deal with them. Although it was troublesome, it was not unsolvable. So, she spent a while and dealt with these 15 second-order intermediate-level monsters. But she did not let her guard down, because she knew that more difficult things were still to come. Boom! 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 The sound of orderly and dull footsteps sounded like thunder in the empty ruins of the city. Here I come! Song Xiaolan's body tensed up again, and she entered combat mode. 20 giant horned rhinos. Last time, I killed 14 in total. This time, I want to kill them all and get an S-level score. Song Xiaolan's eyes were firm. For ordinary second-order lower-level psychics, even a giant horned rhino of the same level is not something they can handle. And at this moment, there were a full 20 of them in front of her. If it were an ordinary second-level lower-level psychic, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to stand here. Superpower, Phoenix Jade Body. After using her supernatural powers, there was no change on Song Xiaolan's body, but if you look closely, you can see that a white jade-like light is flowing throughout her body. This is the S-level supernatural Feng Tian Jadeite body. When using superpowers, physical fitness will be doubled. Song Xiaolan in this state is in the strongest state. Bring it on! With a delicate shout, Song Xiaolan rushed forward holding 2 swords. On the other side, although Luohan was shocked when facing 20 giant horned rhinos, he quickly calmed down. The giant horned rhinoceros has thick skin and strong impact force, so I can't be hit by them. Otherwise, even with the protection of the sun's true fire, the giant horned rhinoceros body will hit me due to inertia. With one strike, I could be seriously injured, and then lose my combat effectiveness and exit the trial. So, I can't hit a single blow. Looking at the giant horned rhinoceros in the distance, Luohan silently thought of a countermeasure. The best way is to defeat them one by one, but there are too many giant horned rhinos. If we fail to defeat them, we will be besieged. So, now is the time to test my physical skills. For ordinary elemental ability users, they are like mages in online games, attacking from a distance. Once they are approached, their defense is extremely weak. But for top elementalists, they are capable of both long-range and short-range attacks. For close combat, you can use handheld weapons, and for long-range combat, you can use elemental powers to bombard. This is the attack method of top elemental power users. Luohan is such a top elementalist. Body movement is extremely important for a close combatant, so he has not missed out on practicing body movement in the past period of time. Now, it's time to test his skills. Roar! A uniform roar sounded, and 20 giant horned rhinos rushed towards Luohan at the same time. The abandoned cars and buildings along the way were as fragile as paper under the impact of the torrent, and were crushed and blown away in an instant. First, we need to find a gap in this impact. A giant horned rhinoceros charged towards him, but Luohan could still dodge to the side. But now there were 20 giant horned rhinos rushing towards him. It can be said that in Luohan's eyes, what was rushing towards him was not a giant horned rhinoceros, but a tall and thick city wall. He had no way to dodge and could only look for gaps between the giant horned rhinos. Fortunately, each giant rhino is so large that it is impossible for there to be no space at all. There's a gap there! Luohan's eyes were sharp and he soon found the gaps between the giant horned rhinos. With one step, his body turned into a phantom and rushed there. Boom! The giant horned rhino rushed over, and Luohan just happened to come to this gap. Among the group of strange beasts, he dodged the attack in a way that a normal person could not do. Block! Block! Occasionally, there were attacks that he blocked with his flaming sword. 20 giant horned rhinos charged past, but Luohan was unharmed. Now it's my turn! The giant horned rhinoceros that had charged past needed to change direction to launch a second attack, and now was the critical moment for Luohan to disrupt their formation. Boom! He kicked the ground hard, and with a loud bang, a crack appeared on the ground. Luohan rushed out like a cannonball. The true fire of the sun falls! With a loud shout, Luohan, who was running, activated his sun true fire with all his strength. One after another, golden red sun true fire appeared out of thin air and gathered above him. Jiangnan is a move he developed that utilizes the true fire of the sun. Condense a large amount of solar true fire into a sphere and then project it out. This move is a ranged attack, specifically used against gathered monsters. Squeak! It grew from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a basketball, and then to the size of 2 giant rhinos in just over 10 seconds. The condensed solar true fire was like a miniature sun, with flames exploding on the surface and spreading out in all directions, emitting dazzling light and scorching heat. Go! A huge golden fireball flew out from Luohan's head and attacked the group of giant horned rhinos in front. Since this distance was beyond the 6-meter range that he could control, he had no way of controlling the trajectory of Jiangnan. At this time, the giant horned rhinoceros in front was still adjusting its formation and was unaware of the approaching danger. Occasionally, a few giant horned rhinos realized that something was wrong and raised their heads, but it was too late. Boom! A huge golden red fireball landed on the ground, with a deafening crash. In an instant, a huge black gap appeared in the middle of the giant horned rhinoceros group, where at least 6 giant horned rhinoceroses were turned into charcoal. The flames splashed out by the Yang meteorite also dealt a second blow to the surrounding giant horned rhinos. The skin of some strange beasts was broken by this attack, and blood was flowing out. However, due to the high temperature around them, the blood evaporated quickly and turned into blood-colored water vapor. Roar! The giant horned rhino roared in pain. At the same time, due to the commotion of the giant horned rhino, the entire formation became chaotic. That's right. Looking at the group of giant horned rhinos whose formation was in chaos, Luohan nodded with satisfaction. Although Yang Yun consumed a lot of Sun's true fire, it was still pretty good to be able to achieve this effect. Chapter 59 Special Beast. Although the giant horned rhino still posed a huge threat to Luohan after its formation was disrupted, it was much easier for him to deal with it. Die! Holding the flaming knife in his hand, Luohan's figure blurred and he rushed forward. Roar! The giant horned rhino obviously didn't expect that this human would dare to rush forward, and his red eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. The moment Luohan approached, 5 or 6 huge rhino horns rushed towards him. Snort! Looking at the attacking rhino horns, Luohan snorted coldly, and his body turned like a cunning loach to dodge 3 of them. The other 2 were blocked by the flaming sword. While dodging and blocking the attacks, within a range of 6 meters from him, the sun's true fire suddenly appeared on the giant horned rhino's head. Unfortunately, without the condensed true fire of the sun, it is still not enough to deal with this second-level intermediate monster that is famous for its thick skin. Roar! The giant horned rhino only felt a little pain, and its head did not turn into charcoal directly like what Luohan did to the low-level monsters. No, we still have to use the flame blade to kill him. With a sigh, Luohan retracted the burning sun fire on the giant horned rhinoceros head. After being attacked by 3 waves of strange beasts in succession, he has consumed too much of the sun's true fire, so he tries to save as much as possible. Whoosh! At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the tail of a giant horned rhino swung towards Luohan like a steel whip with a sound of breaking through the air. Heh, this kind of attack can't break through my true fire barrier. This was indeed the case. After the tail came into contact with Luohan's true fire barrier, it was blocked outside and had no way to move forward. Boom! The tail on the real fire barrier quickly caught fire. The giant horned rhino quickly retracted its tail in pain and dared not attack again. After confirming the protective power of the true fire barrier, Luohan raised the flaming sword and began the next step. The giant horned rhino has 3 attack points: impact, giant horn and tail. The first 2 are okay and can be defended against, but if so many giant horned rhino tails suddenly attack, it is possible to be caught off guard and fail. As long as the true fire barrier can block the giant horned rhino's tail, he can fight with peace of mind. Juying! For ordinary second-level mid-level monsters, Juying can kill 2 or 3 with 1 strike, but for the giant horned rhinoceros, Juying can only hit 1 with 1 strike. There is no way, the giant horned rhinoceros is just too big. Shh! The flaming sword hit the neck of a giant horned rhino, but it did not cut it off, but got stuck on it. But this was enough. The flaming sword wrapped in the sun's true fire had an extremely high temperature. Although it only cut halfway, the high temperature had already burned the flesh and blood around the neck of the giant horned rhino into charcoal. Poochie! The high-pressure blood broke through the skin that had been burned to charcoal and spurted out from the wound. The giant horned rhino that lost its blood did not fall down immediately, but fell into madness. The huge horns were striking everywhere, and the tail was also attacking towards Luohan. The mad giant horned rhino will help me kill other strange beasts. Ignoring the giant horned rhino that had gone crazy, Luohan relied on his speed to leave the area and look for his next target. The giant horned rhinoceros failed to find its target, so it began to rush around unconsciously, attacking all the strange beasts around it. After a while, the crazy giant horned rhinoceros fell down with a loud bang. Using this method, Luohan defeated them 1 by 1. Half an hour later, all the more than 10 giant horned rhinos that survived the Yang meteorite had been dealt with by him. Hoo! Luohan stood in the middle of the city ruins, holding a knife and breathing heavily. After nearly an hour and a half of killing, Luohan was already very tired. Especially these 10 or so giant horned rhinos, all of which he killed 1 by 1 with his flaming sword, consuming too much solar true fire and physical strength. He has reached his limit. Around him, there were corpses everywhere, complete and incomplete bodies, scattered randomly around him. From a distance, one can see that Luohan is shrouded in a layer of red mist. This red mist is blood that has turned into water vapor. Tisk, if only it could be cleaned up. Although Luohan was accustomed to such scenes, he still felt a little uncomfortable when looking at the corpses after the fight. As if they had heard his requests, the corpses of the giant horned rhinos around Luohan turned into light particles and disappeared one by one, and the scene became what he saw when he first came in. Only in this case does this place look like a virtual space. Looking at the disappeared body of the giant horned rhinoceros, and the environment that had returned to its original state, Luohan couldn't help but sigh. The simulation of the giant horned rhinoceros just now was so realistic that even he almost forgot that he was in the virtual space of exotic beasts. Now I should be able to get an S-level score, Luohan thought with full confidence. In his opinion, there are very few people with special abilities who can overcome such a difficulty. In this case, it is natural to get an S-level rating. Roar! At this moment, a violent roar sounded in the distance. No way? There's more? At this time Luohan finally realized that he seemed to have been tricked by teacher Jiangnan. According to his strength, he should be able to easily get an S score in the lower-level second-order trial. Unexpectedly, the intensity of this trial is so high. Realizing that there were still strange beasts, Luohan had to cheer himself up again. The true fire of the sun once again lingered around him, forming a true fire barrier. Roar! The strange beast was approaching. Unlike the previous waves of strange beasts, this time there was only one strange beast. What kind of strange beast is this? Looking at the strange beast that appeared in his sight, Luohan discovered that he did not recognize this strange beast at all. But it looks like the skeleton in the teacher's living room. Looking at this strange beast that resembled a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Luohan said silently in his heart. Never mind, let's go and try out its strength first. From the moment this strange beast appeared, Luohan sensed its strength from its aura. It was at the high level of the second level. Although his physical strength is almost exhausted and his sun true fire can no longer be used, but he could still deal with a high-level second-level exotic beast. Juying! When he was about to get close to the strange beast, Luohan used his Juying move and chopped it down. At this moment, suddenly, a circle of white light appeared around this strange beast. Block! The flaming sword hit the white light, making a huge roar. Not good! Feeling the recoil on his hand, Luohan cried out inwardly that something was wrong. This level of power and this white light are definitely not something that an ordinary second-level high-level monster can emit. With just one strike, Luohan determined that this was definitely not an ordinary high-level second-level beast, but a special high-level second-level beast with special abilities. Chapter 60 Luohan's Way. Just as Luohan was secretly surprised, the bloody mouth of the strange beast came towards him, and he could even see clearly how many fangs were in its mouth. True fire barrier! With a loud roar, the sun's true fire lingering around suddenly grew larger. The strange beast also felt the high temperature of the flames and immediately gave up biting. The rising sun's true fire blocked the strange beast's vision. Then, Luohan flashed and hid behind the nearest abandoned car. How do I kill this? Behind the abandoned car, Luohan, leaning against the door, frowned. Judging from what we just saw, this layer of white light is the ability of that strange beast. Moreover, it was a defensive type, and even his Juying couldn't break the defense. Juying is his strongest move. If even this move can't break the defense, he really doesn't know what to do. For a moment, Luohan felt a little powerless towards this strange beast. Haha, now you have seen the horror of the beasts with special abilities. In the world of beasts, if you are a little unlucky, you will encounter such beasts. Luohan, you should practice with me for a while before going. Jiangnan muttered to himself as he looked at Luohan, who was leaning against the back of the car on the screen and seemed a little helpless. Every high-level psychic has fought his way out of a pile of strange beasts. The same goes for Jiangnan. Back then, he encountered countless strange beasts, and his life was put in danger more than dozens of times. In his opinion, if an ordinary person with special abilities encounters this kind of strange beast, the only way out is death. Am I going to lose the chance to enter the world of strange beasts? Luohan said silently in his heart. 2 months, according to the cycle of entering the world of strange beasts, he can still enter it 3 times. The supernatural points obtained may be tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000. Without these ability points, his advancement speed would be much slower. He was unwilling to give up like this. There is a way, there is definitely a way. Luohan's brain was working frantically, thinking about a solution. The sun is really hot, and there is no way to increase its power in a short period of time. As for swordsmanship, he had only practiced up to the 2nd level of extreme flamed sword, Jiangnan, and was not yet able to use the 3rd level, breaking dawn. The 2nd floor, the 3rd floor. This is the only way. Luohan's frown relaxed. The 3rd level of extreme flame blade is called dawn. He has tried this move many times before but has never been able to use it. But there is no other way now, he can only pin his hopes on this move. The sword technique is to have the momentum to move forward, cut off everything, and suppress everything. Only in this way can the full power of the sword technique be exerted. The description of the swordsmanship in the ultimate flame blade came to Luohan's mind. Even though I had mastered Jiangnan before, it was only at the entry level, and I had no idea how to achieve full mastery. Perhaps the problem lies in this, and the same is true for the 3rd level of dawn. Momentum, an indomitable momentum, a momentum that suppresses everything. The killing in the strange beast world before appeared in Luohan's mind again. At the same time, the sun's true fire that formed the true fire barrier around him was spinning wildly. Having awakened the true fire of the sun, he already possessed a special aura, and now he was experiencing this feeling. The sun is real fire, and power comes from the sun. And the sun nourishes the entire blue planet. Everything on Blue Star is nothing but a drop in the ocean to her. Even if there are those who overestimate their own capabilities and want to challenge her, her radiance is enough to suppress everything. Luohan closed his eyes and imagined himself as a sun, carefully experiencing the feeling, completely ignoring the strange beast that was rushing towards him not far away. Teacher Jiangnan's Tao is violent and crazy, but what is my Tao? The sun is the most powerful being. No matter what it is, it will be suppressed by it. Go ahead and suppress everything, I know. Luohan's closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a captivating look. Roar! At this moment, a special beast rushed over, and its ferocious face looked very distorted, as if it was excited about the prey that was about to fall into its mouth. Facing this strange beast, Luohan growled, "My way is the way of suppression!" At this moment, he exuded an aura that suppressed everything. And all this momentum was borne by the strange beast in front of him. The strange beast that was locked by the aura was actually acting as if it had seen its natural enemy. Its face was filled with fear and it let out wails. It didn't dare to move at all, as if it was frozen in place. Breaking dawn! Luohan raised the flaming sword in his right hand. Draw the knife. The moment Luohan drew his sword, the entire virtual space of the alien beasts was like the night before dawn, and was instantly broken by a golden-red sword light. The strange beast in front of him, after suffering this blow, didn't even have time to make a sound before it was cut in half and fell down with a loud bang. Momentum? Dawn? In the management monitoring room, Jiangnan, who was originally sitting, stood up excitedly, with surprise on his face beyond words. As a psychic who also practiced extreme flame blade, he was very familiar with the dawn move. It took him a whole year to successfully perform this move. As for Luohan, it had only been 10 days since he came into contact with the ultimate flame blade, but he had already learned dawn. Moreover, he had already comprehended the aura at the 2nd level. This talent is truly incredible. Forget it. He even used dawn breaking. Let him go to the beast world. Jiangnan sighed and muttered to himself. With his momentum and dawn sword skills, Luohan is fully capable of killing even if he encounters a high-level second-order monster with special abilities, and he has a certain ability to protect himself. So Jiangnan felt a little more relieved. Call! In the virtual space of the exotic beasts, Luohan breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the fallen special beast. Fortunately, At the critical moment he realized his own momentum and successfully used the Dawn Sword, which enabled him to kill this special beast. Congratulations, you have perfectly completed the second-level lower trial and obtained an S-level score! Suddenly, an electronic prompt sound came from the sky. Finally got it! This emotionless electronic synthesized voice sounded like heavenly music to Luohan, making him extremely excited. Chapter 61 Reactions from All Parties. We finally killed the last giant horned rhino. It was not easy. In another virtual space of a strange beast, Song Xiaolan, holding two swords and with her battle suit a little torn, had a look of fatigue on her face. Even her heavenly phoenix jadeite body could no longer be maintained at this moment. Now I should be able to get an S-level rating. Song Xiaolan showed a hint of smile. She worked so hard just to get an S-level score. Just as she was thinking happily, suddenly, the roar of a strange beast was heard. Roar. What? There's more? Song Xiaolan's expression changed drastically, and then she sighed dejectedly. This S-level score is really not that easy to get. But even if I can't get an S rating, I still want to see what the final beast is. Thinking of this, Song Xiaolan looked in the direction where the roar came from in the distance. There is only one high-level second-level exotic beast. Looking at the strange beast appearing in the distance from the city ruins, Song Xiaolan was surprised. Although her condition was a little bad, she could still deal with it if there was only one high-level second-level exotic beast. With a focused look, Song Xiaolan entered combat state again. Roar! The strange beast obviously discovered her and rushed towards her. You dare to rush over here, you're looking for death! When the strange beast was about to approach her, Song Xiaolan suddenly swung her swords and stabbed the beast's neck. At this moment, a circle of white light appeared around the strange beast, blocking her two swords. A powerful beast! Song Xiaolan's face changed drastically, but she was now exhausted and had no way to dodge. She could only watch the monster's bloody mouth bite towards her. Give up the challenge! Song Xiaolan, who didn't want to die in the mouth of the strange beast, screamed. The challenge is over. Your score for this challenge is A. Please keep up the good work and strive to get an S score next time. With such a high difficulty, only a ghost can get an S-level score. Listening to the electronic prompt tone, Song Xiaolan muttered inwardly. Although I didn't get an S-level score, I did make some progress by killing all the giant horned rhinos this time. With a sigh, Song Xiaolan quickly cheered up. She is a person who becomes more courageous when faced with setbacks. At this moment, an electronic reminder sounded suddenly. Congratulations to the temporary authority holder number 5 for obtaining an S-level score in the second-order lower-level alien beast trial. This sound was heard 3 times in a row before it stopped. What? Someone actually got an S-level score? And it's the same second-level lower trial as me? In the virtual space, Song Xiaolan, who was listening to the broadcast, cried out in shock. As someone who had just passed the second-level lower trial, she was very aware of the difficulty involved. The 15 first-order high-level beasts in the first wave are nothing, but the 20 second-order lower-level beasts in the second wave are enough to eliminate most of the second-order lower-level psychics. Faced with the third wave of 15 second-order intermediate-level monsters, even the elites among the psychics would feel their scalps tingling. After getting through the third wave, the fourth wave of 20 second-order middle-level giant horned rhinos was enough to kill all the geniuses on the spot. As for the high-level second-order monster that ultimately possessed special abilities, Song Xiaolan couldn't imagine any lower-level second-order monster being able to defeat it. Who is so powerful? Song Xiaolan murmured to herself. Could it be him? For some reason, Song Xiaolan thought of Jiangnan's disciple, Luohan. Yes, it is very likely that he is also a second-level mutant, and he is also using temporary permissions. Song Xiaolan's eyes lit up, and she confirmed her guess. Originally, there were not many people who used temporary permissions to log into the alien beast virtual space every day. And Luohan is one of them. Inside the hall of the exotic beast trial building, a broadcast sounded 3 times in a loop, causing an uproar. What the hell, someone actually got an S-level rating. I thought the S-level scores in the trial building were used to motivate the trialists, but I didn't expect someone to actually get it. The last time this announcement sounded was 3 years ago, when a senior student passed the first level high-level trial, right? Yes, it seems that there will be a new star rising in our school. Why is it a temporary permission? Such an outstanding achievement should be known to others. Maybe they are using temporary permissions to conceal their identities. The tallest building in Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers is the teaching building, which has a total of 20 floors. Only one person can stay on the top floor, and that is the president of Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, the 7th level enhancement type supernatural person, Feng Kiliang. At this time, in the training room on the 2nd floor, there was a figure who was punching and retracting his fists continuously. Because the punch was moving so fast, I couldn't see the man's fist at all. All I could see was the counter next to it going up at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, a virtual figure appeared out of thin air beside him. Principal, my subsystem has detected a test taker who has obtained an S-level score in the second-order lower trial in the exotic beast trial building. Oh? Who is it? Feng Kiliang asked after stopping his punch. He is Jiangnan's new disciple Luohan, who is also the new student who will be enrolling this year. Jiangnan's disciple? Elemental powers? Feng Kiliang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Send the trial video over here. I want to see it." Okay. The virtual figure responded, and then a curtain of light popped out of thin air. And on the light curtain, Luo Heng's figure appeared on it. S-level elemental power, true solar fire? Interesting. Well, this flaming sword is not bad, but the number of layers of flames is too low. While watching the video of Luo Heng's trial, Feng Kiliang commented on it. He was a little confused at this moment. According to what he saw now, although Luo Heng was a top talent, it was still very difficult for him to get an S-level rating. I want to see how you deal with this last special beast of high level too. Mr. Me, speed up the playback. Okay. Soon, the video fast-forwarded to the scene where Luo Heng faced a high-level second-level alien beast. My way is the way of suppression. Luo Heng's roar was heard from the video, revealing an extremely strong momentum, and then, it was the knife that broke through the darkness. Is this because he has realized his own aura? Feng Kiliang looked at Luo Heng's figure in the video with great interest. This dawn-breaking move is also quite good. No wonder he was able to kill this special beast in the end. After the video ended, Feng Kiliang fell into deep thought. After a long while, he came back to his senses. The quality of the students admitted this time is much better than that of the students admitted in previous years. But even so, there are only a few students who can get an S-level score in the exotic beast trial building. This Luo Heng is worthy of the school's vigorous training. Mr. Me, please help me contact Jiangnan and ask him to come to my office. With a flash of his eyes, Feng Kiliang left the training room. Chapter 62 Curious Song Xiaolan. Luo Heng didn't know what was happening outside. At this moment, he had just sat up from the stealth cabin, and with a glance, he saw Jiangnan standing next to him. Teacher Jiang, I got an S-level rating. Luo Heng said quickly. Yeah, I see. It's beyond the teacher's expectation that you can get an S-level score. Looking at Luo Heng in the stealth cabin and thinking of his performance in the virtual space of the alien beast, Jiangnan couldn't help but sigh. Originally, he just wanted to use this assessment to eliminate Luo Heng's idea of going to the world of alien beasts, but he didn't expect that it would inspire Luo Heng's fighting spirit. Not only did he realize his own momentum, but he even used Dawn. Luo Heng grinned and revealed a bright smile. After getting an S-level score and being able to go to the world of strange beasts, a huge stone in his heart was finally put down. Teacher Jiang, let's go. Luo Heng and Jiangnan climbed out of the virtual stealth cabin and walked downstairs together. At this time, in the lobby on the first floor of the exotic beast trial building, many students were still discussing the S-level rating report. Guess what kind of supernatural power the person who gets the S-level score has? I guess it's from the nature department. I heard that the last psychic who received an S-level rating was the one with the thunder bear ability from the nature department. Nonsense, it should be the elemental system. The elemental system is the strongest. Psychic types should not be underestimated. Once controlled by a psychic, you won't even know how you died. It seems like this is talking about me? Luohan, who had just walked into the hall, looked at Jiangnan next to him with a puzzled look. "What are you looking at? They are talking about you," Jiangnan said unhappily. The S-level rating has not appeared in recent years. Its sudden appearance this time will definitely attract a lot of attention. Maybe even the principal knows about this. Jiangnan felt a headache when he thought of the principal of his school. That guy is really difficult to deal with. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, Jiangnan's cell phone suddenly rang. "What you fear will come true." Looking at the two words, Mi Lao, on the caller ID on his phone, Jiangnan picked up the phone reluctantly. "Teacher Jiangnan, Principal Feng asked you to come over." "Okay, I'll be right there." The call was very brief and Jiangnan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. "Luohan, go back by yourself. I have something to go out for. I'll find you in your dormitory after I'm done." Before Luohan could react, Jiangnan's figure blurred and disappeared here. "Is there anything that needs to be done so urgently?" Shaking his head, Luohan prepared to leave the exotic beast trial building. "Brother Luo, wait a moment." Suddenly, a clear voice was heard. Luohan turned around and saw Song Xiaolan, whom he had met before, standing behind him. Perhaps because she had just come out of the virtual space of the alien beast, she still exuded a fierce aura, like a female war god. "Brother?" Luohan looked at Song Xiaolan with confusion, wondering why she called him and even called him senior brother. "My father and Uncle Jiang are friends, so it's okay for me to call you senior brother." Song Xiaolan's fierce aura disappeared, her pretty face turned red, and she spoke a little shyly. "I see, what do you want?" Luohan asked as he stretched his slightly stiff body. "Nothing, I just want to ask Brother Luo something." Song Xiaolan made out the excuse she had already prepared. "Then let's talk while we walk." Nodding, Luohan responded. "This person is an acquaintance of teacher Jiangnan. If others have questions to ask, it is reasonable for him to help." After Song Xiaolan followed Luohan out of the door, a discussion even more heated than before suddenly broke out in the hall. "Hey, did you see that just now? Song Xiaolan went out with a boy." I saw it. That person couldn't be his boyfriend." "Hey, just seeing them is not enough, I even took pictures of their backs." "TSK, you are more clever. Show me now." Luohan entered the virtual space of the alien beasts at around 6 in the afternoon. He stayed in it for nearly 2 hours and it was already 8 in the evening. Although it gets dark later in the summer nights, it is already dark by 8 o'clock. "Tell me, what do you want to ask me?" After walking out of the exotic beast trial building, Luohan, who was walking with Song Xiaolan, asked first. He is going to Biding Base tomorrow, and he still has a lot of things to pack, so he needs to go back and pack them. Moreover, before leaving, he wanted to see Yao Mushi and Sister Li again, so his schedule was very tight. Hearing the anxiety that could not be concealed in Luo Heng's voice, Song Xiaolan was speechless. "Am I so unattractive? Why are you so eager to get rid of me?" "Brother Luo, this is the S-level score you received, right?" Song Xiaolan, who had calmed down, lifted her hair and asked. She called Luohan to confirm this matter and to ask him how to kill the last strange beast. Now, Luo Heng's attitude really aroused some of Song Xiaolan's competitive spirit. No boy has ever dared to ignore her like this. Luo Heng nodded. He had never intended to hide this matter, so it was okay to tell others. Hearing Luo Heng nod in confirmation, although Song Xiaolan had expected it, she still found it unbelievable and couldn't help asking. "Brother Luohan, how did you kill that special beast at the end?" Song Xiaolan blinked her eyes, revealing an innocent expression. Under the dim light of the street lights, she showed a unique charm. "As long as the momentum is strong enough, you can kill him." Luohan, who seemed not to feel the charm exuded by Song Xiaolan, said with a murderous look in his voice. "Momentum?" Song Xiaolan was thinking about it, not quite understanding it. "Could it be the momentum that my father mentioned? My father has said a lot about the aura of psychics, but that is something only third-level psychics can experience. Could it be that Luohan has reached this level? No, that's not right. Maybe the momentum he was talking about was something else. Junior Sister Song, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Song Xiaolan came to her senses and was about to respond when she found that Luohan had disappeared from her sight. At this moment, Song Xiaolan was the only one left on the road to the school, disheveled in the wind. Really? Am I that scary? After a long while, Song Xiaolan stamped her feet and left the place. Chapter 63 Conversation. On the 20th floor of the teaching building, a purple-red flame suddenly appeared outside the window and then entered the room. Crazy Jiang, I've told you so many times to take the elevator, why don't you listen? Inside the room, Feng Kiliang, who was sitting behind his desk, rolled his eyes. I'd love to. Is that your business? The purple flame transformed into a human figure. It was Jiangnan. Unlike in front of Luohan, he was in a bad temper when facing Feng Kiliang. There was no way. He had been cheated by the principal too many times. Whenever he thought of what had happened in the past, he couldn't help but get angry. Hey, I didn't come here to argue with you today. I came here for your beloved disciple Luohan. Feng Kiliang frowned and said seriously. Tell me what you want to do. Jiangnan also realized that what he wanted to talk about was serious business, so he restrained his temper. I've read Luohan's information. He comes from an ordinary family. Both his parents are dead, and he only has his aunt to take care of him. I have never drunk genetic potions or used anything else to improve my strength before. Under such circumstances, it took only 20 days to advance to the second-level supernatural power. Your disciple is quite good. That's right, my disciples of Jiangnan are just that powerful. Jiangnan smiled to himself. Now he feels that it was the right move for him to go to Fengling City to find Luohan in person, otherwise how could he have accepted such an evil disciple? Well, indeed. If we give him a helping hand, do you think he will be able to take part in the assessment in a year? His eyes flashed, and Feng Kiliang said in a deep voice. 1 year later, are you talking about the selection assessment that takes place every 3 years? Hearing Feng Kiliang's words, Jiangnan's expression changed. Isn't that only for seniors and juniors? A year later, Luo Hengde had just finished his freshman year. The purpose of setting the assessment threshold is to select better students. Feng Kiliang said without comment. You mean, in a year he'll be better than those seniors? Jiangnan keenly heard the hidden meaning in Feng Kiliang's words. But this is impossible. Among the students that Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers recruits from all over the country every year, there are at least 10 S-level supernatural powers, if not dozens. These S-level psychics have made rapid progress in the University of Psychics, and their strength has grown stronger every year. Even among ordinary students, sophomore psychics are many times stronger than freshman psychics. There is a gap of 3 years between senior year and freshman year. Those S-level psychics have 3 more years than Luohan, and their strength is likely to be hundreds of times stronger than him. Do you really think that with all the resources, he can't compare to those geniuses in the 3rd and 4th years of college? Your disciple, you know much more than I do. Feng Kiliang said slowly. This? Jiangnan fell into deep thought. Indeed, this was the first time he had seen a student like Luohan whose strength improved so quickly without using any external resources. Moreover, he understood his own aura and used the Dawn Sword technique, which shows that Luohan not only improved his strength quickly, but also gained insights in other aspects extremely quickly. However, although our school wants to train him vigorously, these resources are not given to him for free. Feng Kiliang changed the subject and said, It's the same as the contract for the genius project he signed before. If he wants to obtain these resources, he must also meet the corresponding requirements. After saying that, Feng Kiliang handed over a contract. Take a look at this contract first, and see if there is anything else you need to add. Taking the contract handed over by Feng Kiliang, Jiangnan began to read it. In the first semester of enrollment, if you rank in the top 80 on the battle power list, you will receive a bottle of advanced gene medicine. If you rank in the top 50 on the battle power list, you will receive a bottle of enhanced blood from a 4th-tier armored dragon. In the first semester of school, after passing the 4th floor of the ability tower, you will obtain a 3rd-level high-level fire crystal core. After passing the 5th floor of the ability tower, you will obtain a 4th-level high-level fire crystal core. In the first semester of school, if you persist on the spirit bridge for half a day, you will obtain 1 ray of the original law of the fire element. If you persist for a day, you will obtain 2 ray of the original law of the fire element. Looking at the requirements and rewards above, Jiangnan couldn't help but read them out loud. He was quite excited about this reward, especially the last one, the origin law of fire element. This was what he wanted to possess. TSK, with all these resources invested, it's hard not to advance quickly. Jiangnan sighed subconsciously, but he also knew how difficult it was to obtain these resources. For example, the first one is to enter the top 80 of the combat power list in the first semester. You know, in the entire Jiangnan University of Specialties, the number of students admitted this year, and the students from sophomore to senior years, adds up to a total of more than 4,000. Among them, there are nearly 40 S-level psychics. Nowadays, the top 100 in the battle power list are all juniors and seniors with S-level and A-level abilities. Occasionally, 1 or 2 talented sophomore students can be seen in the top 100, but most of them will be squeezed out very quickly. In this case, even if Luohan possessed S-level supernatural powers, it would be difficult for him to meet the standards. Moreover, it is said that the students enrolled this year are the best in recent decades. Luohan, it's really difficult for you to obtain these resources. It seems I will have to guide you more carefully from now on. Jiangnan secretly made up his mind. Although he doesn't manage his disciples much, it doesn't mean that he doesn't care about them. Now, Luohan is his most talented disciple and has the hope to participate in the selection assessment in a year. He can no longer teach as casually as before, and must formulate a strict training plan. As if he had guessed what Jiangnan was thinking, Feng Kiliang warned him. For a genius like Luohan, you don't need to interfere too much in his training. Just give him guidance when he needs it. If you do it too much, I'm afraid it will be worse than not enough. Jiangnan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Yes, he is very clear about Luohan's character. He has his own ideas and strong execution ability, so he really does not need too much intervention. Then he's going to the beast world tomorrow. Should I stop him? Jiangnan expressed his concerns. A strange beast world? Haha, your disciple is quite interesting. Feng Kiliang laughed, his face full of admiration. If he wants to go, he can go. Which of the true strong men didn't fight their way out of a pile of strange beasts? Feng Kiliang said with great pride. Thinking back then, he was the same. He dared to go to the world of alien beasts when he was at the first level. Okay, I understand. With a flash of his eyes, Jiangnan took the contract and left. Chapter 64. The Two Women's Reactions. The campus of Jiangnan University not only has bright and beautiful buildings, but also has many beautiful pavilions. There are many pavilions like this around the student dormitories for students to rest. It is night time now, and it is not uncommon to see couples talking and making love. In a pavilion next to the freshman dormitory, a young man was sitting there, as if waiting for someone. After a while, a tall girl whose appearance was extremely beautiful even in the dim light came over and sat opposite the boy. Luohan, why did you ask me to come here so late? What's the matter? I just finished training and ran over here immediately. Yao Mushi rubbed his arm, which was a little sore from training, and said, Where's Sister Li? Looking at Yao Mushi sitting opposite him, Luohan couldn't help but smile. Sister Li's teacher is scarier than my teacher. She hasn't finished her training yet and will be here later. Sighing, Yao Mushi said gloomily. Although she was prepared for the training life she was about to face, when she actually started training, she found that it was too difficult. Not only does she have to train her light-related abilities, but she also has to train her physical fitness as well, which causes her limbs to ache extremely after each exercise. Haha, the more you train, the stronger you will be, especially your auxiliary light ability. Once your strength is improved, it will be quite terrifying. Hearing the complaints in Yao Mushi's voice, Luohan comforted her. Yao Mushi's special ability is the S-level light ability, Divine Healing Light. He knew this the last time Yao Mushi displayed his special ability. The Divine Healing Light is different from the general elemental powers that tend to be combat-oriented. It tends to be auxiliary. Although auxiliary superpowers are not very powerful, they are much more popular than combat superpowers. If the team had such an auxiliary psychic, it would definitely provide double protection. Moreover, although the Divine Healing Light is more auxiliary, as an elemental power, its attack power is not bad. It's just that it is much inferior to its auxiliary function. I know, I just haven't adapted well yet. Give me some time, I will definitely adapt well. Yaomushi's words sounded very powerful, but coupled with her lying on the table with a very lazy look, they were not convincing at all. You haven't told me why you called me out. Yaomushi, who was lying on the table, said weakly. Now she just wants to get back to the dormitory as soon as possible, then take a shower and go to bed. I have something to do tomorrow and I have to go out. You may not be able to contact me for the next 10 days. What? No contact for 10 days? After hearing these words, Yaomushi felt his fatigue disappear instantly, and he sat up straight immediately. Ahem, yes. Forcing himself not to look at the thing on Yaomushi's chest that looked somewhat majestic because of her straight body, Luohan stared at her face and said affirmatively. Humph, I haven't been able to contact you for 10 days. Are you going to secretly meet your lover behind my back? Yaomushi's dark eyes turned and he said suspiciously. The relationship between her and Luohan had made great progress in the past 10 days. It had become so ambiguous that, except for the fact that they hadn't confessed their feelings, they were almost like an ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend. How is that possible? I really have something to do, Luohan said in a decisive tone. Are you kidding? In these 10 days, he and Yaomushi's favorability has been raised to such a high level with great difficulty. How could it be lowered because of this incident? Then tell me, what is it that you can't get in touch with for 10 days? Yaomushi said this with a serious expression, which matched her beautiful face and had a unique flavor. Yes, tell me, what is it that requires you to disconnect for so long? Suddenly, a melodious and beautiful voice sounded. Sisterly. Sisterly. Luohan and Yaomushi looked at Susili, who was approaching at the same time. Susili nodded, then looked at Luohan. Xiaohan, my mother told me to take good care of you at school. If you don't tell me what you're going to do, I'll let my mother come and ask you in person. All right. Luohan scratched his head and said truthfully. I will stay at the biding base for the next 10 days. You may not be able to contact me by then. Biding base? Yaomushi and Susili cried out in shock. Everyone in Jiangnan province knows that underneath the biding base is a passage that suppresses the strange beasts. At the same time, it is also the only channel for Jiangnan province to enter the world of exotic beasts. Now Luohan said he wanted to go there, and the meaning was self-evident. Xiaoheng, are you short of money? I have some money here, you can use it first, Susili said anxiously. In her opinion, people who want to go to the world of alien beasts are in urgent need of money. After all, they can lose their lives there if they are not careful. And I have a lot of money. I can lend it to you, Yaomushi said quickly, the anxiety clearly visible on her little face. Don't worry, it's not that I don't have money to spend, I just want to go there to train. Hearing the concerned tone of their voices, Luohan felt warm in his heart. Huh! Did your mentor force you to do that? Who is your mentor? I want to report you. Susili's face was full of anger. The instructor is so bold that he dares to arrange for students to go to the world of strange beasts even though they haven't officially enrolled yet. No, I went there voluntarily. Luohan shook his head and said. He knew that if he told his true whereabouts, this would definitely happen. I see. Yaomushi's eyes lit up on the opposite side, and he suddenly said. What do you know? Susili was puzzled. I know why Luohan brought blood-stained clothes and weapons when he reported for duty. Yaomushi looked at Luohan with an all-seeing gaze, like a little detective solving a case. That's because you've already been to the biding base before coming to school. After saying that, Yaomushi showed a complacent expression, looking extremely cute. I'm so awesome. I spotted Luohan's floor right away. No wonder you left Fengling City before me, but I arrived at school before you. It turns out you've already been to biding base. It's such a big deal, why don't you discuss it with us before going? Do you still treat us as outsiders? As she spoke, there was a hint of crying in Susili's tone. As for Luohan, in the past few years of getting along with him, she had always treated him as her own brother, and her mother also treated him as her own son. Such a big thing, but they were not discussed with them. For a moment, Su Silly felt a little wronged. Chapter 65 Enchanted Necklace. Sisterly, I don't mean that. I have always regarded you and my aunt as family members, Luohan explained hurriedly. He truly treated his aunt's family, who had helped him get out of the shadow of his parents' car accident, as his relatives. Just to avoid worrying them, he went directly to biting base without discussing it with them. Su Silly heard the sincerity in Luohan's words. Then she thought, Luohan did this just to avoid making them worry, so the feeling of grievance in her heart was slightly relieved. Xiaoheng, can you tell Sisterly why you insist on going to the world of strange beasts? On the side, Yao Mushi also looked at Luohan curiously, and was obviously very confused. In school, there are teachers to guide your practice and life is very convenient. Why do you have to go to a world of alien beasts where your life is in danger to train? Forehead. Luohan paused. How do you explain this? Should I tell them that I can level up after killing the monster? Don't be funny, they will just think this is an excuse. Luohan had no choice but to explain his reasons. Sisterly Yao Mushi, if I say that I like the feeling of fighting with strange beasts, would you believe it? He was telling the truth. After all, he was happy to see his power points continue to increase. This? Su Silly and Yao Mushi looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Unexpectedly, Luohan is actually a fighting maniac. Yao Mushi was fine, after all, she didn't know Luohan before. But Su Silly was different. Ever since Luohan's parents died in a car accident 2 years ago, she and her mother had been the ones who had the most contact with him. Therefore, she knew best what kind of person Luohan was. Luohan was just an ordinary young boy who had never shown much desire for superpowers and fighting. Will awakening superpowers really change a person so much? Thinking of Luohan's fierce aura, Su Silly attributed the changes in him to the awakening of his supernatural powers. Sisterly, can you not tell Auntie about this? Luohan looked at Su Silly eagerly. If his aunt knew about this, she would definitely come directly to find him, and then he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Then you have to promise me that you won't deal with dangerous beasts. With a sigh, Su Silly gave an instruction. As for Luohan, she had no way to stop him now, and could only give him these instructions. Fortunately, her younger brother always listens to her. I'm not that stupid. I know my own strength. If I encounter danger, I will leave in time. Luohan, feeling relieved, quickly agreed. Also, remember to contact me and Sisterly as soon as possible after you leave the alien beast world. Yao Mushi blinked her eyes and spoke with a hint of shyness on her beautiful face. For her, the meaning behind such words is self-evident. Okay. Luohan resisted the urge to pinch Yao Mushi's cute face and agreed. Then you should go back and rest as soon as possible. You've been training for a whole day and you're all very tired. I'm going back to the dormitory too. Well, Xiaomu, let's go. After saying that, Su Silly took Yao Mushi and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Wait a moment. Yao Mushi stood up, took off the necklace from her neck, and stuffed it into Luohan's hand. Luohan, you must bring this necklace with you when you go to the alien beast world. Before Luohan could react, Yao Mushi, with a red face, pulled Su Silly and fled to the girls' dormitory. This girl. Luohan smiled and then began to observe the necklace in his hand. The necklace still carries a hint of Yao Mushi's body temperature, and feels warm to the touch. It is unknown what material the necklace is made of, but it feels very hard. If you look closely, you can see a layer of flowing light on the necklace, emitting a slight energy fluctuation. Enchanted equipment? Looking at this layer of flowing light, Luohan exclaimed in surprise. Among the special type psychics, there is a special power, that is enchantment. A psychic with the power of enchantment can enchant items with the abilities of other psychics. Such items can be used even by ordinary people, but they are extremely expensive. The most common one costs over 1 million. It seems that you are really not an ordinary person, Luohan muttered to himself as he put the necklace around his neck. On the first day he met Yao Mushi, he had already discovered some clues. Although Yao Mushi's clothes were simple, one could clearly see that the material of the clothes was very special. Moreover, Yao Mushi's temperament is not something that an ordinary family can cultivate. If this is the case, it will be a bit difficult for us to be together in the future. With a sigh, Luohan stood up and walked towards the boys' dormitory. Coming from an ordinary family, he had no money and no power. The only thing he could rely on was his decent strength. Can the other party's parents accept such a family? Most likely not. But Luohan knew very well that once he had absolute strength, money and power would be within his reach, right? Have you ever seen a high-level psychic who has no money and no power? Therefore, what he needs to do now is to continuously improve his strength. Ahun, you're back. When Luohan returned to the dormitory, Wei Qing, who was lying on the sofa, greeted him. Nodding, Luohan sat next to Wei Qing. Why, you want to join me in salty fish today? Wei Qing looked at Luohan, who was sitting over with a little surprise. He only had 2 words to describe his roommate God. I go out before dawn in the morning and train until 10 o'clock in the evening. Sometimes I will continue training after returning to the room. Wow, you came back before 9 o'clock today, that's not normal. Nothing, I just want to tell you something. Luohan also had some admiration for his roommate. In the past 10 days, every night when he came home, he could see him lying on the sofa, watching TV with great energy, without any sign of fatigue after training. It is impossible to say that he has not had any training. Those who can report in advance have all been approved by their instructors. Therefore, Luohan admired his ease. I'm going to be away for a while. I probably won't be staying in the dormitory for the next 10 days. Luohan said after taking a bite of Wei Qing's snacks. Yes, I understand. Wei Qing nodded to show that he understood. He did not ask too much about Luohan's whereabouts. Although their relationship had become much closer during the 10 days they spent together, he understood that there were some things that he could not ask too much about. Seeing Wei Qing nod, Luohan turned and walked into his room, ready to start packing. Why does Luohan's back look so similar to the boy in the picture on the Jiangnan forum tonight? Looking at Luohan's back as he walked into the room, Wei Qing was a little confused. Jiangnan University of Specialties, referred to as Jiangnan. Every school has a forum for students to communicate, and Jiangnan University is no exception. Earlier this evening, a post appeared on the forum, saying that Song Xiaolan, a beautiful freshman who would be enrolling this year, seemed to have a boyfriend, and a photo of her back was attached. Wei Qing has seen that photo. I have to say that Song Xiaolan has a very good figure. Even just a back view can make people imagine a lot. The boy walking next to her also had a very tall back. At that time, he felt that the back figure looked familiar. Now it seems that this is Luohan. You train so hard every day, and you still have time to see your girlfriend. That's amazing. Wei Qing couldn't help but sigh. He admitted that he envied such time management. Chapter 66, Superpowers and Swordsmanship. System. Inside the room, Luohan began to check his system panel. Name, Luohan. Level, 2nd level lower level mutant. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 150. Skills, Anode Fireworks level 1, Great, Extreme Flame Blade level 3, Beginner, Sunfall, Beginner, Heart Sense, low level, Ordinary Boxing, Advanced, Ordinary Blade, Advanced. Momentum does not appear in the skill, which means that power points cannot be used to improve momentum. The Extreme Flame Blade appeared when I learned the 1st level. I used Dawn Breaking in the afternoon and indeed reached the 3rd level. Looking at the skill bar on the system panel, Luohan said silently in his heart. Although the momentum cannot be improved through the system, being able to improve the Anode Flame and the Extreme Flame Blade is already very good. What he lacks now is the ability points. The 1st level battle suit and wind-breaking knife are no longer suitable for me who is at the 2nd level. I can buy these things again when I arrive at the biting base. The tactical backpack is pretty good, just take it with you. After looking at the system panel, Luohan began to pack the things he was going to take to the biting base. At this time, a dull voice came from outside the room. Luohan. Teacher Jiang? Luohan opened the door and walked out, and saw Jiangnan standing in the living room with a box in his right hand, while Wei Qing was standing beside him awkwardly. Teacher Jiang, I have something else to do and need to go out for a while. Wei Qing, who was smart, quickly found an excuse and went out. Luohan, come here, I have something to say to you. Jiangnan sat on the sofa, opened the box and took out a contract. Take a look at this contract. If there is no problem, sign it. This is... Looking at the contract handed to him, Luohan was a little confused, and then he started to read it. Third Order High-Level Fire Crystal Core, Armored Dragon Blood, Fire Element Origin Law. Although he didn't know what the following things were, he knew about the Fire Crystal Core. He still has the second-level high-grade Fire Crystal Core worth hundreds of thousands of dollars that senior brother Mao gave him. Now, there is a third-level high-ranking person on this contract, so the value must be over $1 million, right? This is a contract that our principal has customized specifically for you. As long as you complete the requirements, you will be able to obtain the following resources. Jiangnan said as he picked up a bag of snacks and started eating. Principal phone? Why did he give me this contract? There is no free lunch in the world. Luohan understands this truth. Why would the famous President Feng of Jiangnan University of Special Abilities draw up a contract specifically for him? Of course it's because you are talented. They did this in order to train a strong man. Jiangnan said casually. If they meet another student with equal or stronger talent than you, they will still do the same. Don't worry, just sign the contract. Is that so? Luohan was amazed when he heard Jiangnan's explanation. It is worthy of being a wealthy and powerful university with so many resources, which are given out as soon as they are said. Then, Luohan checked the contract again to make sure there was no problem, signed his name, and handed it to Jiangnan. Also, you are going to the alien beast world tomorrow, and I have something for you. Jiangnan accepted the contract and opened the box next to him. There were only 2 items neatly lying inside, a black battle suit and a ferocious alloy sword. I don't have anything to give you. These 2 items are both better equipment among the second-level ones. Please accept them. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Without much hesitation, Luohan directly accepted the 2 pieces of equipment. After all, he had already accepted even more precious secret books, so if he hesitated now, it would seem too pretentious. Jiangnan nodded and looked at Luohan with a slight smile. We are going to the alien beast world tomorrow. Do you have anything else to ask you about cultivation? After Jiangnan asked this, Luohan actually had some questions he wanted to ask him. Teacher Jiang, I have a question. How can I balance the time spent on training my superpowers and the time spent on training my swordsmanship? He only recently realized this problem. His ability points can be used to improve both his ability level and his skill level. But there are only so many power points, so how to allocate them to better improve one's strength becomes a problem. You need to ask yourself this question. What did you use to kill that special beast? Jiangnan smiled. Momentum and swordsmanship. Luohan's eyes flashed, and he replied. In the virtual space of alien beasts, the sun's true fire could directly burn ordinary second-level mid-level alien beasts into charcoal, but when dealing with the giant horned rhinoceros with thick skin and flesh, the sun's true fire was already a bit stretched. When dealing with a high-level special beast of the second order, the sun's true fire can only be used to cover retreat, and cannot cause any damage to it. In the end, it was the momentum he comprehended and the third level of the extreme flame sword that killed the strange beast. Should I spend time improving my sword skills first? Luohan frowned, feeling something was wrong. Haha, I had the same doubt back then, but later I discovered that both sword skills and momentum are based on supernatural powers. Jiangnan laughed. What's the point of just having momentum and shocking others if your ability can't even break the opponent's defense? The same goes for swordsmanship, although you have tasted the sweetness of the dawn-breaking move. But if you were more skilled and stronger in your abilities, and could use a flaming sword wrapped in 6 layers of flames, would it still be so difficult to deal with a high-level second-level beast? I understand. Superpowers are the foundation of superpowers. After listening to Jiangnan's words, Luohan suddenly understood. Indeed, the dawn in the afternoon gave him the illusion that he could kill the monster with just his swordsmanship. However, if the alloy sword was not wrapped with the true fire of the sun, his swordsmanship alone might not be able to break the monster's defense. Superpowers are the greatest reliance of those with superpowers. Only when other skills are added to the powerful superpowers can the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2 be achieved. Haha, that being said, the swordsmanship and aura of a superpower still need to be trained. Supernatural power is equivalent to the 1 in front of the 100, while sword skills and momentum are equivalent to the 0 after the 100. Without powerful superpowers, even if you have sword skills and momentum, it will be useless. But as long as your superpowers are strong enough, coupled with sword skills and momentum, you will become extremely terrifying, Jiangnan said in a decisive tone. Chapter 67 Encounter. The next morning, Luohan set out with a tactical backpack and all his equipment. Since Jiangnan University of Special Powers was not far from Biding Base, Luohan just took a taxi. 10 minutes later, Luohan got off the taxi and looked at the majestic building in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. Biding Base, here I come again. This time, I will kill more monsters. It had only been 10 days since he last entered the world of strange beasts, but Luohan actually missed the scene of fighting with the strange beasts. Of course, the most important thing was the constantly increasing supernatural points. Carrying a backpack, Luohan entered the hall of Biding Base with ease. Captain, Brother Tian, Brother Hong, Sister Yu. Walking to a sofa, Luohan saw the Blood Knife Squad again. Hey, little brother Luohan, I haven't seen you for 10 days. I feel like you have matured a lot. Looking at Luohan standing in front of him, Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. If Luohan seemed a little immature last time, this time, Luohan looked much more stable and exuded a special aura. Luohan, I always feel that you have become much stronger. Is this an illusion? The Captain Wu Tao next to him also looked at Luohan with a puzzled look. The last time we parted, Luohan was already a first-level high-level psychic. Why did he seem to have become stronger when they met this time? Did he make a mistake? Yeah, it has indeed become much stronger. Tang Tian nodded in confirmation. As a master of swordsmanship, he is very sensitive to momentum. He could feel that Luohan's aura was much stronger than before. This time when I returned to school, I broke through to the second-level psychic, so your feelings are not an illusion. Luohan smiled naively. If he hadn't been short of some power points before, he would have been able to directly advance to a second-level power user when he left Biding Base. The four of them took a deep breath at the same time and looked at Luohan as if he were a pervert. When they first met, Luohan was only a first-order middle-level psychic. It would have been fine if he had advanced to a first-order high-level psychic in the world of alien beasts. But how come he had already become a second-order lower-level psychic in just 10 days of separation? These are too fast. As expected of a student from Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, I am impressed by the speed of his advancement. Captain Wu Tao sighed and then said, Well, Brother Luohan has been promoted to a second-level superpower, so our operation this time will be even less dangerous. Everyone, go change your equipment first. Gather at the underground base in 10 minutes and prepare to enter the alien beast world. Okay. Luohan and the other four nodded at the same time. 10 minutes later, Luohan, wearing a black combat suit, combat boots and holding an alloy sword, had arrived at the underground base under the Biding Base. Here, just like when Luohan first came, a large number of psychics were queuing up to enter the dark green alien beast passage, and next to the alien beast passage were a large number of scientific researchers and the country's psychic team. After a while, the remaining members of the Blood Knife Squad also arrived here. Brother Luo? Just as Luohan and his group were preparing to line up to enter the exotic beast passage, a voice with a hint of surprise rang out. Following the direction of the voice, Luohan saw Song Xiaolan wearing a tight combat suit. Behind her stood a man and a woman, who seemed to be a team. Captain, you guys go ahead and line up, I'll be there soon. Well, hurry up. Captain Wu Tao gave some instructions and then led the Blood Knife Squad to line up first. Why are you here too? Looking at Song Xiaolan in front of him, Luohan asked with a smile. He was quite happy to meet an acquaintance at Biding Base. That's what I should ask. Song Xiaolan frowned and pretended to be angry and said that she didn't expect to meet Luohan here. What she was more curious about was why Luohan was here. Among people of her age, almost no one is interested in this place, but Luohan seems to be the exception. Why you are here is why I am here. Luohan chuckled. Isn't it to kill the alien beasts that we come to Biding Base? Is there any other reason? Song Xiaolan seemed to realize that she had asked a stupid question, and her pretty face turned slightly red. At this time, behind Song Xiaolan, a man and a woman following her were whispering. What should we do? Xiaolan seems to be very familiar with this boy. Should we tell Teacher Song when we get back? You are stupid. If Teacher Song knew about this, he would definitely blame us for not protecting her well. Then our training workload would increase again. That's right, then let's not tell him. By the way, I saw a picture of Xiaolan walking with a boy on the school forum last night. Could that boy be him? I've seen the photo, and the body looks similar, but I don't know if it's the same person. Who are the two people behind you? Luohan looked at the man and woman behind Song Xiaolan and asked. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. Song Xiaolan came back to her senses and said quickly. These two are my father's students, Brother Tian and Sister Li. I'm Tianan. I'm Li Yu. The two people behind Song Xiaolan introduced themselves one after another. Xiaolan calls you Brother Luo, who are you? Tianan asked with some confusion. Song Xiaolan doesn't have a teacher at all, or rather, her teacher is her father Song Yang. So, where did her senior brother come from? I am Mr. Jiangnan's disciple, Luohan. Luohan introduced. Oh, you are Mr. Zhang's disciple, so it's understandable that you call me senior brother. Tianan and Li Yu suddenly understood. Jiangnan and their teacher Song Yang were good friends, so there was nothing wrong with calling him senior brother. Brother Luohan, do you want to enter the world of strange beasts with us later? When Tianan saw Luohan dressed up, he couldn't help but ask. Brother Luohan, please join us later. These two students of my father are very powerful. They are both third-level psychics. Song Xiaolan couldn't help but say so. For some reason, she was a little worried about Luohan's safety. It's okay. I've already joined the Superpower team, Luohan said with a smile. It's good to have a father with superpowers. Even when you go to the world of strange beasts to train, you will be protected by superpowers of a higher level. Brother Tian, Sister Li, my teammates are still waiting for me, so I'm leaving first. Luohan put on his tactical backpack, held a sword in his hand, and walked towards the direction where the Blood Knife Squad was lined up. Oh, what a pity! If he could be with us, he would be much safer. Tianan couldn't help but sigh. Brother Luo is so strong, it's okay even if he's not with us. Looking at Luohan's departing figure, Song Xiaolan said in a firm tone. A genius who killed a high-ranking second-level special beast and received an S-level rating, in this world of beasts, it is not so easy to die. Chapter 68 Change of Plan. Little brother Luohan, is that your little lover? She's pretty good-looking, why isn't she with them? As soon as Luohan returned to the team, Zhou Yu teased with a smile. She is my junior sister, I am a little surprised to meet her here. Luohan smiled and immediately lined up behind Li Hong. Okay, everyone, give me your exotic animal hunting permits. It's almost our turn to go in. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly handed over their exotic animal hunting licenses to Captain Wu Tao. After the psychic in charge of guarding the monster passage finished the inspection, he allowed Luohan and his party to enter the monster passage. It was still the familiar feeling of dizziness, but this time Luohan felt much less uncomfortable. When he stood up steadily again, he had already arrived in the world of strange beasts. Sure enough, there is still a big difference between the virtual world of exotic beasts and the real world of exotic beasts. Luohan looked around and said silently in his heart. The warmth radiated by the huge sun hanging in the sky, the scent of earth and grass filled the air, and the faint roars of strange beasts could be heard in the distance. Although all of this can be simulated in the virtual space of alien beasts, it is still somewhat different from the real world of alien beasts. When Luohan returned to the world of alien beasts again, he instantly noticed something wrong with the virtual space of the alien beasts yesterday. Our target this time is Yonghui Supermarket. Yonghui Supermarket is farther away than the city swimming pool we went to last time. The smart watch on Wu Tao's hand projected a map of the world of alien beasts in front of everyone. At this time, he was pointing to a place far away on the map. It could be seen that there were several big red crosses on the route, representing danger. There are several dangerous places on the shortest route. If we take a detour, it will take at least 4 days to get there. So, after we go to the supply base and buy supplies, we will set off immediately. Yes. Luohan and his group all nodded, and then walked towards the supply base not far away. After purchasing supplies at the supply base, the Blood Knife team headed directly along the dilapidated road towards Yonghui supermarket. Roar! Ouch! Suddenly, 2 strange beasts appeared in a field not far from the Blood Knife team. The 2 strange beasts were fighting, and both had some wounds on their bodies, but the injuries were not serious. Seeing the 2 strange beasts suddenly appear, Luohan's eyes lit up. Captain, let me go. Well, go ahead and let us see your strength after you advance. Captain Wu Tao laughed. The combat capability that Luohan displayed when he was at the high level of the first rank was already very impressive. Now that he has entered the second rank, he should be even stronger. The remaining 3 members of the Blood Knife team also looked at Luohan expectantly. Hey, just watch! With a chuckle, Luohan, holding a sword in his hand, rushed towards the 2 strange beasts like a nimble cheetah. After Luohan advanced, his aura seemed to have become much stronger. Looking at Luohan rushing forward, Captain Wu Tao couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it just a level up? Why didn't he have such a change when he advanced that year? He refused to accept it. Captain, that's their unique aura, you can't learn it. Zhou Yu on the side said while staring at Luohan intently. You are being too blunt. Captain Wu Tao smiled bitterly. Look, Luohan is approaching the strange beast. Zhou Yu's voice drew everyone's attention to Luohan. Flame blade! Luohan quickly approached the strange beast and used the flame blade halfway. Roar! The 2 fighting beasts also noticed Luohan, who was approaching quickly. They stopped fighting each other at the same time and roared threateningly at the human who was rushing towards them. Cut! Without any pause, Luohan's figure and the 2 strange beasts passed each other. Poochie! The 2 strange beasts fell down at the same time, and a hideous wound half a meter long appeared on their abdomen, with steaming red blood constantly gushing out of it. Hiss! The 4 members of the Blood Knife team who were watching this scene took a deep breath at the same time. Did he draw his knife just now? Why didn't I see it? Zhou Yu, who always had the temperament of a queen, looked a little silly at this moment. She really didn't see how Luohan killed the 2 strange beasts. Am I dazzled? That doesn't make sense, I was just staring at it. Zhou Yu couldn't figure it out. It's out, but the speed is too fast. A superpower like you can't see it, but Li Hong should be able to see it. Tang Tian said with a serious expression. If Luohan's flaming sword had not drawn a golden red curve in the air just now, he would not have noticed that Luohan had drawn his sword. Yes, Luohan drew his sword, and it was very fast. He killed both beasts in one go. Li Hong nodded. His eagle eye's ability can passively enhance his eyesight, so he can see it. 2 second-level lower-level monsters were killed with just 1 strike. This Luohan is truly too terrifying. Captain Wu Tao was also shocked. Originally, he thought that even if Luohan had advanced, he was only in the early stages of advancement, and should not be as good as those psychics like them who had been in the second stage for so many years. But now it seems that they were so wrong. With just this 1 blow, he dared to say that no one in the team could take it. On the other side, Luohan, who had killed 2 strange beasts, began to collect materials. Although he could kill these 2 lower-level second-order monsters directly from a distance using the sun's true fire, he preferred the feeling of killing them with a knife. Moreover, the corpses of the monsters killed in this way are more complete, and more materials can be collected. After collecting the materials, Luohan returned to the team and saw that everyone in the Blood Knife team was looking at him as if he were looking at some treasure. Why are you looking at me like that? Luohan felt a chill. Even when the beautiful Lady Zhou Yu looked at him like this, he still felt like he was in spring breeze. But he couldn't stand it when strong men like Captain Wu Tao, Tang Tian and Li Hong looked at him like that. Hey Luohan, we have something to discuss. Captain Wu Tao approached Luohan with a lewd look on his face. Don't move. You can just stand there and talk about whatever you want. Luohan said quickly. Are you kidding? With that lewd expression on your face, there's no way I'll let you get close to me. Ahem, that's it. Captain Wu Tao retracted his lewd smile and said seriously, "The Yonghui supermarket we are going to this time has 4 entrances, A, B, C, and D. Among them, most of the beasts in mouths A and B are lower-level second-order beasts, and most of the beasts in mouths C and D are middle-level second-order beasts. Originally, our plan was to go to exit A or exit B. We used to go to exit A and exit B frequently. Now that you are so strong after your advancement, we can try to go directly to exit C or exit D." Chapter 69, Outyuan Monster Group. "Yeah, sure." Listening to Captain Wu Tao's words, Luohan nodded. To him, there is not much difference between a lower-level second-order alien beast and a middle-level second-order alien beast. The only difference is whether or not to use swordsmanship. The second-level intermediate beasts can obtain more power points and materials, so why not? "Okay, then when we get to Yonghui Supermarket, we'll go directly to exit C." When Captain Wu Tao heard Luohan's agreement, his face immediately filled with excitement. Among the group of psychics, first-level psychics are the most numerous. It is easy for a team composed of first-level high-level psychics to kill first-level monsters. Even if it is a first-level high-level monster, they can kill a lot of them if they work together. A large number of first-level psychic teams have caused an overflow of first-level exotic beast materials, so the materials on first-level exotic beasts are also very cheap. The materials for a first-level high-level exotic beast only cost 14,000 yuan. However, the second-order monsters are different. They cannot be killed by ordinary first-order teams. Therefore, the materials for second-order monsters are correspondingly more expensive. The materials from an ordinary second-level lower-level exotic beast can be sold for 30,000 yuan, and those from a slightly more difficult one can be sold for 35,000 to 40,000 yuan. As for the second-order mid-level exotic beast, the most common one is worth 50,000 yuan. Slightly rarer exotic animal materials would cost at least 60,000 yuan. In the past, they could only earn 3 million at most from a visit to Yonghui Supermarket. Now, if they go to exit C where there are more second-order mid-level exotic beasts, they can earn at least 5 million. The difference of 2 million, even if it is divided among everyone, is still 400,000 more than before. How can he not be excited? 4 days later, the exhausted Blood Knife Squad finally arrived at the street where Yonghui Supermarket was located. Looking ahead, you can see Yonghui Supermarket at the end of the street. Just like the city swimming pool that I saw when I first came in, Yonghui Supermarket has become dilapidated after hundreds of years of baptism. The weeds in the cracks of the building's concrete walls are almost 1 meter high. The green vines grew wildly along the walls, covering the entire 10-meter-high building. "Brothers, we are almost approaching the Yonghui Supermarket building. Please try not to make too much noise," Wu Tao whispered. "The 4 entrances of Yonghui Supermarket, A, B, C, and D, are located in different directions. The one in front of us now is entrance A, and entrance C is at the back of the building, so we have to go around to the back. I'll remind you again, don't make too much noise. The second-level monsters this time are not as powerful as the first-level monsters. If the first-level monsters riot, we can still find a way to escape, but if the second-level monsters riot, we can't even run away." Luohan and the others nodded. He understood this principle. Although he could escape even if a group of second-level mid-level alien beasts surrounded him, he still had to be careful for the safety of his teammates. Luohan followed the 4 veteran members of the Blood Knife Squad and quietly climbed over the wall and entered a residential courtyard next to the street. More than 10 sections of the walls of this residential area had collapsed and were connected to each other. So, they can go around here to exit C of Yonghui Supermarket. The distance between the 2 entrances of Yonghui Supermarket was not far, but the Blood Knife team needed to be very careful and not make any noise. Half an hour later, the carefully sneaking Blood Knife Squad finally arrived at the exit C of Yonghui Supermarket. At this time, they were still hiding in a dilapidated residential area. "The second-level mid-level beast is just ahead." Captain Wu Tao looked through the gap in the collapsed wall toward the C entrance of Yonghui Supermarket. "We are lucky. There are about a dozen mastiff beasts out looking for prey, and there are 4 second-level mid-level beasts among them." Luohan also looked outside through the crack in the wall. About 50 meters away on the street in the distance, there were more than 10 Aoquan beasts. Unlike ordinary wild suburbs, Places like Yonghui Supermarket, where there are groups of exotic beasts, usually have the same species of exotic beasts living together. The exotic beast species living in Yonghui Supermarket is the Ao Quan beast. At first glance, this strange beast looks similar to a Dalmatian, but the sharpness of its teeth and its size are very different. Among them, the most obvious is their heads. The first level Ao Quan beast has only one head, while the second level Ao Quan beast has two heads. By analogy, the one with 5 heads is a 5th level Ao Quan beast. The maximum potential of the Ao Quan beast can only reach the 5th level, so the 5th level Ao Quan beast is already considered the most powerful existence in the Ao Quan clan. Everyone remember this, Wu Tao whispered. Just like last time, I will go up to attract the Ao Quan beast's attention and absorb the damage. Luohan and Tang Tian will be responsible for output, and Zhou Yu will assist us. Li Hong will provide fire support in the rear. But Li Hong, don't shoot with your sniper rifle unless it is extremely dangerous. Once you shoot, we must immediately flee the battle area. Clear. Luohan and the other 4 nodded solemnly. Here, any big noise would easily attract the alien beasts. The noise of the fight between the aliens and the alien beasts was relatively small and would be covered by the roar of the alien beasts, so there was no need to worry too much. However, loud noises like gunshots can easily attract strange beasts. Even if Li Hong installed a silencer, the sound of the special bullets that can kill strange beasts being fired is still extremely loud and can be heard thousands of meters away in an instant. At that time, all the strange beasts around will be attracted. Okay, we have to make a quick decision this time. We must not let Aochuan beast have a chance to call for its companions. Zhou Yu, you give us some status first. Okay. Zhou Yu nodded, and then a cool feeling appeared in the minds of Luohan and the other 3 people, making them more focused and react more quickly. Compared to Yamushi's ability, it's still far behind. Feeling the boost brought by Zhou Yu's supernatural power, Luohan said silently in his heart. After feeling the direct effect of Yao Mushi's divine healing light on the enhancement of his supernatural powers, and then receiving such a mental enhancement, he really missed Yao Mushi's light-based supernatural powers. But it's better than nothing. Luohan smiled slightly, and then used his special ability. Flame Blade. True Fire Barrier. The sword that exuded a silver metallic luster, after being wrapped in 3 layers of the sun's true fire, turned into a golden red flaming sword. It looked extremely beautiful. At the same time, a layer of golden red sun fire lingered around him, protecting him inside. The moment Luohan used the true fire barrier, the people around him subconsciously moved away from him. There was no way, even they could not bear the high temperature. Sister Yu, my true fire barrier can appear within 6 meters of me, so be careful not to walk out of this range. As he spoke, Luohan also added a layer of true fire barrier for Zhou Yu. Little brother Luohan is still good to me. If you want me to give you status alone later, you can tell me. Zhou Yu, who was protected by the true fire barrier, threw a coquettish glance at Luohan. This real fire barrier is amazing, it gives me a sense of security. Superpower, metallization. Superpower, strengthen both arms. Get started. Wu Tao, whose whole body was emitting a metallic luster, waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 figures rushed out almost at the same time, and even Zhou Yu had a long self-defense dagger in his hand. Wu Tao, carrying a shield, rushed towards the group of Ao dogs. Roar! The leader of the Aochuan group, the largest 2-headed Aochuan monster, all his hair stood up when he saw this, and he immediately roared in anger. The dozen or so Aochuan monsters around it also let out angry and crazy roars. The roars kept echoing on both sides of the street. The sound was deafening. More than 10 beasts roared at the same time, and their red eyes were filled with rage and bloodthirstiness. For a moment, it looked extremely terrifying. Chapter 70: The Violent Beast. The furious group of Ao Quan monsters quickly took action, and each sturdy and agile Ao Quan suddenly pounced on the humans in front of them. Block! Wu Taoqiang, carrying a shield, withstood the attacks of 2 2-headed Aochuan monsters. Go to hell, you beast! Luohan took a step and came to Wu Tao's side. At this time, his flaming sword was carried on his back. Juying! He held the flaming sword in both hands and then pulled it out with force. The flaming sword turned into a golden red arc and slashed towards the middle of the bodies of the two-headed Aochuan monsters in front of him. Laugh! The speed of the flaming sword was extremely fast. One of the Aochuan monsters had no time to react and was cut in half. The other one's body tilted slightly, and its right arm was chopped off, but its life was not in danger. This one should be one of the second-level middle-level Aochuan monsters. Its reaction is much faster than the one next to it. As soon as Luohan landed on the ground, a fishy wind blew, and another Aoquan monster opened its bloody mouth and bit him. The sun is so hot! A golden red flame suddenly appeared on the body of the Aoquan beast. Boom! The sun's true fire burned fiercely when it came into contact with the flesh. In an instant, this Aoquan monster, whose strength was probably only at the high level of the first rank, was turned into charcoal. A huge amount of coke fell from the sky and hit the cracked concrete ground. TSK, I shouldn't have used the sun's true fire. What a pity for the materials on this strange beast. Looking at the Aoquan beast that had turned into charcoal, Luohan felt a little regretful. A first-level high-level exotic beast costs 14,000 yuan, what a pity. Careful! At this moment, the Aoquan beast whose right arm was broken suddenly pounced forward, but was blocked by Wu Tao on the side. Hey, Captain, leave it to me! Luohan smiled, then rushed forward and killed the second-level mid-level two-headed Aoquan with one move of Juying. On the other side, Tang Tian also killed a second-level lower-level Aoquan and several first-level high-level exotic beasts. Roar! At this moment, the remaining 3 second-level middle-level Aoquan, which were obviously stronger in size, rushed up. Orbit! Not far away, Wu Tao, who was holding a shield, was hit and thrown into the air by 3 Aochuan monsters that rushed up at the same time, and he fell heavily on the concrete ground. Puff! Wu Tao fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Roar! Wu Tao's 3 strange beasts were knocked away in an instant. One of them rushed towards Tang Tian, and the other 2 rushed towards Luohan, who was emitting high temperature. Humph, you're looking for death! Looking at the 2 Aochuan beasts that pounced on him, Luohan's eyes fixed, and he clenched the flaming sword in his hand. Dawn! With a loud shout, the flaming sword slashed out again. The Aoquan monsters reacted very quickly, so in order to prevent them from escaping, Luohan directly used the faster dawn sword technique. You react quickly, so I'm faster than you. Just like cutting tofu, the flaming sword easily cut open the stomachs of the 2 second-order intermediate-level Aochuan monsters that had no time to react. Luohan suddenly retracted his knife and stepped back. Puchi! Blood spurted out as 2 Aochuan monsters, each as big as a buffalo, fell to the ground. Their bodies swayed, and they let out a roar before collapsing on the concrete floor. On the other side, Tang Tian was still fighting with the Aoquan monster. Brother Tian, let me help you! After taking a look at the rising power points in his mind, Luohan excitedly ran towards Tang Tian. Since Tang Tian had already injured the Aoquan monster, when Luohan went over, he killed it without much effort. Let's go see the captain. After killing the strange beasts, Luohan hurriedly looked in the direction where Captain Wu Tao fell. Haha, Captain, it's okay. Tang Tian, who was standing aside, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that all the Aoquan monsters had been killed, and said with a smile. And the fact was just as Tang Tian said, Captain Wu Tao had already stood up and did not look seriously injured at all. Brother Tao is worthy of being Brother Tao. Just now, the attack of the 3 Aochuan beasts knocked Brother Tao into the air and he even vomited blood. It scared me. Now it seems that nothing is wrong. Luohan walked to Wu Tao and saw that Wu Tao was indeed fine, so he smiled. Haha, when I was knocked into the air just now, I adjusted the direction of my fall, plus my metallization ability, so even though I vomited blood, my injuries were minor. Wu Tao said with a smile. Okay, now that these Aochuan beasts have been killed, let's quickly collect the materials and leave here, otherwise the bloody smell here will attract more beasts. Clear. At this time, Li Hong in the back also came forward and participated in the collection of exotic animal materials. The 5 members of the Blood Knife team were in a good mood. The team leader Wu Tao was sitting next to a second-order mid-level Aoquan monster, dissecting it and collecting materials. Today, I was able to kill so many second-level, middle-level, and second-level, lower-level beasts so cleanly and neatly, all thanks to Luohan. Wu Tao laughed as he dissected the body. Yes, that's right. If it weren't for Luohan, we wouldn't even dare to stay at Exit C of Yonghui Supermarket for long. On the other side, Tang Tian, who was collecting materials on exotic beasts, agreed. Indeed, among so many strange beasts, most of them were killed by Luohan. More than 10 days ago, they were still guiding Luohan in his practice, but they didn't expect that more than 10 days later, they would have to rely on Luohan to kill strange beasts. Hee, with little brother Luohan, we have a great harvest this time. Zhou Yu said happily as well. In the first wave, they killed so many exotic beasts. Before the side effects of the exotic beast world come, the money they can earn will definitely be several times more than last time. Boom! Suddenly, a faint dull sound was heard. What's that sound? The perceptive Luohan was the first to react. What's going on? As soon as Wu Tao asked the question, he heard the dull sound. Boom! Roar! Ouch! The dull sound quickly grew louder, accompanied by the roars of strange beasts. Oh no! This is the sound of a large group of strange beasts running. Everyone, run away! Luohan's face changed drastically when he reacted, and then he shouted loudly. What? The 4 members of the Blood Knife team were shocked, and then they believed Luohan's words. They didn't even have time to pick up the exotic beast materials, and they all stood up and ran out. Boom! Boom! The sound was getting closer. Luohan looked back and saw groups of strange beasts chasing the group of people in front of them like crazy. Looking closely, it was the Silver Fox team that I had seen before, and leading them was none other than their captain Lu Jia. At this time, Lu Jia had a ferocious look on his face and was running forward madly. He also saw Luohan's team in front of him. The ferocious face instantly turned into ecstasy. Wu Tao, save me quickly! As long as you save me, I will give you all the wealth I have accumulated over the years. Lu Jia's voice was full of desire for life, but who would care about him at this time? Everyone is running forward desperately. Save me! Save me! Lu Jia's teammates behind him also called for help at the same time. Among them, there was a member of the Silver Fox team who ran slower and was swallowed up by the torrent of strange beasts behind him in an instant. Blood Knife Squad, if you don't save me, then don't even think about escaping. Feeling the breath of the strange beast so close behind him, Lu Jia fell into madness. Buzz! A metal object flew out of Lu Jia's hand, and then he was swallowed by the torrent of strange beasts. The metal object was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of the Blood Knife Squad. Shock bomb! Luohan, who was running in the front, looked at the flying metal object and cried out in shock. Although the stun bomb is called a bomb, it can lock its direction and fly out by itself without the need for other tools. It is extremely powerful and is mainly used to disperse groups of low-level alien beasts. And now, the stun bombs fired by Lu Jia were obviously not intended to disperse the strange beasts, but to stop them from escaping. Chapter 71 Counterattack. Boom! After surpassing the Blood Knife Squad, the stun bomb exploded in front of them. The destructive power of the stun bomb is not very strong. Its main function is to disperse strange beasts, so its shock wave is its most powerful feature. Careful! Luohan shouted loudly, and the sun's true fire suddenly grew larger, protecting the Blood Knife Squad. The shock wave generated by the explosion quickly broke out from the center point. Boom! The sun's true fire protecting the front was shaken by the shock wave, and the pace of the crowd also slowed down under this fierce impact. Boom! After the shock wave hit, the already dilapidated residential building next to it began to collapse. Oh no, the road ahead is going to be blocked! The captain shouted loudly, and everyone was startled and looked forward quickly. They are now on a cement road about 50 meters wide between Yonghui Supermarket and a residential building. Originally, this road should have been unobstructed, but now the wreckage of the collapsed building is piled on the road, blocking the road which is not very wide to begin with. Oh no! While running, Luohan looked back at the group of strange beasts that were getting closer and closer, and his brows were furrowed. Their running speed had already slowed down due to the impact of the shock wave, and the road not far ahead was blocked by rubble. If they continue like this, they will be caught up by the group of strange beasts behind them before they can overcome the obstacles in front of them. Damn Lu Jie, he still didn't forget to cause trouble to us even after his death. Wu Tao couldn't help but curse while running. He had already thrown away the heavy shield and was running at full speed. There was still a little hope of escape, but now it seems that everything is over. He felt a little regretful. Why didn't he kill Lu Jie with one knife when he met him in the underground base more than 10 days ago? As a result, he brought disaster upon himself today. Brothers, run away separately. Whoever manages to escape this time, tell my Xiaofeng that her hero can't come back. Wu Tao couldn't help but burst into tears as he roared this sentence. Then, he turned around and wanted to intercept some strange beasts that were chasing him. After hearing these words, although the members of the Blood Knife Squad looked grief-stricken, they were also preparing to flee in different directions. After all, if you can run away, you can run away. If you all believe in what I say, you can stand behind me and don't have to run away. Suddenly, Luohan's deep voice sounded. Luohan? The 4 members of the Blood Knife Squad looked at the same time at Luohan, who had stopped running in the front, and even Wu Tao turned around again. Luohan, what are you talking about? There are at least 200 second-level monsters behind you. If they charge at you, you won't be able to hold them back. Run! Zhou Yu, who was running at the end, said anxiously. If we were to ask who among the 5 of them has the best chance of escaping, it would definitely be Luohan. He was the first to discover the riding group of strange beasts, and the first to escape, and he was running in the front. If he keeps running like this, he might be able to escape even if the road ahead is blocked by rubble. She didn't want Luohan to die in vain because of ridiculous teammate friendship. Sister Yu, do you think I'm the kind of person who would dare to say this without being sure? Looking at the group of strange beasts rushing towards him not far away, Luohan smiled slightly and did not take them seriously at all. Yes, at first he was also frightened by the aggressive group of strange beasts. But after careful observation, he found that the group of strange beasts in the rear looked extremely powerful, but there were only more than 200 strange beasts, and most of them were lower-level second-order strange beasts, and even middle-level second-order strange beasts were very rare. Luohan didn't say that he could completely destroy this group of strange beasts, but he was still confident that he could kill 90%. I believe in brother Luohan. Tang Tian also stopped running and stood beside Luohan. The probability of climbing over the obstacle ahead before the monsters catch up with us is very small, and our chance of survival is very low. In this case, we might as well take a chance with brother Luohan. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Tang Tian's face, and he seemed very decisive. Damn it, I'm done. Xiaofeng is still waiting for me to come back. Captain Wu Tao also stood up. Brother Luohan, then we will leave our lives in your hands. Li Hong also stopped running and stood next to Luohan. I'm convinced by you. I'll accompany you, too. The beautiful Zhou Yu showed a seductive smile on her face, and then stood in front of Luohan. Little brother Luohan, if you have any instructions, just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can do it. Perhaps because he was facing the threat of death, Zhou Yu seemed so free and easy at this moment, and had a unique kind of beauty. Don't worry, everyone. Just follow my instructions and everyone will survive. Looking at the group of strange beasts approaching in front of him, Luohan narrowed his eyes and a confident smile appeared on his face. You want to kill me with just this little strange beast? That's simply wishful thinking. Sister Yu, use all your powers on me. Brother Tao, Brother Tian, Brother Hong, after I disrupt the formation of the alien beasts, you will all follow me and attack together. This time, not only will we not run away, we're going to do something big. Clear! Hearing the confidence in Luohan's tone, the morale of the Blood Knife Squad also increased. Superpowers, mental enhancement. Zhou Yu used all his supernatural powers on Luohan. My control over the sun's true fire has only increased by 25%. Luohan frowned. When he was a first-level high-level psychic, Zhou Yu's ability could provide him with a maximum increase of 35%. Now that he is at the second level, the increase is indeed much weaker. No! Zhou Yu's heart skipped a beat. If her entire team was wiped out because of her, she would be a sinner for all eternity. Luohan's mouth curled up, revealing a brilliant smile. Enough! Yang Yun! With a loud roar, the golden-red sun fire began to condense above Luohan continuously. The sun's true fire condensed very quickly. In less than 5 seconds, a huge golden-red fireball appeared in the sky. Boom boom! Like magma, this huge fireball was emitting high temperature and light, and its surface was constantly boiling. The flame, without any substance, at this moment, condensed into a liquid fireball. This? Everyone was shocked. This move looked very powerful, but Luohan had never used it in front of them before. Roar! Ouch! Ignoring the shock of the Blood Knife Squad, Luohan stared closely at the approaching group of strange beasts. Here we come! When the group of strange beasts was still 6 meters away from him, his aura suddenly changed, and an aura that suppressed everything suddenly burst out from him. Roar! The strange beast running in the front, under the suppression of this momentum, seemed to have seen its natural enemy. It let out a wail, and was immediately knocked down by the strange beast behind it that had no time to break. In an instant, the speed of the entire group of strange beasts' attack suddenly slowed down. Go! With a loud shout, the young meteorite condensed above Luohan attacked towards the center of the group of strange beasts. Yang Yun was flying at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the center of the group of strange beasts, and then suddenly exploded. Boom! An explosion several times stronger than the previous blast rang out. Immediately afterwards, the painful howling of the alien beast also sounded. Ouch! Roar! In the center of the group of strange beasts in front, a large golden-red blank area appeared, and this golden-red color was still spreading to other strange beasts. Looking closely, it was the golden-red true fire of the sun. Kill! Looking at the group of strange beasts that suffered heavy casualties from Yang Yun's move, Luohan rushed forward with the flaming knife in his hand. Kill! Behind him, the excited members of the Blood Knife Squad, weapons in hand, also rushed forward at the same time. Chapter 72 Total Destruction. When in the virtual space of alien beasts, Luohan's Yang Yun move only killed 5 giant horned rhinos, but that was because the giant horned rhinos were second-level intermediate alien beasts, and were famous for their thick skin and flesh among second-level intermediate alien beasts, so he only killed 5 of them with one move. And now, most of the strange beasts in front of him are lower-level second-order Aoquan strange beasts. Even if there are middle-level second-order ones, they are very rare. Therefore, when his move of Yang Yun was amplified by Zhou Yu, nearly 70 strange beasts were turned into ashes. The strange beasts that were closer to the center of the Yangyue explosion were also seriously injured and bleeding. Although so many died, there are still nearly 120 strange beasts left. Roar! Stimulated by the blood, all the strange beasts became violent, roaring and charging towards the humans in front of them. When you kill the monsters, don't leave the 6-meter range of me! Luohan shouted, and the 4 members of the Blood Knife Squad gathered around Luohan, within a range of no more than 6 meters. True fire barrier! At this moment, Luohan did not dare to underestimate it at all. He used the sun's true fire with all his strength. A layer of golden-red protective flame appeared on the body of each member of the Blood Knife team. Hoo! Luohan was breathing heavily, and blood-red quietly appeared in his eyes. First he used the Yang Yun, which consumed a lot of his supernatural powers, and now he was adding true fire barriers to other people. He was already feeling a little tired. Moreover, because he has killed so many alien beasts, the side effects of the alien beast world are affecting him crazily. An impulse to destroy everything grew in his heart, but he suppressed it with his reason. At this moment, a group of strong and sturdy strange beasts also rushed up. Kill! Luohan forced himself to cheer up and let out a loud roar, then he raised the flame blade. Cut! Luohan swung his sword and chopped off the head of a strange beast that was flying towards him. Without even a second look, he attacked another strange beast. Originally, within a range of 6 meters, he could directly use the sun's true fire to kill, but he had consumed too much of his supernatural power, and he dared not use the sun's true fire so boldly, so he could only chop with the flame blade. With the help of the true fire barrier, the members of the Blood Knife team became much braver, and the strange beasts in front of them would basically be killed quickly. Especially Tang Tian, the swordsmanship master. Since he didn't need to defend himself, he simply abandoned his shield and held the knife with both hands. His arms, which had been strengthened by supernatural powers, had extremely terrifying lethality when holding a knife at the same time. Even a second-level mid-level monster would be hacked to death in front of him if they weren't careful. Juying! On the other side, Luohan rushed into the group of strange beasts and used his sword skills without any scruples, and each of his swords could often take away 2 or 3 strange beasts. Kill a lower-level second-level monster and add 300 power points. Kill a high-level second-level monster and add 350 power points. Kill a second-level lower-level monster and increase your ability points by 300. The prompts in my mind refreshed like a waterfall. When Yang Yun just fell into the group of strange beasts, this was the scene that appeared in his mind. Now, Luohan started fighting again, and the speed of acquiring power points was even faster than before. Roar! A significantly stronger roar sounded, and along with it came Li Hong's request for help. Luohan, I have a second-level mid-level alien beast here. Li Hong has the special ability of eagle eyes, and all his strength depends on firearms. Although his physical condition was not weak due to his supernatural powers, he could still deal with a lower-level second-order monster, but he really couldn't deal with a middle-level second-order monster. I had no choice but to ask Luohan for help. Here it comes! Luohan took a step and took a big stride, and came to Li Hong's side. At this moment, the strange beast's bloody mouth, with a gust of fishy wind, bit towards Li Hong's head. Court death! The flaming sword turned into a golden phantom and slashed towards the throat of the Aochuan monster. As if sensing the danger, the Ao Quan monster raised its head and actually clamped Luohan's flaming sword with its chin. The moment the flaming sword came into contact with the Ao Quan monster, its chin instantly started to burn. Roar! A shrill scream was heard, and the strange beast instantly gave up the idea of holding on to the flaming sword. Humph, you actually dared to take my flaming sword like this, you really don't think dying is fast enough. With a cold snort, Luohan drew his sword again and killed the second-level mid-level Ao Quan monster. Half an hour later, with the efforts of all members of the Blood Knife Squad, all 120 strange beasts were killed. Bang! Tang Tian's arms returned to their normal size, and the sword in his hand fell weakly to the ground. Then, he fell down among the corpses of the strange beasts. Captain Wu Tao's metallization had long since faded, and he lay exhausted on the ground covered with black burning ashes and red blood. Finally killed them all! On the side, Luohan, who was leaning on the flaming sword, breathed a sigh of relief. Shh! The flaming sword made a slight sound, and the true fire of the sun that was wrapped around it disappeared. Oh, this has really reached a point where the oil lamp has run out of energy. Luohan shook his head and chuckled. 20 minutes into the battle, his sun fire could no longer hold out, and he could only remove the fire barriers on other team members. In this case, his solar true fire could only last for 10 more minutes. Luohan, we did it! We really did it! Zhou Yu ran over with an excited look on her face. As an auxiliary, she only used her mental powers in the previous fight, so her physical energy consumption was not great, and she looked full of energy. At this moment, she was looking at Luohan with admiration. The Blood Knife Squad, under the leadership of Luohan, actually killed more than 200 second-level monsters. Until now, Zhou Yu still feels like he is living in a dream. I said everyone can survive, then everyone can survive. Having regained some strength, Luohan stood up, looked up and smiled slightly. This smile was not a big deal, but it frightened Zhou Yu in front of him. Luohan, your face is so scary! What a terrifying face appeared in Zhou Yu's eyes. His eyes were filled with a violent red, and veins bulged on his face, making him look extremely terrifying. Luohan, wake up! Wu Tao, who had recovered some strength, came over and shouted worriedly. This situation is a sign that the side effects of the alien beast world are extremely serious, and you must leave the alien beast world immediately. I'm fine. Luohan smiled slightly and then closed his eyes. Before, when he was in school, he had asked teacher Jiangnan whether the side effects of the alien world could be avoided, and the answer he got was no. Later, he asked teacher Jiangnan whether this side effect could be temporarily suppressed. Teacher Jiangnan replied that it could, and then gave Luohan a method to temporarily suppress the negative effect. Now, he is using this method. The negative impact of the alien beast world always affects emotions, so as long as you can suppress your emotions, it will be fine. Concentrate, calm your mind, and completely put your negative emotions behind you. Luohan was meditating according to an ancient Indian method given by teacher Jiangnan. After a while, when he opened his eyes again, his face returned to normal, and he was completely different from the violent state he had just been in. The negative emotions were still in his heart, but he had temporarily suppressed them, so now he was a little more sober. Chapter 73: A Great Harvest of Power Points. Everyone, hurry up and collect the most valuable parts of these beasts. We will leave this place in 10 minutes. Seeing that Luohan was fine, Wu Tao immediately said. They had been fighting with the monsters for nearly half an hour, their armor had already been torn, and even their swords were a little unrolled. Originally, they should have left this place filled with blood immediately, but looking at the corpses of strange beasts on the ground, Wu Tao decided to collect materials before running away. After all, what was lying on the ground was not only the corpse of an alien beast, but also bundles of money. Don't miss it. Clear. Luohan and the members of the Blood Knife Squad responded quickly. Luohan, you don't have to go yet. Take a rest for a while. Looking at Luohan, who stood up, Wu Tao said hurriedly. He dared not neglect the benefactor who saved the lives of his entire team. Luohan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Although his negative emotions were suppressed, it would be safer if he meditated more. Luohan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate again. A minute later, Luohan, feeling that his negative emotions had been suppressed, opened his eyes again. This time, his eyes were clear and there was no sign of losing his mind. Looking at the Blood Knife team who were busy collecting materials from exotic beasts in the distance, Luohan did not immediately go forward to help, but began to check his own system. With a thought in his mind, a glowing interface appeared in Luohan's mind. Name, Luohan. Level, second level lower level psychic plus. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 41500. Skills, Anode Fireworks level 1, Great plus, Extreme Flame Blade level 3, Beginner plus, Sun Meteorite, Beginner plus, Heart Sense, Low plus, Ordinary Boxing, Advanced plus, Ordinary Blade, Advanced plus. Looking at the plus signs on the system, Luohan was extremely excited. A second-level lower-level exotic beast has 300 power points, and a second-level middle-level exotic beast has 350 power points. On the way to Yonghui Supermarket, he killed some second-level monsters. Adding to the hundreds of second-level lower-level monsters and second-level middle-level monsters he had just killed, it was reasonable that his ability points could reach more than 40,000. Advancement. Without any hesitation, Luohan directly chose to upgrade his level first. The moment he chose to upgrade, a familiar power surged out from his heart and began to flow throughout his body. Originally, after half an hour of intense fighting, Luohan's body was already very tired. However, under the effect of this energy, he could feel that his strength was slowly filling up. His arms, lower limbs, and various parts of his body began to strengthen under the influence of this energy. The most crucial thing was that the sun's true fire that had been exhausted by him also re-emerged at this time. A minute later, after completing the upgrade, Luohan felt full of strength and could fight the monster for another half an hour without any problem. However, he also knew that this was just his illusion. After upgrading, his power expanded and this situation would occur. Although his body has improved under the influence of supernatural powers, as long as he dares to fight the monster again, he will definitely be the one to collapse. But now, it's much better than before. With a flash of his eyes, Luohan looked at the system in his mind again. Name, Luohan. Level, second level intermediate psychic plus. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 31500. Skills, Anode Fireworks Level 1, Great Plus, Extreme Flame Blade Level 3, Beginner Plus, Sun Meteorite, Beginner Plus, Heart Sense, Low Plus, Ordinary Boxing, Advanced Plus, Ordinary Blade, Advanced Plus. It's not bad this time. I only consume 10,000 power points. So what should I upgrade next? Looking at the abundant power points, Luohan suddenly felt a little inflated. I actually dared to consider upgrading something. A truly top-notch psychic must be the best in both psychic power and swordsmanship. Only by complementing each other can they be the best in the field. At this moment, Teacher Jiangnan's words appeared in his mind again. According to the rules of the system, if you advance your level again, you shouldn't be able to advance any further after you reach the second-level high-level ability user. As for the second-level high-level psychics, except for the stronger Sun True Fire, the rest of their swordsmanship, psychic proficiency, etc., have not improved much for me. On the whole, it is not cost-effective to directly upgrade the level. It is better to upgrade the anode flame. With a flash of his eyes, Luohan made a decision. In addition to improving the power of superpowers automatically when you advance to a higher level, superpower training methods can also enhance the power of superpowers and shorten the upgrade time. The secret book of Anode Fire was extremely difficult. During the 10 days at school, with the guidance of his teacher, he had only entered the first level of great success. He had no idea how to enter the second level. In this case, it would be better to just spend the ability points to improve the ability training method. Promote! After silently clicking the plus sign behind the anode flame on the system, Luohan could instantly feel a mysterious feeling appearing in his heart. In an instant, his proficiency in the sun's true fire increased a lot. Flame Blade! With a low shout, Luohan used the flaming sword again. The golden sun fire wrapped around the alloy sword. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors, 4 floors. In the end, the sun's true fire entangled 4 layers before stopping. Sure enough, the power of the flame blade has increased as the ability training method has been improved. Feeling the golden red color of the flaming sword becoming deeper than before, Luohan muttered to himself. The number of layers of sun's true fire wrapped around the flaming sword is related to the proficiency in manipulating the sun's true fire. The higher the proficiency, the more layers you can wrap. Although he had just been promoted to a higher level, the increase in his ability proficiency brought about by the upgrade was very small. Therefore, being able to wrap an extra layer of the sun's true fire is the reason for improving the anode flame. System! Luohan checked the system again. Name, Luohan. Level, second level intermediate psychic plus. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 21500. Skills, Anode Fireworks level 2, Beginner plus, Extreme Flame Blade level 3, Beginner plus, Sun Meteorite, Beginner plus, Heart Sense, Low level plus, Ordinary Boxing, Advanced plus, Ordinary Blade, Advanced plus. There are still more than 20,000 power points left. Let's keep them for now, in case we need them. Looking at the remaining power points, Luohan nodded with satisfaction. Although he can continue to choose to upgrade his level or improve the anode flame, he is not in a hurry now. Judging from the severity of the side effects this time, it will take at least a month to completely digest these negative emotions after I return home. However, during the 1 month at school, there is no way to obtain power points. If he uses up all the power points and then urgently needs power points to improve his skills, he will be dumbfounded. Therefore, it is better to keep some power points as backup. Captain, let me help you. Luohan, in a good mood, stood up and ran to the blood knife team and began to help collect materials about the exotic beasts. Haha, Luohan, go collect the materials from that second-level middle-level alien beast. It needs your sword to extract its tendons. Okay. Little brother Luohan, we need you to come over here as well. I am not strong enough to even peel off its skin. Okay, I'll be right there. The blood knife team was in a good mood, happily collecting materials from the dead beasts. Chapter 74: The Reason for the Monster Riot. 10 minutes later, the tactical backpacks of the 5 members of the blood knife squad were filled with exotic beast materials. Captain Wu Tao had an unconcealable excitement on his face. Who could have thought that half an hour ago they were still facing a life-and-death crisis? but half an hour later they had such a great harvest? All of this should be attributed to Luohan. Roar! Ouch! When Wu Tao was about to walk to Luohan's side with Luohan, the roar of strange beasts suddenly came from a distance, and the strong smell of blood attracted them to come. Let's go! His face changed, and Wu Tao knew that now was not the time to speak. There are intact residential buildings not far away. We can hide inside them. Luohan pointed to a residential building not far away and said. He had observed this when he was collecting materials about the exotic beasts just now. There were no obvious cracks on the outside of this residential building, and it looked to be quite solid. Okay, listen to Luohan, let's go over there. At the command, the Blood Knife Squad quickly took action. Roar! There were a few strange beasts scattered inside the residential building, but they were all turned into charcoal under the baptism of Luohan's true sun fire. On the rooftop of a residential building, the Blood Knife Squad arrived. Haha, I was able to escape death this time, all thanks to Brother Luohan. I, Wu Tao, owe you my life. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me, I will definitely help. After confirming that he was safe, Wu Tao relaxed and spoke sincerely to Luohan. Brother Tao, you don't have to be so polite. If it weren't for you, Brother Tao, I wouldn't have understood anything when I first came to Biting Base. Luohan smiled slightly. Indeed, if he had not met the enthusiastic Wu Tao on the subway, he, a young man, would have rushed straight into the world of alien beasts, and would probably not even know how he died. Luohan, this is not a polite gesture. You saved all of our lives. If we don't even repay you a little, wouldn't that be really ungrateful? Tang Tian on the side took over the conversation. His words caused the rest of the Blood Knife team to nod frequently. Little brother Luohan, if you don't agree, we will be uneasy. At this time, Zhou Yu also retracted his frivolous look and spoke to Luohan with a serious face. Well, I'll definitely come to you if I have any troubles in the future. Seeing that everyone was so sincere, Luohan agreed with a smile. Fortunately, I met such a group of people when I entered the Biting Base, and it was really comfortable to get along with them. Brother Luohan, how long can you suppress your negative emotions? Let's take a break, Captain Wu Tao said. It should be able to be suppressed for 4 or 5 days, what's wrong? Luohan asked doubtfully. The special meditation method taught by teacher Jiangnan does not eliminate negative emotions, but suppresses them deep in the heart. But this suppression is not permanent. The longer the suppression lasts, the stronger the negative emotions will rebound. Therefore, he could only suppress it for 4 or 5 days at most. If it lasted longer, the negative emotions that would rebound would be beyond his control. It's enough for us to explore Exit A. Wu Tao curled his lips, revealing a mysterious smile. Captain, what are you talking about? Why are we going to Exit A? Luohan was puzzled. Shouldn't they evacuate as soon as possible at this time? Why did they still have to go there? Did you notice that the rioting beast came from the direction of Exit A, and they were chasing the Silver Fox Squad? The Silver Fox Squad is also a veteran team of superpowers. They shouldn't make the stupid mistake of angering the superpowers. So, have you ever thought about what the Silver Fox team did to cause the entire group of alien beasts to chase them? Wu Tao said meaningfully. The captain's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Captain, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes. Ahem. Wu Tao coughed awkwardly after failing to keep the suspense going. He then said, I think there might be some special treasures at Exit A, which is why the Silver Fox team is willing to go there even at the risk of being discovered by the herd of strange beasts. As a result, I accidentally angered the entire group of alien beasts and was chased. Captain, are you saying that there might be some treasure at Exit A? Luohan's eyes lit up. In the world of exotic beasts, in addition to the materials from the exotic beasts that can be sold for money, some special medicinal herbs and items can also be exchanged for a large amount of money. For example, ginseng that has grown for hundreds of years, and local medicinal herbs in the world of alien beasts. I can't be sure about this, but there is a high probability that it will happen. Wu Tao said somewhat uncertainly. Whether you want to go or not depends on your wishes. If you want to go, we will go. If you don't want to go, we will just leave. After hearing this, Everyone in the Blood Knife team looked at each other, and then looked at Luohan at the same time. Haha, it seems that you, Luohan, have a very high prestige. Then you make the decision. Wu Tao laughed. After pondering for a while, Luohan said, Exit A is not far from us. Let's go over and observe the situation from a distance before making a decision. After his promotion, his sun true fire had become full and he had the means to deal with dangers, which was why he dared to make this decision. Well, let's rest for 5 minutes and then set off immediately. If we are late, even if there are treasures over there, they may have been taken away by others. Clear. Luohan and the Blood Knife Squad said at the same time. 5 minutes later, the rested Blood Knife Squad walked down the residential building carefully and returned to entrance A of Yonghui building along the route they had taken in the residential area. Li Hong, use your special ability to see if there are many strange beasts at exit A. Wu Tao said behind a dilapidated wall of a residential building. Okay. Li Hong nodded, and then used his eagle eye ability to look outside through the gap in the wall. Captain, there seems to be no strange beasts near exit A. Li Hong said after observing for a while. Really? Wu Tao shouted excitedly. There are only about 200 exotic beasts entrenched in each of the 4 entrances of Yonghui Supermarket. It seems that the ones that were chased out earlier were all the exotic beasts at entrance A. In the short term, not many exotic beasts will gather at mouth A. This will be beneficial for our exploration. If our entire team goes in, we will be too conspicuous. We'd better send one person in first to take a look at the situation. Captain, I'll go then. Luohan and the team said. Wu Tao and Tang Tian were exhausted in the previous battle. They will be in danger and difficult to deal with later. Zhou Yu and Li Hong have little fighting power. Therefore, only he, who has recovered his superpowers, can go. Oh well. After thinking about it, Wu Tao also thought that Luohan was the best candidate. If you see anything wrong, return it immediately. Luohan nodded, then rushed out quickly with his sword in hand. This place is only 50 meters away from exit A. With his speed, he can run into exit A in less than 3 seconds. Flame Blade. The light was dim inside entrance A of Yonghui Supermarket. Luohan was using the flame blade while also using it for lighting. Under the shining golden red light, he began to observe the surrounding environment. The interior of Yonghui Supermarket is extremely messy. Hundreds of years old shelves are lying on the ground, many of which have been crushed by strange beasts. Many supermarket items are scattered on the ground. Items like towels and iron pots were scattered all over the floor, making it look extremely messy. Ignoring these sundries, Luohan began searching for possible treasures. Suddenly, a green light in a pile of debris not far away attracted his attention. After confirming that there was no sign of strange beasts around, Luohan hurried over. Chapter 75 Life Plants. After hundreds of years, even the cement floor of Yonghui Supermarket has become dilapidated, not to mention the large number of strange beasts trampling on it. In this case, black soil has been exposed in many places on the ground. Where there is soil, there are plants. At this time, the place where the green fluorescence is emitted is in a field of half-human high weeds. Luohan held the flaming knife in his hand, pushed aside the weeds, and approached cautiously step by step. After walking 2 or 3 steps, he found that the soil, which was originally soft, seemed to have become more solid. The further I go, the more I feel this way. After walking another 4 or 5 steps, the half-human high weeds gradually disappeared, and the location emitting green fluorescence was exposed in front of Luohan. Life plant? In front of him, 2 plants emitting green fluorescence caught Luohan's eyes, causing him to let out a low cry. In the world of exotic beasts, in addition to making money from exotic beast materials, extremely old medicinal materials can also be exchanged for money. In addition, there is a kind of plant that only appears in the alien beast world, the life plant. The biggest function of this plant is to treat diseases and strengthen the body. It is even said to have some effects in prolonging life. Back then in the mall at Biting Base, Luohan had seen a genetic medicine worth tens of millions that was made from life plants, so he learned a little about the information about life plants. Unexpectedly, I would use it today. In order to avoid seeing it wrong, Luohan moved closer. The life plant looks like weeds, emits a faint green fluorescence, and can smell a fragrance when you get close to it. Yes, it's the life plant. After careful observation and smelling, Luohan was 100% sure that the plant in front of him was indeed a living plant. No wonder the beasts are so violent. Excited, Luohan thought of the silver fox team that had fled frantically before. Life plants are not only beneficial to humans, but also have huge benefits to exotic animals. These two life plants must have grown among the alien beasts in Maltha not long ago, and then for some reason they were discovered by the silver fox team. They risked their lives to take the two life plants, but they did not expect to be discovered by the group of strange beasts, which led to their pursuit. The one who ordered the alien beasts to pursue should be the stronger one in Group A. Then why didn't I see the leader of the alien beasts when I killed them just now? Did he die in the Yang meteorite? Luohan was puzzled. It stands to reason that a beast leader who can command so many second-order lower-level beasts and second-order middle-level beasts should not die so easily. Oh no, the leader didn't join the pursuit, it's still in here. Luohan's face changed and he reacted. At this moment, four scarlet spots of light suddenly appeared in the depths of the darkness and quickly approached Luohan. Humph, playing tricks. With a cold snort, Luohan used the true fire barrier. Boom! The true fire of the sun, which had become even hotter and brighter, suddenly appeared around Luohan, and also illuminated the appearance of the strange beast in front. Two dog-like heads, two pairs of blood-red eyes, and ferocious teeth that were drooling constantly. Ouch, Yuan, a high-ranking second-level beast. Looking at the strange beast in front of him, Luohan narrowed his eyes and felt relieved. With his strength after the promotion, dealing with a high-level second-level alien beast is simply too easy. Roar! With a loud roar, the strange beast charged towards Luohan. Its body was as big as a tank, but it ran extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was within 8 meters of Luohan. Boom! At this moment, a golden red flame appeared out of nowhere and burned on the two heads of this strange beast. Just like bright oil meeting fire, the monster's head instantly began to burn violently. Roar! This high-level second-level monster only had time to let out a scream before its two heads turned to charcoal. The entire huge body lost control and fell down with a loud bang. That's it! You dare to attack me? Luohan's tone was full of disdain, but unfortunately this strange beast would never be able to hear him again. After being promoted to a second-level intermediate mutant, Luohan's Sun True Fire can appear within an 8-meter range around his body. Moreover, with the blessing of Anode Fire, his flames became much more powerful, so the strange beast died instantly as soon as it stepped into the 8-meter range of Luohan. Ignoring the fallen beast, Luohan turned around and looked at the life plant in front of him. The most urgent task now is to get the life plant as soon as possible, otherwise, it will be terrible if a third-level monster comes later. Fortunately, I had the wooden box with me. After extinguishing the true fire barrier and the flaming sword, leaving only a ray of true sun fire for lighting, Luohan took out a wooden box from his tactical backpack. Then he used his sword to shovel up the life plant along with the surrounding soil and put it into the box. Luohan closed the wooden box and breathed a sigh of relief. After being collected, this kind of living plant must be preserved in a wooden box, otherwise the medicinal effect will be lost quickly. Now that we have the treasure, we can leave now. A hint of excitement flashed across Luohan's face. Holding the wooden box, he flashed and turned into a phantom, running out of Exodus. This time, there were no strange beasts blocking his way, and he successfully returned to the ruined wall of the residential building. Luohan, how is it? Did you find anything good in there? Captain Wu Tao asked. Hee, Captain, you are right. There are indeed good things in there. Luohan chuckled and opened the wooden box in his hand. Accompanied by a burst of fragrance, 2 plants emitting green fluorescence appeared in front of everyone. Life plant? 4 exclamations sounded at the same time. Quick, close it quickly. We can't let its essence be lost in vain. Wu Tao was the first to react and spoke quickly. Hey, just open it, it's okay. Luohan smiled slightly and then closed the wooden box. What the Silver Fox team discovered was actually a life plant. No wonder they risked their lives to give it a try. Zhou Yu next to him suddenly realized and said excitedly, Captain, we are really rich this time. Life plants can be sold for tens of millions of yuan each. Here are 2 plants. They can be sold for at least 20 million yuan. Moreover, with the exotic beast materials behind us, we can earn at least 24 million this time. Among the group of Outyuan monsters that rioted before, most were lower-level second-order monsters, and a small number were middle-level second-order monsters. The Ao Quan monster is considered a relatively common monster, and the materials from one of them can be sold for 30,000 yuan, but they only took the most essential parts of the Ao Quan monster, which could only be sold for 20,000 yuan. If you calculate it this way, with more than 200 exotic beasts, all counted as lower-level second-level ones, they can earn 4 million yuan. Not to mention that there are higher-level exotic beasts among them, the actual number must be much larger than this. Well, indeed, we did make a lot of money this time. Captain Wu Tao nodded, and then said in a deep voice. But don't forget that all this was earned by Brother Luohan. If it weren't for him, we would have died long ago. So, after we return to Biding Base, all these gains must be arranged by Brother Luohan. If anyone disagrees, I will be the first to disagree. Captain, who do you think we are? The harvest this time should of course be arranged by Brother Luohan. Tang Tian glared at the captain, then spoke solemnly. It's okay. We are all on the same team. Just follow the rules when the time comes. Luohan said quickly. Although the harvest this time was huge, it was just the beginning for him, and he would not take all the harvest for himself. Chapter 76 Return. After obtaining the life plant, the Blood Knife team did not stay for too long and rushed to the alien beast passage without stopping. 4 days later, Feng Qingpu's Blood Knife squad returned to the Biding Base smoothly. I'm finally back. Looking at the service staff shuttling back and forth in the hall of Biding Base and the psychic sitting on the sofa, Luohan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After leaving the world of strange beasts, the negative emotions will slowly dissipate, and he won't have to worry about losing his mind. Hey honey, I'll probably be there tonight. Wu Tao started the call with a smile on his face. Okay, I will definitely bring you something delicious. Wu Tao, who escaped death from the world of strange beasts, had a smile so natural and sincere at this time. Every time a person with special powers enters the world of strange beasts, it is an adventure of life and death, and family is the source of their courage deep in their hearts. Luohan next to him smiled slightly, and thought of Yao Mushi and Su Silly at school. Today is Sunday, and they should all be resting today. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, I've come out of the alien world and should be able to get to school tonight. Tonight? Yao Mushi's tone was calm, but one could hear the suppressed happiness in her tone. Sisterly, Luohan will be at school tonight. Really? That's great. Su Silly's voice came from the other end of the phone. Luohan, tell me when you get to school, and Xiao Mu and I will go find you together. Yeah, okay. Hearing the concern in Sister Li's tone, Luohan felt warm in his heart. Did you hear that? Come back soon. This time it was Yao Mushi's soft voice. No. Hearing Yao Mushi's slightly coquettish tone, Luohan couldn't help but smile. I haven't seen this little girl for 10 days. I really miss her. Luohan, let's go back to the room first. Wu Tao shouted, and the others were already getting ready to take the elevator. Here I come. After Luohan hung up the phone, he immediately followed everyone into the elevator to the guest rooms. Just like last time, Luohan and other members of the Blood Knife squad gathered in Captain Wu Tao's room. Luohan, tell me, how are we going to plan for this harvest? And these life plants, are you going to keep them for yourself or do you want us to sell them for you? Captain Wu Tao smiled slightly. In his opinion, it was lucky that they were able to survive this time when the monsters rioted. So although he was excited about the harvest this time, he still felt that Luohan should distribute it all. Captain, you are wrong to say that. We killed these strange beasts together, and we went to look for the life plants only after you suggested it. Why do you say that it's all my credit? Luohan said with a smile, and before Wu Tao could speak, he continued. Captain, the team has its own rules. We have to eat after going through life and death. Let's follow the rules for this harvest. Captain Wu Tao hesitated for a moment, then said, Well, let's divide the exotic beast materials according to the original rules. Luohan, you can keep the life plants. You can sell them for money or keep them for your own use. It's up to you. Captain, I told you, this is what we all got together, so change it all into money and divide it up according to the team rules. Luohan frowned, then interrupted Captain Wu Tao and said solemnly, if the experienced Wu Tao hadn't said that there might be treasures at entrance A of Yongli supermarket, they would not have been able to return, and would not have been able to get the life plant. Therefore, Luohan felt that it would be better for everyone to divide the money together. Then let's do as Luohan said. Seeing Luohan's determination, Wu Tao also knew that it would be difficult to make him change his mind. I know that little brother Luohan is the best, Zhou Yu, who was sitting opposite Luohan, couldn't help but blow him a kiss, which was as alluring as it could be. Everyone's hard work should be rewarded together. Luohan smiled slightly. After being teased by Zhou Yu so many times, he has become immune to it, and is not moved at all. Listening to Luohan's words, Tang Tian, Li Hong, Wu Tao and Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. Hey Lao Gao. Wu Tao dialed the number. Haha, of course I have something good to offer you, otherwise why would I call you? It must be something good worth more than 10 million. Okay, we'll come up in an hour. After finishing the call, Wu Tao smiled and glanced at the others. I have already told Lao Gao, the manager of the biting base, that we can sell our stuff to him directly later. Luohan and others also nodded. Everything was settled, and Wu Tao smiled. As usual, first take a shower, change clothes and eat, then we'll go upstairs to find Lao Gao together. There are a total of 10 elevators in the lobby of the biting base, 6 of which are ordinary elevators that can be used by everyone, leading to guest rooms on the 2nd to 6th floors. There are also 4 high-end-looking elevators, which lead to the 6th to 20th floors of the biting base. They are used by people inside the biting base. At this time, few people were using these high-end elevators. After dinner, Luohan and the Blood Knife Squad walked into one of the high-end elevators in the hall, carrying tactical backpacks. Bite! The elevator door opened and a group of people from the Blood Knife Squad entered the elevator. At this time, there was a service staff standing inside the elevator. Hello, do you have an appointment? Yes, let's look for Gao Chang. Captain Wu Tao said. You must be the Blood Knife Squad, right? Manager Gao has already told me about it, but we still need your cooperation. The service staff smiled and said, Captain, please let me check your exotic animal hunting license. Wu Tao handed over his exotic animal hunting license. Okay, it is indeed the Blood Knife Squad. You can go upstairs. The service staff stood at the elevator door and pressed 18, and pointed her pupils at the detector. Ding, the permission to use elevator number 4 is approved. Manager Gao is waiting for you on the 18th floor. The waiter smiled slightly. Even the elevator has dedicated service staff. What a luxury, Luohan said inwardly. The elevator went up quickly without stopping at all. After just a moment, with a ding sound, the elevator door opened and we arrived at the 18th floor. When I walked out of the elevator, a capable woman with short hair was waiting outside. The Blood Knife Squad, right? Manager Gao is already waiting inside. The woman led Luohan and a group of people inside. Opposite the elevator is an extra-large lounge. The area of this lounge alone is almost 300 or 400 square meters. There is a strip sofa next to the lounge, and several people are sitting on it waiting to be received by Manager Gao. But what they saw was a team carrying large tactical backpacks, walking straight towards Manager Gao's office without waiting. Manager Gao's office was next to the lounge. Led by the woman, Luohan and his group walked into Manager Gao's office. Chapter 77 Shocking Price. When you walk into the office, there are desks and sofas opposite you. On the desk is a small bonsai. The bonsai is an unknown small fruit tree. The ends of the branches are dotted with golden fruits, which looks extremely beautiful. Even someone like Luohan, who knows nothing about bonsai, knows that this must be worth a lot of money. Manager Gao. Haha, Captain Wu Tao is here. A middle-aged man in a suit left his seat and walked over with a smile. Come, sit over here. A group of people sat facing each other on the sofa next to the office desk. Wu Tao, it seems that you have made a lot of money this time. The middle-aged man laughed. The last time I came here was a year ago, when you hunted a rare second-level mid-level exotic beast. Tell me, what good stuff did you get this time? Take it out and let us see it. Old gal, I'll open your eyes this time. Wu Tao chuckled. As a manager, you've received so many teams of superpowers, so you probably haven't seen this thing very often. Luohan, take it out. Oh? Manager Gao was surprised and his eyes lit up. Luohan glanced at Manager Gao with a smile, then took out the wooden box containing the life plants from the backpack behind him and placed it on the coffee table. Then it slowly opened it, and suddenly, a green light appeared from the wooden box and a fragrance spread out. After the fragrance spread, everyone felt relaxed, as if they had taken some tonic. This is a life plant? And there are 2 of them? Looking at the plants in front of him, Manager Gao was immediately shocked. Things like life plants have always been needed by the wealthy, so they have always been in short supply and extremely rare. I didn't expect that the Blood Knife team would take out 2 at once. Lao Gao, don't dawdle. The drug might have lost some of its effectiveness if it's been open for just a few moments. Wu Tao spoke. For such a precious thing, what is lost is not the efficacy but the money. Wait me a moment. Manager Gao immediately ran to his desk. Then he quickly took out a password box from the drawer of his desk, and Manager Gao ran over quickly with the password box in his hand. Manager Gao placed the password box on the coffee table and opened it. Inside the box was a set of sophisticated instruments. When he turned on the instruments, a blue light was immediately projected from the top of the instruments and began to scan the life plants in front of him. After a while, a set of data appeared on the small screen of the instrument. Manager Gao stared at the data with a serious expression and input some information through the virtual keyboard. After a moment, yes, that's right. It's a life plant. Moreover, it's the kind that contains more life essence. The quality is good. Manager Gao smiled slightly after turning off the instrument. Are life plants still divided into different qualities? Luohan asked doubtfully. He really didn't know much about life plants. Of course. Manager Gao smiled and explained. The most important thing about life plants is the life essence. With our current scientific technology, we cannot synthesize this thing, so it is extremely precious. Life plants that contain more life essence can even be sold for hundreds of millions of blue star coins. Hundreds of millions of blue star coins? Luohan exclaimed in surprise. Blue star coin is the common currency among all countries on Blue Star, and the exchange rate with Chinese currency is 1:3. Therefore, hundreds of millions of blue star coins, if converted into Chinese currency, may be worth over 10 billion. The eyes of the Blood Knife Squad members nearby were also filled with shock. 100 million was enough to shock them, let alone several hundred million. Well, our biting base wants both of these life plants. Name your price. Manager Gao coughed dryly and then spoke. The members of the Blood Knife Squad knew each other, and Wu Tao signaled Luohan with his eyes. Luohan frowned, then said, Manager Gao, what price do you think is appropriate? Before coming, they had checked and found out that an ordinary life plant costs about 10 million yuan, and if sold on the black market, they might be able to get a few million more. But now, Manager Gao said that this was not an ordinary living plant, and for a moment he was a little unsure. Haha, let me tell you the truth. These 2 life plants of yours are pretty good. 30 million Chinese yuan! Manager Gao took a deep breath and reported directly. Even though he is just a manager, there are so many managers in the biting base. There are several on this floor alone, so his performance is also required. If this deal goes through, he won't have to worry about his performance for the next month. Luohan was a little hesitant, not knowing whether the price was appropriate. Manager Gao seemed to have seen Luohan's concerns and smiled slightly. Young man, don't worry about the price. Our biting base has a national background and will never harm any of the superpowers who have experienced life and death in the world of alien beasts. If you don't believe me, you can go to the base's store and check the prices. These 2 life plants are of medium quality. Hearing this, Luohan took out his cell phone and started to check. There are indeed quotes for life plants in the base's mall, and the price of medium quality ones is around 17 million. Considering that the biting base itself will get a share of the profits, 15 million per piece is indeed a fair price. Thinking of this, Luohan looked at Manager Gao with a smile. Manager Gao, we still have some exotic beast materials here. If you want to buy this life plant, why not buy it together? So you are satisfied with this price? Manager Gao laughed and immediately arranged for staff to count the exotic animal materials. 10 minutes later, all the exotic beast materials were counted. Wu Tao, it seems that you really made a fortune this time. We bought 2 life plants and so many exotic beast materials together for a total of 36 million. Finally, Manager Gao gave a number. The Blood Knife team looked at each other and felt that the price was quite suitable, so the team leader Wu Tao said, "Okay, that's the price. This money-making efficiency makes me want to go to the alien world to explore. Unfortunately, my superpowers are too weak, so I can't join the superpower team at all." Manager Gao sighed as he was processing the transfer procedures. "Manager Gao, you have been the manager of Biting Base for so many years. The money you earn should be no less than this, and you don't have to risk your life," Wu Tao said with a smile. "Haha, it's all luck. Occasionally I come across a big order like yours and can make some money from the commission." Manager Gao showed a smile on his face. Wu Tao smiled and said, "You should make at least 1 million from this." "Not that much." Manager Gao shook his head. "Okay, it's all done. The 36 million has been transferred to your account." There was a slight ring from Wu Tao's cell phone, and he received a notification of the change in the balance of the team's public account, notifying that 36 million Chinese yuan had been added to the account. "Lao Gao, that's neat." Wu Tao chuckled. He was obviously very happy to make so much money this time. "You have to take care of me when it comes to big orders like this in the future," Manager Gao said with a smile. As managers of the Biting Base, they are under a lot of pressure. If they fail to meet the monthly performance targets, they will most likely be demoted. "Well, I will definitely continue to take care of you next time." Wu Tao waved his hand and without staying any longer, he took Luohan and his group out of the office. Chapter 78 23 million. In room 513, the Blood Knife squad was gathered in front of Wu Tao's computer screen. 36 million! That's 36 million! Looking at the numbers behind the balance in the team's public account on the computer screen, Zhou Yu still feels like he is dreaming. "I originally thought that including the life plants there should be only about 24 million, but I didn't expect that there would be more than 10 million more." The rest of the Blood Knife team felt just like Zhou Yu, feeling very dreamy and excited at the same time. "Haha, Sister Yu, after we divide the money this time, it should be enough for you to go shopping in the mall for a long time." Luohan chuckled. Last time, Zhou Yu said that more than 200,000 yuan was not enough for her to go shopping in the mall. This time, after dividing the money, it will definitely be enough for her to go shopping in the mall for a long time. "Hey, little brother Luohan, how do you want to divide this money?" Zhou Yu changed the subject and suddenly became delicate and coquettish, with a very hot look in her eyes. Combined with her devilish figure, she looks very seductive. "Sister Yu, don't do this. I can't stand you doing this." Luohan immediately moved away from Zhou Yu opposite him. "Wow," I just exclaimed wow, he could hardly resist the temptation. "Ha ha!" Looking at this joyful scene, the rest of the Blood Knife team started laughing. "Seriously, Luohan, how do we divide this money?" Wu Tao said seriously while sitting in front of the computer. "Didn't I say it? Let's divide it according to the rules," Luohan said directly. He really doesn't care that much about money. All the equipment, secrets and other resources needed for the psychics to advance are already included in the contract given by teacher Jiangnan last time. Moreover, Luohan is very confident that he can complete the above requirements. So, he really hasn't thought about how to use so much money. In that case, he might as well give more to his teammates. "Okay, since you are so straightforward, brother Luohan, we won't be so hypocritical. There are more than 200 exotic beasts, totaling 6 million. Luohan killed most of them, so Luohan got 3 million. The remaining 3 million will be divided equally among the 4 of us. And the last life plant found was found by Luohan, who risked his life to enter the A entrance of Yonghui supermarket, so he should also get the lion's share. So, of the 30 million, Luohan gets 20 million, and the remaining 10 million is divided equally among the 4 of us. So, in the end, Luohan gets 23 million, and each of us gets 3.2 million. Wu Tao's slightly excited voice sounded. According to the team rules, whoever contributes more will get more money in the end, and any money earned by an individual also needs to be shared with teammates. Originally, during this trip to the alien world, the Blood Knife team was almost wiped out, and they only survived with the help of Luohan, so he wanted to give the life plant directly to Luohan. But Luohan insisted on dividing it according to the rules, so he had no choice but to do so. 3,250,000. Hearing this number, Tang Tian exclaimed. Before Luohan came, they could only earn 2 million at most at a time, and each person only got 500,000. This time, the money they got increased sixfold. Haha, Luohan still makes the most money. What he made this time is several times what we made in the past few years. Wu Tao laughed as he took a bite of an apple. Luohan is a student at Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers, and he hasn't even started school yet. He's already so talented. He will make even more money in the future. All this now is just a small amount of money. Li Hong next to him suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Due to Luohan's mature performance, everyone almost forgot that he was just an 18-year-old teenager. Now when they think about it, they all feel a little emotional. Luohan is a student at Jiangnan University of Special Abilities, and he will be enrolled in 2 months. He can already earn more than 20 million now. Won't he earn more in the future? For a moment, everyone cast envious glances at Luohan. Brother Luohan is only 18 years old, but he is already a second-level psychic. What will he be like in the future? I'm afraid he will become the top psychic. After Wu Tao came to his senses, he didn't even have the appetite to eat the apple. There are high-level psychics in the biting base, but these high-level psychics are rarely seen by these lowest-level minions. In all these years, Wu Tao has only seen it once, and that was when he glimpsed it from afar when he was queuing to enter the exotic beasts passage. That kind of captivating aura was deeply imprinted in his mind at a glance. Wu Tao became excited when he thought that Luohan might become such a supernatural being in the future. At that time, he could brag to others that the top psychic Luohan was once a member of their team. Yes. Everyone reacted as well. Luohan is already so abnormal now. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely be a strong man in the future. Little brother Luohan, if we need your help in the future, please don't refuse. Zhou Yu said with a seductive look. If she was just teasing Luohan for fun before, now she really wants to be with Luohan. After all, such potential stocks are not easy to come across. Before you said that if I need help I can come to you, but now you say that you need my help in the future. People nowadays are really unpredictable. Luohan made a joke, then said seriously. If I really have the ability in the future, I will definitely help you if you need me. The people in the Blood Knife team gave him a lot of help when he first entered the world of alien beasts, so he could still make a promise. Haha, brother Luohan is right. But first of all, let's divide the money. Wu Tao smiled, and then started to operate the public account on the computer, and began to divide the money. My own 3,250,000. Tang Tian's 3.25 million. Li Hong's 3.25 million. Zhou Yu's 3.25 million. Every word Wu Tao said was accompanied by a ding sound, which was the payment information automatically sent after the bank card received the money. Finally, it's Luohan's 23 million. Looking at the amount in the public account, Wu Tao chose to transfer all of it and clicked it. Accompanied by a ding sound, the account balance was also cleared. Luohan, it really hurts me to spend this amount of money. No, I must rip you off tonight. Wu Tao smiled. Haha, okay, I'll treat you tonight, let's have a good meal. Looking at the long list of zeros following the balance on his phone, Luohan smiled slightly. It's just a meal, just treat me. Okay, that's what you said, brothers, decide what you want to eat, Luohan will treat you later. Wu Tao smiled heartily. The best biting restaurant is not far from the base. Let's go there. Luohan smiled, and then led the Blood Knife squad out of the biting base. Chapter 79 Biting Restaurant. Biting Restaurant is one of the most high-end restaurants in Jiangnan City. As it is close to Biting Base, the restaurant's menu also features dishes made from exotic animal meat. This kind of dish is extremely rare in the entire Jiangnan City, so every night, the tables here are full and very popular. If ordinary people want to eat, they have to make a reservation in advance. But it is different for those with special abilities who have a license to hunt exotic animals. As long as they make a request, the restaurant will immediately arrange a seat for them. At this time, Luohan and his group were sitting in one of the luxurious private rooms. The table was a mess, and it was obvious that they were almost done eating. Haha, I think everyone should be satisfied with the food this time. Looking at the others who were well fed and satisfied, Luohan smiled. The food in this restaurant tasted really good. He even had a dish called Tiger Roaring in the Forest, made from the meat of an exotic beast called the arm-blade tiger. Let's not talk about how it tastes. The name alone is enough to attract attention. No, I'm not satisfied yet. I want to drink more. Luohan, I want you to drink with me. At this time, Zhou Yu was already a little drunk and pulled Luohan to drink. Okay, I'll drink with you, Luohan said helplessly. Although Zhou Yu looked drunk, they actually didn't drink much, and people with special abilities have some resistance to alcohol, so no one knew how she ended up like this. I can only say that she is too weak. Facing Zhou Yu, who loves both food and drink, Luohan had no choice but to accompany him to the end. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Luohan's cell phone suddenly rang. It's terrible. Looking at the 3 words Yaomushi on the incoming call list, Luohan said to himself, oh no. I had originally agreed with Yaomushi that I would go back to school early tonight, but I had such a great time eating with the captain and the others that I forgot to tell her that I would be back late. When the call was connected, Yaomushi's slightly angry voice came. Luohan, you said you would come back early. Why haven't you come back yet? Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I have to have dinner with my teammates. I'll be back soon. Luohan quickly apologized. He agreed to return to school early, but he hasn't returned yet so late. It is indeed his fault. Luohan, who are you talking to on the phone? It sounds like a female voice. Is it your old lover? Zhou Yu, who was standing next to him, said drunkenly. Hey, forget about your old lover for now, come, drink with me. Luohan, where are you eating? I'll come find you. After hearing Zhou Yu's voice, Yaomushi's tone immediately became nervous. We're having dinner at Biting Restaurant. I'll be back soon. You don't need to come. Luohan scratched his head, not understanding why Yaomushi was in such a hurry to come over. Okay, got it. After saying that, Yaomushi hung up the phone. What is this girl doing? Putting down his phone, Luohan shook his head and looked at Zhou Yu, who was trying to pull him to drink again, and didn't care about it anymore. In room 301 of the girls' dormitory, a slim and beautiful girl rushed out of the room. Sisterly, I want to go find Luohan. Do you want to go with me? Yaomushi shouted at Susili, who was lying on the sofa. Well, I won't go. You go. Susili stretched on the sofa and said lazily. Okay then. I'll go then. After saying that, Yaomushi ran downstairs to the dormitory building, muttering to himself as he ran. Damn Luohan, he actually went behind my back to find another woman. Humph, I'm so pissed off. Looking at Yaomushi running out, Susili on the sofa showed a fox-like smile. Brother Luohan, I am creating an opportunity for you to be alone. Whether you can seize it depends on you. Normally, if a girl goes out late at night, she must accompany her, but she is not worried about Yaomushi at all. Not to mention her S-level supernatural powers, just looking at the enchanted equipment she has, Susili alone knows of 5 or 6 pieces. If there really is someone who has bad intentions towards Yaomushi, then we can only say that he is seeking his own death. The hall of Biting Restaurant was filled with tables, and it seemed to be very popular, with all the seats occupied. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in from the entrance of the restaurant with a group of well-dressed young men and women. Haha, Brother Lu is so generous. He invited so many of us to have dinner here without even blinking an eye. That's right. Brother Lu's family's business has made $1 million a month. They can earn back the money for food in a few days. Why do you care about this? That's right, Feifei, it's really enviable that you can find a boyfriend like this. This group of young boys and girls praised Lu Ju and Qin Feifei, who were leading them. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not his girlfriend yet. Qin Feifei said this shyly, but looking at her expression, it seemed like she had tacitly agreed to this relationship. We are all from Class 3 of the 2nd Junior High School in Fengming City. And coincidentally, we all got admitted to the Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers in Jiangnan City. It's just a meal for you all, it's nothing. Lu Ju laughed and said proudly. Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers is considered to be a relatively poor university of supernatural powers in Jiangnan City. Basically, anyone with money can attend. But for rich kids like them, going to the University of Special Powers is not to improve their abilities, but just to get a diploma so that they can survive in the society in the future, so they don't care about these things. Xiao Fei, my dad took a long time to reserve this biting restaurant. The average consumption per person is over 10,000 yuan, and you can also eat exotic beast meat. Lu Ju said proudly to the pretty Qin Feifei beside him. It can be seen that he is pursuing this girl. Hey, exotic beast meat, it feels so scary. Qin Feifei looked very frightened. Hee, what's so scary about strange beasts? Lu Ju chuckled. Biting base is right next to it. When I become a level 2 psychic, I will go to biting base to explore. By then, I will kill a monster for you with my own hands. Really? Then you are really amazing. You dared to go to the alien world when you were at the 2nd level. Qin Feifei looked at him with admiration. Hey, that's it. Hearing Qin Feifei's words, the smile on Lu Ju's face became even brighter. Qin Feifei was his classmate in junior high school. With her pretty looks, she attracted many suitors, and he was one of them. However, he was not pursuing success at that time. He met her again later, just after the college entrance examination some time ago. When they met again, Lu Ju found that Qin Feifei had become more beautiful, so he began to pursue her even more frantically. Today, he teamed up with some of his junior high school classmates who were admitted to the same supernatural university, and invited Qin Feifei to come here for dinner to see if there could be any progress. Judging from the current situation, he has a lot of potential. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Qin Feifei listened to Lu Ju talking while looking around. Originally, she had no feelings for Lu Ju, but after she found out that Lu Ju's family seemed to be very rich, her thoughts changed quietly. Her family was originally an ordinary family. Although the superpower she awakened was sea level, it was also a very ordinary one. She also went to a relatively poor superpower university. There was no way she could rely on her superpower to change her family's situation. But she was unwilling to become an ordinary person. If she couldn't change her family's situation by herself, she could rely on her advantages in other aspects. With her looks, she will definitely be able to find a rich and good husband. With this thought in mind, Qin Feifei accepted Lu Ju's invitation today. Now it seems that Lu Ju's family is indeed quite wealthy. They invited so many people to dine in such a high-end restaurant without even blinking an eye. Qin Feifei was in a good mood and kept looking around. Suddenly, she saw a familiar face at the front desk in the lobby on the first floor. Luohan? Looking at that somewhat strange yet somewhat familiar face, Qin Feifei was a little uncertain. Chapter 80 Old Acquaintance. Luohan was Qin Feifei's classmate at Fengming City No. 2 Junior High School, and was also one of her suitors at the time. At that time, Luohan was ordinary in every aspect except that he had a pretty face. So, naturally, Qin Feifei rejected him. She still remembered that Luohan seemed sad for a long time at that time. Although Luohan was ordinary at that time, he did look good, so she still remembered Luohan's appearance until now. But why is he here? Or am I mistaken? Qin Feifei was puzzled. The person standing at the front desk looked very similar to Luohan in junior high school, but his height and aura were completely different. Luohan, a junior high school student, was of average height, not standing out among the boys, and was also very thin. The guy at the front desk was nearly 1.80 meters tall, and you could tell at a glance that he had a good figure and was the type who exercised regularly. Feifei, what are you looking at? Lu Ju followed Qin Feifei's gaze and saw a young man standing at the front desk. Luohan? Looking at the appearance of the person at the front desk, Lu Ju exclaimed in surprise. He had a very deep memory of this junior high school classmate. He still remembered that it was he who made him look very embarrassed. I didn't expect to meet you here. With a flash of his eyes, Lu Ju said to the middle-aged man in front of him. Dad, I think I saw a junior high school classmate. Let's go over and take a look. I'll be there soon. Well, go ahead, don't delay too long, the food will be served soon. The pot-bellied middle-aged man nodded and walked straight to his reserved seat. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Seeing that Lu Ju did not take them directly to the dining table, a young man behind him asked. Nothing. Do you still remember Luohan who was in the same class with us? Lu Ju said while looking in the direction of Luohan ahead. Luohan, I don't seem to have any impression of him. Oh, now I remember, wasn't it Luohan who asked Brother Lu to? One of the young men was about to speak when he met Lu Ju's cold gaze and immediately shut his mouth. Haha, it looks like someone has remembered it. No, he's right in front of us now. Lu Ju gestured in the direction of the front desk in the lobby. Oh, it's Luohan. Why is he here? Isn't he here to work during the summer vacation? Haha, that's possible. I heard his parents died in a car accident when he was in the first year of high school. Maybe he's washing dishes here to earn a living. They were all in the same class and knew everything about Lu Ju, so in order to make Lu Ju happy, they madly belittled Luohan. Haha, let's go and take a look. Lu Ju's eyes flashed, and he walked towards the front desk with a group of young boys and girls. Check out room 8. Please calculate how much it is. At the front desk, Luohan rubbed his temple. In just the past 10 minutes, Zhou Yu had forced him to drink 3 bottles of high-purity liquor. Even though he was a person with superpowers, he couldn't bear it anymore and felt a little dizzy. Okay, I'll calculate it for you right away. The service staff behind the front desk said respectfully. The customers in the private rooms are all people they cannot afford to offend, so their attitude is very good. Isn't this Luohan? How come I meet you here by chance? Suddenly, a slightly malicious voice came from behind Luohan. When he turned around, he saw a group of young boys and girls standing behind him. The leading young man had a somewhat disgusting smile on his face. Luohan had some impression of this man, but couldn't recognize who he was. But when he looked at the woman next to him, he recognized her at a glance. Qin Feifei? His previous incarnation was an ordinary teenager, living an ordinary life and going to school normally, so his memories are also very ordinary. There are only 2 things that left the deepest impression on me. One was the death of both my parents, and the other was the failure of my pursuit of Qin Feifei. Therefore, Luohan had a very deep impression of this girl who occupied a relatively large part of his previous life's memory, and he was able to recognize her at a glance. In the memory of her previous life, Qin Feifei was a girl with perfect looks and perfect figure. Now it seems that she is just SOSO, with an average figure and okay looks, but far inferior to Song Xiaoan, who has both good looks and figure. Not to mention comparing with Yao Mushi, it's like one is on the ground and the other is in the sky. It seems that the turmoil of adolescence does have a great impact on appearance. Luohan, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Seeing that it was indeed Luohan, Qin Feifei smiled sweetly. You know what, this smile really has a bit of purity to it. Hee hee. Luohan chuckled. When he was pursuing Qin Feifei in junior high school, Qin Feifei did not reject him directly, but was ambiguous, giving him the feeling that he still had hope. As a result, under such circumstances, my ex fell deeper and deeper into the trap, and was sad for a long time after the failure of his confession. It was only after I entered high school that I gradually forgot about this matter. So, he didn't have any good feelings towards this girl. How do you talk to Feifei? Seeing the aggrieved expression on Qin Feifei's face, Lu Ju suddenly became angry. He already treated Qin Feifei as his girlfriend, so how could he tolerate her suffering such injustice? Lu Ju, if you didn't say anything, I would have forgotten you existed. Glancing at Lu Ju out of the corner of his eye, Luohan said in pretended surprise. He now remembered that these people were his classmates in junior high school. No wonder they looked familiar. The leader of the group is a young boy named Lu Ju. When he was in junior high school, his predecessor did not give him face because of a trivial matter, which led him to oppose his predecessor everywhere. Judging from the current situation, Lu Ju should be together with Qin Feifei. Haha, they are a perfect match. You! Seeing the contempt on Luohan's face, Lu Ju felt a surge of anger in his heart, and his expression became extremely angry. However, after he took a look at Luohan's clothes, his angry expression immediately calmed down. Unlike when people wore uniforms at school, now a person's identity can be seen from their clothes. His clothes cost more than 100,000 yuan in total. His top was from Xiangxian in the United States, his pants were from RJ in Canada, and he was wearing custom-made leather shoes from Ming. Luohan, on the other hand, was wearing common clothes, and it would be a good deal if all his clothes cost a few hundred yuan. When they stood together, the contrast was obvious. It seems that Luohan is really doing odd jobs here. At this moment, Lu Ju felt very superior. He smiled and said, Luohan, I haven't seen you for a few years. Why did you come here to work? If you have any difficulties, tell me. If nothing else, I can still arrange a job for you. The young man and girl behind them also obviously noticed the difference in their attire, and said, That's right. Brother Lu's company, any job you do can earn over 10,000 a month. It's enough for you to live on. Haha, in his condition, he can only do some sweeping work. Sweeping the floor isn't bad, at least the pay is high. It's better than serving dishes here. Qin Feifei, who was standing next to Lu Ju, felt that it was a bit bad to say this, but she just frowned and said nothing. In his opinion, it would be a good idea for Luohan to work in Lu Ju's company, which would be better than doing odd jobs here. At this moment, the front desk waiter came over and said, Hello, Mr. Luo. Your total consumption in roommate this time was 1.21 million yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Ignoring Lu Ju and his group of clowns, Luohan took out his cell phone and prepared to pay. 1,210,000? Hearing this amount, Lu Ju and the boys and girls behind him were like ducks with their throats strangled, and they all lost their voices. Chapter 82 Qin Feifei. I really didn't expect that Luohan has actually joined the Superpower team, and judging by his appearance, he seems to be doing pretty well. Yes, and he spent 1 million right away. That's really generous. It would be great if we were his girlfriend. After Luohan left, these well-dressed boys and girls were still talking about him. Indeed, you all just graduated from high school, but you spent millions all of a sudden. Anyone would be shocked. Brother Lu, don't worry about what happened just now. Luohan is no longer from the same world as us. A young man comforted Lu Ju, whose face turned a little pale. However, these words of comfort seemed to have the opposite effect, and Lu Ju's face became even paler. Haha, I know, let's go and have dinner. Lu Ju forced a smile and then said. Although he had just lost face, he still had to treat the people he invited well. Otherwise, the little bit of face that is left might be lost. Lu Ju, wait a moment, I'm going to the bathroom. Qin Feifei beside Lu Ju suddenly said. Well, go ahead. Lu Ju said this in a daze, obviously he hasn't recovered yet. In front of the biting restaurant, many luxury cars are parked there, among which some cool floating cars attract the attention of most passers-by. Haha, Luohan, you also want to buy a hover car? Looking at Luohan, who was staring at the hover car, Tang Tian laughed. This is what young people should focus on. They spend all day practicing swordsmanship and supernatural powers, which has completely taken away all the youthful energy. Yeah, I'm actually a little interested. Luohan nodded and smiled slightly. Many science fiction products in this world are extremely expensive, including this kind of floating car. He had learned before that even the cheapest hover car would cost millions. At that time, he had to give up this idea, but now, it is different. Haha, if you like it, just buy one. Wu Tao, who was walking behind, laughed. By the way, Brother Tao, why haven't I seen you drive over here? Luohan asked doubtfully. The first time I met Wu Tao was on the subway, and I never saw Wu Tao driving a car after that. According to the income of the psychic team, it is more than enough to buy a car. You think I don't want to, but ordinary vehicles can't drive into the biting base. They can only drive to the special parking lot a few thousand meters away. In this case, I might as well take the subway directly. It's closer. Seeing that Zhou Yu was not so drunk anymore, Wu Tao let go of his hand and complained. Oh? Is there any other explanation for this? Luohan was puzzled. Of course. The biting base looks big, but it can't park so many vehicles. So, only a limited number of people can park inside the base. People like us don't even stand a chance of getting parking permits, Tang Tian said from the side. I see, Luohan said thoughtfully. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, Luohang's cell phone rang. Yao Mushi? Why are you calling me at this time? Luohang answered the phone in confusion. Luohang, guess where I am? Yao Mushi's energetic voice rang out. Biting restaurant? Luohang raised his eyebrows and guessed. Judging from the tone of her voice, she is definitely not in the dormitory. It is impossible for her to be in the dormitory and call me specifically, and I have told her that I am at Biting restaurant. So, Luohang guessed that she was at Biting restaurant. Hey, that's smart. But I'm still 4 minutes away, so you have to wait for me. Yao Mushi chuckled. Originally, she wanted to come over directly and kill Luohang by surprise, but she was afraid that Luohang would leave directly, so she had to say in advance that she was coming. Moreover, before making the call, she had already thought about speaking to Luohang in an angry tone, but the moment the call was connected, she unconsciously forgot about it. Yeah, okay. After hanging up the phone, Luohang smiled. This little girl is very caring and even came to pick me up. Okay, my wife is here to pick me up. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Captain. Luohang and the others spoke quickly, and then Wu Tao got into a high-end sports car. With a whistling sound, the sports car sped away. Well, the captain is leaving, so I'm leaving too. Blown by the cold wind, Zhou Yu, who had become a little more sober, stretched and said, Goodbye, Sister Yu. Luohang smiled slightly. Haha, Luohang, if you want, you can go with your sister. Zhou Yu said seductively. Ahem, forget it. Luohang coughed dryly and sent Zhou Yu to the nearest taxi. Li Hong, I remember you also live nearby. Tang Tian, who was next to Luohang, asked. Yes, it's over there on Yongning Avenue. Oh, by chance, I'm just on the next street, let's go together. Luohang, see you next time. Having said that, Tang Tian and Li Hong walked in one direction together. In an instant, Luohang was the only one left here. Tisk, these people left really quickly. Not even one of them stayed with me. Luohang smiled helplessly. However, it was also quite nice to feel this way alone. The faint noise from the restaurant, the roar of vehicles on the road, and the feeling of the cold wind blowing in his face made him relax. No matter where he was, as long as there were no roars of strange beasts and the scary-looking sun, he would feel comfortable. Luohang. A crisp voice broke Luohang's rare moment of relaxation. Qin Feifei? Luohang turned around and saw Qin Feifei standing behind him. What are you doing here? What's going on? Luohang frowned. He really wasn't very fond of this girl. Can't you come over if you're fine? Qin Feifei pretended to be angry and pouted. Unfortunately, this approach was completely useless to Luohan. He just watched Qin Feifei's performance with indifference. Sister, we are really not that familiar with each other. Luohang, you have changed a lot. Qin Feifei also felt Luohang's indifference, but the smile on her face remained unchanged. At Biting restaurant, when everyone was questioning Luohan, she was the only one who realized that Luohang was indeed able to pay the bill. After all, the enchanted necklace around his neck was the same type she had seen when she was shopping at the psychic shop before. One piece costs millions. He had a tall and strong figure, a handsome appearance, and most importantly, he had money. Qin Feifei admitted that she was attracted to him. So, she ran out. She was confident that she could win over this classmate who had pursued her in junior high school. Luohang, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Don't you have anything you want to tell me? Qin Feifei's beautiful eyes moved as she spoke in a seductive tone. Haha, no. Luohang was not polite at all. This woman is obviously Lu Ju's girlfriend, but she dares to come out and talk to me like this. She is simply a bad woman. Luohang, don't get me wrong. Lu Ju is not my boyfriend. We are just having a class reunion. Qin Feifei thought of this and quickly explained. Whether Lu Ju is your boyfriend or not has nothing to do with me. Luohang curled his lips and said. Just when Qin Feifei was thinking about how to change her impression of Luohan, suddenly, a gentle and pleasant voice came. Luohang. Following the sound, a tall girl got out of the taxi. With a face like that of a fairy and an almost perfect figure, she exudes a charming charm even when wearing simple casual clothes. Even Qin Feifei, a girl, felt a little moved. Luohan, you are really looking for other women behind my back. After getting off the taxi, Yao Mushi walked quickly to Luohan and said with some grievance. I came to pick him up with good intentions, but he actually found another woman. What a bad man. Ahem, you misunderstood. I don't know her at all. Seeing the grievance on Yao Mushi's face, Luohan hurriedly spoke. Then, without paying any more attention to Qin Feifei, Luohan pulled Yao Mushi and walked in one direction. Haha, so this is why you have no interest in me? Qin Feifei murmured to herself as she watched Luohan walk away without any hesitation. Indeed, if it were me, I would definitely choose the girl who is prettier and has a better figure, rather than myself. Shaking her head, Qin Feifei didn't stay any longer and turned around and walked towards Biting Restaurant. She has a good attitude. Even without Luohan, doesn't she still have Lu Ju? Chapter 83 Confirming the Relationship. Luohan, what are you doing? Yao Mushi's face turned red as she was dragged away by Luohan. Who am I? Where am I? Why was Luohan dragging me away? Her mind was in a mess at this moment. Although she was pursued by many boys from junior high school to high school, she rejected them all. So, since this was her first time holding hands, it was understandable that she was panicking. Huh? What did you say? Am I doing anything? Luohan pretended not to know and held Yao Mushi's hand even tighter. Hate. Yao Mushi let out a soft moan and let Luohan hold her hand and walk forward. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, but the area around Biting Base was still bustling. A large number of people with special abilities travel in and out of the Biting Base, which also drives the economic development around the Biting Base. So, at 10 o'clock in the evening, it is so lively around here. Among the pedestrians around, there were ordinary citizens who came out for a walk, as well as psychics carrying weapons. At this time, these pedestrians looked at the man and woman walking on the sidewalk with amazement from time to time. The man is tall and handsome, and the woman is tall and beautiful. When they walk together, they are very eye-catching. Especially the girl, with her stunning appearance and slim figure, attracted the attention of many male compatriots. However, after seeing the tall stature of the boy holding the girl's hand, they all silently withdrew their gazes. Luohan, is this the Biting Base? Perhaps she was used to it. Yao Mushi was no longer shy when being held by Luohan, and returned to her former lively self. At this time, she pointed to a huge building in front and said, Well, this is the Biting Base, the place guarding the passage for strange beasts. Luohan nodded and said, Even at night, the Biting Base was as bright as day. The extra-large searchlights emitted white light, illuminating the area within 100 meters around the base without a trace of darkness. Around the base, soldiers with guns stood like sculptures, motionless, preventing anyone from entering. Oh, this is where you enter the world of strange beasts, right? Yao Mushi tried to go through the gate of Biting Base to see what was inside. Although she was born and raised in Jiangnan City and had heard of this place before, this was her first time here. Since childhood, her impression of this place has been that it is very dangerous, and that ordinary people would be in danger of their lives if they lived nearby. Now it looks like the same buildings and streets as usual. Dad was lying to me, Yao Mushi said silently in his heart. Yes, once you enter it, you can enter the world of strange beasts. Looking at the building in front of him, Luohan couldn't help but sigh. He had only entered the world of strange beasts twice, but he had already felt the horror inside. The strange beasts everywhere have a negative effect that makes people lose their minds. It is hard to imagine what a terrifying scene it was hundreds of years ago when the Alien Beast Channel appeared and a large number of alien beasts appeared on the Blue Planet. Fortunately, 100 years ago, the strong men on Blue Star sealed the alien beasts back to the alien beast world and established a garrison base on it. Otherwise, the current Blue Star might be the same as the world of strange beasts. There are broken walls and ruins of the city everywhere, and strange beasts are everywhere. Luohan, did you encounter any danger when you went to the alien beast world this time? After a moment of silence, Yao Mushi suddenly asked. Haha, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Luohan laughed and tried to get away with it. Luohan, I want you to answer me truthfully. Yao Mushi had a serious expression and seemed extremely serious. Seeing that Yao Mushi was serious, Luohan had to retract the smile on his face and answer truthfully. With my strength, what danger can there be? Indeed, with his current strength, it would be difficult for the monsters to kill him as long as he didn't commit suicide. Moreover, he still has more than 20,000 power points left. As long as he wants, his strength can be multiplied several times in an instant. Even if it is a third-level monster, he has the confidence to kill it. Really? Yao Mushi said suspiciously. She was very aware of the dangers of the world of strange beasts. She had also seen many pictures of ferocious beasts in the school textbooks. Just looking at it, she felt a little scared. Real. Looking at Yao Mushi's suspicious expression, Luohan couldn't help but smile. If you don't believe me, just look at it. The necklace you gave me is still intact. Luohan pointed at the necklace around his neck and said, Really? Yao Mushi came closer and saw the faint light on the enchanted necklace at a glance. The enchanted necklace will automatically protect the person wearing it. If it is not triggered, it means that Luohan has never encountered any danger. At this moment, Yao Mushi suddenly realized that she seemed to be too close to Luohan. Luohan's breath blew into her neck. Realizing this, Yao Mushi stepped back with a red face. Of course. Guess what level I am now? Looking at Yao Mushi's red face, Luohan gave a mysterious smile. What level? Isn't your level just the lower second level? Yao Mushi, whose face was still a little red, asked in a silly way, looking extremely adorable. She knew about Luohan's previous advancement. He became a second-level lower-level mutant on the second day after reporting in. This advancement speed was simply terrifying. Luohan remained silent, and a golden-red sun fire suddenly appeared on his right hand. The true fire of the sun, like a candle flame, emits a scorching temperature and a dazzling light, just like a small light bulb. Since the solar fire was very small, ordinary pedestrians around did not feel uncomfortable. Mom, look at the beautiful flame on that big brother's hand. I want it too. Haha, son, that's a superpower. When you turn 18, you can also awaken it. Really? Then I want to have superpowers like Big Brother. Yeah, I definitely will. The sudden appearance of the sun's true fire, even if it was just a flash, still attracted the attention of passers-by around. Ordinary pedestrians just feel that the flame is beautiful, gorgeous, and dazzling. The psychic who was passing by was startled and silently memorized Luohan's appearance. This psychic is very strong. Luohan, have you advanced again? Yao Mushi said in surprise. As an elemental psychic, she is extremely sensitive to other elemental powers. Especially Luohan, who had occasionally used his supernatural powers in front of her, so Yao Mushi was very familiar with his supernatural powers. This burning sensation and this dazzling light were much stronger than before Luohan left. There is only one situation that can explain this phenomenon, and that is promotion. Hee, that's right, I'm now a second-level mid-level mutant. Luohan chuckled. After hearing Luohan's confirmation, Yao Mushi's mouth unconsciously turned into an O shape, and she was obviously shocked to the extreme. It's only been more than 20 days since the last promotion, and I've been promoted again. At this moment, Yao Mushi looked at Luohan with stars in her eyes, full of admiration. He is worthy of being the man I like, handsome and strong. Luohan, what do you think our relationship is now? After being surprised, Yao Mushi held Luohan's hand and suddenly asked, What do you think? After taking back the sun's true fire, Luohan let go of Yao Mushi's left hand and put his arm around her waist. Hate it, so many people are watching. Feeling Luohan's left hand touching her, Yao Mushi said shyly. Hey. Luohan chuckled. The feel of this waist is simply amazing, without any excess fat at all, and even when touching through clothes, one can feel that it is very elastic. You stinky Luohan, you touched me, you have to take responsibility. Yao Mushi smiled with a look of success. Is that so? Well then, I will just be your boyfriend reluctantly. Luohan raised his eyebrows and said, Then I will just agree to it reluctantly. Yaomushi said unwillingly. Just like that, the boy and girl who had confirmed their relationship started to wander around the streets near the biting base. Chapter 84 Yaomushi's Determination. Luohan, look, there is a snack street over here. Well, let's go and take a look. Chicken legs, spicy hot pot, candied haws, so many delicious things. Luohan, I want you to eat with me. Okay. After confirming their relationship, Yaomushi seemed extremely excited. Whenever she saw a lively place along the way, she would drag Luohan to take a look. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that Yaomushi and Luohan, tired from shopping, returned to school. Luohan, I want to go to the world of strange beasts later, can you take me there? Yaomushi, who was walking side by side with Luohan on the school path, suddenly asked. This was a decision she made after careful consideration. Although Luohan was full of confidence, and felt that the strange beasts posed no threat to him, she still felt that it would be better to see the world of strange beasts for herself. In this way, after understanding Luohan's actual situation, she would feel more at ease. Okay, if you want, I'll take you there next time. Although he was puzzled as to why Yaomushi asked this, Luohan still gave her a positive answer. Yaomushi didn't expect Luohan to agree so readily. Shouldn't he stop his girlfriend from going to such a dangerous place? As if he could see what Yaomushi was thinking, Luohan smiled slightly. The alien beast passage has only been suppressed for 100 years. If an alien beast breaks through the seal in the future, what will be the consequences? Have you thought about it? Ordinary citizens died in large numbers, but those with special abilities were able to survive. Yaomushi replied blankly. Wrong. Luohan shook his head. The superpowers will suffer heavy casualties just like the ordinary citizens. Why? Yaomushi was puzzled. In her opinion, the survival rate of people with special powers must be higher than that of ordinary citizens. For people with abilities below level C, their abilities are too weak, so they are just a little stronger than ordinary people. In fact, they are no different from ordinary people. Many of the supernatural beings above level C have never entered the world of supernatural beasts. When they face supernatural beasts for the first time, they will definitely be panicked and flustered. If they are not careful, they will be killed instantly. For example, the students in our school are basically all B-level or above, but if they really encounter a monster of the same level, I'm afraid less than half of them will survive. Luohan explained slowly. Are the monsters really that scary? Even so many people with superpowers in our school have died? Yaomushi was puzzled. As the third-ranked supernatural university in the country, the students trained by Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers should not be so fragile. Strange beasts, are they really that scary? Luohan patiently explained. They are violent, brutal, and bloody. If a superpower user faces them alone for the first time, they may be so scared that they may not even be able to use their superpowers. So, the reason I asked you to go to the world of alien beasts is to make you adapt to the way of fighting with alien beasts. If that day really comes, you won't be scared by the alien beasts to the point that you can't even use your superpowers. Is that so? Yaomushi seemed to be thinking about something. She was a smart girl, and after Luohan's explanation, she understood a lot. Although with her identity, even if the strange beast breaks the seal in the future, she has many people to protect her, and does not need to do it herself. But it is always good to plan ahead. Of course, if you want to enter the world of alien beasts, you must have me accompany you. Luohan added another sentence. Yeah, okay. Listening to Luohan's words, Yaomushi felt warm in her heart, and she smiled sweetly. 10 minutes later, Luohan and Yaomushi arrived at the student dormitory building. It is around 11 o'clock in the evening. The sky is dotted with stars and the moonlight shines on every corner of the school, making it extremely quiet and beautiful. Some students who had returned from outside sat in the pavilion next to the dormitory and admired the beautiful scenery. Okay, now we're at the dorms, we have to separate. Standing in front of the student dormitory, Luohan rubbed Yaomushi's little head. Not to mention, its round head feels really comfortable to rub. Well, I have training tomorrow, so I can only come back to see you tomorrow night. Yaomushi said somewhat reluctantly. Although she was reluctant to part with Luohan after falling in love, she also knew what was important and what was not. From childhood to adulthood, she has always strived to be the best, whether in academic performance or supernatural powers. Now is the period when her strength is improving rapidly, and improving her strength is her top priority. She would definitely not be willing to give up her training time to fall in love, and I believe Luohan thinks the same way. After all, he is a crazy practitioner. Well, cultivation is more important. I'm going to teach her John's place tomorrow, so let's meet after we finish our cultivation tomorrow. Luohan nodded, then parted ways with Yao Mushi and went back to their respective dormitories. Inside the girls' dormitory 301, 2 women in pajamas were lying on the sofa. A tall woman with a cold face, her thighs were still visible under the cover of her pajamas, and they were very slender. The other girl was petite and cute, and was eating snacks. Sisterly, where is Xiao Mu? Why can't I see her? The petite girl among them asked. She is the most miserable person in dormitory 301. She is Yanlong, who has to be trained until 10 o'clock every day before she can return to the dormitory. She went out to pick someone up. Su Silly gave a meaningful smile. It's so late, and he hasn't come back yet. It seems that brother Luohan has succeeded. Male or female? The fire of gossip burned fiercely in Yanlong's eyes. You know, when she first met Yao Mushi, she was shocked by her appearance and figure. If there really is a boy who has captured her heart, that would be shocking news. Why are you asking so many questions? I won't tell you. Su Silly rolled her eyes. Yeah? Yanlong smiled and then stretched out her little hand. It seems that you want to taste my soul hand. After saying that, Yanlong began to tickle Su Silly's armpits. Xiao Yan, stop making trouble. Ha ha ha, I almost can't breathe from laughing. You're not going to stop, are you? Then I'm going to fight back. On the sofa, 2 beautiful girls were making a mess. Because they were wearing pajamas, some of their private parts could be seen occasionally. Sisterly, I'm back. Accompanied by a voice full of youthful vitality, Yao Mushi walked in from the dormitory door. TSK, look at you guys, I was away for a while and you guys made such a fuss, really. As Yao Mushi spoke, he gently moved closer to the sofa. It seems that only I can control you. Yao Mushi's graceful figure brought up a breeze, and she joined the battle on the sofa. Haha, stop scratching me. Xiao Mu, you're cheating. You're not wearing loose pajamas, so we can't tickle you at all. Hee hee, this is called coming prepared. Sisterly, since Xiao Mu is cheating, let's team up to deal with her. Good. No, I was wrong. Suddenly, the 3 beauties were making a scene on the sofa, full of spring. Chapter 85 Artistic Concept. When Yao Mushi returned to the dormitory and played with her roommates, Luohan also returned to his room in the dormitory. Luohan leaned back in his chair, thinking of nothing and emptying his mind. After a while, he sat up and began to summarize his trip to the world of strange beasts. Ever since his last visit to the alien world, he has maintained this habit of summarizing his gains and shortcomings in order to find out and fill in the gaps. I made a lot of money on this trip to the world of exotic beasts. I earned a total of 23 million Chinese yuan and gained more than 30,000 power points. Thinking of the astonishing amount of Chinese currency on his bank card, Luohan was filled with emotion. No wonder so many people with special abilities would go to the world of strange beasts even though they knew their lives would be in danger. The speed at which they make money is simply too fast. Money is okay, power points are the most important. Luohan smiled slightly. Power points are the core of his strength improvement. The more power points he has, the more confident he will be. Now, he still has 20,000 power points left, and he is very confident. But with great rewards comes deadly dangers. Fortunately, this time only the weaker beasts from Mouth A rushed out. If the beasts from Mouth C rushed out, it would be a bit troublesome to escape. In the final analysis, it's because I'm too weak. If I were a little stronger, none of this would be a problem. System. Luohan's eyes flashed, and then he opened the system panel. Name, Luohan. Level, 2nd level intermediate psychic plus. Ability, Sun Fire, S level. Power points, 21500. Skills, Anode Fireworks level 2, Beginner Plus, Extreme Flame Blade Level 3, Beginner Plus, Sun Meteorite, Beginner Plus, Heart Sense, Low Level Plus, Ordinary Boxing, Advanced Plus, Ordinary Blade, Advanced Plus. During this trip to the world of exotic beasts, the most useful weapon for me was the Extreme Flame Blade. Whether it was the basic Flame Blade, or the Absolute Shadow and Breaking Dawn sword techniques, they were all my strongest means of attack. I learned the first 3 levels of the Extreme Flame Blade by myself, without using any ability points. If you want to use the system to upgrade the Extreme Flame Blade to the 4th level, you must obtain the 4th level secret book. Otherwise, if you force the upgrade without the secret book, the consumption of power points will be very high. So, I must get a higher level secret book immediately. Otherwise, after I upgrade Dawn Breaking to the Great Perfection stage, I will be in a dilemma of having no sword skills to practice. Luohan muttered to himself. Also, the anode fireworks also need to be trained more. If my previous young meteorite was built on the 2nd level of the anode fireworks, I might be able to kill all those monsters with one shot. It is extremely difficult to obtain power points, so the best method is to wait until you encounter a bottleneck in your practice and then use the power points to break through the bottleneck. Tomorrow, I will go to Teacher Jiang and see if I can get the higher level Extreme Flame Blade secret manual. The next morning, Luohan woke up from his sleep, stretched, got up, dressed, and washed. After a while, Luohan finished packing and walked out of the dormitory. After walking out of the dormitory, he did not go directly to Teacher Jiangnan's villa, but went straight to the school's snack street. If he doesn't eat breakfast, he might not be able to sustain his morning training. At this time, it was around 6:30 in the morning, the sky was just getting light, and only a few breakfast shops were open in the snack street. Luohan walked straight in, had a hearty meal, and then came to Teacher Jiangnan's villa. After entering the hall, Luohan did not look at the eyes of the strange beast skeleton that could evoke negative emotions, but went directly to Teacher Jiang's study. "Are you back?" Behind the desk, Jiangnan was writing calligraphy with a brush. Luohan nodded, then smiled. "Teacher, you have such a refined taste? You're practicing calligraphy?" As he spoke, Luohan moved closer. Calligraphy is one of the national treasures of China. Many people like to practice it, but this is the first time he has seen Teacher Jiangnan practicing calligraphy. There was a large character written in a flamboyant style on the rice paper on the table. "Yan! Teacher Jiang is Teacher Jiang. He writes really well. He is a bit like a master of calligraphy." Luohan took a glance and spoke quickly. Although the handwriting seemed a bit ugly, he still decided to praise it against his will. After all, this is his teacher. If his own disciples don't appreciate him, wouldn't he be very sad? "Okay, don't I know how well I wrote?" Jiangnan rolled his eyes. "It's not important how the characters are written, what's important is the artistic conception." "Yes, the teacher's artistic conception is absolutely top-notch," Luohan said quickly. "Since you flattered the wrong person just now, it's not too late to try another way now." "Stop flattering me. Take a good look at what I wrote and feel the artistic conception behind it." Jiangnan was amused by Luohan's words and couldn't help but scold with laughter. "Do words have artistic conception?" With doubts, Luohan began to carefully observe the word yen on the rice paper. This character, when it is said to resemble dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, is absolutely true. Each stroke is very graceful, but when put together they look very strange. Ahem, artistic conception, the important thing is the artistic conception. Luohan collected his wandering thoughts and focused again. This concentration actually allowed him to discover something different. In Luohan's eyes the word yen slowly turned into a ball of fire and began to emit dazzling light. He even felt an overwhelming heat. Boom! Feeling threatened, the golden red sun fire unconsciously lingered around Luohan. "Teacher, what is this?" The sudden appearance of the sun's true fire brought Luohan back to his senses, and he then looked at Jiangnan in confusion. There is definitely something wrong with this word. But why he felt like he was facing the fire was a puzzle to him. "This is the mood I want you to experience," Jiangnan chuckled. "Artistic conception? Is there really such a thing?" Luohan was puzzled. Could there really be such a thing as artistic conception? He thought teacher Jiang was joking just now. Artistic conception, there is indeed one. Jiangnan smiled slightly, and then asked, Luohan, do you know why there are so few elementalists who have reached the 4th level? Because it is difficult to improve elemental abilities. Luohan replied without even thinking. It's also difficult to improve other abilities, so why can they reach the 4th level so easily? Jiangnan asked back. I really don't know about this. Luohan scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, logically speaking, other superpowers are also difficult to improve. Why are there only so many 4th level superpower users in other departments? That's because we, elementalists, need to comprehend a certain state of mind before we can enter the 4th level. Jiangnan said slowly. Fire, wind, earth, water, light, and darkness, the 6 elements, can all enter the elemental state at the 4th level. To enter the elemental stage, you need to have a deeper understanding of your own system. For example, for the fire system, you need to sense the artistic conception of fire. So, it's not that you can transform into an element just by entering the 4th level, but only after you transform into an element does it mean that you have entered the 4th level. Originally, I was going to tell you about this knowledge about artistic conception some time ago, but you went to the world of strange beasts, so I delayed it until now. Jiangnan walked up to Luohan and patted him on the shoulder. With your advancement speed, I think you should be able to reach the 3rd level in less than 2 years. By then, you will face the problem of how to enter the 4th level. So, it's better to tell you this knowledge earlier so that you can prepare earlier. Listening to Jiangnan's words, Luohan felt his mentality break down. Originally, he was thinking about accumulating power points and then directly entering the 4th level through the system. Now you're saying that to enter the 4th level you need to comprehend the elemental realm. Are you kidding me? If the state of mind cannot be improved through the system, then wouldn't his advancement speed be slowed down? Chapter 86 Mission. Teacher Jiang, how do I learn artistic conception? Luohan asked with a sigh. Since there is no way to change this fact, we can only accept it. The most urgent task is to know how to master the artistic conception. Artistic conception is just like momentum. There is no other way but to comprehend it yourself. Jiangnan's mouth curled up, revealing a devilish smile. That's troublesome. Luohan looked bitter. To upgrade system skills, one needs to get started first. Now, he doesn't even know how to get started, so how can he upgrade through the system? Moreover, it would be really bad if the artistic conception, like the momentum, could not be improved through the system. What's the trouble? Didn't your teacher come here in the same way? Jiangnan glared at Luohan, obviously not very satisfied with his attitude. Although artistic conception can only be comprehended by oneself, there are other ways to speed up the process. Jiangnan paused and then spoke slowly. What is the solution? Luohan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Jiangnan expectantly. Yes, this thing can increase the speed at which you can feel the artistic conception. Jiangnan took down a crystal core from the bookshelf next to him. The crystal core emitted a faint fiery red fluorescence, and one could feel the temperature it was radiating. Fire crystal core? Looking at the item in Teacher Zhang's hand, Luohan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that's it. Jiangnan smiled. We fire-type psychics need to feel the artistic conception of fire. The artistic conception of fire can be comprehended from nature, and can also be comprehended from this fire crystal core. Also, using the fire crystal core to comprehend it will be even faster. Then, wouldn't that require a lot of fire crystal cores? Luohan was slightly startled. The fire crystal core can only be obtained by killing special beasts among the 2nd-level superior beasts. An ordinary one costs hundreds of thousands. If he really used the fire crystal core to comprehend it, then his 20 million would only be enough to buy 30 or 40 of them. Haha, if you have that much money, you can try it. Jiangnan chuckled. By the way, the wisp of the origin law of the fire element in the contract you signed with Principal Feng before can also be used to comprehend the artistic conception. What is the relationship between the law of the origin of the fire element and artistic conception? Luohan was puzzled. It feels like there is some connection between them. Of course it does. Jiangnan said seriously. Artistic conception is a weakened law. From the 3rd to the 4th level, You only need to comprehend a certain state of mind of fire, but if you want to go further and become stronger, you must come into contact with the laws. A psychic who only has a level but does not understand the laws can be said to be at the bottom of the combat power among people of the same level. Yes, teacher, I understand. Luohan nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that high-level elemental psychics have such restrictions. By the way, teacher, then do other types of psychics not have to worry about comprehending artistic conception and laws? Luohan suddenly asked. Since elemental psychics need to comprehend the laws, it makes no sense that those of other psychics wouldn't do the same. Other systems also need to be comprehended, but they usually come into contact with artistic conception and laws after reaching the 5th level. Jiangnan put the fire crystal core back on the bookshelf. Why is our elemental system stronger than other systems? In addition to our own strong abilities, artistic conception and laws are also one of the reasons. However, some abnormal psychics of other systems will also come into contact with artistic conception at the 2nd and 3rd levels. These people are extremely talented. If you meet them in the future, you must not take them lightly. Teacher Jiang, I understand. Luohan said seriously. This is the benefit of having a teacher. This knowledge is completely confidential to ordinary psychics and cannot be found on the internet. Only teachers in school would tell their students so selflessly. Okay, I'm glad you got it. Let's go and train. Jiangnan waved his hand, but found that Luohan had no intention of leaving. Is there anything else? Jiangnan asked. Hey, Mr. Jiang, can you sell me the 4th level of the Extreme Flame Blade? Luohan chuckled and asked. Extreme Flame Blade is sold in the Mall of Biting Base and can be purchased by level. The 1st floor is 2 million, the 2nd floor is 5 million, the 3rd floor is 10 million. The 4th floor is 15 million. Originally, the contract signed by Luohan and Principal Feng included a reward for the secret book of Extreme Flame Blade, but the contract would not take effect until after school started. He has no way of getting it now, and the secret books in the Biting Base are too expensive, so Luohan wants to buy them directly through Teacher Jiang. Oh, that's right. You have already cultivated to the 3rd level of Extreme Flame Blade. You really need the following content. Jiangnan suddenly realized. Luohan obtained an S-level evaluation when he used Dawn in the virtual space of alien beasts that day, which led to him being called away by Principal Feng, who then went to prepare equipment for Luohan. Therefore, he had forgotten that Luohan had already cultivated to the 3rd level of Extreme Flame Blade. No need to buy it, I'll just give it to you. Jiangnan smiled slightly. But Teacher Jiang, didn't you say that we need to work hard to obtain the later levels? Luohan was puzzled. He remembered clearly what Teacher Jiang said at that time. Haha, that's all to encourage you to work hard to improve your strength. Jiangnan laughed and said, I will give every one of my disciples the secret manual as long as they need it. Otherwise, I would be an incompetent teacher. He saw how hard his disciple Luohan worked. Some time ago, I arrived at his place at 6:30 in the morning and trained until 10 o'clock in the evening before going back. Moreover, he even volunteered to go to the alien beast world to kill alien beasts. This kind of courage is very rare. So, when Luohan needed the secret book, he naturally gave it to him readily. If it were an incompetent disciple, it wouldn't be so easy. Then disciple Luohan would like to thank Teacher Jiang first. Luohan showed a bright smile on his face. He was naturally very happy that he didn't have to spend a lot of money and could get the secrets behind it. By the way, I just happened to have something to do recently. I was going to hand it over to your senior brother Mao Minquan, but he also went to the alien beast world recently, so he can't do it. So I'll just hand it over to you. It can be regarded as an additional requirement for obtaining the secret book. Jiangnan behind the desk suddenly said. If you have any questions, please let me know, Teacher Jiang. Luohan said seriously. I have obtained such a valuable secret book from Teacher Jiang, and it is nothing to help Teacher Jiang do something. I have a relative whose daughter is a singer and will be holding a concert in Jiangnan City soon. But she heard that the Blood Wheel terrorist organization here is quite violent, so she hopes that I can help her find a powerful psychic to go over and protect her daughter. Jiangnan said calmly. Blood Ring Organization? There are also some in Jiangnan City? Hearing this name, Luohan frowned. This organization is the one that released the strange beast into Fengming City Park. I didn't expect that there is also a company in Jiangnan City. Well, it's even better that you know about the Blood Ring organization. The people in that organization are like rats in the sewer, disgusting, but impossible to completely wipe out. Recently, some people from the Blood Ring organization have been causing damage everywhere in Jiangnan City, causing the government a lot of headaches. Speaking of this organization, Jiangnan couldn't help but frown. Teacher, when should I go? Tomorrow, you go to Jiangnan City Stadium tomorrow morning. Her concert will start in the evening. You just need to ensure her safety tomorrow night. I have sent her phone number and some other information to your mobile phone. Please check it. Yeah, okay. Luohan nodded, then turned and left the study and walked towards the training room. Chapter 87, the third level of the Extreme Flame Blade. In Teacher Zhang's training room, Luohan did not start training immediately, but warmed up while waiting for Teacher Zhang's secret skills. In less than 10 minutes, the secret book for the next 3 levels of Extreme Flame Blade was sent over by Teacher Jiangnan. Huh! There's no picture of a superpower holding a sword? Luohan said in surprise after opening the secret book. The first secret book begins with a psychic holding a flaming sword, giving him a contradictory feeling of cold and heat. At that time he thought it was some kind of sci-fi technology, but now he knows that it is actually the artistic conception. However, the second book did not have such a meaningful picture at the beginning, which made him feel a little regretful. Yes, the complete Extreme Flame Blade has a total of 12 levels. The whole book is connected together. This book of subsequent levels is also extracted from it. It is normal that there are no special artistic conception pictures. Luohan thought about it and immediately understood. Without further ado, he began to flip through the secret book. Just like the previous book, there wasn't much content in the secret book. Luohan finished reading it half an hour later. Dawn, East Rising, and Sunrise. The next 3 levels of the Ultimate Flame Blade require the flames on the blade to reach 5 layers before they can be used. My flame blade can only wrap 4 layers at most, so I still need 1 more layer. It seems that I still need to train my supernatural powers more. Shaking his head, Luohan closed the secret book and began training. The sun is so hot. With a low shout, the golden red sun fire appeared around Luohan. Flame blade! The golden red sun fire, emitting high temperature, began to wrap around the alloy sword. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, it only stopped after it had wrapped around 4 layers. Drink! Holding the flaming sword, Luohan began the basic training of swordsmanship. Chop, hack, stab, poke, block, and sweep. Every basic knife technique has been practiced thousands of times. After that, he began to practice the moves from Extreme Flame Blade. Juying! Breaking Dawn! With one cut after another, Luohan was like an emotionless knife-wielding machine. But what was different from before was that while he was swinging his sword, the true fire of the sun also appeared around him. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 8 triangular cones and cubes burning with the true fire of the sun were constructed within an 8-meter range around his body. This is the method of multitasking that he is studying. While practicing Extreme Flame Blade, he was also practicing anode fire. In this way, his practice efficiency was more than twice as fast as before. Since he had just started this training method, sometimes Luohan would forget to practice anode fire while swinging his sword. But as he continued to train, his proficiency in multitasking was slowly increasing. Jiangnan University of Specialties has a building specifically for student training, called the Training Building. The building has 15 floors and covers an enormous area. The lower 8 floors are for students, and the upper 7 floors are for teachers. At this time, Yao Mushi walked into the training building and pressed the elevator button to the 12th floor. Ding! After walking out of the elevator, there were large training rooms one after another. Without stopping at all, Yao Mushi walked towards training room number 9. In training room number 9, there are various training equipment, and a peculiar oval-shaped cabin that looks like a virtual stealth cabin. At this time, in front of the submarine cabin, stood a middle-aged woman who looked somewhat similar to Yao Mushi. Aunt! Yao Mushi walked up gently and hugged the middle-aged woman from behind. Xiao Mu, didn't you tell me to call me Teacher Wang at school? How come you forgot again? Wang Wei turned and looked at Yao Mushi, smiling helplessly. Hey, I forgot. Hello, Teacher Wang. Yao Mushi stuck out her tongue and shouted in a coquettish tone. Oh, that's enough. You are so charming, little girl. When you act like a spoiled child, even I can't help but want to hold you in my arms. Your father really gave birth to a good daughter. Wang Wei couldn't help but pinch Yao Mushi's little face. Oh, Auntie, if you pinch me again, my face will get bigger. No one will like it. Yao Mushi complained. Haha, okay, I won't pinch you anymore. Wang Wei smiled dotingly, and then asked, Xiao Mu, why did you suddenly call me in the middle of the night and ask for a virtual stealth cabin? I had to get up in the middle of the night to help you arrange it. Wang Wei asked doubtfully. Yao Mushi is my sister's daughter. I have watched her grow up and I know that she doesn't play games. Why does she suddenly want a virtual stealth cabin? Hey, Auntie, I want to go to the alien beast virtual space to exercise, so I asked for this machine. By the way, can this machine connect to the school's virtual space for alien beasts? Yao Mushi looked at Wang Wei expectantly. Yes, of course. Wang Wei nodded. But why do you suddenly want to go to the alien beast virtual space? Hey, keep it a secret. Yao Mushi blinked her eyes, looking extremely cute. You little girl, you still have your own secrets. Wang Wei smiled and touched Yao Mushi's little head, then said seriously. Okay, let's start today's training. Your light ability is different from mine. Yours is more auxiliary, while mine is more for combat. So, today we will follow the usual practice. In the morning you will practice your light abilities, and in the afternoon, I will teach you some self-defense and combat techniques using light abilities. Yes, Auntie. Call the teacher. Okay, Teacher Wang. In Villa number 029, in the training room, a tall figure was swinging a knife continuously. Every time the golden red alloy sword was swung, it would create a golden red curve along with the sound of breaking through the air. Before the last golden red curve light disappeared, another light lit up again. This is the visual after effect caused by him swinging the knife too fast. In an instant, a flower made up of golden and red curves appeared in front of the figure, which looked extremely beautiful. Moreover, within a radius of 8 meters around him, a total of 16 flaming triangles and cubes were constructed, and the surrounding golden red flames were constantly trying to construct more triangles and cubes. In such a situation, the entire training room was illuminated in golden red, looking extremely gorgeous and mysterious. Suddenly, the golden red sword that was slashing at high speed stopped, and sweat condensed on the right hand holding the sword, but before it could drip, it was evaporated by the high temperature and turned into a small ball of white mist, steaming up. Hoo! Luohan stopped and gasped heavily. The 4th level of Dawn in Extreme Flame Blade is the fast sword, which requires swinging the sword at an extremely fast speed. He is now practicing the 4th level of Dawn sword technique. Call! After a while, Luohan's breathing became stable again. My flame blade is still only at level 4, but using it to practice the Dawn move feels pretty good. Although it's not as powerful as it could be, it's still pretty good. Looking at the alloy sword in his hand that was wrapped with 4 layers of true sun fire, Luohan muttered to himself. He could feel that his flaming sword would soon be able to wrap around 5 layers of the sun's true fire, but before that, he could only train to make do. Chapter 88 Dawn Shop. Luohan, your progress on anode fireworks is pretty good. You've already reached the 2nd level. Jiangnan walked into the training room and looked at the flaming pyramids and cubes in the sky with a smile on his face. At the same time, 16 triangular pyramids and 16 cubes condensed, which was the sign that anode flame had entered the 2nd level. It's all thanks to Mr. Zhang's good teaching. Looking at Jiangnan approaching, Luohan smiled slightly. Although his anode firework was improved through the system, Mr. Jiangnan's previous guidance was indeed very useful. That's why he only spent 10,000 power points to upgrade anode fireworks to the 2nd level. You little bastard, are you here to flatter the teacher again? Jiangnan scolded with a smile. No way, it's just that Teacher Jiang taught me well. Luohan chuckled. Okay, stop kissing my ass. Jiangnan said this, but the smile on his face never stopped. Come and eat, and then train after dinner. Teacher Jiang, I have something to do in the afternoon after dinner, so I won't continue training, Luohan said as he and teacher Jiangnan walked into the dining room. Yes, sure. Jiangnan nodded. He has always been casual in managing his disciples. He never interferes with what they do, let alone Luohan, who has always performed well. After dinner, Luohan left Jiangnan's villa, returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and walked towards the school gate. At noon in July, the sun was still very scorching, but Luohan did not feel any discomfort as he walked under the sun. The power of his awakened sun true fire came from the same source as the sun. Under the shining of the sun, he not only did not feel uncomfortable, but felt somewhat comfortable instead. Taking out his cell phone, Luohan opened the map and started looking for the psychic store. Yao Mushi had given him an enchanted necklace before, and he was planning to give her a gift in return. The enchanted equipment with protective function became his best choice. There is a shop for psychics called Morning Light Shop about 1,000 meters from the school. Let's go there. Luohan walked straight out of the school gate and headed towards the location marked on the map. For a person like him with special abilities, a distance of 1,000 meters can be reached in less than a minute if he exerts all his strength, but Luohan, who has an afternoon, is not in a hurry. It took 6 minutes to get there slowly. Chenxi Shop, a shop name that is full of natural atmosphere, but when you actually see it, a sci-fi atmosphere hits you. Above the store, the 4 words, Chenxi Shop, are projected using colorful lasers, which looks very cool. On the left and right sides of the shop entrance, there is a 3D projector, which projects a woman in tight combat clothes and holding a long sword, and a man in black combat clothes and holding a sword. The woman was tall and beautiful, and the curves outlined by the tight battle suit made her look extremely attractive. At this moment, she was posing in various positions, showing off the battle suit on her body and the sword in her hand. The man was also tall and handsome, holding a sword and posing in various mighty and domineering postures. Is it still possible to market like this? Looking at the 2 3D projections in front of the store, Luohan exclaimed. The battle suits and weapons on this 3D projection should be one of the products sold in the store. 2 virtual characters with perfect figures and looks are specially constructed to wear the battle suits and hold weapons in order to attract buyers to enter. It turns out that the effect is quite good. Just when Luohan stopped to observe, several people with special abilities came in. Seeing this, Luohan didn't stay any longer and went straight in. As soon as you walk in, you will see a huge hall with many transparent glass covers. Inside each cover, there is a battle suit or a long sword or a knife, and the appearance of the battle suits and weapons is also extremely cool. It feels like your status will rise to a higher level when you hold them in your hands. And around these covers, there are many people with special abilities observing with great interest. Is this a work of art or weaponry for sale? Looking at this scene in the hall, Luohan couldn't help but click his tongue. The equipment he bought in the biting base were all standardized, sturdy and durable, with no fancy patterns, spray paint or other decorations. Sir, what kind of equipment would you like to buy? We have battle suits, swords, long swords and other equipment here. Moreover, there are a wide variety of styles. They are definitely the coolest weapons and equipment on the market. If you need, I can help you choose. The store staff came over and gave a standard smile. I'd better take a look myself first. Luohan shook his head. Okay. This is the first time I've heard of someone using the word cool to describe weapons and equipment. Are all psychic shops this weird? Luohan muttered inwardly. Since he had never been to a psychic shop before, he didn't know if all psychic shops were so fancy or if there was something wrong with the way he opened it. Never mind, let's just take a look around first and see if there are any enchanted equipment for sale here. Luohan began to walk around the hall. There were many people with special abilities in the hall. Most of them were dressed brightly and beautifully, looking extremely fashionable. However, he, who was wearing ordinary casual clothes, looked like an alien here. Wow, this latest first-level battle suit is endorsed by Xiaoyuan. I want to buy it. Yeah, this battle suit is really good, and the price is quite cheap. Then I'll consider whether to buy this battle suit. Inside the hall, 5 or 6 psychics were surrounding a transparent cover, discussing enthusiastically the equipment in front of them. The voice just now was made by two girls among them. Is Xiao Yuan some powerful supernatural being? Is the advertising effect so strong? Puzzled, Luohan also came over. Inside the transparent cover surrounded by several psychics was a women's tight combat suit with golden patterns painted on it, which looked extremely gorgeous and beautiful. Next to the battle suit, a small 3D projector projected a man with fair skin and handsome looks. Is this Xiao Yuan? He doesn't seem to be a superpower? Luohan looked at the man projected by the 3D projection with confusion. He didn't look like he had ever been trained, and his eyes were dull, without any of the dangerous aura of a powerful psychic. Besides, the price of this level of battle suit is too expensive. Looking at the 400,000 price tag marked next to the cover, Luohan exclaimed in surprise. The first level combat suit he bought at Biting Base before only cost 200,000. With a price of 400,000, he could have bought a second level combat suit. Where did this bumpkin come from? He doesn't even know Xiao Yuan, the most popular idol star at the moment. Looking at his clothes, he probably came in to watch the fun. It's normal that Xiao Yuan doesn't know. That's right, 400,000 is already expensive. He is indeed a bumpkin. It's a pity that he has such a good-looking face. Luo Heng's shock instantly caused discussions among several female psychics around him. Although the discussion was very low, Luo Heng still heard it. So it's a jersey endorsed by an idol star. No wonder I didn't recognize it. Shaking his head, Luo Heng instantly lost interest and left. As for those discussions, he was too lazy to pay attention. He came to buy enchanted equipment, not to argue with others whether he was a bumpkin. Chapter 89 Shocked Enchanter. The Chenxi shop located in Jiangnan University of Supernatural Powers obviously knows what the students and supernatural powers want. Compared with the protective ability of the battle suit and the sharpness of the weapon, what they want more is fashionable outfit and gorgeous appearance that can attract more attention. Therefore, the equipment in this small shop will purchase combat uniforms, weapons and other equipment according to the tastes of students' psychics. Luo Heng discovered this situation after walking around the hall. This huge profit makes me want to open a psychic store like this. Looking at the price marked on the transparent cover, Luo Heng couldn't help but sigh. The price of any random weapon here more than doubled after adding celebrity endorsements and gorgeous appearance. He was tempted. While sighing, Luo Heng walked around and came to the area of enchanted equipment. Necklaces, bracelets, earrings, rings. Enchanted equipment is made into various shapes and has different functions, such as protection, offense, and strengthening. Although the functions and styles of enchanted equipment are different, they all have one thing in common, that is, they are very gorgeous, beautiful, and expensive. A first-level protective enchanted ring actually costs around 2 million, a second-level one costs 4 million, and a third-level one costs 7 million. No higher-level enchanted equipment is sold here. This is too expensive. Luo Heng frowned. It is true that he is rich, but he is not the one to waste it like this. He originally wanted to buy a third-level protective enchanted equipment for Yao Mushi, but the third-level enchanted equipment here is more than 2 million more expensive than outside. Even though it's expensive, he would accept it if the quality was better. But he roughly felt the energy fluctuations from a third-level protective ring, and felt that they were not as strong as the energy fluctuations of his Sun True Fire. It's expensive and rubbish. Shaking his head, Luo Heng prepared to leave here and find another psychic shop. Sir, are you dissatisfied with the enchanted equipment here? If so, you can customize an enchanted equipment in our store, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Seeing that Luo Heng was about to leave, the service lady in the enchanted equipment area hurriedly spoke. Due to the high price of enchanted equipment, there are very few psychics who come here to look at the equipment. Finally, a psychic who was interested in enchanted equipment came, and of course she was unwilling to give up. Oh? Do you have an enchanter here who can customize enchanted equipment? Luo Heng, who was about to leave, brightened up when he heard this. Enchanting equipment requires a psychic with special enchanting abilities. Moreover, another psychic is required to provide the powers to be enchanted, which is very cumbersome. If there was an enchanter in this store who could customize enchanted equipment, he might be able to make an enchanted equipment that would satisfy him. Yes, please follow me. The waiter smiled slightly and led Luohan to the second floor. Hey, how did that bumpkin get to the second floor? Isn't that place only for people who customize enchanted equipment? Maybe he went there just to see the world. He doesn't look like he can afford to buy enchanted equipment. Lingling, Xiaolu, you are such a fool. We are not in school now. No one is protecting you. Can you restrain yourself a little? Next to these two women, a tall and beautiful girl with a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye was looking at them with a headache. Her two roommates were used to being flattered by boys at school, which led to their outspokenness when they were outside now. Humph, who told him not to know my favorite idol Xiaoyuan? The girl said with a grin, and the other girl nodded in agreement. You guys. The girl with tear moles smiled helplessly and said, Hurry up and choose your equipment. After that I have to buy some support items for Union's concert tomorrow. Yes. The two girls chatted and laughed, and continued to walk around the hall with the girl with teardrop mole. The second floor of Chenxi's shop, unlike the first floor, does not display various weapons and equipment. Instead, it looks like a large lounge. Sir, please wait a moment. I will call our enchanter over. The waiter took Luohan to sit on the sofa and then left. Ta. After a while, accompanied by the sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor, a man about 30 years old walked over. He was wearing a black suit, a pair of shiny leather shoes, and had his hair combed back. This made him look not like a person with superpowers, but like a successful person who was about to attend a banquet. He walked straight over and sat opposite Luohan. Excuse me, sir, does this person need custom enchanted equipment? The man smiled slightly, showing excellent professionalism. Well, what kind of enchanted equipment can you customize? Luohan nodded and asked. I can make enchanted equipment of level 3 and below, and you can choose any style you want. The man smiled confidently. Is the enchanted equipment you made as powerful as the ones below? Thinking of the enchanted equipment downstairs, Luohan frowned. If the power is the same, then there is no need for him to stay here any longer. The power of enchanted equipment is related to the enchanter and the psychic who provides the power. The custom-made items I have here are only as powerful as those in the counter below. The man smiled helplessly and said, So what kind of customization is this? Luohan raised his eyebrows. You can only customize the appearance but not the power. Can this be considered customization? If you need more powerful enchanted equipment, I can contact a powerful psychic to provide you with superpowers, and then I will enchant it. However, the price may be a bit expensive. Of course, if you are confident enough in your abilities, you can also provide the source of your abilities. The man gave a smile that showed he was sure of defeating Luohan. Not all psychics can participate in enchanting equipment. Only psychics of the elemental and spiritual systems can provide their powers, and some psychics of special systems can also do so. But for the strengthening system, there is no way to bring out the supernatural powers in the body, let alone enchantment. This young man's tall stature shows that he is a strengthening type. If he wants to enchant equipment with stronger power, he can only contact other powerful people with supernatural powers. In this way, you can make a lot of money. The man's smile became brighter. Your own abilities? Luohan fell into deep thought. Just now, when he was looking at the third-level protective enchantment products in the counter below, the energy fluctuations were indeed much weaker than his supernatural powers. Otherwise, why not try using your own abilities? The sun is so hot! Boom! The golden-red sun fire suddenly appeared on the second floor. Accompanied by a dazzling golden-red light, the temperature in the room rose sharply. Fire-type power? Looking at the true fire of the sun lingering around Luohan, the man cried out in shock. He was not only surprised that Luohan's ability was of the elemental fire, but also surprised at the power of this flame. The light was so strong that he had to squint, otherwise his eyes would probably be burned. After all, although he possesses special enchanted abilities, his physical fitness is no match for other combat-type ability users. Moreover, even he felt a little uncomfortable with this burning sensation. He once came into contact with a third-order B-level elemental fire ability user. The fire ability released by that person, whether it was the light or the heat, was never as strong as the current one. Could it be that this person is a third-level psychic? Looking at Luohan's youthful appearance, the man overturned this idea. How could there be such a young third-level mutant? It's not level 3, and his ability is so strong, which means his fire ability is level A or even level S. It can produce such a terrifying energy fluctuation. Excuse me, do you think my supernatural power is powerful enough? Playing with the golden red sun fire in his hand, Luohan looked at the man opposite him with interest. Chapter 90 Enchantment. That's enough. With the power of your ability, it's more than enough to enchant a third-level equipment. The man in the suit said as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead that was about to be evaporated by the high temperature. Although he knew that the other party was not targeting him intentionally, he still felt as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast. His whole body was covered with goosebumps, and he dared not move. His status as a third-level psychic and the nearly 10 pieces of protective enchanted equipment on his body could not bring him a sense of security. Just enough to enchant it. Luohan smiled slightly, and his alluring aura disappeared, and the high-temperature true fire of the sun also disappeared in his hands. He saw the smugness of the man in the suit just now. Therefore, for this kind of businessman, if you don't intimidate him, once the enchanted equipment is customized, he will probably ask for an exorbitant price. I didn't expect that little brother is so strong. I misjudged him. The high-temperature sun fire disappeared, and the man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief. Let me introduce myself again. I'm the enchanter and owner of Dawn Shop. My name is Li Ming. The man in the suit straightened his suit, which was slightly wrinkled due to the shock, and his face regained its calm expression. However, this calmness was accompanied by obvious fear when he looked at Luohan. Well, can we start enchanting now? Luohan nodded and said, Of course, let's go to my studio first. Li Ming smiled and took Luohan inside. It's so hot. Why does it feel like the temperature has suddenly risen a bit? You think so too? Me too. Could it be that the air conditioner in the store is broken? Waiter, is the air conditioning in your store broken? Why is it suddenly so hot? You have such a big store, and each piece of equipment you sell costs hundreds of thousands. How come you can't even afford a good air conditioner? In the hall, people who felt the temperature rising began to complain. Sorry, we'll check the air conditioner right away. The service staff quickly ran to the air outlet of the central air conditioner in the corner of the hall and started checking. The air conditioner is not broken. The waiter felt the cool breeze and felt a little puzzled. Since the air conditioner is not broken, why is the thermometer on the wall almost reaching 37 degrees? How strange. The waiter shook his head and walked to the next cold air vent. Lingling, why is it so hot all of a sudden? Why don't we go to another psychic shop with air conditioning? One of the 3 girls walking together said. Yeah, let's go. Hey, it seems to be getting cooler again. Let's walk around for a while. The girl named Lingling paused and said. Yeah, then let's continue shopping. I haven't finished looking at the weapons and equipment endorsed by Xiao Yuan. Xiaolu's face was filled with smiles again. Ling Shuang, can we go shopping for a while longer? It's only 2 o'clock now, and there's no rush to buy items for Yunyan. Xiaolu spoke to the girl with teardrop mole behind her, but the girl with teardrop mole seemed not to hear her and was thinking about something. Ling Shuang. Are you calling me? And Ling Shuang came back to his senses and said quickly. Which handsome guy were you thinking about just now? You were so absorbed in thinking about him that you didn't even hear us calling you. Ling teased. No way. And Ling Shuang cursed with a smile, but her eyes involuntarily glanced towards the second floor. Just when the temperature rose, she felt an extremely strong energy fluctuation, but now she can no longer feel it. Could it be that boy from before? No, that's not right. That boy looks so young, it's impossible for him to have such a strong energy fluctuation. Ling Shuang, come and look at this battle suit, it's so beautiful. Here it comes. And Ling Shuang shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He walked towards the direction where the 2 girls in front were standing with his long legs. The second floor of Chenxi's shop is the same size as the first floor. Apart from the large lounge that Luohan had entered before, the rest of the floor is made up of rooms. Li Ming took Luohan into the largest room among them. When you enter the room, the first thing you see is a huge workbench, on which are placed various instruments, as well as some items such as rings, bracelets, and necklaces. Next to the workbench, a young man who looked to be about 20 years old was sitting there, holding a thick glass rod in his right hand. Inside the glass rod was some light blue liquid, emitting strong energy fluctuations. And in his left hand, he held a light blue ring. Superpowers, enchantment! The young man growled, and the light blue energy in the glass rod in his right hand turned into a thin thread and flew in front of him. Congeal! The young man's eyes widened, and the light blue energy thread was directly injected into the necklace on his left hand. Slowly, that ordinary necklace began to emit energy fluctuations, from weak to strong, in less than a minute. Masterly! The young man who had completed the enchantment put the thing in his hand on the workbench and shouted to Li Ming. Is that all? Luohan, who had seen the entire process, was surprised. Isn't it said that enchantment requires the cooperation of other psychics? How come that person could have done it with just an energy glass rod? Haha, many people who have never met an enchanter think that we enchanters need help from other people to complete the enchantment, but that's not the case. Li Ming walked to the work desk and picked up the glass rod filled with energy liquid. Now that technology is so advanced, we enchanters must keep up with the times. A first-level water-type power like this can be purchased for 5 million, and the energy will only be exhausted after using it to enchant equipment 10 times. So, you can actually use this energy bar to complete the enchantment? Looking at the energy bar in Li Ming's hand, Luohan showed an unfriendly look. If that was true, then wasn't Li Ming playing a trick on him just now? Don't get me wrong. Current science and technology can only store the abilities of first-level psychics. It is impossible to make enchanted equipment above the first level in this way. Seeing the fierce light flashing in Luohan's eyes, Li Ming hurriedly explained. This great god, I am afraid of him. Well, if I use my powers to create enchanted equipment, how long will it take? After hearing Li Ming's explanation, Luohan asked. He will stay at the city gymnasium all day tomorrow to complete the task assigned by teacher Jiang, so he wants to hand the enchanted equipment to Yao Mushi tonight. It will be successful in less than 10 minutes. After a pause, Li Ming continued. However, within these 10 minutes, you must use your abilities to the fullest extent possible. This way, the enchanted equipment you create will be the most powerful. Yeah, no problem. Luohan smiled slightly. It's only 10 minutes. Now, he can easily use the sun's true fire for half an hour at his full strength. By the way, do you want to make a protective or offensive enchanted equipment? Are there any requirements for the style? As he spoke, Li Ming walked towards the shelf of enchanting substrates next to him. It's for protection. Let's make it into a necklace. It should be pretty. It's a gift for a girl. After thinking for a while, Luohan said. Yao Mushi gave him a necklace, so he might as well give her a necklace in return. A necklace for a girl. I have it. What do you think of this one? Li Ming took a silver necklace from the shelf, walked over and handed it to Luohan. The necklace is very thin and has no complicated decorations, making it look fresh and clean. Inexplicably, Luohan felt that this necklace was very suitable for Yao Mushi, so he nodded. Let's take this one. Teacher, did you take the wrong one? This is a necklace for making third-level enchanted equipment. The young man next to the workbench asked doubtfully. You should know that the prices of enchanting materials of different grades are also different. The first grade raw materials are 500,000, the second grade is 1 million, and the third grade is 3 million. If enchanted equipment made with third-level materials is sold as second level, wouldn't it be a huge loss? You didn't take the wrong one. Li Ming chuckled and said. Stand further away from me later. Be careful that this gentleman's special ability may hurt you. Yes. The young man nodded, but he didn't care. Sir, what powerful superpowers can this little brat use? I'm ready, just use your powers to the fullest. Wearing a pair of sunglasses and holding a necklace in his right hand, Li Ming looked at Luohan. Don't ask why he wears sunglasses. The answer is that the sunlight is too dazzling and he is afraid. Okay. Luohan nodded. The sun is so hot! Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the golden red sun true fire appeared in the room. Under Luohan's control, the sun true fire did not leave the range of 1 meter around him. Wow, it's so hot! The young man who was a little closer to Luohan realized something was wrong the moment the flame appeared and quickly ran to the side. His reaction was not slow, but he still suffered. Accompanied by the smell of burning protein, his hair actually caught fire. Help! Help! The young man screamed instantly. Looking at this scene, Luohan frowned and then picked up a knife on the workbench. With a flash of the knife, the young man's burning hair was cut off.
Physical defense, 2.0592 million. Magic defense, 1.6474 million. Elemental resistance, ice 80%, death 70%, shadow 60%, other elements 40%. Skills, frost dragon breath, dragon might, body size reduction, basic ice spells, frost freeze. Frost dragon's breath, causes 500% of the spell's strength in ice damage to the target within a 5-meter radius every second, with severe injuries and burns lasting up to 30 seconds. The attack range is 50 meters, the cooling time is 120 seconds, and the mana consumption per second is 2,000 points. Attack range and attack distance are proportional to body size. Dragon Might, Dragon King level pressure, shocking all creatures within a 1,000-meter range, reducing all attributes of creatures with a lower life level than the Frost Dragon King by 10% to 50%. The lower the life level, the stronger the shock effect. When a level gap between the two sides is too large, the effect of Dragon's Might will be weakened. Size reduction. You can reduce your size to a certain extent, making it easier to fight or enter inaccessible places. Frost Freeze. Passive effect. The freezing chance and effect of all ice spells are doubled. The King of the Frost Dragon Clan. A powerful mythical creature. Summoning space. 1340/1340. The player's spirit bonus coefficient for skeletons is 0.6. 1. Elite Skeleton Warrior 540. Elite Skeleton Warriors. Level 20. Strength 43,318. Physique 438. Agility 43,318. Health value 4.3318 million / 4.3318 million. 1 point of constitution equals 20 points of health, 15 before sublimation. Attack power 216,600. 1 point of strength equals 2.5 points of attack power, 2 before sublimation. Physical defense 76,000. 1 point of constitution equals 1.5 physical defense, 1 before sublimation. Skills: heavy attack LV9, wild charge LV9. Heavy attack E. Level 9, max, swing the weapon to hit the target hard, causing 190% physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Wild charge B. Level 9, max, rushes towards the target at 300% speed, causing 300% damage. Depending on the power difference between the two sides, the target can be stunned for up to 5 seconds. The charge distance is 10 to 100 meters, and the cooling time is 60 seconds. 2. Elite Skeleton Shooter 400. Elite Skeleton Shooter. Level 20. Strength 43,318. Physique 438. Agility 43,318. Health value 649, 800 / 649, 800. 1 point of constitution equals 15 points of health, 12 before sublimation. Specific value 649770, rounded to 2 decimal places. Attack power 86,600. 1 point of strength equals 1 point of attack power, 0.75 before sublimation. 1 point of agility equals 1 point of attack power, 0.75 before sublimation. Physical defense 40,500. 1 point of constitution equals 0.8 physical defense, 0.5 before sublimation. Skills: double shot LV9, deadly sniper LV9. Double shot E. Level 9 max, instantly shoots 2 arrows, causing a double blow to the target. Each arrow causes 99% physical damage. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. Deadly sniper B. level 9, max, concentrate on a powerful sniper with a maximum range of twice, causing 450% physical damage to a single target and doubling the critical hit rate. The guide time is 2 seconds and the cooldown time is 60 seconds. 3. Elite Skeleton Mage, 400. Elite Skeleton Mage. Level, 20. Spirit, 43,318. Agility, 43,318. Physique, 433. Health value, 433, 200/433, 200. 1 point of Constitution equals 10 points of health, 8 before sublimation. Spell Strength, 108,295. 1 point of Spirit equals 2.5 Spell Power, 2 before sublimation. Physical Defense, 25,300. 1 point of Constitution equals 0.5 Physical Defense, 0.33 before sublimation. Magic Defense, 30,400. 1 point of Spirit equals 0.6 Magic Defense, no before sublimation. Skills, Fireball LV9, Sea of Fire LV9. Fireball, E. Level 9, max, releases a fireball to attack the target, causing fire damage equal to 220% of the spell power. Casting time is 1.5 seconds, and cooldown time is 30 seconds. Sea of Fire, B. Level 9, max, releases a Sea of Fire, causing 100% of the spell's strength in fire damage to the target within a 30-meter radius every second. Casting time is 3 seconds, duration is 9 seconds, cooldown is 60 seconds. Commander Space, 20 of 20. 1. Headless Horseman 20. The Headless Knight receives the player's spirit bonus coefficient of 1. Headless Horseman. Level, 20. Strength, 72,196. Physique, 7,294. Agility, 72,196. Spirit, 72,196. Health value, 7.2196 million/7.2196 million. 1 point of Constitution equals 100 health points. Attack power, 72,200. 1 point of Strength equals 1 point of attack power. Physical defense, 168,900. 1 point of Constitution equals 2 physical defense. Magic defense, 168,900. 1 point of Spirit equals 2 points of magic defense. Elemental resistance, death 20%, shadow 20%. Skills, Death Charge LV9, Headless Immunity LV9. Death Charge, S, level 9, max, rushes towards the target at 900% speed, causing 900% damage to all enemies along the way. The strength effect is increased by 900% during the charge. It is unstoppable and not affected by control skills. Charge distance, 10 to 200 meters, cooling time, 60 seconds. Headless Immunity, S. Immunity from all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness, dizziness, etc. Legion. Summon Shadow Knights to join the Legion. The maximum number of summons is equal to 42.5% of the player's commander's summoning space. Decimals are discarded, and the minimum number of summons is 2. Command. Defense Aura LV17. Within 340 meters, all friendly forces' double defense is increased by 17%. The effect cannot be stacked. Without a head, you won't feel dizzy. Legion Summons 1.1. Shadow Knight 160. Attribute is 50% of Headless Knight. Shadow Knight. Level 20. Strength 36,098. Physique 3,098. Agility 36,098. Spirit 36,098. Health value 3.6098 million/3.6098 million. Attack power, 36,100. Physical defense, 84,500. Magic defense, 84,500. Skill, Shadow, Charge LV9. Shadow Charge, B, level 9, max, rushes towards the target at 300% speed, causing 300% damage to all enemies along the way, and the strength effect is increased by 300% during the charge. Charge distance, 10 to 100 meters, cooling time, 60 seconds. Chapter 86, I'm afraid there aren't enough monsters to kill. Outside of Donghai City, although it was late at night, there were still many players working hard to kill monsters. Because of the lifting of teleportation restrictions, many players above level 5 decisively chose to leave the novice village. After all, apart from the Misty Forest dungeon, there is nothing worth lingering there. Players who have gained some equipment and skills in this initial copy no longer face the initial dilemma when facing ordinary wild monsters. No matter where you are, there are always some people who like curling. They would rather take less rest and seize the early stage of the game of all worlds to level up as quickly as possible. The moon is high in the sky, and the field of vision at night is far worse than that during the day, but there are also props and skills in the game that can increase the field of vision. The cheapest torch can be bought with some copper coins. Sumubai looked down and could see sparks at a glance. Naturally, he would not compete with these players for monsters. Frost swept through the sky at a high speed. The air around it was condensed by the low temperature it emitted, and bits of ice crystals fell to the ground. Why do I feel a little cold all of a sudden? Is it snowing? What was that just passing by? It was so fast. The visibility is too poor at night. I can't see clearly at all. It's gone in the blink of an eye. It's not some boss, is it? You're overthinking. Which boss would dare to approach Donghai City without any eyes? The impact of Frost immediately attracted the attention of many players. However, they couldn't see clearly at all. After discussing it for a few words, they returned to the task of leveling up. At a leveling point far away from Donghai City, the level of wild monsters here has been raised to around level 15. An elite team of 100 people is leveling up here. The lighting tools they used were not cheap torches, but lighting stones worth 10 silver coins each. This prop can provide 80% of the daytime vision within a range of 50 meters. This is the elite group of the Bay Guild, and the leader is Hong to Bay, an S-level talented master. Except for him, everyone else has A-level talents. Hong to Bay looked at the frost flying through the air, and his pupils shrank slightly. Bai Yi left the city? Before leaving the novice village, he was full of confidence in his future. It was not until he saw Bai Ye's true strength in the teleportation square that he no longer had the idea of comparing himself with him. That guy is simply not a human being. Can his elite group of 100 men defeat a single skeleton? It was not until the frost disappeared from his sight for a long time that Hong Tu Bei withdrew his thoughts, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Cheer up, everyone, and earn enough gold coins as soon as possible." Yes, now he just wanted to earn enough money for the transfer fee as soon as possible so that he could develop in other cities with the elite members of the guild. He didn't want to stay in Donghai City. What if one of his subordinates was so blind that he offended the killer Bai Yi? Wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Looking at his own talent, a gleam of light flashed in Hong Tu Bei's eyes. As long as he can avoid the pervert Bai Yi with his own talent, there is no place where he can't develop. Donghai City, even dogs won't stay here. After flying at high speed for more than 10 minutes, Frost slowed down and lowered its altitude. After leaving the novice village, the mini-map will no longer mark detailed information. Unless it is an explored area, there will be information such as monster distribution and level. However, one thing is well known. The closer to the main city, the lower the level of the wild monsters. At the flying speed of the ice, this place is already some distance away from Donghai City. As the flight altitude decreased, Su Mubai began to look at the wild monsters below with the help of the ice blue light in Frost's body. Poisonous spider. Level 21. Ordinary. Keep flying. After a quick glance, Su Mubai withdrew his gaze and signaled Bing Shuang to speed up. With the current panel of the Undead Legion, these monsters are too low level. After exploring along the way, they soon arrived at the seaside. As the most prosperous coastal city in the Dragon Empire, Donghai City is not far from the endless sea. Looking at the endless ocean, Su Mubai frowned, but still controlled the frost to land on shore. On the vast beach, huge sea crabs roam around in search of food, and they are also food in the eyes of other creatures. With the arrival of frost, these wild monsters were immediately shocked by the powerful dragon's might, and their attributes dropped by 50%. Giant sea crab, dragon's might suppresses, all attributes reduced by 50%. Normal monster, level 30, health, 30,000/30,000. Saltland hyena, dragon's might suppresses, all attributes reduced by 50%. Level 35, elite, health, 500,000/500,000. Magic sand leopard, dragon's might suppresses, all attributes reduced by 50%. Level 40, strength and elite, health, 1.2 million/1.2 million. Level 30 is indeed a hurdle. Sumubai looked at the health bars of the three wild monsters and murmured something. Along the way, the health of ordinary monsters below level 30 is less than 20,000 at most. Now that the giant sea crab's attributes have been reduced by 50%, it still has a health value of up to 30,000. It can also be seen from the effect of Dragon's power that whether it is an ordinary monster or a strengthened elite, it is the same when facing Frost. Even though his level was more than 20 levels higher, he was still affected by the dragon's might. Go and have fun by yourself. After using Death Zone Transition to leave the throne, Su Mubai waved towards Bing Xuan. The latter's eyes suddenly lit up, and he flapped his wings, flew to the beach, and began to kill indiscriminately. Since I became a mount, I can finally stretch my muscles. Roar! The dragon's roar broke the silence of the night, and also awakened the wild monsters that were frightened by the dragon's might. But what awaits them is only death. The frost wings spread out and flew low over the sky. The extremely cold frost elements in its mouth intertwined with the hot dragon breath, and it suddenly ejected a terrifying torrent of energy. Frost Dragon Breath. Minus 8.82 million, minus 15.98 million, minus 8.79 million. In places baptized by the breath of the frost dragon, damage numbers as high as 7 digits appeared, mixed with 8-digit critical damage. Even the enhanced elite, demonized sand leopard, with a level of 40, could not withstand this terrifying dragon breath for even a second. Mythical creature, so terrifying. The gap between life levels is like a chasm. Wherever the frost passed, it left behind a 10-meter-wide frost road, as well as monster corpses and dropped items. At the same time, Su Mubai system notification sound began to flash across the screen. Kill a level 30 giant sea crab and gain an additional 150% experience bonus, plus 3,000 experience points. Bonus for level up 50%, title bonus 100%. Kill the level 35 elite monster, Salt Hyena, and gain an additional 150% experience bonus, experience value, plus 17,500 points. Kill the level 40 enhanced elite monster, Demonized Sand Leopard, and gain an additional 150% experience bonus, experience value plus 60,000 points. Due to the experience distribution method set by Su Mubai, all the experience points from monsters killed by Frost are also gained by him. 30 seconds of Frost Breath. Although most of the creatures killed were giant sea crabs, it still increased Su Mubai's experience bar by nearly 10%. However, the 200 or 300 wild monsters in that large area were also cleared out directly. I'm afraid this isn't enough. Su Mubai didn't expect that he would be troubled by killing monsters too quickly. Turning in the opposite direction of the frost, he thought and summoned the space to cooperate with the opening of the death curtain. The next moment, 20 headless knights arrived with 160 shadow knights and 1,300 skeletons. The moment the undead army descended, the leading headless knight pointed a spear forward and issued orders with soul waves. In an instant, all the knights turned into black light and rushed towards the target farthest from the skill range. Death Charge. Shadow Charge. Chapter 87, it's over before I even start. Click, click, click. The elite skeleton army warrior just raised his giant sword, and then stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. The elite skeleton archers and mages in the rear also put down their weapons at the same time. All the skeletons turned to look at Su Mubai at the same time, waiting for the next instruction. At this time, all the knights had just completed the charge, but their figures had been obscured by the darkness and were beyond Su Mubai's field of vision. The farthest headless knight was already 200 meters away. Minus 649,800, minus 650,000, minus 1.32 million, minus 108,300, minus 108,100, dash 216, 400. Immediately afterwards, countless damage popped up. The combination of 20 headless knights and 160 shadow knights. The skill effect made Su Mubai dumbfounded. As the two charged together, 180 rays of black light intertwined and plowed the front directly. Even the demonized sand leopard with 1.2 million health points was hit by several black lights and flew directly into the air, turning into a corpse before it hit the ground. Almost instantly, the wild monsters in the area in front of Su Mubai were cleared out. Only corpses and coins were left on the ground, and occasionally 1 or 2 scattered pieces of equipment could be seen. On the other side, Frost continued to release blizzards and ice hurricanes, and the killing continued. Kill a level 30 giant sea crab and gain an additional 150% experience bonus, plus 3,000 experience points. Kill the level 35 elite monster, Salt Hyena, and gain an additional 150% experience bonus, experience value, plus 17,500 points. Kill the level 40 enhanced elite monster, Demonized Sand Leopard, and gain an additional 150% experience bonus, experience value plus 60,000 points. The experience bar suddenly jumped by 13%, but Sumubai found out with some embarrassment that there were no more monsters in his field of vision. The Frost and Night Legion slaughtered nearly 1,000 wild monsters in an instant. Everything was over before the skeleton army even took any action. Patting his forehead helplessly, Sumubai's mind moved, and the skeleton army began to clean up the battlefield in a mighty manner. He himself disappeared right where he was. Death Zone Transition. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the front of the Headless Night Legion. Fortunately, the coastline is long enough. Even though the area just cleared out, there's still some here. This time without any skills, the Headless Knight led the Shadow Knight Legion to start killing monsters normally. With their powerful panel attributes, they can completely ignore the damage of these wild monsters, but the efficiency of normal attacks will be much slower. Despite this, the countdown for the lives of wild monsters in this area has already begun. After 60 seconds, the 180-degree black light once again rushed across the beach under the night sky. Death Charge. Shadow Charge. In an instant, all the monsters within a range of more than 100 meters were cleared out. At this time, the skeleton army that had been cleaning the battlefield had just picked up the leftovers and came to hand them over to Sumubai. Let's continue cleaning up the battlefield. Sumubai looked at the copper and silver coins piled on the ground in front of him, waved his hand, and asked the skeleton army beside him to continue their previous work. There is no way. There are only so many monsters, and they can't compete with the Knights Legion at all. Sumubai's serial corpse explosion technique is also useless here. He waved his hand and put the dropped items into his backpack. In addition to currency, there are also some equipment and materials. But they're all garbage equipment of level 30 or 40, and the strongest is only black iron level. Even if you get promoted for free, it will only be bronze equipment. Such high-level bronze equipment has no meaning at this stage. Before the auction systems of players and locals were connected, these junk equipment could only be sold in stores at low prices. But it's better than nothing, at least it's some benefit. Moreover, Sumubai does not have to worry about the problem of not having enough space in his backpack. He can trade remotely with richest man in the world at any time and hand over the garbage to the other party for disposal. Wow. Soon, a golden light shot up into the sky, tearing through the dark night. Congratulations to the player Bai Yi for reaching level 21, for dimensions +1, skill point +1, free attribute points +15. After allocating the free attribute points in the same way as before, Sumubai used Death Zone Transition to catch up with the Vanguard and continue his leveling journey. On the other side, Frost, who was having a lot of fun, became more and more excited as he killed more and more undead creatures, and the madness in the bones of the undead creatures was completely released. At this time, he had no idea how far away he was from Sumubai, and even the experience points began to belong to him. Sumubai's experience tips kept appearing on the screen, so he didn't notice this. It was not until he had cleaned up the fallen items again and traded the garbage in his backpack to richest man for free that Sumubai remembered being Xuan. After a slight sensation in his mind, he was stunned for a moment. According to feedback, the two are actually more than 10 kilometers apart. A look of surprise appeared on Sumubai's face. Even with the catastrophic property of expanding the summoning space, the controllable range of his summoned creatures is only 500 meters. Upgrading does not increase this range. You should wait until you advance. But why is the range of Frost so large? Sensing Sumubai's doubts, Bing Shuang's voice sounded directly in his mind. Master, I am a real creature, different from summoned creature. As long as you allow me, I can move freely without any restrictions. When Sumubai heard this, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes and his heart trembled. Without any restrictions? That's not the case. I can feel that there's a powerful barrier around this country. Specifically, as long as I am within the range of this barrier, I can move freely. The barrier probably refers to the national border. Sumubai thought for a moment and continued. Can all mounts move freely like you? How is that possible? There was a hint of disdain in Frost's voice. Only truly intelligent creatures will do. If it's a mount created by the Wanjia game that can be dropped by monsters that refresh repeatedly, its range of activity can only be the same as that of a summoned creature. Then, Bing Shuang added another sentence. By the way, Master, if we are too far away, the monsters I kill will not provide you with experience points. After Bing Shuang's explanation, Su Mubai understood a little more about the rules of the game of all worlds. He didn't really care about the experience points. After all, even if there was no frost, there were not enough monsters in this area for the undead legion to spawn. He was more concerned about another issue. If the distance is too far, can I still take you back to the mount space directly? Yes, Master. Frost continued to explain. The mount space is the rule of the game of all worlds. As long as we are in the same world, you can take me back at any time regardless of the distance. That's good. Su Mubai smiled and was about to give it a try when Bing Shuang's voice sounded in his mind again. Master, I found a boss here. What great! Su Mubai raised his eyebrows, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Gold level. Catch it. Okay. Chapter 88, Verifying the Conjecture. The gold level boss is not worth mentioning to Su Mubai, and the things dropped are only dark gold level after getting them for free. What he wanted to do was to verify his inner thoughts. These past few days, he has been using Cataclysm to improve his things, which has led to a habit of thinking. It was not until he upgraded his skill to become the richest man in the world that Su Mubai thought of this possibility. Can the quality of the boss be improved by Cataclysm? If possible, we can do nesting dolls again. As soon as this idea came out, Su Mubai immediately became excited. Fortunately, Frost's flying speed was fast enough, and he quickly caught the boss and flew back. This is a sea snake that is more than 10 meters long, and its sturdy body is firmly grasped by the frosty dragon claws. The boss struggled violently, and its snake tail kept lashing out, but it was unable to do any damage to the frost. Over 2 million physical defense and over 1.6 million magic defense are not something that a small gold-level boss can break. Demonized Sea Snake King, Dragon's Might suppresses, all attributes reduced by 45%. Level 50. Gold level BOSS. Health value, 5.94 million / 5.94 million. Even though this was a gold level boss of level 50, its overall attributes were still suppressed by 45% by the frost of level 10. In a game of 10,000 worlds, the gap between life levels is much greater than imagined. A young dragon is still not something a gold level boss can challenge. What's more, Frost is a more powerful Dragon King. Bang! The demonized Sea Snake King was thrown down from a high altitude by Frost, and the impact of the fall raised a cloud of dust. The next moment, Frost fell from the sky, and a dragon claw firmly pinned the demonic Sea Snake King to the ground. It raised its head and looked at Su Mubai, saying loudly, "Master, I caught him back." "Well done." Su Mubai smiled and nodded. "I should be the first person in history to capture the boss and conduct experiments on it, right?" Su Mubai did what he said. He locked his eyes on the still struggling demonized Sea Snake King and had an idea. Cataclysm. Target, demonized Sea Serpent King. Tip, please select the promotion rank. First rank /2 ND rank /3 RD rank. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Dark Gold level boss, demonized Sea Serpent King, no consumption. Option 2. Upgrade to the epic boss Sea Serpent, consuming 10,000 soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to the legendary boss, Hydra, consuming 5,000 years of life. It really works. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled as he looked at the 3 options that popped up excitedly. To be honest, this consumption is much higher than the items or skills of the same level of Cataclysm. Especially for sublimation, it actually requires a full 10,000 soul coins. If converted into gold coins, it would be over 100 million. As for the third option, Su Mubai simply ignored it. Even if he had enough life, he would never be able to use it to improve his enemies. Not to mention whether the level 50 legendary boss can be defeated, the additional catastrophic characteristics alone are enough to give people a headache. What if the enemy is given a bug level feature? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? He didn't even have 10,000 soul coins, so his only option was to get it for free. Promote to the next level. His tilde. The moment Su Mubai made his choice, The demonized sea snake king's eyes suddenly flashed with a faint light, and it spit out its tongue and let out a hissing sound. Immediately afterwards, a rich, dark golden light enveloped its entire body in an instant. The rules of evolutionary energy were actually able to directly repel the frost dragon claws. It looked at the boss wrapped in dark golden light curiously and asked doubtfully, "Master, did you give this guy promotion?" Sumubai nodded, staring at the boss. The evolution lasted for more than 2 minutes, and as the light faded, the boss's size had doubled. A giant demon snake, as thick as a bucket and nearly 30 meters long, appeared on the beach. Demonized Sea Serpent King, Dragon's Might suppresses, all attributes reduced by 30%. Level 50. Dark Gold, Level BOSS. Health, 42 million/42 million. Attack Power, 68,600. Spell Strength, 57,400. Physical Defense, 8,400. Magic Defense, 7,000. Elemental Resistance. Water, 20%. Poison, 20%. Skills, Water Series Spells, Death Strangulation, Deadly Venom, Rocket Headbutt. The lucky guy who evolved inexplicably. After his strength increased significantly, he just wanted to seek revenge on the guy who just humiliated him. His Tilda. The demonized Sea Serpent King stretched out its long tongue and stared at Bing Shuang with its dark green vertical pupils. Although it didn't understand why it suddenly evolved, it only wanted to devour the giant dragon in front of it. Putting aside the hatred, the blood in the other person's body also has a deep attraction to it. If successful, maybe it can evolve again. What are you looking at? Bing Shuang glared at the boss fiercely, but since Su Mubai hadn't spoken yet, he didn't dare to take action. This guy wants revenge on you. Su Mubai smiled and waved his hand. Kill him. The experiment is over. What's the point of keeping it? Okay. Bing Shuang grinned and immediately pressed his claws on the vital point of the Sea Serpent King. Although the opponent's body size after evolution was much larger than it, it was useless in the face of the absolute power gap. Let you see. Bing Shuang snorted coldly and opened his mouth wide. Frost breath. Boom. The energy of ice and fire poured down and suddenly hit the head of the Sea Serpent King. Although there was a heat wave, it was frozen into a lump of ice. Minus 8.765 million. Minus 8.81 million. Minus 17.54 million. Minus 18.02 million. For seconds. This dark gold level boss only lasted 4 seconds under the dragon's breath before falling to the ground and dying. Even owed Frost some health points. A boss below the epic level, even if it is level 100, cannot cause any damage when facing the mythical level Frost. In the Wanjia game, there is no such thing as level suppression to reduce damage. The only thing that exists is life level suppression. Chapter 89. The real boss is hard to find, but there are too many little Sakura. Kill the level 50 Dark Gold boss, Demonized Sea Serpent King, and gain an additional 150% experience bonus. Experience value plus 22.5 million points. Soul absorption takes effect. Soul points plus 2.5. Wow. Congratulations to the player, Bai Yi, for reaching level 22, for dimensions plus 1, skill point plus 1, free attribute points plus 15. The moment the boss died, another golden light shot up into the sky, and the level of Su Mubai, who had just been upgraded, was raised again. After passing level 30, the boss's combat power and experience points have also increased a lot. Su Mubai murmured. The overall combat power of this demonized Sea Snake King is completely comparable to that of the level 20 Undead Bone Dragon in the Forgotten Land. However, the experience points gained from killing it are still not as rich as those from an epic boss. It's just that the soul points are too few. Looking at the system prompt, Su Mubai frowned. A level 50 Dark Gold boss only provided 2.5 soul points. Not to mention those little monsters before. It takes hundreds of them to provide 0.1 point. Why is the gap so big? Su Mubai was very confused. Before in the Forgotten Land, Franklin directly provided 1,000 points. Could it be that Franklin was not created by the game, of all worlds? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Su Mubai suddenly felt that it was very likely. It seemed that if I want to earn soul points, I have to kill people. Thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. As soon as the sun rises, I'll go find Huaijian. At my own leveling speed, I will soon reach level 29, and I must hurry to the Sakura Kingdom. It's hard to find a real boss like Franklin, but there are too many Sakura. Sumubai raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, reached out to take the spoils handed over by the skeleton, and with a thought, he distributed the free points. Before I could check, Bing Shuang beside me poked her head over. "Master, I'm hungry." It looked at Sumubai eagerly. "Yours is indispensable." Sumubai smiled and patted Bing Shuang's forehead, then threw all the 20 or so materials after the promotion into its mouth. Epic materials, just the minimum requirement for frost food. Although its conversion efficiency is not as high as that of ice and death materials, it can still provide it with a lot of experience points. "Thank you, Master. I will continue to play now." The soul fire in the frosty pupils sent out a signal of joy. "Wait a minute." Sumubai shook his head, signaling Bing Shuang not to rush. Only then did he look at the items dropped by the boss. In addition to hundreds of gold coins, there is also a B-level skill book, 2 C-level skill books, 3 pieces of dark gold equipment, more than a dozen level 2 gems, and 2 intermediate skill books. Sumubai does not meet the learning requirements for 3 skills, and his equipment is all leather armor. The only things that are useful to Sumubai are the last 2 intermediate skill books. I almost forgot about this. Looking at the 3 unidentified pieces of equipment, Sumubai suddenly remembered that he was still an appraiser. Previously in the Forgotten Land, the items dropped by Franklin and Kaku's did not need to be identified, so he really didn't remember it for a moment. Before getting it for free, you have to identify the equipment first, otherwise the success rate of identifying epic equipment will be too low later. Sumubai thought about it, and an idea came to his mind. Cataclysm. Target. Intermediate identification technique. Tip. Please select the promotion rank. First rank /2 ND rank /3 RD rank. Click to view details. Sublimation to the second level. Prompt. Do you confirm to consume 50,000 gold coins, overwrite the previous promotion effect, and upgrade the skill primary identification technique to a higher grade? Confirm. Now that I'm rich, a mere 50,000 gold coins is nothing to mention. Although Datu's 10 million gold coins were temporarily kept by richest man in the world, Sumubai still had more than 200,000 gold coins in his backpack. Hint, you lost 50,000 gold coins. Your secondary occupation skill, primary identification, has been successfully upgraded to advanced identification. Tip, your secondary professional title has been changed to senior appraiser. After a series of system prompts ended, Sumubai opened his secondary occupation panel to check the skill details. Advanced identification technique, 10/50,000. As skill proficiency increases, the success rate of identification will increase slightly. Dark gold item identification success rate, 90%. Success rate of epic item identification, 20%. Legendary item identification success rate, 2%. Casting time is 2 to 5 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds, and mana consumption is 5,000 points. A secondary occupation is not a real occupation. It is actually just a title corresponding to the secondary occupation skills. Therefore, you cannot get something for free through Cataclysm like the main profession. However, advanced identification techniques are sufficient for a short period of time. Sumubai picked up the 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the boss and began to identify them one by one. This time, the identification time was shortened to 2 seconds. A 90% success rate. What's the difference between that and 100%? 3 minutes later, all 3 pieces of equipment were successfully identified. Cataclysm. Sumubai directly upgraded all his things for free. I looked at the properties of the 3 pieces of equipment. They are all epic equipment from level 30 to level 120, and the attributes are also pretty good. Throw them all into the backpack and trade them to richest man in the world later. Epic equipment of this level should be able to sell for some soul coins at the auction. Looking at the 2 advanced skill books in his hand, Sumubai thought about it and decided to use them directly. To upgrade a skill book to a perfect one, a full 5 million soul coins are needed, which is impossible to achieve in a short period of time. As for selling it and exchanging it for the intermediate skill book and then getting it for free, there's no need for that, because the richest man in the world already has enough startup capital and does not need these 2 advanced skill books. Besides, there aren't that many suitable items to buy at the auction. Only when the players grow up a bit can they purchase these things in large quantities in the market. You used Advanced Skill Book, X2, skill points plus 30, currently available skill points, 36 points. After a little thought, Su Mubai directly allocated skill points to the skill Summon Headless Horseman. You consumed 15 skill points, and your skill Summon the Headless Horseman was upgraded to level 20 max. Just as Su Mubai expected, this skill reached its maximum level at level 20. There is no improvement in attributes, but each Headless Knight can summon 2 more Shadow Knights. In this way, the Shadow Knight Legion reached 200. At the same time, the Dullahan's defensive aura was upgraded to the maximum level, increasing both defense by 20%. The double defense of the entire undead army has been slightly improved. There were still 21 skill points left. Su Mubai thought about it and upgraded death feedback by 2 levels. After upgrading, the casting distance and maximum target of the entire skill are increased by 20%. The upper limit of the dead energy value is also increased to level times 24. In general, a level 50 Dark Gold boss did not bring any significant improvement to Su Mubai. This is mainly because his strength has long surpassed this stage. However, this experiment brought him a new idea for upgrading. A crazy idea came to my mind. Chapter 90. If you want to play, you have to play boss. Su Mubai's idea is simple, but definitely crazy enough. Because of the soul-draining effect of Death Codex, the refresh time of wild monsters killed by it will be doubled anyway, and it cannot keep up with the speed of the Undead Legion's monster spawning. In that case, why not promote them one by one? Doing this will not increase the time spent on monster spawning, but will greatly increase your harvest. Moreover, the lowest level of upgrade for Cataclysm is level 1. When an ordinary monster is upgraded to a higher level, is it an elite monster or a black iron level boss? If it is the latter, then it would be really terrifying. The drops from the boss are incomparable to those from the monsters. If you use the dropped items to upgrade for free again, then the rewards you get from killing monsters will increase hundreds of times. With this crazy idea, Su Mubai's mind moved and his figure disappeared instantly. Death Zone Transition. The next moment, he was sitting on the throne on Frost's back. Fly forward, but don't fly too high. Control your speed and don't let the undead army escape my control. No problem, master. Although Bing Shuang was a little confused, she still followed Su Mubai's instructions, flapped her wings, and began to fly slowly at a low altitude. At the same time, under Su Mubai's control, the Undead Legion stopped attacking and began to line up formally. Soon, Frost passed the Headless Knights in the front. Su Mubai's eyes instantly locked onto a giant sea crab in front of him. Cataclysm. Target, Giant Sea Crab. Tip, please select the promotion rank. First rank /2 ND rank /3 RD rank. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Iron Level Boss, Giant Sea Crab Boss, no consumption. Option 2. Upgrade to Bronze Level Boss, Giant Sea Crab Leader, consuming 15 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Silver Level Boss, Giant Sea Crab King, consuming 30 days of life. It's really a boss. Looking at the 3 options, Su Mubai's face suddenly showed ecstasy. The settings in the game of 10,000 Worlds were exactly as he had imagined. Whether it is an ordinary monster, an elite monster, or an enhanced elite monster, they're all of the lowest level. The Black Iron level boss represents the 2nd level. By analogy, the mythical boss corresponds to the 9th level. The Saint Destroyer level creature that is not in the data is an existence that surpasses the 9th level. 15 gold coins are nothing to Su Mubai now. It only costs 150,000 gold coins to upgrade 10,000 monsters. And if you get the items dropped by these boss for free again, the profit you get will definitely far exceed 1 million. Just do it. Su Mubai's eyes flashed. Upgrade to the 2nd level. The next moment, 15 gold coins were missing from his backpack, and the body of the giant sea crab in front of him was suddenly shrouded in bronze light. It doesn't take too much time to evolve to a bronze level boss. In just a few seconds, the bronze light dissipated, and a giant sea crab leader that had doubled in size appeared in its place. Giant sea crab leader, Dragon's Might suppresses, all attributes reduced by 50%. Level 30, bronze level boss. Health value, 1.32 million / 1.32 million. Crack. The giant sea crab leader, who didn't understand why he suddenly evolved, moved his claws, his 2 big eyes full of confusion. But it soon no longer needed to wonder, because a rain of arrows and fireballs were already shooting towards it. Kill the level 30 bronze boss, Giant Sea Crab Leader, and gain an additional 150% experience bonus, plus 300,000 experience points. In an instant, the giant sea crab leader that had just completed its evolution became a corpse. The skeleton warrior, who had been prepared, stepped forward immediately and collected the dropped items neatly and efficiently. Seeing that the plan was feasible, Su Mubai did not stop and signaled Bing Shuang to continue flying. Along the way, all the monsters that his eyes swept over were wrapped in bronze light and began to evolve. Elite level and enhanced elite level monsters are also only bronze level bosses after being upgraded. However, because the level is higher, the cost of upgrading will also be a little higher. But compared to the harvest, it is not worth mentioning at all. Even if there is no drop, the rich experience after sublimation alone is worth Su Mubai's spending. A magical scene suddenly appeared on the long coastline. Bosses that usually require luck to encounter begin to appear in large numbers in places where frost flies. However, what awaits them is not a counterattacking monster, but a one-stop funeral service from the Undead Legion. The Knight Legion charges, the Mage Shooter kills, and the Skeleton Warriors clean up the battlefield. These bosses are arranged very clearly. Congratulations to the player, Bai Yi, for reaching level 23, for dimensions +1, skill point +1, free attribute points +15. Congratulations to the player Bai Yi for reaching level 24, for dimensions +1, skill point +1, free attribute points +15. As the Undead Legion began to kill, Su Mubai quickly rose 2 levels. The problem of not having enough monsters to spawn has been completely solved. From now on, no monsters will die at the hands of the Undead Army, except players. It takes so long to level up the monsters. If you want to kill them, you have to kill the boss, and in groups. Even Su Mubai himself felt that this upgrade speed was a bit abnormal. After brushing for a while, he had to stop and collect the things collected by the Skeleton Warrior. In the Wanjie game, dropped items will disappear if they are not picked up for too long. Although the Skeleton Warriors can clean up the battlefield, they can only hold these things, and it does not count as picking up. If Su Mubai took them back to the summoning space at this time, those items would fall directly to the ground. The summoning space can only store your own summoned creatures. Of course, Su Mubai doesn't need to collect them one by one. He just waved his hand lightly, and the curtain of death appeared instantly. The items collected by the Skeleton Warriors fell out of it and piled up in front of him. These are just bronze-level bosses, so naturally they won't drop anything good. Su Mubai kept 15 of the basic skill books and directly promoted the rest in batches. He then called the richest man in the world. Prepare a spacious place. There are a batch of things that need you to deal with. Inside Donghai City, the richest man in the world was slightly stunned when he heard this. A batch? We also need to find a spacious place. How much space does that require? Could it be that the boss wiped out the lair of some high-level boss? Before the richest man in the world could speak, Su Mubai continued. Forget it, just go to the East Sea auction house. There are too many things here. It will be troublesome. Contact me when you get there. Okay, I'll be right there. Although Fu Jiatianxia was very confused, he still came to the Donghai auction house as soon as possible. After using Su Mubai's VIP card to enter the previous box, Fu Jiatianxia started a remote transaction with Su Mubai through the God of Wealth contract. Then, even though he was mentally prepared, he still jumped up 2 meters high and exclaimed, "Boss, please slow down the deal. I'm going to be buried." Chapter 91, I seriously suspect that he is playing a custom version. Additional update. The night faded away, the sun slowly rose, and the Scroll Kings who had been leveling up all night were ready to return to the city to take a break. Most of the players who rested at night also got up and prepared to start a new day's journey through the worlds. However, when some players habitually opened the level ranking list, they were stunned. This time, there was no district-wide announcement, but soon the entire Forbidden Land of God was in an uproar. Blue Star District level ranking. First place, Bai Yi, level 29, Dragon Empire. Second place, Sanchi Qingfeng, level 11, Shenlong Empire. Third place, Felix, level 11, Templar Empire. 10th place, Calm and Calm, level 10, Dragon Empire. Perhaps because Bai Yi was too far ahead in level, the others on the ranking saw no hope of catching up and chose to rest. After a whole night, there was no change in the rankings of 2nd to 9th place, and Venus, who was ranked 10th, even dropped out of the list. The one who replaced him was actually another player from the Dragon Empire. In other words, 4 of the top 10 seats in the Blue Star region are now occupied by the Dragon Empire. But that's not what shocked everyone. But Bai Yi, who was at the top of the list, actually rose 9 levels overnight. Baga, why did he level up so quickly? Oh my god, is he God's illegitimate son? Shit, when will the border be opened? Bai Yi Appa must have always wanted to return home. Shit, this Bai Yi must be cheating. I'm not even level 6. How is it possible that he's already level 29? Boss Bai Yi, surrender now. If you continue to be so perverted, you'll be banned by the 10,000 worlds sooner or later. Are we really playing the same game? I seriously doubt that Bai Yi is playing the customized version. The top masters on the level ranking list were also staring blankly at the word Bai Yi at the top of the list, and for a moment, they didn't know how to react. The number 29 is obviously very small, but in their eyes, it was infinitely magnified, which deeply hit these people's hearts. When the results were announced yesterday, Bai Yi's 9-level lead had already made them despair. I didn't expect that after a good night's sleep, the gap would double. This is just based on the level. If we talk about experience points, we have no idea how many times it is. At this moment, a series of questions arose in everyone's mind at the same time. Is SSS level talent really the strongest talent in the game of all worlds? If so, why is Bai Yi so far ahead? If not, then what level of talent would he have? 4S or 5S? Naturally, no one could answer these questions. Su Mubai glanced at his 100% experience value at level 29, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I was so busy grinding that I didn't even notice when the experience was maxed out. After signaling the frost to land next to the loot that the skeleton warrior had just collected, Su Mubai looked through the system prompts. Tip: your experience value has reached 100% of level 29. You can continue to absorb experience value to upgrade after breaking through to the second level. No more. Su Mubai frowned. Ordinary professions could go to the profession halls in various main cities to accept advanced tasks. But his job is the Lord of Death. Where can he get the mission? I originally thought that the task would be automatically activated after the experience value is full, but now there is no task. After thinking about it, Su Mubai dialed Situ G's number. After a moment, he finally understood. Book of Death is what he uses to start advanced tasks. No, now it should be Death Codex. It's time to go to Sakura. Su Mubai looked at the rising sun with a smile on his face. If I'm not mistaken, after absorbing 5,000 soul points and opening the Death Codex for the 3rd time, you'll be able to receive advanced tasks. It wasn't difficult for him. Just killing a few more Sakura outright would be enough. On average, there are 1.4 per person, plus those absorbed by the boss at night. 3,000 cherry blossoms are enough. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Su Mubai upgraded the spoils on the ground in batches and traded them all to richest man in the world. Then he took out a scroll to return to the city and slowly tore it open. Although he forgot to buy this thing when he went out, Fu Jiatianxia was there to provide him with it at any time. I have to say that the skill god of wealth contract is definitely the strongest logistics support skill. A white light flashed, and Su Mubai disappeared on the spot. The Frost and Undead Legions also returned to their respective spaces. On the coastline, there were only corpses of bosses that had not yet been refreshed. Unfortunately, no player can reach here at this stage, so they cannot see this shocking scene. Dear Lord of the White Knight Court, welcome home. Last time he replaced this place with a teleportation point, so Su Mubai went straight back home. After stretching, Su Mubai waved his hand gently, and the door opened automatically. Standing outside the door were Feng Yi Xiao Xiao and the other 3. Originally, it was the richest man in the world who brought them here, but that guy was still processing the spoils at the auction house in Donghai City and couldn't get away. Boss! Maple Leaf took the lead and everyone started shouting. Obviously, they knew very well that their boss had gone from being the richest man in the world to being Bai Yi. However, the 4 of them were not dissatisfied at all. Instead, they were extremely excited. You know everything, right? Su Mubai nodded to everyone. Well, the fat uncle has already told us. Marshmallow, the only female player on the team, was the first to respond. Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao extended an invitation to Su Mubai. Hint: Feng Yi Xiao Xiao invites you to join the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Hint: you have successfully joined the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Hint: you have become the leader of the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Since the richest man in the world was drafted into the army in the middle of the night, the task of creating mercenaries was naturally given to Feng Yi Xiao Xiao. But this does not affect the results. Come in, everyone. Sumu Bai then turned and walked into the courtyard, pointed to the deputy courtyard nearby, and said, "I will give you access to that area. From now on, this place will serve as Dark Knight's temporary base. There are also many rooms in the secondary courtyard, which are more than enough to accommodate the Dark Knight mercenary group." The four of them looked at the luxurious courtyard, with a hint of joy in their eyes. "Although it is only temporary, at least I have a place to stay in the forbidden land of God. I have something else to do, so I won't say any polite words. Let's get started." Sumu Bai invited a few people to the pavilion and got straight to the point. Soon, the four of them signed contracts with Sumu Bai respectively. They are also the veterans of the Dark Knight mercenary group. For the masters who join later, the subject of the contract will be changed to the Dark Knight mercenary group. After all, Sumu Bai is not that idle. Anyway, as long as Sumu Bai is the leader of Dark Knight, the contract subject can be changed at any time. Then, under the expectant gazes of the four people, Sumu Bai had an idea. Cataclysm. More than 10 minutes later, the four people whose equipment, skills, and talents have been comprehensively upgraded left by yetting excitedly. They can't wait to try out their new talents. Especially Fengye Xiao Xiao. He has become one of the few possessors of SS-level talent. Now that we have the prototype, it depends on how you can develop it. Sumu Bai smiled slightly. Although he didn't think Yi could help him in any way, what if? There's no harm anyway. After checking the time, Sumu Bai dialed the number in his arm for the first time. Chapter 92. Chasing Shadow, Sword Chi. As soon as the four of them walked out of the White Knight Court, Wei couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Xiao, you should be very strong now, right?" Fengye Xiao Xiao smiled slightly when he heard this. Of course, SS-level talent is not comparable to S-level talent. As he spoke, the excitement on his face was hard to conceal. At the same time, my admiration for Bai Yi reached a new level. The boss is not only strong himself, but can also help others improve. The man who has difficulty getting up, and Wei looked at their new talents with some excitement, and they were so happy that they wanted to go out of the city immediately to try out their current strength. Marshmallow smiled and poured cold water on the three people. "Do you have the confidence to deal with a skeleton summoned by the boss?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. The three people's excited hearts cooled down. "Yeah, what am I so excited about?" Roar! A roar came from the White Knight courtyard, and then frost soared into the sky under the envious eyes of the four people. "Look at that direction. The boss is going to the teleportation hall. Is he going to leave Donghai City? That's not our business. Let's go to the East Sea Auction House first. You have entered the secondary main city, Red Maple City, and the resurrection point has been switched to Red Maple City Resurrection Hall." A white light flashed, and Sumu Bai's figure appeared in Red Maple City. This is a secondary main city affiliated to Donghai City, so he does not need to apply for a flight license here. With yesterday's system announcement, the Wanjie game was officially launched, and the conditions for leaving the village were greatly reduced. More and more players left the novice village and came to various cities. Different novice villages belong to different cities, but no matter whether it is a first-level or second-level main city, the player's growth rate will not be greatly affected. The biggest difference between cities of different levels lies in high-end things. And those who are qualified to access these things are all top players. With their strength and ability to make money, they will not be bound by the initial city at all. Stepping onto the teleportation array again, Sumu Bai came directly to the north gate of Hongfeng City. Ignoring the shocked looks of the nearby players, he waved his hand to summon Frost and quickly disappeared into the sky. "That's Bai Yi, right? It's so cool to have a flying mount. Why did Bai Yi come to the second-level main city? Is there any hidden mission? Even if there is, it has nothing to do with us." Well, yes, although we are playing the same game, in reality, Bai Yi and we are from two completely different worlds. It's the same everywhere. Before the Myriad Worlds game came, you and Ma Xiaoyun and the others lived on Blue Star, but aren't they also people from two different worlds? There is still a difference. I had no chance on Blue Star, but now at least I have a little hope. Well said. Come on, buddy. Let's team up and level up. Even if we can't become top masters, at least we should live like a human being in this forbidden land, right? Sumu Bai's sudden appearance naturally caused a lot of heated discussion. He came to this city, naturally, to find Huaijin. Bing Shuang flew for nearly an hour before finally approaching the coordinates given by Huaijin. Hint: you have discovered Yinchun Waterfall. This is the system prompt sound that will sound every time you arrive at new map. A huge waterfall appeared in front of Su Bai. Next to the waterfall is a lush forest. On the grass in front of the forest, there is no trace of any wild monsters. Master, that guy down there is so strong. Bing Shuang's voice rang in Su Bai's mind. As the flight altitude decreased, he saw a small black dot on the grass. No need to guess, this person must be Huaijin. How does it compare to Sidu Ji? It's hard to say. After all, they haven't shown their strength yet. Bing Shuang shook her head, and Su Bai nodded slightly. Go down. Remembering the last time the skeleton warrior was killed, Su Bai deliberately let the frost land farther away. Then he used Death Zone Leap to get closer. After seeing what Huaijin was doing, although he had expected it, he still couldn't help but twitching his eyebrows slightly. Doesn't this guy really know how abstract his paintings are? It's a shame that he painted such a beautiful scenery. Boy, you're here pretty fast. Without even turning his head, Huaijin noticed Su Bai's arrival. Come and see what my painting looks like. I'm not exaggerating. This is definitely the most satisfying work I've ever done. The senior's paintings are, of course, amazing and perfect. I can't find the right words to describe them. Su Bai's expression brightened, and he started to talk nonsense. What does what you think have to do with what you say? Huaijin nodded in satisfaction when he heard that, then turned around and looked Su Bai up and down. His gaze clearly lingered on Su Bai's left hand for a moment. I was wondering how you could summon so many broken bones. Turns out you are the Lord of Death. The Book of the Dead was not open last time, so I haven't discovered it yet. I don't know whether to say you are lucky or unlucky. As he spoke, Huaijin looked a little strange and shook his head with a smile. When Su Bai heard these words for the second time, he didn't have any thoughts. Isn't it just that last step that is difficult? After all, that is a matter for the future, so why bother yourself with worry now? What's more, Cataclysm is not just for show. Huaijin just mentioned Su Bai's occupation, and then said no more. Instead, he stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me. I won't ask you where you got it from. If you have something like this in the future, just don't forget me." "Don't worry. I will never forget you, senior." Su Bai smiled and handed the 10,000 ancient gold coins that he had prepared in advance to Huaijin. The latter's eyes lit up, and he carefully looked at all the ancient gold coins before putting them into his backpack. Then he slowly raised his hand, put 2 fingers together to make a sword gesture, and lightly tapped in the air. Zheng! There's clearly no sword, but Su Bai clearly heard the sound of a sword. Then, the air in front of him suddenly roared and began to twist continuously, as if there was an invisible sword energy at the tip of the fingers in his arms. "Keep it. This is my surprise for you." He waved his hands and his arms, and the distorted air began to slowly approach. Su Bai's eyes focused. He reached out to touch it, and the system prompt sounded immediately. "You have completed the hidden task, collect ancient gold coins too, and obtain the temporary skill, Chasing Shadow Sword Chi." Shadow Chaser, Sword Chi. Temporary skills do not occupy a skill slot and can only be used once. Activate the sword energy and condense a sword energy incarnation in your arms. The incarnation possesses a trace of power in his arms, which can burst out legendary combat power and last for 60 seconds. The destructive power of the sword incarnation is extremely amazing. Do not use it in the city, otherwise you will inevitably be imprisoned. Chapter 93, Crossing Borders. A Trace of Power. Legendary level? Su Bai's pupils shrank slightly as he read the description of Shadow Chasing Sword Chi. How strong is Huaijin himself? Mythical level? Or is it a higher level Saint Destroyer? While feeling doubtful, Su Bai was also very satisfied with the reward for this mission. The mission in Huaijin does not have any experience or monetary rewards. But this Shadow Chasing Sword energy is much stronger than those useless things. If you can get a promotion for free, you can use it as a trump card. However, he did not rush to get it for free in front of Huaijin, but took out the letter given by Situ Ji from his backpack and handed it over. Along with the letter, a parchment scroll was also obtained, which contained the components of the Death Lord professional suit. However, Su Bai could not see any information on the parchment scroll yet. According to Situ Ji, one has to advance before one can see the first clue. Shenlong Temple. He glanced at the envelope, frowned slightly, and reached out to take it and check it. Soon, he raised his head, looked at Su Bai with a half-smile and said, "You want to cross the border?" "Yes, senior. You should also know that if I want to advance in my profession, I have to kill a lot of people." "Where are you going?" "Sakura Kingdom." "That's a good choice. Let's go. He patted his butt in his arms, and a smile appeared on his face. Thank you for your help, senior. Sumubai was halfway through thanking him when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Walk? Where are you going? Shouldn't you let me help you find some more ancient gold coins and then give me the treasure that can cross borders? You mean you want to go with me? Why? You can go, but I can't. He stretched lazily and took out his communicator. Although Sumubai was a little dumbfounded, he didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. The Dragon Empire, the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Dragon Palace. A sleepy old man picked up the communicator and heard someone's voice coming from it. Hey, old man, you can send this kid out if you want, but I have to go with you. Hearing this, the old man instantly lost all his sleepiness and refused. No, we can help you hide here, but what if you go out and expose your presence and attract those guys? Do you really think you can dodge it? Wake up, this is the fate of the gods' forbidden land, and those guys are just part of the 10,000 worlds. Besides, I promised you in the past that we would be safe until the Adventers appeared. It doesn't count as breaking my promise now. Hearing this, the old man fell silent, and his cloudy eyes gradually became clear. He pondered for a moment and asked, Do we have to go? Can't we give the forbidden land of gods more time? Time, Huaijin sneered and said coldly. Do you really think that if I don't go out, they won't come? Put away your fluke mentality. Also, I'm just informing you, don't get it wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The old man gave a wry smile and looked up at the ceiling. Thousands of stars seemed to be reflected in his eyes. After a long moment, he sighed heavily. Hey, what's coming will eventually come. In front of the Yinshan waterfall, he put away the communicator in his arms. Sumubai couldn't hear a word of his previous conversation. Let's go, kid. He waved his hand to take back the drawing board and patted Sumubai's shoulder. Leaving now, Sumubai was slightly stunned. Do you want to wait for an auspicious day? Huaijin glanced at Sumubai and said, Just be happy. You have me here with you. I will make sure you are safe in that Sakura kingdom. Senior, do you mean that we should act together? Sumubai's eyes lit up. With Huaijin as his bodyguard, wouldn't it be possible for him to completely ignore the locals of the Sakura kingdom? You think too much. Do I look like someone who has so much free time? Sumubai curled his lips, his face expressionless, but he had already started complaining in his heart. I have never seen anyone more idle than you. Huaijin glared at Sumubai and pointed a finger at his forehead. The speed was so fast that Sumubai had no time to react. Hint, the embrace helps you hide your breath. This is what the Dragon Palace arranged for you. With this barrier, the people of the Sakura Kingdom will not be able to detect your exact location. Sumubai was delighted when he heard this. The Shenlong Palace was very thoughtful. In this way, the biggest hidden danger was solved. As long as I fire a shot and move to another location, the local masters of the Sakura Kingdom will be unable to do anything to me. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to speak. Senior Huaijin, shall we set off now? Huaijin nodded, and a small token with black and white colors appeared in his hand. For some reason, when he took out the token, he suddenly let out an imperceptible sigh, and there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. But soon, he calmed down and activated the token in his hand. Buzz. The black and white token suddenly burst out with a vast energy, impacting the space ahead. Boom boom. A huge roar suddenly sounded in the sky, and a translucent barrier slowly emerged in the sky. This sudden change alarmed everyone in the land of the dragon. Fortunately, the Dragon Palace received the news in advance, so it did not cause much impact. But players and a large number of ordinary local people are different. They all looked up at the sky, with confusion and shock in their eyes. What happened? Why did such a big noise suddenly happen? Do you think that barrier is the national border mentioned in the Wanjie game? It's very possible. Is this someone attacking the border? The same scene appeared in the Sakura Kingdom. The invisible border covering the entire Sakura Kingdom was also revealed at this moment. Boom boom. The border continued to shake, and the roar echoed throughout the Sakura Kingdom for a while. Different from the indifference of the Dragon Palace, the top leaders of the Een Ninja Society, the guardian force of the Sakura Kingdom, all changed their expressions. Why are there anomalies at the border? This is the barrier set by the Myriad Worlds game. Who on earth has the ability to shake it? I have a feeling that the Sakura Kingdom is likely to encounter a catastrophe. Give orders and make all preparations for any emergency. Even the top leaders are like this, and the public and players are even more confused. The turmoil between the two borders lasted for more than 10 seconds, in a space not far in front of Su Mu Bai, and Huaijin suddenly twisted violently. Immediately afterwards, the space was torn apart and a gap appeared. Wah! He grabbed Su Mu Bai with one hand, took a step forward, and instantly rushed into the gap in space. The next moment, the district-wide announcement sounded once again in the Forbidden Land of God. Chapter 94 Invaders and Defenders, Two-Way Buff, Update. Blue Star District Announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Empire player Bai Yi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star District to cross national borders. We hereby announce that we hope all players will learn from him and receive generous rewards. Times 10. As soon as this announcement came out, all the players went crazy. No, it's only the third day, and Bai Yi has already left the country. Sometimes I really want to call the police. We entered the game together, so why did Bai Yi cross the border before I even left the novice village? Didn't they say that the border cannot be crossed? What's going on here? No wonder the border shook just now. It turned out to be caused by Boss Bai Yi. In addition to the Dragon Empire, the chat channels of other countries are also very lively. Aha! I didn't expect Bai Yi Appa to be so eager to return home. Wake up and stop deceiving yourself. Bai Yi can't be from our kingdom of Korea. Fuck, this Bai Yi is simply not a human being. How can he cross the border so quickly? This pervert won't come to our Illumination Federation, will he? No matter how strong Bai Yi is, as long as he dares to come to our White Elephant Kingdom, he will never return. Do you think that Perrin, the strongest man in our Beiyao Empire, is a match for Bai Yi? The Sakura Kingdom's chat channels are completely different from those of other countries. At this moment, their chat channel was dead silent, and everyone seemed to be silenced. It's just because they heard a few more announcements than other countries. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. Please note that the player Bai Yi from the Dragon Empire has successfully entered the Sakura Kingdom. Times 5. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. Since the national war has not yet started, White Knight will be regarded as an invader, and all Sakura players will receive a nationally shared two-way buff Sakura Kingdom Guardian. Times 5. Announcement from the Sakura Kingdom. All Sakura players are requested to unite against the enemy and kill or expel the invaders as soon as possible. Guardian of the Sakura Kingdom. National shared two-way buff. Positive. Before the experience value percentage drops to 0, successfully kill or expel the invader, and all players in the Sakura Kingdom will gain 100% more experience for monsters. Reverse. For every 24 hours the invader stays in Sakura, the experience points gained by all players in Sakura Country from killing monsters will be reduced by 2%. Unique buff cannot be stacked and is only valid within the Sakura Country. After reading the description of the nationwide shared two-way buff of the Watcher, the chat channel of the Sakura Kingdom became lively. However, instead of despairing, they became extremely excited. Ha! This Bai Yi actually dared to come here alone? Isn't this giving me a buff? Even if he is strong, what's the use? Can he deal with so many of us? Everyone, hurry out of the city and look for him. Let's kill Bai Yi on the first day. We'll get a 100% experience bonus. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Do you think he would just hide? If so, won't we get no experience points from killing monsters after 50 days? Hide? Where can he hide? I just saw the City Lord's mansion posted a wanted notice for Bai Yi. This is not just a matter for us players. The Sakura Kingdom will also hunt him down. So decent, this is a sure thing. As long as we find him within 25 days, we won't lose anything. The lure of experience bonuses made a large number of excited Sakura players go out of the city, killing monsters while constantly observing their surroundings. As long as Bai Yi dares to show up, they will definitely expose his whereabouts as soon as possible. By then, no matter how perverted Bai Yi is, he will definitely not survive. Even if the player can't beat him, he can't possibly be a match for the Sakura Kingdom's army, right? Falling Moon City. This is a second-level main city and one of the few cities in the Sakura Kingdom second only to the first-level royal city. In a level 20 wild monster map somewhere outside the city, Tsukuyami picked up the items dropped on the ground, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Bai Yi-kun, are you here so soon? I hope you don't die too soon. Muttering something, Tsukuyami opened the chat channel of Falling Moon City for the first time and used 1,000 gold coins to pin a message. Although this was most of the family fortune, Tsukuyami did not feel sorry at all. He already knew that gold coins were not as useful as he thought. If you want to buy really good things, you need a currency called soul coins. And his talent can grow by killing strong people. What are gold coins compared to this? Tsukuyami, whoever helps me find Bai Yi first will be rewarded with a gold level equipment. As soon as this news came out, the players in Falling Moon City became even more excited. Everyone wants to be the first to discover Bai Yi and get the reward. But they seem to have forgotten that Bai Yi is not a good person at all. Instead, he is the strongest among the players. You may get the reward, but there's a high chance that you won't be able to spend it. However, the players of the Sakura Kingdom couldn't think so much at this moment. They had already been dazzled by the 100% experience value bonus. In their minds, all they want now is to find Bai Yi as soon as possible and get the experience bonus buff. The sooner you get it, the greater advantage the players of the Sakura Kingdom will have in the game of all worlds. When a national war begins, maybe I can use my level advantage to accomplish things that I haven't been able to do on Blue Star. Sakura Kingdom, the far suburbs of Beihai City. The space was torn apart, and two figures walked out. The wild monsters around discovered the target at the first moment and pounced on it with bared teeth. A bunch of beasts. Huaijian snorted coldly, and without any movement, an invisible sword energy instantly penetrated all the wild monsters nearby. Without even a scream, all the wild monsters nearby fell to the ground and died. At this time, Su Bai had just finished listening to the system prompt. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to cross national borders. The effect of your title, leading the world away, has been improved. Tip: since the national war has not yet started, you have been regarded as an invader by the Sakura Kingdom. All forces and players in the country will hunt you down. Please try your best to survive. Hint: you get the two-way buff Sakura Kingdom Invaders. Invaders of the Sakura Kingdom. Single bidirectional buff. Positive: for every 24 hours you stay in the Sakura Kingdom, the experience points you gain from killing monsters will increase by 2%, up to a maximum of 100%. Reverse: every time you are killed, the experience points you gain from killing monsters are reduced by 20%. Unique buff cannot be stacked and is only valid within the Sakura country. Looking at the new buff information that appeared in his status bar, Su Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Isn't this a pleasant surprise? At this moment, Huaijian looked around and said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You can play by yourself from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and flew straight into the air, leaving only one sentence echoing in Su Bai's ears. I'll let you know when I'm leaving. Boy, let me see how capable you are. Go ahead and make a fuss. The bigger the better. With me here, you don't have to worry about those old guys. They don't have the energy to cause trouble for you. Chapter 95, Attack from High Altitude. Leading away the dust. When wearing this title, the experience points gained from all channels will be increased by 100% and the movement speed will be increased by 50%. After the title effect is improved, an additional 50% movement speed bonus is added. However, this entry is not very useful to Su Bai himself. Ever since he acquired the Death Zone Leap, he has rarely walked on his feet. For long-distance movement, you can also use Ice and Frost. However, this effect greatly increases the flying speed of Frost. Su Bai glanced at the corpses on the ground around him and waved his hand to summon Frost. Death Zone Transition. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot, and he sat on the throne. Two streams of cold air blew out of Frost's nostrils, freezing the ground beneath his feet. He slowly spread his wings and asked, Master, where are we going? Let me see. Jinglicheng. Su Bai opened the map and searched for the coordinates on the dark gold treasure map. Fly south first. With a direction, Bing Shuang immediately soared into the sky. With the blessing of leading away the dust, his speed was 50% faster than before. Su Bai once found a dark gold treasure map on the green grassland, and the coordinates of the endpoint were located in the wilderness of Jingli City. At that time, he felt that he was happy for nothing, as he thought he would not be able to open the treasure chest for a long time. I didn't expect that by chance I would arrive in the Sakura Kingdom so soon. This time, advancement is naturally the first priority, but opening the treasure chest is also a goal. Under the ultimate nesting doll, this treasure chest can contain legendary items, so Su Bai naturally wants to rush over as soon as possible. In that case, let's start from Jingli City. Looking at the map, Su Bai raised a sneer. This is a third-tier city, just right for him. Even if the locals in the city were alarmed, I don't think they would be very powerful. Frost was flying at high speed in the clouds. Although his level was very low, the dragon might he exuded made the wild monsters in the air dare not approach him. Su Bai leaned back on the throne, thinking about his next plan of action while taking out a small pile of elementary skill books. This was the harvest from last night's group boss fight, and it was also the only thing Su Mubai had left. There are 15 books in total. Anyway, the initial capital of Fujiaxiangxio was enough, so he simply stayed to improve his strength. Cataclysm. Target, primary skill book. Tip, please select the promotion rank. First rank /2 ND rank /3 RD rank. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to intermediate skill book, no consumption. Option 2. Upgrade to advanced skill book, each book costs 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to perfect skill book, each book consumes 1,000 years of life. Sublimation to the second level. Once you have money, you can do whatever you want. You spent 30,000 gold coins and obtained 15 advanced skill books. You have used 15 advanced skill books, skill points plus 225 currently available skill points, 233 points. Without any hesitation, Su Mubai decisively allocated skill points to death feedback. You have consumed 80 skill points, and your SS level skill Death Feedback has been upgraded to level 11 max. Death Feedback, SS, level 11 max, active skill. Skill effect. 1. Absorb. Absorb dead energy from corpses and store it. The maximum number of targets absorbed at a single time is no more than 20. The cooling time is 30 seconds. There is no consumption, and the maximum casting distance is 200 meters. Dead Chi value. 1392/2320, level times 40. 2. Feedback. Instantly restore your own health or mana. It can also be used to strengthen a certain summon creature. The cooldown time is 30 seconds and consumes 1 to 500 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 400 health points or 400 mana points. 1 point of death energy strengthens the target's main attribute by 1% for 120 seconds. The full level Death Feedback almost doubles the effect. The only drawback is that the upper limit of the death energy consumed each time is limited to 500 points. Su Mubai was not too disappointed. With the blessing of the professional catastrophic characteristics, it means that every 30 seconds, he can enhance the main attribute of a summoned creature by 1,000%. Hint: you are corroded by the death energy from the Cursed Crown. Dead Chi value plus 10. Dead Chi value plus 10. The upper limit of the death energy value increased, and the mobile power bank started working immediately. In less than 2 minutes, Su Mubai's death energy value reached the upper limit. Looking at the remaining 153 skill points, Su Mubai thought about it and upgraded Death Zone Transition to the 3rd level. He has no shortage of damage, so he is naturally not in a hurry to upgrade Death Gaze.